Good evening all and welcome. Well, 24 hours of stories. Let's jump right into it with haunted houses. This happened to me when I was around middle school age. I can't remember the year, but I was quite young and was staying the weekend at my grandmother's house with my dad, as it was his weekend to see me. My parents are divorced, so I would travel to South Carolina to see my dad every other weekend at that time. That day, she had decided to take us to see her sister, my great aunt, who lived alone on an old plantation that she rented out for large wedding venues. The land is a sprawling plain, with the main house at the top, a barn several dozen feet beside it, and an outside bathroom that looks more like a mini home with a porch. There are walking paths between these and are relatively close. It was my first time coming to the property, and I was excited to explore. My aunt showed me around the large old house, explaining that there were guest rooms for the bride and rooms for her family and the groom's family to get ready for their wedding. She eventually mentioned that because the house was so old, there was a ghost living on the property. She had asked a medium to do a reading of her home once, and revealed that there was a young man named Isaac who was a slave on the property hundreds of years before. He had been working late at night, without a candle or lantern, and had fallen into the well and died. While showing me the outside grounds, among showing me the barn and the bathroom, she showed me the crude flat stone marker on the edge of the woods of her property, where he was allegedly buried according to the medium. They had simply covered the well with dirt and placed the stone over it. There are no records proving this to be the case that my aunt could find, but the activity she had experienced in the home begs the difference. At this point, the adults were all inside the house talking and drinking coffee. I decided to wander and explore as I planned. I pet the horses on the edge of the fence and ran into the yard and decided to take a bathroom break in the outside bathhouse. Both the men's and women's restrooms were spacious, containing a shower, a large sink, and a toilet. So I sat and was ready to get back up and go outside when all of a sudden, without warning, 5 loud bangs rang against the door. It scared me so bad. Before the last bang, I had already begun to shout, "I'm almost done, I'm getting out now." And in one quick motion, I stood up, pulled my pants up and yanked open the bathroom door to find no one was there. I looked across the field at the men's restroom and didn't hear someone go in there. But it made sense if someone really needed to use the restroom that badly, they would have gone there instead. But I didn't hear a door slam, as I had ran to the door so quickly, with less than a 5-second interval, that if they had tried to make a break for it, I would have heard, as you would have had to stomp on the porch and slam the door closed behind them. I called out, but no one answered. I ran down off the porch and stared dumbfounded at the bathhouse. I circled the house, but there was no one around. At this, I was completely spooked, and ran back to the main house and told my great aunt and grandmother what happened. My aunt rubbed my back comfortingly, gave me some chocolates, and sat me on the dinner table. "It happens more than you think, dear. Isaac likes to pull pranks." While I ate my chocolate, she explained how home renovations have been halted, as the workers would have their tools thrown at their heads or paint cans toppled over. Doors slam, and men swear to never come back and finish working. Times where she was out of town, and the stereo system in the barn would turn on full blast in the middle of the night, leaving the neighbors to call the police just for them to show up on an empty property with no one in sight. He seems to hate when the house is renovated or changed. There was one time where a couple was staying in a guest room, and even though it was summer, they could not go to sleep as the room was frigid cold. My aunt would run up and down the stairs delivering blankets to the couple, and though she understood what was happening, she wouldn't dare tell them. Isaac must have been in that room with them. This experience has left me questioning my skepticism in the paranormal. I can't understand how this could have happened. I've even asked my dad earlier this year if he remembered visiting, or if he had tried to prank me by banging on the door, but He couldn't even remember what visit I was talking about. I've plundered every avenue of exploration for the sound, but nothing comes up, other than the sure fact that someone definitely knocked on my door that day. The home is used for family gatherings for my dad's side of the family, and honestly, I'm dreading going back again after that experience. I haven't been back since then, but I'm sure Isaac will remember me and pick on me again. When I was 2 to 5 months old, my family lived in a trailer on a piece of property with an old large white house on it, built in the late 1800s. My father was born in 1917 in a small community in rural Louisiana that went bust during the Great Depression. But at one point it had a general store, train station, post office, etc. Now it's just a block, gold dust loop, amid a bunch of fields in central Louisiana. Anyway, the large white house was the doctor's house. I was born in 83. Dad was 66 when I was born. I'll be clear, he didn't believe in anything. Ghosts, aliens, nothing supernatural. If he had never seen it, it didn't exist, period. He told stories about what the town used to be like when he was young, and one of the stories was that of the doctor's wife, that she took their kid and left him. She and their kid disappeared, so the story was that she ran off. Sometime in the late 30s or so, the doctor committed suicide afterwards, and the large white house went unoccupied and was boarded up. As I said, when I was born, we lived in a trailer on that property. My dad bought another trailer and had been a carpenter back in the day, so he built a large home a couple of lots over using the 2 trailers and built a frame around them. Now, when I started talking, I started telling all these stories about an old man that I had all kinds of adventures with and called him my grandpa. I had no grandpa alive at the time. Parents brushed it off as an overactive imagination, and in time I forgot all about it. Years later, I'm talking to my dad after a news story about an earthquake, and he mentions feeling tremors when I was younger in our house at night, to which I replied that it was impossible, since Louisiana didn't have any earthquakes. Well, in typical old man fashion, he became agitated and swore that occasionally his bed would shake at night. Weird. Before my mother passed away, she told my sister not to live in the house with her daughters and to sell it instead because she thought something bad was there. When asked to elaborate, she said the whole time we lived there she occasionally heard voices when no one was in the house and footsteps. She was very sick and had moved out of the house, and after her and my father separated, then passed away shortly thereafter. I don't think my sister really paid much attention to what she said. She would end up moving into the house a few months later. A few years later, I'm in Texas. My sister is now living in the house where we grew up. She called me freaked the hell out, complained that she heard an old man's voice and a woman's voice arguing, and a child's voice. I roll my eyes and brush it off. Then my older brother goes over and leaves that night claiming he heard the same. So then, being the religious people they are, and I'm an atheist, they call a local pastor, and this goes on for about 2 weeks with increasing intensity. They do a blessing, and as they are finishing, my sister's dog goes berserk outside for no apparent reason, and the 3 lawn chairs on the porch are thrown into the yard with no one else on the porch. There were 4 witnesses to all of this, claiming they saw the same thing happen. I didn't witness it, but I would have certainly liked to have seen it for myself. In any case, after thinking about it and having read a lot of supernatural experiences, I think it's plausible that all these experiences are linked together. The doctor that killed himself, the missing wife and kids, my old man imaginary friend, my dad's bed shaking, and the eventual ghostly noises and occurrences. It doesn't really frighten me, but it definitely makes me really curious. My sister contacted me yesterday with news about it. So my sister gave it to her daughter, who lived in it for several years and eventually moved out, partially due to the weird stuff, but also because it was in really bad shape. Well, my niece decided to sell the land and have the house torn down because of how bad of a shape it was in. The two guys she hired to tear it down quit after a week. The main guy got so spooked after thinking there must be a squatter living there from the noises he heard, but never found anyone. He asked his brother-in-law to come over and help, and the brother-in-law didn't believe in any supernatural stuff either. They both heard noises, and the last day there, the door in the room they were tearing down a wall in closed by itself, and they had to use a sledgehammer to knock down the door to get out. They both ran from the house and left their tools there, and said they weren't going back in for them, and would not be returning, and that they should just burn the house down. My uncle was at his sister's house. Her grandson was going to run to get food, and asked my uncle if he wanted to tag along. He said he did, but he needed to put shoes on, and he would meet him upstairs in a few minutes. So the grandson walks down the hall and my uncle starts putting on his shoes. He looks up and sees the boy down the hallway just standing there staring at him. He tells him again he will meet him upstairs, and the boy turns and walks into the bathroom at the end of the hall and starts combing his hair. My uncle finishes putting his shoes on, and when he looks to the bathroom, the boy is closing the door. He figured he needed to use it, so he decides to wait until he gets out and keeps watching TV. So he waits and waits and waits. Half hour goes by, so my uncle decides to just go up and wait for him upstairs. He gets up there and finds the grandson had left a long time ago. A few minutes later, the grandson is back. My uncle is totally confused and asked him when he left the bathroom. The boy had no idea what he was talking about and said he never combed his hair or anything. On top of that, the boy gets a little freaked out and shares his own story. One night he had stayed in the house and got up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water from the kitchen. His grandmother was sitting at the table, no lights, totally still. He stood there for a minute and it felt weird to him, so he walked back to his room. On his way back, he looked into his grandmother's room to see her sleeping in there. I guess my aunt has no idea that these things happened. They don't want her to be scared in her own home. But seriously, what the hell? I started my first part-time job at 16, at a place where most of my co-workers were older college people. I didn't act like a 16-year-old idiot, so I got to be friends with them, and they would invite me to parties and such. They had just moved into a new house because the rent was half of what they were paying before. I had overheard them saying they didn't like it, and were looking for something else, but no one had given any specific reason as to why. I figured it was because the house was in a semi-rough shape and was located in a run-down older part of town. One evening, Dave invites me to hang out for pizza, beer, and movie night. I get over there, and Dave has already got the refreshments ready. We then pick a movie. I go to sit down on a couch that was against the back wall, but he motions for me to come to the one on the other side of the room, which faced into the open kitchen and hallway, which led to the other bedrooms. A little while into the movie, I begin to see the lights being turned off from under the cracks of the back bedroom doors. I kind of wonder why his roommates didn't come out and get some pizza or watch the film. I then hear one of the bedroom doors open and close a few times. Dave turns the TV up a little. A few minutes later, I hear people walking around in the back of the house, and Dave turns the TV up some more. A short while after that, I hear someone talking loud enough to be heard over the TV, but not enough to understand what exactly was being said. I look at Dave, and he has this weird look on his face, and he turns the TV up louder still. Then the door slams shut, the TV gets turned up some more, and finally I see movement out of the corner of my eye, and turn to look, thinking one of the roommates has come out of the back bedroom into the kitchen. No one is there, but the kitchen cabinets are now open, when moments before they had been closed. All of the hairs stand up on my arms and my neck, and I jump up. I look over at Dave, and I could tell by his face he knew why I had jumped up, and I ask him what the hell is going on. Dave proceeds to tell me that they had been experiencing stuff like this since they moved in. The reason I was invited over that evening was because his other roommates had gone out of town, and Dave did not want to be alone in the house. There was also the reason why he took the couch that did not have a view of the kitchen and hallway leading to the back bedrooms. Needless to say, I left immediately, was extremely pissed about being invited into a freaking haunted house without a heads up, and about 2 months later they suddenly moved out of the house with such speed that they left some stuff behind. It took a little prying, but Dave said he woke up and an old woman was leaning over his bed and looking down at him. He said he screamed and raised his hands to defend himself, and she just disappeared. This happened a few years ago and still creeps me out. When I was in 8th grade, I went on a school trip that was called the Louisiana Tour. It was mostly going around to significant sites in South Louisiana. One of the places we went to was the Myrtle Plantation, which is considered to be one of the most haunted places in the country. There were all kinds of stories about the place, but at one point we were standing in a room as a part of a larger group, and the tour guide was talking about something. I don't remember what. As I'm standing there, I started to hear what sounds like someone hitting a piano key. After I heard it a few times, I began to look around for the source of the noise, but didn't see a piano, although I kept hearing it. I asked one of my friends who was standing near me if they heard it, and they said no. When I heard it again, I said, "There it is," and that they must have heard it. They thought I was crazy. So I went back to looking around the room. Everyone's eyes were on the tour guide except for one woman. She caught my eye and pointed at me, and then at her ear with a questioning look. I realized she was asking if I heard it too, and I nodded. At this point, the tour guide starts telling a story about a soldier who had died there, and that he played the piano, and multiple guests have reported hearing him playing in the night. I honestly didn't know what to think. I guess I still don't. I talked to the woman as well as we were leaving the room, and she had heard the exact same thing as me, but her husband and son hadn't heard a thing. Me and a good friend are watching my girlfriend's house. She has 2 dogs and we decided to stay there as it was only going to be 5 days, so no big deal. So we did pretty much nothing the first day, ate top ramen and watched the Science Channel. We're pretty cool, I know. The house is pretty creepy. It's an older house that used to be an old speakeasy that burnt down a long time ago and was rebuilt to be the current house. I don't know if it's true. It's quite possible, it could be, that my girlfriend's dad is messing with me. But what I do know is while I was asleep, my friend woke me up and asked if I turned the oven on. Apparently it turned on by itself. It happened several times through the week, and we were rightfully freaked out. One day I go home and do stuff around the house, so I left him at the house alone. I soon got desperate texts that the dogs were freaking the hell out, and he heard heavy footsteps upstairs. Now I thought he was just milking it and being a dick and trying to mess with me, but the next day he left to go out with his girlfriend, and the same thing happened to me. But I was upstairs in the shower and I heard clear heavy footsteps and no one was home, and the dogs were freaking the hell out downstairs. I literally stayed in the shower for half an hour to build up the courage to check the house. I've told my girlfriend and she claims it's just mice. So, these mice weigh well over 100 pounds, as they were some heavy-ass footsteps, similar to a man with boots on. True story. I'm from Victoria, Australia, and when I was little, I lived in a small town with my 3 sisters, one of which was my twin. Not that it's important, but it adds context. My mother was also with us, but she and my father were divorced, so it was just us. My father has always stood by his encounters, of which he believes to be a ghost. He lived there for a very short time before he and my mother split, so he had very few experiences to regale me with. One night, he was sleeping next to my mother, and he kept hearing her whisper, and it was bothering him, as he had to get up early for work, so he told her to be quiet and let him sleep. A few moments later, he felt her right next to his ear, and her breath brushed his earlobe. and he turned over in frustration, ready to tell her off. But his mouth remained open, as she was dead asleep and silent, as still as the pillow she lay. He was stunned, and when he asked her about it the next morning, she had no idea what he was talking about. Another time, when we were all young, he had put me and my sisters all to bed and sat out in the living room and watched the TV. Then a little while later, he heard running up and down the hallway. He assumed it was us mucking about and not staying in our beds, so he got up and walked up the hallway to our shared bedroom and saw we were all fast asleep. We were little children and definitely would not be convincing actors, as he knew we were definitely asleep. A chill went up his spine, and he kept running up the hallway, and every time he checked, we hadn't moved a muscle. One thing I remember is waking up to the feeling of being shoved out of bed. I recall feeling pushed very hard out of my single bed, so hard I actually landed a few feet away, and my side hurt when I got back up. Of course, being a child, I didn't even know what a ghost was, but I was certainly confused, but went back to sleep, as my sisters were asleep, and there was no one there to have possibly shoved me out of bed in the middle of the night. Years later, in a completely different house in a different town my family and I moved to, I had heard the story that a man hung himself in the shed outside. That was creepy enough, but I had no choice. From the very first night I stayed there, I felt a feeling of dread, and like I was being watched. I felt extremely uncomfortable. Most nights, all of us heard the shed door banging all throughout the night, even though it was shut. So my mother placed a large rock in the front of the door, so it couldn't bang against the metal of the shed, but somehow it still created loud bangs every night. My mother was not a very responsible mother, and I would be left on my own a lot in this house when she and my sisters went out. I always felt a little scared, but I had our 2 terriers with me to keep me company. One winter night it was freezing, and the house had no central heating. I was 13 at this point, and had watched my mother light fires multiple times, so I took it upon myself to get a roaring fire going in the fireplace. I was quite proud of my effort, and the living room heated up nicely, and I watched TV and sat there most of the night. My bedroom was freezing, so I decided to drag my mattress out and sleep in the living room where it was warm. I laid down with my eyes closed and tried to fall asleep, but I had that feeling of being watched. I tossed and turned on the mattress and patted my dog that was next to me. It was all silent besides the crackling fire. The light orange glow illuminated the room as a soft yellow, and I looked up at the ceiling to try and lull myself to sleep. I shut my eyes again when suddenly I heard footsteps coming from the left of me, all the way near the front door, which was about 7 meters away. I froze on the spot after looking towards the door and saw no one, but I still heard footsteps that then turned into running. The room was darker now, as the firelight started to dim. The footsteps were so clear, it was as if they were right next to my head. They ran towards me and I grabbed my dog and rolled over in fear, and clutched my dog with a fierce need of protection. Nothing happened. It sounded like they ran right up to me and then just disappeared. I was petrified. My chest quickly moved, and I could hear my heart thrumming quickly in my head. I wasted no time and grabbed my mattress and dragged back to my bedroom and made my bed and shut my bedroom door and laid in it. I had no cell to call my mother, so I had to put up with the fear. Half hour after settling down in bed, I started to calm down. That was until I noticed my dog sitting at the end of the bed with his ears pricked up and his posture very stiff and his head cocked, like he could hear or see something. I heard my door creak open, and my dog started growling. I yelled at my dog to shut up, and huddled up in the blankets. I heard my door creak again, and knew it was open. My dog's head followed something I couldn't see. I ignored my fear and screamed to nothing, "Leave me alone!" and I ran to my door, which I suspected open. I had no idea how it was open when I shut it. I slammed it shut, ran to my bed, grabbed my dog and held him close, and after what felt like hours, did I fall asleep. Nothing happened after that, but the shed door still slammed every night, and nothing we did stop it. I also have a younger cousin who was extremely close to my great-grandmother who died when she was barely a year old. My nana loved her very much, but my younger cousin was seen talking and laughing by herself and talking to no one. Well, at least, no one you could see. She was a toddler when she was asked who she was talking to, and she'd say, "Nana Duncan." This would creep her parents out no end. It happened in the back of cars, and she'd also claimed to be talking to my great-grandfather, who she'd never met, as he sadly died a long time before she was born. She would say, "Poppy Duncan," and say, "He says he misses you." This would happen quite often, and my whole family believes my great-grandparents visit her after their physical selves have left. Another creepy thing involving the same cousin was my father sleeping downstairs at my grandparents' house. The second story was underground like a basement, but it was just another living room with an ensuite. My father had a nightmare in that room, that it was covered in snakes. He woke up and didn't mention it to anyone, as it was unimportant to anything. Later that day, my cousin visited her parents. She turned to my father and pointed downstairs and said, "There's snakes down there, aren't there?" she said with a laugh. This shook my dad. He told my grandparents what happened, and they were all baffled on how the young girl knew what he had dreamed of, or was it just a mere coincidence? I don't believe it was. These are mine and my family's strange experiences. I have no idea what to even call my young cousin, but it's certainly creepy. 15 years ago, my family and I were living in Madagascar, where people are pretty superstitious and always have a lot of great ghost stories. We lived in a huge and old house on the site where my parents worked. The kind with really thick walls and long corridors. We learned rather quickly that this used to be the director's house from long ago, where his wife had died from the plague or something like that. The story always varied depending on who was telling it, but everyone was positive the house was haunted. Generally speaking, the house was indeed scary. The basement was really dark and low, and there are rooms within the basement that were even darker and had white stains above the doorway shaped like skulls. The attic was kind of fun and scary, really goosebumps looky, dusty and huge, and it covered the whole house. But there was a little dark room in there with no window, and I could just feel that I shouldn't go in. It was deep, very clear, an uneasy feeling in my stomach that I didn't want to go in there, but it was almost drawing me in, like something terrible but fascinating. The corridors were really long, so the walks at night to go to the bathroom were always terrifying. The bathroom was just in front of the stairs that climbed up into the attic, and I was always paralyzed with fear when passing it. We also did experience a few strange things. Several times my mum was home alone and saw movement behind her. Some of the windows were probably as old as the house itself, so the glass was uneven and would never give a clear reflection. It was probably nothing, right? When my brother was 9, he woke up and felt and heard someone crying over him. He said he could feel the tears, but he wasn't scared because he knew the person was nice, but simply sad. When I was 12, I felt more than once that someone was sitting on the end of my bed. I would stay paralyzed in fear, so I never dared look up. I could also hear footsteps above my room from the attic. My parents, hardcore scientists, said it was probably rats or an owl, but I was never convinced. It clearly sounded like steps. We stayed there for 5 years, and the weird stuff never stopped. Nothing truly horrifying happened, just the constant feeling of dread and unease. We're all on the science side, so not really superstitious, and try to look for reasonable explanations, but maybe the stories and the appearances of the house did get to us in our imagination. In any case, we moved out and have never experienced anything remotely like that since. I lived in a haunted house. It was an old farmhouse in rural Norway that had a reputation for being haunted. The house belonged to my now ex-wife's family, and no one was staying there, as it was her uncle's summer cottage, and we needed a place to stay, so we used it. It was actually very comfortable, nestled in a valley on a fjord. We brought our cat with us from the US when we moved in, and I loved it there. Everything was pretty normal for the first few months, but that's when the voices started. At first they were indistinguishable, just the muffled noises of women talking, easy enough to dismiss, but then it got more intense. One night the lights came on in the kitchen. We could smell food cooking, and there were women talking in there. Now I should note, she kind of had a nosy family that would just show up whenever they felt like it, but this was 3 a.m. I was more angry than freaked out. I got up and headed towards the kitchen, still hearing the voices, but they stopped as soon as I began to open the kitchen door. I opened it and went inside. The lights were still on, the oven was turned off but warm, and the smell of food lingered in the air. But alas, no one was there. Things started to get more sinister after that. There were screams in the cellar and the attic, usually in the middle of the night, and the cat was getting increasingly agitated as time went on, acting like she could see things that weren't there, chasing things that were invisible, hissing at the air. This led us to the event that had us note right the hell out of there. We woke up to the cat making this horrific howl/screeching noise in the living room. I go to see what's happening, and I didn't see her right away, but there she was. My white, fluffy, blue-eyed cat standing on the ceiling in complete defiance of gravity, eyes glowing red in the country moonlight and howling. My wife came out and saw this and screamed. The cat stopped howling and just stared at us. Then, the cat opened her mouth and said, "Get out," in Norwegian, in the voice of an old woman. As soon as the words were uttered, the red glow faded from her eyes and the cat fell from the ceiling on the floor, got up, and acted like nothing happened. We slept at her parents' that night and moved out the next day. That was enough. When I was little, my parents divorced, and I went to live with my dad, as he was moving to a new town. We ended up buying this big house out in the country, outside a little podunk town. This house was huge for the two of us, but it was right on a little pond with an island, so it was cool. There were other houses around, but it was basically surrounded by cornfields, which scared the hell out of me because of the movie Children of the Corn, which had just come out, and it still terrifies me to this day. Anyway, freaky stuff started happening almost immediately after we moved in. On Halloween, my dad and I brought this huge pumpkin, carved it, and put it in the front window. We went out of town one night, and when we came back, it was smashed in the middle of the living room, 10 feet from where it was sitting. I didn't think much of it because my dad played it off, but I then heard him on the phone with his new girlfriend later that night, saying how freaky it was. He moved on pretty quick after Mum, straight player. Weird and random noises happened pretty much every night, and we just grew used to it. Even voices started, but my dad always told me it was the house settling. I have never heard a house say the name Jeffrey, even when it settles. That was when I would always hear someone calling out. But then there are 2 messed up instances that happened that first scared us into selling the place. Even years later, my dad still talks about how it freaked him out. The first was the night when we had a really bad storm. I was 10 or so. My dad was done letting me crawl into bed with him anymore, so I had to brave that on my own. It was about 3 in the morning, and this storm had been raging for a few hours. We hear this loud boom from the first floor. Both of our rooms were on the second, and then we hear glass shattering. My dad yells at me to stay upstairs and he goes down to investigate. He came back up 20 minutes later and tells me to go to sleep. Turns out our bay windows had been blown out during the storm. The freaky thing was all the glass was outside the house, not in shards in the room. He got it fixed the next day and never mentioned it again. The second was when we had to pull down the attic that was in the hallway between my bedroom and the bathroom. One night I woke up to go to the bathroom, and as I was walking down the hall I ran into the hanging attic door. My dad was sound asleep in his room, so it freaked me out. However, as I was walking back to my room after my piss, I ran into that door again. I heard some rustling going up on in there, and figured it was my dad, so walked past it towards his room, but he was in there snoring. I freaked out and told my dad. He got up, turned on his bedroom light, all angry at me. We both looked into the hall, and even though the hallway light was off, we could tell the attic was now closed. My dad was pissed, told me to go to bed and turned off the light. To this day, I still turn on every damn light upstairs of my current house when I have to pee, much to the dismay of my wife. We moved soon later, and I have never gone back to that place. About a year ago, my family and I were visiting with my dad and stepmom. She was actually the girlfriend from the original story, and we got to talking about the house and how it tormented me. My stepmom said she stopped going over there because of all the weird haunting stuff. My dad said he never told me growing up because he knew it would scare me, but he knew the house was haunted. He said the house used to be in town, but when the widow who lived there finally died, the new owners decided to move it out to the country on the land by the pond. He said the day they moved in just happened to be the old lady's funeral. He said they purposefully drove the house by the graveyard as they were having the cemetery, and stopped and opened the front door to let her spirit back in. That's messed up. Anyway, the new owners didn't stay there long, and my dad bought the house shortly thereafter. And that explained a lot as to why so many strange things kept happening. When I was about 10, I watched my mum's purse slide from the kitchen counter, hover in midair for about 15 seconds and then slam to the ground. I can't say I remember running, as it doesn't seem like my feet touched the ground. When I found my mum outside, all I could manage was, "Mum, your purse, it fell," and a dead stare. All she replied was with, "Pick it up then, please," as she shook her head. In this same apartment to this day, as my mother still lives there, a ghost, or whatever you want to call it, drops some rolls, what sounds like marbles on the ceiling. Sometimes it sounds like bowling balls, others golf. They drop from a good height, it bounces and rolls, as you would expect them to on a hard linoleum floor covering solid concrete. After a quick search online now, the likely culprit is actually water moving in the pipes, apparently. I would totally jump over any explanation, to be honest. Except I have yet to hear one that explains why the hell it would follow you around from room to room, even while running down the hall to leave the apartment. I used to call the ghost Charlie, after my imaginary friend from kindergarten. Then we found out that several others would hear this anomaly, and we changed the name to Mason, as in masonry, due to the fact that he lived in the cement of the building. The building manager and the HUD had gotten numerous complaints about the issue, just pointing out that my mother and I are not the only ones, and we're convinced a ghost child is responsible. When I was growing up, I'd be walking down the hallway and feel something touching my shoulder. I'd turn around and nothing was there. One time I was playing A Link to the Past and saw this shadowy head peek around the corner. I freaked out. My mum was in the kitchen, the room where the shadowy head came from, and said nothing was there. My dad would read bedtime stories to me, and we would hear knocking. I always thought it was him doing the knocking. I knocked on the bed frame a few times to mess with him, but remember hearing the knocking as well, and he swears it wasn't him. We moved out a few years and moved back in. My first or second night, I woke up to see the bright lights right outside the house. It looked like the moon, but it was far too bright. I also remember it being right outside the house, not behind things like the moon should be. This one could be a dream, but I specifically remember my parents mentioned the fact that I woke them up in the middle of the night to tell them about this random thing that happened. It doesn't necessarily mean it was a dream. We sold the house and moved out. I remember laying across in my bed from my parents' room as we downsized one morning, and I was trying to get back to sleep. I had woken up to take a leak, but my parents were up and talking, and I heard my dad saying about how he was pretty sure the house we used to live in was haunted. Oh, and the house I grew up in burnt down. The lady who bought it had kids, and one of the kids burnt it to the ground. A few years ago, we moved into our house that was first built in 1941. The garage had been plastered with tons of conventional brochures and airline tickets for this guy named Ray. They were all from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Not after moving in, I was alone in the house and walked into my bedroom when, clear as day, someone whispered in my ear, "I'm not ready yet." Yeah, creep out central. I'm pretty sure that was Ray, and I've since decided he's pretty harmless. I occasionally hear someone moving around when there's no one else home. The cat is always staring at something invisible, and my daughter has occasionally told me there was someone in her room when there wasn't. Stuff doesn't move around when he doesn't seem so angry, so we just laugh about it and talk to him. Well, those were pretty creepy. I hope you enjoyed. Next up, I'm going to be hitting you with some ghost stories. The first time I saw a ghost, I was 18. I was working at a care center, and one of my favorite residents was named Mort. She ate the same breakfast every day, toast with butter and grape jelly. So around 9 a.m. I got her toast ready. At 9:15 she came down, and she was a little late, but no worries. I said good morning and set the toast down in front of her. She nodded, I smiled, and went back to the kitchen. I came out later to an empty table, with untouched toast sitting there. That was weird, so I asked my CNA where Maud went. She looked at me sadly. "Honey, didn't you hear? Maud passed away about a half hour ago. She died peacefully. Her kids were in her room when she passed. It was really beautiful." I looked at the clock. It was 9:45, exactly a half hour since Maud came down for breakfast. Maud was as real to me as the table I set her toast on. If I had reached out, I swear I could have touched her, but it obviously wasn't the physical her. And I have believed in ghosts ever since. Of course, it helps that my co-workers and I can still see them all the time. In my childhood home, there were always weird things that happened. Bumps in the night, pots and pans clanking, floors moaning. Around the age of 10 or so, things started to get worse. Our living room and dining room were connected. They were basically one giant room. The dining room had a push-button dimmer light. It had to be physically pushed in for the light to come on, and it made a distinct click when it was pushed. My stepmother was out on a business trip, so it was me, my sister, and my father all watching TV in the living room, with our backs to the dining room, when all of a sudden, the button makes the click noise, and the light turns on. We all look at each other in disbelief, more specifically my sister and I. My father seemed more curious than anything. I specifically remember feeling sick to my stomach after it happening. Something just didn't feel right. I could see in my sister's eyes that it didn't feel right with her either. My father investigated it and chalked it up to some electrical malfunction, but my sister and I both heard the click of the button. Things began to get weirder after that. There would be a good bit of time in between things, but they continued to happen for a few years. Sometimes before I fell asleep, a shadowy figure would come into my room. Sometimes I would see it in the corner, sometimes at the foot of my bed, and other times it would be next to me. I never feared it, and I never told anyone, because who would believe it? Eventually it progressed. I would wake up and see it in the corner of the room, on the ceiling, and it started to become more distinct. It was missing a chunk of its head, and its eyes were black. Its nose looked like what you'd see for someone whose face was decayed, and its mouth was black. Now I became more intrigued as to who and why, but I didn't pay it any attention. It started to wake me up in the middle of the night. It would never hurt me or anything, but I still don't sleep with my feet out from under the covers, and it's been 15 years. It would show up next to me and just be there for a minute. I would look up and back at it, and eventually it would go away. Eventually it started getting on the bed. It would wake me up and be right in front of my face, and I mean directly in front, looking at me with its mouth or lack thereof, and its black holes for eyes staring into me. I'd close my eyes for a second and open them, and it would still be there. For some reason I refused to move at all when it all happened. I'd remain very still and would just let it pass. It wasn't like I was paralyzed or anything, but my curiosity wanted to see what it would do, and every time it would wake me up and be at my face, and it would eventually just disappear into the dark. As time went on, I began waking up with scratches on my stomach, my back and my legs. I knew it couldn't have been me scratching myself because I chew my nails to the point where there are none. Always have. And it was always 3 scratch marks. The worst one went from my right shoulder across my chest and down my left hip diagonally across my body. The last time that I saw it, I woke up, and it was at the side of my bed, and this time it appeared bigger, taller. It stood there for a second this time, and I physically couldn't move. My legs and arms felt like they were 1,000 pounds apiece. The figure then started to lean over the bed, and it began to disappear into my body. The whole thing took a few seconds and it was all over, and never happened again after that. 8 years later, it's Christmas time, and the whole family is at my sister's house. We all have a few drinks and start talking about old times. The subject comes up about my parents' old house being haunted. Naturally, my parents are poking fun at me and my sister for discussing the different weird things that happened there. Now, like I said, I'd never told anyone about the figure, because who would believe me, right? Then my sister says, "And the figure that would come in the night? The face?" I interrupted her and said, "The one with the blacked out eyes and mouth and no nose?" She looks at me in disbelief and says, "Oh my God, yes, that one." We had discussed it for a little bit, and then moved on. I think the creepiest part is the validation of such a weird childhood memory. My family moved to a different state right as I started high school. Our new house was only a few years old, on a beautiful lot with a golf course nearby, and it was the biggest house we'd ever lived on. I had my own bedroom and bathroom, and needless to say I was super excited to live there. And the first night in my new room, I was visited by the sleep paralysis demon. It was horrifying, because I'd never had sleep paralysis before, but after moving in, and throughout the entire time I lived there, I suffered from sleep paralysis episodes nearly every single night. Just in that room though. If I fell asleep on the couch, I would be fine. I would always see a partially vicious shadow figure pretty much every time I turned off the light in my room at night. I wish I could adequately describe the terror of this thing. You could just feel how it absolutely hated you and wished you harm, even when the lights were on. It was like it was always there, just hiding in the deepest shadows, waiting for its chance to come out. So, when there wasn't any lights, I could see the shadow figure clearly standing in the corner, or in front of the window, or in the doorway. I had a mirror in my room, and that was the most unnerving place to see it. I always kept a light on in my room, and that kept most of the nastiness away. My little brother, whose bedroom was next to mine, didn't have such luck. Unlike me, who really only got spooked at night, my brother's bedroom was legit haunted. It didn't matter to me what time of day it was, or that the lights were on or off. It was always frightening to go into that room. Even passing by the door was uncomfortable. Once you stepped inside, an unwelcoming chill enveloped you, and you felt like you were being watched by something evil, like honestly, truly evil. Something so wretched and malicious that you just somehow knew if you're caught by this thing you'd be hurt or killed or something worse. Like if your soul had instincts, then they'd be screaming at you to run. And that's just how it felt to drop off laundry in the middle of the day. It was so much worse at night. Unlike me, who had a measly shadow figure to contend with, my brother had something actually manifest at night. I'm not really sure how to describe this entity. Terrifying, vicious, mean, evil. It both had a form, but also didn't. It was like the embodiment of hatred and ill intention. Everyone in my family had encounters with this entity. My parents saw it right after we moved in, and they went into my brother's room to set up his bed. I would often catch glances of it when I passed his bedroom and the door was ajar. My sister saw it, and she went inside to help with chores. It was suffocating being in that room. My brother spent only a few nights in his room before moving in with my youngest brother. He only kept some clothes in there, otherwise he never went inside. Like I mentioned before, I moved into that house just in time for my freshman year of high school, so 9th grade, and I found a wonderfully idealistic circle of friends. I just had the best time with these nerds. Like Ali, introduced us to the Japanese version of Sailor Moon, with violence. Anyway, as all young girls do, we decided to have a sleepover, and I happily volunteered my house for the occasion. I was super pumped. My mum helped me prepare snacks and everything. And on that fateful night, me, Ali, Christina, Whitney, and Tiffany all congregated in the basement living room, which we all called the den, with the intention of staying up all night. After fangirling about whatever for a few hours, we had the bright idea to play some night games, but since it was the fall, it was kind of a little too cold to comfortably play outside. Christina was always the de facto leader of our group, and she decided that we should play hide and seek. But we had to play with the lights off, otherwise it would be too easy. We weren't children after all. We set up some ground rules. The only off-limits place was my parents' room, or my older sister's room. But since my two younger brothers were going to join us, we would invade their rooms without the risk of bothering them. We played a few rounds, each of us taking it in turns being it, and it was so much fun. Dead silence, and then the happy squeal of someone being discovered. And then it was my turn to be the seeker. I found Ali under a pile of blankets in the den. Whitney was under the kitchen table, Tiffany in the laundry room, and my brothers were in the downstairs storage room. But where was Christina? At first it was funny. Wow, she's good at hiding. Must have found a great spot. Okay, it's been like 10 minutes. Come out now. I enlisted the rest of the group to help look for Christina. We searched the house from top to bottom, except for my brother's super haunted room. I just poked my head in and called out Christina, and when no response was forthcoming, I quickly backed out and shut the door. After 30 minutes of searching, we really started to get concerned, like we were considering waking up my parents to help find her. It was no longer funny. But before I bothered them, I decided to steel my nerves and really search my bedroom, and if she wasn't in there, then perhaps my brother's room. I had to be sure she wasn't in there before getting the authorities, as in my parents, involved. Anyway, I marched in there and flipped on my lamps. There was a hush in there that didn't feel like the usual level of creepiness that I'd somehow gotten used to. It really felt like something was unsettlingly wrong. I suddenly somehow knew Christina was in my brother's room, even though we had checked it before. I didn't actually dare go inside that room, dread and fear clawing at me, so I asked all my friends to come in with me. We pulled the door open, flipped on the lights, and stepped in. It was dead silent and cold. There was almost a prickling sensation that washed over us when we walked in, as if we'd walked through some kind of sharp cobweb. Instantly, a terror enveloped us like a perverse nausea, as if there was something truly evil laughing silently at us. And it was scary. It was so scary standing in that room, even with the lights on, even surrounded by friends. I looked under the bed, and without direct light casting the shadow away, it was unnaturally pitch black under there. "Christina?" I called, but there was no answer. I didn't look closer. I was too frightened to stare into the dark for longer. Instead, I looked at my brother's desk. At first, I didn't see anything, but it was like there was an unnatural visual distortion, like a ripple in the shadows, and that's when I saw her. Christina. My headstrong, fearless friend was curled underneath the desk, shaking and sobbing uncontrollably. I hadn't seen her like that before. I hadn't even heard her like that before, none of us had. But as soon as we saw her, everyone rushed to comfort her. She was pale and very obviously not okay. I remember exactly what her words were and how she replied in a shaky, weak voice. "Christina, what happened? Are you all right?" I saw a ghost." We got her out of there, and I ended up waking up my mum because us teenage girls weren't equipped to help Christina calm down. In the end, Christina opted not to go home. Later I learnt her mother was very abusive to her, which may have contributed to why she was so highly affected by the dark entity in my brother's room, and we spent the rest of the evening subdued in the basement, as far away from the haunted room as possible with all the lights on. Christina was absolutely traumatized from the encounter, and it took several months before she could even talk about what happened. Basically, she went into my brother's room, hid under the desk, but then the dark, evil entity that haunts the room held her down and prevented her from leaving. It spoke to her in some sort of dark language, clearly using words to tear her down. It stood in front of the desk, preventing her from leaving. She was stuck in what felt like hell for half an hour until we found her. The entire time I knew her, she never could bring herself to actually describe what the thing looked like. It would just spook her out way too much. It's one thing to have something scary happen to you, but it feels so different when your best friend is traumatized like that. It was definitely scary as hell, and I don't wish it upon anyone. The house I lived in from birth until I was 11 was pretty close to a hospital for the mentally ill. Nothing like an Outlast or House on the Hill, and it's been shut down for a good few years and turned into houses. My parents worked there. My mum is a psychiatric nurse and my dad worked on the wards, where the guys were deviants, so they'd do stuff like eat sheets and play in their own filth, scratch off their lips, stuff like that. We lived in a house about 500 yards away. From an early age, my parents tell me I'd be heard laughing uncontrollably. This lasted until I was 2, when I'd have full-blown conversations, as much as a 2-year-old could, and I vividly remember a kid making shapes with his hand in the light, which would set me off. I used to draw on the walls of my room next to my bed. I seemingly was obsessed with drawing police cars and crowds of people chasing a man. At first, my drawings were unintelligible, but as I approached 4 or 5 they were getting better, and that's when my parents remember me drawing. Always police cars chasing a man. I showed no interest in police or playing cops and robbers outside of this. I played with the kids. I believed one of the funniest things that happened was he locked me in a coal shed from the outside. He told me to get inside, so I did, and then ran away. My mum heard me screaming and asked how I got in there, as there was only one way to lock it from the outside, and they did not believe me that it was this kid. This is where it gets freaky. As I aged, I grew out of taking notice of this person who seemed to frequent my room. I awoke one night, I think I was around 6, to a loud bang downstairs. My parents' room was across the landing, so I walked across, looked down at the stairs, and was frozen in terror. We had a draft excluder that was like a snake. It was hanging on the door handle of the front, swinging. There was a man slowly walking up the stairs, and I screamed and the man went away. I heard a voice telling me to come here, and I passed out and woke up in my bed as if it were a dream. I woke up the next day and saw the snake still on the handle, and it freaked me right out. My parents didn't tell me until I was much older, before we'd lived there, that a man had escaped from the hospital, come to the house, stolen a kid, took him back, and hidden him in a shed on the hospital site for 2 days before he was found. One night in 2005, I was laying in my bed reading a book or playing on my laptop. I can't remember. My younger sister was asleep a few feet away and my mum was downstairs drinking and playing tapes on the stereo in the living room. I heard what sounded like a girl say, "Mum? Mum?" My mum turned the stereo off and went to the bottom of the stairs and shouted, "What is it, Sandy?" My little sister. I stepped onto the landing and said, "Mum, she's asleep." "What was that? Sounded like a little girl." My mum said, "Yeah, I heard it too." To this day I don't know what it was, but there is a story about our property that a little girl was autistic and was kept in a shack with her grandmother on the back part of the property. I don't know how true the story was, but it fit. Was it the ghost girl calling for her mother? The only thing I can say is that it absolutely happened. When I was in my teens, my family went for a retreat to an old bungalow near the sea. There was a huge mango tree at the side of the garden. I woke up at 3 a.m. due to being in unfamiliar surroundings and noticed my dad outside of the garden staring at the mango tree. I couldn't get back to sleep, so I joined my dad out on the garden. We kept looking at those big, juicy mangoes located very high up the tree, and at the time I thought it would be a great idea to climb up and pluck some at 3 in the morning. I climbed up to about 15 feet, started plucking those mangoes when my dad collected them from down below. While I was trying to reach a particular mango on a faraway branch, I felt like my hair fell down covering half my face, so I absent-mindedly tucked it behind my ears. As I tried to reach it again, it fell down covering part of my face again. Then I froze. Since when did my hair get so long? I didn't dare look up, and kept staring down at my dad, who was busy picking up mangoes and didn't have a clue to what was going on. Slowly I made my way back down, and only plucked up the courage to look up once both my feet were firmly planted on the ground. I didn't manage to see anything. That's when I heard the faint female laughter coming from up the tree. When I was around 12, I lost my older cousin to cancer. He was only 27. About a year into his diagnosis, colon cancer, he was doing pretty badly. His prognosis was grim, and he knew he was going to die. But he was still able to live alone, visit with us, etc. He'd mow his own yard, swim, and do other basic things. He wasn't bedridden at this point. He was washing dishes when he heard a noise coming from his bedroom, which was at the end of the hallway across the living room. He walked to the edge of the kitchen and could see across the living room and down the hall. There was a person standing there. He said he felt no fear but mostly curiosity because no one should have been in his house. He also said it felt off. His subconscious knew something. It was something different, but that he shouldn't be afraid. He walked down the hall, and the woman was his great-grandma, not my side of the family, who had died when she was pretty young. She smiled at him and gestured into the bedroom, where 2 more women stood. He didn't recognize either of them. One smiled at him, the other had more of a stern look. They talked briefly. He asked if they were there because he was dying. They were, but she assured him that he still had a bit of time left. She said the other women were family, but didn't name them. She basically told him that she loved him, and knew he was scared, but that she would be here for him when it was his time. Then they were gone. No fading or anything, just instantly no longer there. His fiancée came home shortly after, and he was just sitting outside in the sun looking happy and calm. She thought he had good medical news. He said that after this experience, he just had so much less fear, and it was like he had taken a pill that covered him in good feelings. He wasn't religious at all. He was very sure it wasn't a dream and wasn't under any treatment. He died about 8 months later. As a kid, this scared me a lot. I was always afraid that if I dreamt about a deceased family member, it meant that I was going to die. This happened to a friend a few years back. Back then, we had a habit of going for walks at night by my dorm school. He didn't live very far, so after walking me back, he walked home through a newly built park connector that took about half-hour to get to his area. This was past midnight, and I was chilling in my dorm room when he called and sounded really freaked out. He rambled that he'd been walking for close to an hour and hadn't reached any of the landmarks that the signs along the path mentioned, the whole X meters until some road, etc. The whole area was empty, and even the houses lining the park were quiet and dark, and there was no noise, crickets, animals, anything. After a while on the call, he told me he finally exited into a road into a neighborhood he didn't recognize. It was still empty, but there was a taxi at the side of the road. The car was running after peeking in, and there was no one in it. He continued walking, and after a bit, the taxi suddenly slowly drove off. Long story short, he eventually ended at the main road. I didn't think he was making it up, because he's not the sort to do so. He went back to the area again, and actually encountered something. I forgot the details of what happened there, but he managed to take a picture. What it looked like was a shadow figure, human-shaped silhouette melting into the ground. It was certainly very strange. I find that the thing with paranormal experiences is that you've got to live it to believe it. That's what happened to me. I had this experience in 2016 when I visited Mel, my cousin's home. I was dropping off her mum at home. Since it was a long drive and it started getting dark, they asked me to stay over. The next morning I wake up late and Mel served us breakfast and told me her mum and she were going to the local market and her husband has gone to attend an emergency work. She told me to lock the doors, so I locked the doors and turned on the heater and went to grab some towels in the guest room. When I came back, the switch was turned off. I thought it was faulty switches, which is the only logical explanation when you have no belief in the paranormal. So I switched it on again and entered the shower and locked the door. Halfway through the shower, I heard something, and it was like someone knocking on the bathroom doors from the outside, and it freaked me out good and proper. I tried to open the doors, and it was locked from the outside. So I started banging and shouting that I have a phone and that I will call the cops if they don't leave. A few seconds later, the door just opened itself with no lock sound, and I rushed out to check the house for intruders. All the doors and windows were closed, except the front main window, which had crossbars, so there's no way someone could have entered through that except for a cat. I came to the conclusion that the door could have been stuck, so I let it pass despite the fact I heard someone locking it from the outside. 20 minutes later, Mel and her mum returned and told me to stay over because it's the weekend and she was planning to cook ribs. So I stayed over. In the evening around 3:30, Jeff came home. Later, we were sitting in the patio and discussing about random stuff. Mel went to check on the ribs, and I heard her voice calling, "Mum." So I turned right to her mum and saw Mel sitting beside her mum, and I was still hearing Mel's voice clearly from inside the house. For a moment, I was completely frozen. I panicked and said, "Do you hear that?" Jeff just replied, "Don't acknowledge it. It'll stop on its own." I was totally freaked out. What the hell was going on? Mel said they sometimes hear voices or paranormal activity happening around the house, but it didn't occur frequently. I was like, the hell are you for real? You're telling me something unexplainable is happening around you and you're okay with that? Jeff told me there was around 12 to 15 bodies found in the lake during the late 90s before they moved in. The lake is right behind the house, about 30 meters away. And the previous owner of the house was a priest who was involved in exorcism activities, which they came to know later. Mel's in-laws bought the property in 2003 without any knowledge of it. Mel and Jeff moved in around 2009 after refurbishment. Jeff said they'd sometimes see a small girl in a white frock giggling and running in the house, and he assured me nothing harmful has ever happened to them in all these years. The moment you find something beyond your understanding is happening around you, it will completely mess you up. I was around 21 at the time, and ever since that incident, I had a feeling of someone following me in the dark, or someone constantly watching me. I had to take medication and do mental exercise for 3 years, and tried to keep myself around friends and family at all times. This happened to my ex-stepbrother, 16 or more years ago. When I was around 13, my dad had taken a job in another state about 4 hours away. He would stay in an apartment during the week and would come home on his weekends off. A few years later, my older stepbrother, around 17 at the time, began seeing what he claimed was an old woman around our local home. She would never do anything malicious, but she only presented herself to him. It would often be times when he was home alone. This went on for a few months. Nothing more than your typical, "What do you want?" conversations. He said she would speak to him, most times saying that she was getting taller and mundane statements like that. One night, while me, my youngest stepbrother, and stepmother were visiting my father, we get a call from my older stepbrother. He was frantically telling my dad that he needed to get his hunting rifles out of his truck and lock them up inside. The odd part here is that my dad never left hunting rifles in his vehicle. At first my dad shrugged it off, thinking maybe he had just mentioned in passing that he had left them in there in that morning. Then he started to wonder why he would be calling so late and why he sounded so panicky. While my dad went out to recover the guns, my stepmother asked what Brandon, the older stepbrother's problem was. He said that the old lady had woken him, telling him that Randy, my dad, needed to get the guns into the house. She apparently told him that if he didn't, Brian, my youngest stepbrother, was going to get hurt. After this, my stepbrother never spoke of the woman again. We assumed she never came back. A more heartwarming tale involves my ex-stepmother's mum. She was dying of lung cancer, and while she was in hospice care, she would stare out the window and watch hummingbirds feed from a dispenser just outside the window. The day of her funeral, a pure white hummingbird hung around the flowers at the head of her casket for the entire service. Back in 2001, I left for college and my family moved into a house on a lake. My younger siblings were kids at the time and claimed they would see handprints appear along the wall in the downstairs hallway, so they generally avoided hanging out there. Since I never really lived in the house after college, I completely forgot about it. Fast forward to this past November. COVID-19 is raging, so I flew back home to be with my parents since the bi-level house allowed me to quarantine for 2 weeks downstairs. During my isolation, I started to feel a really deep gratitude that we had this house right now, that allowed me to be with my family safely. I would periodically walk up and down the hallway, placing my hand along the walls and saying a little thank you prayer. It was maybe the third or fourth time I did this, when I suddenly remembered the story of the handprints from years ago. Pretty interstellar, if you ask me. This only happened to me once, but left an impression on me. My father and his brother Gary were lifelong dairy farmers in central Wisconsin. We lived close by, and labor was traded during harvest. As I got older, he would send me saying, "You have to go help at Gary's today." I grew up and took over the farm, and cousin Mike took over for his father Gary. Gary died about 15 years ago. Mike sold the dairy herd and found other employment, and I rented his land. My father passed away in 2013. In 2014, I sold the dairy herd. It was an October night in Wisconsin. My cousin Mike started a fire in the wood-fired furnace in the basement and went to bed. His sister had just gotten out of a bad relationship and was living there too. She arrived home from her job at midnight, added some wood to the furnace and went to bed too. Transitioning over to all crops. In the fall of 2015, I was driving around the state, looking at used equipment. What I told everyone is this: passing through the nearest large town, about 25 miles away, I decided to stop and get a meal. Seeing a movie playing that I wanted to see, I stopped to see it, then stopped to a local bar and had a few soft drinks before returning home. Passing by his place on the way home at 3 a.m., I saw flames coming out of the chimney and smoke coming from outside the basement door. I dialed 911 and ran in yelling for them to get up, but there was very little smoke in the stairs of the house. Mike and I went downstairs and found an area about 3 square feet above the furnace on fire. We put it out with a fire extinguisher and mortar. The fire department arrived to put out the chimney fire. There was very little smoke damage to the house and minimal repairs, but a few more minutes and the fire would have burnt up into the kitchen. The truth is, I got home about 10:30 p.m. and went to bed. Sometime a little before 3 a.m., my father, wearing his bib overalls, something he never wore after retirement, opened my room door, turned on the light and said, "Get up, you have to go and help out at Gary's." I remember saying, "In the morning." He then put on his most authoritative voice and said, "No, right now." I sat up bolt upright in bed. My room door was open, the light was on, and the hallway light was on. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, but I knew I had closed the door and turned off the lights, knowing with the adrenaline rush and doubts that I would not get back to sleep. I decided to dress and check on Mike's place, and that is when I saw the fire and smoke. Like I said, I've never told anyone the truth, from the fear that no one would have believed me. Just a little thing to add, my father actually died in this very house. A few years ago I went to a Christmas party. That night my housemates went home earlier, while I decided to stay and get into the Christmas spirit with a few other friends. I ended up getting pretty hammered and got home around 3 a.m. But instead of going straight to bed, I got another beer inside and went out to the back porch to have a smoke and look at the stars. I was outside a few minutes when I see a light go on in the kitchen. My housemate comes out and looks at me out the back. I wave and generally look like a drunk idiot. I thought he was going to come out and get a debrief on the rest of the evening, as there were some good laughs we had irrelevant to the story. Anyway, he just gets a glass of water and goes to bed. I finish my beer and join him. The next morning we're rehashing the previous night when he mentions getting up and seeing me have a smoke out back. Who came back from the party with you? I give him a sideways look and reply, "No one, dude, I was out there alone." He insists, "Nah man, there was someone out there with you, behind you on the porch, when you were looking inside waving." I didn't come out because I thought it was going to be the random friend at the Christmas party I didn't know. I couldn't be bothered to make introductions. To this day he stands by this version of the events. Whoever it was must have been standing nearby, because I saw no one and heard nothing. Gives me the willies each time I think about it. My oldest could talk before she could walk. As a toddler, she always got excited when we invited people over for a party. One particular 4th of July gathering, when her godfather made his usual appearance, she was so excited to see him that she ran to him yelling, "Uncle Tony, Uncle Tony!" Her loud screeches of delight caught my attention, but I wondered who she was yelling for. I saw my brother-in-law scoop her up in his arms, and saw the whole exchange. But who was Uncle Tony? When I caught my husband's attention, I asked, "Who's Uncle Tony?" He answered in a flat tone, "Chucky." I must have had quite a confused look on my face because he quickly explained that his brother, who we've always called Chucky, Rachel's uncle, who was holding her now, had the name the family never used. His name is Anthony, he said, and was named after his own father. He's the only one who called him Tony. Now at this point I had known my brother-in-law for more than 10 years. I even worked with him a few years in the same office and never once heard Chucky called Anthony, or Tony for that matter. I walked over to Rachel and Chucky and asked if he had told her his real name. He answered, "No, why would I?" To this day she still calls him Uncle Tony. She's the only one in the family that does. Her grandfather must have told her this well-kept family secret. After all, he was the one who had given his first son his name. But there's just one problem with this idea. Granddad has been dead for over 40 years. My dad had this habit of knocking his fingers on the wall in our hallway as he walked by, and he had a crackly toe. Together it made a very distinctive sound. We always knew when we were in trouble by the tempo of that sound. My older brother had a kid a few years after my dad died one night, while I'm babysitting, and the kid upstairs is in her crib about 18 months, over the monitor. I can tell she's not napping anymore, but she seems to be occupying herself. Then I hear that noise that my dad used to make, and she giggled. It took me a minute to recognize that sound, but when I did I went upstairs. The door to her room had been closed when I put her down, but now it was open, and she was standing at her crib, looking at the far corner, but there was nothing there. Nothing like a good spook, isn't there? Which is why we're going to keep things dark and investigate some scary happenings while on the night shift. I work as a security/nighttime attendant at an apartment building. It's 24 stories and one of the oldest in the city. One night I'm sitting here when the phone rings at about 3 a.m. and I answer. Hello, this is Daniel at front desk. How can I help you? The voice on the other end sounds female, but was totally garbled, and the only bit I could make out was 23rd floor. I tried to tell the person that I could not understand them and asked which apartment they were in, but again garbled a response, and I just made out 23rd floor. After the third time of trying to understand them and the same response, I said since I couldn't understand them, I would go up and meet them in the hallway. So I go to the main elevators, and surprise, surprise, they are both on the 23rd floor. Fortunately, we have an older service elevator, and it's only on the 7th, so I call it down, get it, and hit the button for the 23rd. But it won't move and the inner door won't close. So I go to unlock the reset panel, and boom, we start going up, door still open. I'm freaking out a bit, and the elevator is shaking because it goes pretty fast and is old. As I'm ascending, I just stay towards the back, and finally, I reach floor 23. I step out, door closes just fine, and I look around the hallway. There's nobody around. I walk along slowly trying to listen for anyone awake who might have called, but there's nothing. So now I head in the opposite direction and go towards where the regular elevators are, and when I get to them, they are just sitting there, with their doors open. I was pretty freaked out, but I knew it would just be the elevators going fritz, so I get in and figured I'd just reset them and get them to floor 1, when I heard the sound of the back stairwell closing. I quickly get out, go to the stairwell, and lo and behold, there's no one there. But the maintenance door to the machine room is ajar, and at that time, I'm the only one in the building with a key. At the top of the building is a large machine room, housing all of the really loud machinery that does stuff in the building and allows access to the roof. I don't like going into there because it's creepy as hell, and no one ever goes in there. So at this point I'm seriously freaked out, but muster up and head inside. Hello? I shout, but to no response. The lights in this room flicker because they're terrible fluorescent, so I can't see well either. But at the end of the room I can make out the roof access door, and sure as hell it's slightly open. So I slowly continue forward, checking the space in between each machine as I walk by, to make sure there's no one there. And there isn't. I open the roof door access. I can't see anyone ahead of me on the roof, but there is a slight wraparound, and if there was a jumper or something, I needed to be sure. So I step out and leave the door ajar like it was. Almost immediately, the door is pulled shut. Now I might have written it off as wind or something, but this door is hard to shut and really hard to open. Really hard. I immediately grab the handle and hank it open, slam it behind me and run straight for the maintenance door. It automatically locks when it's closed, so I slam it shut too and go back to the 23rd floor hallway, get into an elevator, which the doors are still open for, and go all the way down to the 1st floor. I go back to the main lobby, and as soon as I sit down the phone rings. I pick it up, don't say a word, and sure as hell, garbly voice again. The only audible thing I can hear is a voice saying, 23rd floor. I hung up the phone, turned off the ringer, and spent the rest of the evening just staring at the parking garage security monitor. There's been a bunch of creepy things happening in this building. It's basically like the Overlook Hotel at night. I walked past a dark room here on the 1st floor once, and swore I saw myself standing inside it. The next night as I'm inside said room cleaning, the lights flip off, and I turn around to see a quick flash of myself walking past. There must be some creepy ghost or something playing games with me at work. Why was it trying to lure me onto the roof of the building? I can only speculate. Perhaps it wanted to throw me off. I used to work private security at a shopping mall. My partner and I had already had a feeling this place was haunted. One reason being the homicide that happened right before I was hired made it so inclined. The very west of the mall made the hair on my neck stand on end the most, and I don't know why. It's also very good to note there is minimal shelter at this end of the mall. You can see the cats and dogs walking through the windows at night, and they would bark and whine a lot. One night, I was walking to that end of the mall, and I started to feel like something was following me or walking behind me. When I got to the shelter, none of the animals were making a noise, but I swear to God, all of them were awake and staring at or behind me. I got really bad goosebumps and a horrible feeling once in my gut. I put my head down and walked out as fast as possible and closed the door. Once outside, all the negative feelings just went away. I used to bartend, and one of my Friday night duties was closing down the restaurant and counting the money, which meant I was often left alone in the building. I would usually turn off half the light and leave enough on so that I could see. On this particular night, I did the usual closing stuff and was walking through the kitchen to the office where I would count the money. Right by the office, there is a door that leads to the dining area, when out of the corner of my eye, I swear I saw an older man sitting in a section of the restaurant that we referred to as the 20s. When I looked, there wasn't anything there. I wasn't scared, but I went about my business. I opened the restaurant the next morning, and the server working with me had worked at the restaurant on and off for a long time. I was talking to her and said, "Yeah, the strangest thing happened last night. No one was in the restaurant, but then I thought I saw someone." And without skipping a beat, she says, "Oh yeah, the man in the 20 section. He likes hanging out there." The fact she knew it was an old man in the section of the restaurant without me giving specifics sent chills like you can't imagine down my spine. Before my dad became a state police officer, he did some security work at a big factory. He's not normally a superstitious person, but when he told me this with such a weird seriousness to it, it kind of scared me. He's always said, "I don't mess with that stuff," regarding supernatural things. His story was in the early 80s. With working at the factory, he always had the night shift. It was just him, and the factory was big. He had his own little room where he could sit and watch TV, or the radio, relax, or do whatever. Well, the rest of the factory, for the most part besides the exits, were dark, and his job was actually to put the petrol in the factory every hour. He'd grab up his flashlight and just stroll around the place, going down row by row, peeking his head out left and right. One night he set to do his usual run with a flashlight in hand, but he couldn't see that something was unusual to his eye. And when he walked out of the dark, you know the sensation you get when your eyes adjust to the room and you can just make out certain things better? There was something darker in the main hall now, and it was moving. He paused for a minute, and as his eyes fully adjusted, there seemed to be nothing. He took a second swipe with the factory and his light, and then decided that the thing was not worth seeing. He went down to the main row and started his run. Everything was normal, nothing out of the ordinary, although he was a bit on edge, seeing as the factory without big movements and shadows was creepy enough. When the rows of the factory ended, there was a big open area at this end. There was the entrance of a factory. Normally, there would be a dim light at the front, but tonight it had dimmed lower. He thought it was weird and really began to sweat. So instead of investigating any further, he turned from the exit and went back to the main row and got back up to his run. That's when out of the corner of his eye, he saw what he could only describe as a black, cloaked figure. His light hit it and he saw it, tall and distinctly human-like, but nonetheless a figure. He just went right back to his own room. He left the factory and called the owner to tell him he wouldn't be returning, and I don't blame him. I work in a building that's fairly old, and has had at least 2 people die on the grounds, one violently. all of the staff have seen or heard some very weird stuff. The first ghostly incident I experienced was when I was sitting down waiting for the bartender to finish closing out, so that we could go home. The bar had a bunch of copper Moscow Mule mugs hanging the top of it on nails, which were never actually used. I was just sort of staring into space when I saw a very, very pale and very large hand reach down from the ceiling onto the outside of the bar, reach over and flick one of the cups so it started swinging wildly. The second thing I saw was also in the bar area. We have a little stockroom set behind the bar where the bar staff put their purses, so it's pretty normal to have a member of staff back there looking at their phone. It was late in the evening and there was only me and the bartender, and I was looking for her. I glanced over to the stockroom and really clearly saw the dark shape of a person leaning over the counter, which I assumed was the bartender. I said something to her and then turned around to go somewhere else and promptly ran into her as she was cleaning on the floor. The last things I experienced happened on that same night. I was cleaning the washrooms after we closed, and when I was wiping down the counters, I heard the sound of something heavy slam against the wall behind me, and then slowly slide down. When I turned around, nothing was there, and that was the wall that didn't lie against any other rooms. I was really freaked out, so I finished up cleaning and went back to the bar area, and the bartender asked me to lock the front door. There's a little enclosed alcove that you have to stand in to lock the door, so no one can see you while you're doing it. The second I finished locking, and had turned around from the front door when something slammed right into the door, incredibly hard 3 times, rattling it like crazy. Other employees have seen weirder stuff, but this is the only thing I ever experienced. Working in the 3rd largest building on the planet for floor space. It's about 3 a.m. on a Sunday, and I'm walking down an aisle into the middle of my department. At this time the place was nearly vacant as it was a holiday weekend, and we had only myself and a skeleton crew of maintenance workers under my direction working in another department, all of whom were males. As I'm working by my offices on the plant floor, the power goes out, and the plant drops into the most absolute darkness I've ever experienced. Power gone, I hear the various machines spinning down to rest, and the silence becomes overwhelmingly relative to the background noise I'd gotten used to. The faint sounds of running water become evident in the moments after the blackout while I'd begun searching my pockets for my phone and the flashlight it offered. As my hand found the phone, a scream erupted from somewhere nearby. Muffled and distant, it was the kind of scream you hear from a 5-year-old girl in her first haunted house, as the bloody clown steps around the corner and fires up a chainsaw. It startled me so badly. I immediately dropped my phone into an alternate dimension. The scream continued, a constantly fading note that seemed to be moving away from my position. Panicked and terrified, I fumbled around the dirty floor for my phone and found it seconds before the emergency lights lit up the plant with the eerie glow of yellow light. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I looked around me. Muscles tense and ready to defend myself against whatever this was. I tried to radio a few times before I realized that the power outage meant the digital frequencies were useless without the receiver up in the main office. I started to move through the various production lines towards where I assumed the scream had originated, mind working furiously. I had no women in my crew tonight, and we were the only people allowed in the plant. So where had the scream come from? Details began to press into my mind that I hadn't noticed before. The apparent youth of the voice behind the scream made no sense, and it was a scream of pain, the kind you cannot even attempt to control. It had faded away from my position gradually, and then trailed off, as if she had run out of breath. As I stepped towards 2 products on one of the final assembly lines before a wide open space in the next department, the emergency lights dimmed, that audible electricity buff filling the space around me. Struggling to understand what was happening, My senses were again knocked askew when the normal plant lights blazed to life above my head, leaving spots across my vision for a moment and forcing me to raise a hand to shield my eyes. As the shadow crossed my vision, I saw it, or rather, I saw her, only for a moment. She stood there, hands outstretched towards me, a vague outline partially hidden behind one of our products. Dark features were the only distinguishable characteristics I can remember, as my reflexes in that moment had been to blink against the bright lights, and she was gone after that. To this day I have no idea if what I saw was real or if I had imagined it. No tales are told to the mysterious young woman in the repair hall, not by anyone but myself. No one knows of any deaths matching her description in the area, or ghosts known to haunt the plant. Not a soul has heard a scream in the darkness, not before, during, or after those black pre-dawn minutes. Believe me, I tried to find anyone with information that might explain what I saw, all to no avail. I'm left wondering, with a memory more crisp than any photo I've seen, of that young woman standing in the distance, her arms stretched towards me. Needless to say, I did not revisit the location of said event, ever, because nopes don't get any bigger than that. One summer, I was running a poker league in the recreation center of a retirement complex. The property was built on land where my friend's grandfather used to have a flowery nursery many years ago. Despite it being brand new, it was a seriously creepy building. My skin would just crawl just being there. Lights would flicker, it was cold all the time, and it wasn't comfortable. You could just feel something was there. One night, after the players had left, I was hurried cleaning up, so I couldn't get out of there as fast as I would have liked to. I was ready to go, and was halfway to the door when I realized I'd forgotten my keys, and was heading back out when someone cleared their throat in my ear. It sounded like a man. It was deep and directly in my left ear, unmistakable. I bolted, left the doors unlocked, lights on, jumped in my car and drove home to get to my boyfriend at the time. He came back with me and checked the place out, and there was no one there. Months later, I caught up with a friend whose grandfather had owned the nursery. I told her the story of the night and how scared I was. She looked at me like I was pulling her leg and proceeded to tell me that when her grandfather had passed away, her aunt had come home for the funeral. She insisted on sleeping in his bed for the night, and when she woke up the next morning, she told her family how she had heard her father clearing his throat throughout the whole night. I've been working armed security for nearly a decade now, but I still remember working unarmed when I started out in my early 20s. I worked my way to a trusted position with my agency, where at 22 years old, I was assigned to the Colorado Springs Deaf and Blind School. At the time, only senior, more experienced officers were permitted to work there at all, but I was given the 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. shifts, Monday night through Saturday morning. A little backstory on the Deaf and Blind School. It was opened in the early 1870s and was where the burdened children of the state were sent to learn and live, but many were put to work there as laborers working fields or manufacturing items. Because of a number of ailments, accidents, or pre-existing health conditions, a large number of children and staff passed while there, to where, in the early 1880s, a small cemetery was created and formed at the intersection of Pikes Peak Avenue and Institute Street. Growing up in Colorado Springs, I was always told ghost stories about the flesh-eating bacteria on stuffed taxidermied animals, ghosts walking in buildings, and the haunted service tunnels below the school connecting to the old train depot. But I never really believed it. Fast forward to my 3rd month posted there, 2 nights before my 21st birthday, and a full week before students returned for the full semester for our actual special needs schooling. And I had my first encounter in the gym, while checking the boys' locker rooms. A solid black figure ran past the showers. I rushed to find the intruder, not knowing what I would have done to it when I found it, as I was completely unarmed except for a flashlight. After clearing the building twice and checking all the doors multiple times, I took it as my imagination. The night of my birthday is when everything got much weirder. The shift change went as normal, and everything was fine up until 2:30 a.m. Property and building check-ins. When I went into the carriage house top floor, where the school stores all the spare desks and modern school equipment, it appeared that a person was standing in the back corner near the older stairs. I shouted at the figure and began to charge towards him. In a frenzy, I hurried to cut him off at the first floor door, but when I got to the door, it was still locked with the interior bolt. I searched the first floor when I found the doors to the service tunnel opened. On my first day, I was told not to enter into the tunnels alone, as they expanded for miles in a labyrinth. And before I went in, I didn't contact a supervisor. I felt as if I had walked for hours, but only a few minutes, which is when I hear in a very soft voice, almost childlike, "Happy birthday, Mr. Officer." The next thing I knew, my very angry supervisor, the school's maintenance director, and 2 CSPD officers were shaking me by the shoulders. My supervisor then informed me I missed my 3 a.m. check-in and was sitting in a corner of the tunnels in the dark for over 3 hours. We all left the tunnels and carriage house to see that the sun was beginning to rise. Later that day, my boss reassigned me to a different location after I was cleared from a doctor to work. I don't fully know what I saw or what was in those buildings, but it still gives me the chills, and I'll never forget the voice that made me black out for so long. Happy birthday, Mr. Officer. I worked as a security guard at a YMCA as an 18-year-old kid. It was a bit of a joke job, as the hostel part of the building was being used as an informal social housing, i.e. runoffs from the prisons or vulnerable people. The police would visit around 3 times a week and take people away who were causing problems, and many were ex-cons or on drugs. The rest of the buildings, i.e. gym, exercise hall, small canteen, was all closed up, and the lights turned out at night. My job was to work 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., checking these buildings every few hours, and also do a walkthrough of the hostel to check that nothing was up. There had been a spat of suicides just before I got there, and in the previous week I had been listening to a distraught brother for an hour on the phone as he begged me to check on his sibling who had threatened to kill himself several times. So anyway, I was on my walkthrough on the bottom floor. All the lights were off. Everything was quiet. To access the bottom floor, I needed to take the elevator down to the basement level. It was an old goods elevator, not for public use. I got down, did my walkthrough, and was on the corridor in sight of the elevator, when it pinged and opened, even though I was alone and had not called it. It was covered in blood. When I got to it, there was blood all over the glass mirrors, a little well of blood near the control panel, and blood over the keys. It looked like someone had been murdered. There was no body or tissue, just blood. Suitably freaked out, I jumped in as quickly as I could and pinged up to the reception level. When I got out, I went straight to the desk and informed them what I had seen. The guy there was pretty unwilling to help, but we agreed we should call the police and an ambulance. And as we were discussing this, a different elevator pinged and opened right in front of us, and a guy who looked like a zombie walked out. His face and head was a big welt of blood, and he was on crutches. He looked very confused and fell right in front of us. Basically, this guy was a very high drug addict who tried to take the stairs up to his room in the hostel, fell over and cut his head right open, got concussed, and got onto the wrong elevator, pressed to go up a level, but when he got there, had fallen onto the control panel and sent it back down to the basement where I'd seen it, only after managing somehow to get out at the floor above. He'd been wandering around the place leaving a trail of blood in his wake trying to find help. We called an ambulance, and I was severely freaked out. When I was 17, I was an IHOP server. I absolutely loved working the graveyard shift. The money was good, I had great regulars and lots of fun drunks. Whatever. Well, it's 4 a.m. and we need to cut our cook on Saturday night. Problem is, it's 2 hours before his wife wakes up, so he has to chill for a few hours in the restaurant or get a ride home. Well, the cook had been doing our manager a favor by coming in, so she asked me to take him home. I asked him where he lived, and he said North Tulsa. Okay, so anyone who knows anything about Tulsa knows that North Tulsa is where all the gang shootings and violent crimes happen. South Tulsa is where all the rich people live, and where we were. Upon hearing this, my manager, who's a mama bear type, is like, no, absolutely do not take him home. I laugh her off, and see that the cook is pretty desperate, so I say I'll drop him off. She looks really disturbed and tells me to hand over my apron with all my cash in it, and she tells me that I can get robbed. Best if they just take my wallet and not the $130+. Cool, whatever, just don't be stupid. I know about North Tulsa, and I know that it's all highways to get to his house, so I go, take him in my huge suburban SUV, and take him to his ghetto neighborhood. I get turned around on the route back, and ended up going to a gas station for directions. I go to a Quick Trip, which is one of the nicer gas stations, and park my car in the front glass door, when I see 2 women at the payphone out front, and don't think much about it. I lock my doors, roll up my windows and get inside, get directions from the dude at the cashier desk, and get back to my car. And the 2 women are nowhere to be seen. So this is how it goes. I get in my car, check my written directions, and then notice something in my rearview window. I turn around, and there are 2 people crawling out from my back seat into the seats just behind me. They knock over a box of VHS tapes that I was getting rid of as they crawl over the seats. I had forgotten that my trunk doors don't lock. My horn in my car doesn't work, but I flicker my headlights right into the Quick Trip, trying to get the guy's attention. These are the women from the phone booth earlier, and both of them seem like they're high on something because they're giggling like nuts. One of them is just reading my VHS tapes out loud and throwing them. The other one, jovial, just insists, "Hey, we need a ride home." So being scared does stupid things to you. Like, I know that this was stupid, and I should have just gotten out the car. But instead, about to wet myself, ask her where she lived. "Just down the road." In the rearview mirror, she looks like she's really messed up on something. Her hair's looking nasty, her clothes are all dirty, and in hindsight, I'm wondering if she's homeless. I keep flicking the lights, and when it seems like nothing is happening, I bolster myself and pull out of the parking lot. Whatever, I'm gonna be just fine. Just drop them off, I say. And then she says, "That's right, girlie." And that makes my skin crawl, and I drive her in the direction she's pointing. So we drive, and drive, and drive. It's dark. The highway is long. And the other one is like, "Ask her for money." I'm feeling petrified. I feel like it's been 10 minutes, then 15, and all they're doing is messing up the back seat of my SUV and telling me to keep going. Eventually we get to this country road, and there's nothing I can identify out here. The roads have potholes, and I'm trying to think fast. I start seeing dilapidated houses and motorhomes. They're taking me somewhere, and I don't know where that is. And just as I'm lost in my thoughts, the first one leans real close to me between the seats and says, "Are you scared, girlie?" Let me tell you, those 4 words nearly made me wet myself. I slam on the brakes at that. Fear does stupid things, and looking back I can see how dumb that was. but you don't know what to do when you're scared until you're there. She's thrown halfway into the front seat, and the other one is cussing her head off. I start slamming on everything, making my 5'8" self seem as big as scary as humanly possible. I slam the glove box over and over again, and I'm screaming at the top of my lungs that I have a knife and to get out of my car. I have a knife, when in fact I don't have anything. I just started kicking and thrashing and screaming and cussing. It's all kind of this crazy fear-induced mania, and eventually one of them figures out how to unlock the door, and they roll out my car with half of my VHS tapes onto this country road. And with that, I slam on the gas and drive off as fast as possible. I am terrified to turn around, and at some point I find the highway again. I'm still just as lost as before, but I don't stop for directions, and it takes me a good 45 minutes to figure out how to return back to the IHOP. To be honest, I'm so mad at the guy at the cash register, but I don't know what was up. My manager is getting off shift, and she had thought I'd died. I remember being so damn happy to see her. But hell, fear is a stupid thing. When I was younger, I had an agency job cleaning buses at the local depot. The pay was abysmal, but it was a chill job where you were left to your own devices most of the time. The fleet was mostly modern, but there were a few ancient double-deckers kept around for less grueling duties. One of those buses in particular was haunted. The other cleaners and I would often hear people walk around on the top deck while cleaning the bottom, and when you were on the top deck, you'd sometimes hear footsteps slowly coming down the stairwell. They would always stop once they hit the top step. Some nights you'd hear the distinctive creaking sound of the destination blind being cranked from the driver's cabin too, but when you ran down, the blind or its handle wouldn't have moved an inch. One night I was on my knees sweeping up broken glass with a dustpan and brush when I noticed something from the corner of my eye. Behind the seat I was sweeping in front of, I could see a pair of legs. They were as solid as any other pair of legs, and I remember that they were wearing, very clearly, green corduroy trousers, dark socks, and brown brogues. They then began to bend. I was crapping myself, and fell back with my eyes firmly closed. Then I dared myself to reopen them. There was nothing there. I finished as quickly as possible, and moved on to the next bus. Over a cup of tea, I told the other cleaners I'd seen something weird on that bus, and she just looked at me and went, "Were they green legs?" I never saw those legs again, but apparently she saw them a few times. Always just the legs. She never dared to look up and just looked away until they disappeared. I work as a nurse in a psychiatric unit, which is conveniently tucked away around the back of an old hospital. I'm on night shift at the moment, and most of the night is spent trying to convince manic patients to return to their beds. We were having a strangely quiet night. The staff usually sit in the corridor at the intersection between the male and female sides of the ward. We can hear everything that's going on better from there, and intervene quickly if need be. There's a shower room located just to the left of where we sit. It has a toilet and short wall partitions separating the showers from the far corner of the room. As we were sitting there, the doors to the shower room slowly crept open. No big deal. We got up, closed it again, and went on with the night. It happened again, and about an hour later again. We thought nothing of it. After closing the door a second time, though, we soon heard the sounds of running water. I got up to check, and found the tap in the shower room was running. I thought it must have been faulty, but when I tried to turn it off, it spun easily and stopped running water. Feeling a little freaked out now, I checked around the partition of the shower in case a client was, somehow, hiding there, but there was no one. When I turned to walk back, I felt a sudden chill on the back of my neck, and heard what sounded like gas hissing behind me. I glanced back around and checked the shower, which seemed to work fine, and just assumed there was trapped air or something happening. The next night, we were sitting in the same place, and again, it was an unusually quiet night, until around 2 a.m., when we heard a massive bang and then a dull thud, as if something had hit against a wall and then slid to the floor. The noise seemed to be quite close, and we hurriedly looked through each dormitory and individual patient's room, expecting that one of the patients had fallen, but everyone was still soundly asleep, apart from one patient who told us she had trouble sleeping the last few nights and asked to watch some television in the sitting room. We continued with our search but couldn't seem to find anything to explain the sound, and sat back down in the corridor where we started to talk about ghosts and joking about being haunted. The patient, who couldn't sleep, asked if she could smoke in the toilet. We occasionally let people do this during the night as we aren't allowed to let them out of the unit after 10 p.m, and trying to tell an avid smoker they can't have a cigarette is a sure way to start a fight that'll cause everyone to wake up. We said she could have a quick one in the shower and before going back to bed, and she asked for one of us to come in with her. When we asked why, she explained that it's because it freaks her out, that there are spirits in there that are trying to come through the mirror. We hear stuff like this all the time from patients on a regular basis, so we don't think much of it, offered her some reassurance and agreed to go to the bathroom with her. While we were in there, she talked about seeing the ghost of a man in her room, which kept her up at night. She then stopped talking abruptly and looked confused before going over to peer around the partition. I asked her what was wrong and she shushed me and asked me in a whisper if I heard what she heard. I admitted I couldn't hear anything. Again, it's a common occurrence for people to talk about auditory hallucinations on our ward, but asked her what she could hear. She said she thought she heard a dripping sound, but there was no running water, and when she checked behind the partition she heard a hissing sound. I suggested she finish her cigarette and go back to bed, and she asked for some medication to calm her down, then said, "Man, I hate that bathroom. The door opens and closes itself, you know." After she went back to bed, I was telling the other staff about this, and we were joking about how much of a freaky coincidence it all was. We were still discussing it when day staff came in. When the first nurse arrived, she came over to ask us how the shift was, and we asked her if she believed in ghosts in a jokey way. She said she didn't, but that she had some bad memories of the wards that really freaked her out. She told us the worst thing she ever saw was 20 years ago when she was doing the hourly checks on the ward, just to check on each patient every hour to make sure they're okay. She couldn't find one patient and went to the shower room because she could hear running water. She checked around the partition and found the guy lying dead in a pool of blood in the shower. He had hacked himself to death with 2 blades, an obviously very unwell man. The nurse told us that ever since that happened, a few times she's gone into the shower room and felt a sudden rush of cold air. It was like someone was trying to run past her. I was on night shift when this following story happened. There's usually skeleton staff on over the night, 2 trained nurses and 3 or 4 nursing assistants. We had a patient with an eating disorder on the ward. At this time, she required constant observation to make sure she wasn't micro-exercising or purging. At night, we'd usually wait until she'd fallen asleep, and then position a member of staff just outside the dormitory she shared with 3 other patients, so that patients had a little more privacy to sleep throughout the night. Our ward is in a T-shape, with a male corridor and a female corridor at either end, and the nursing station at the center. We all sat at the center of the T-junction, so we could see and hear down each end of the corridor, and we had one member of staff sat outside the female dormitory at the very end of the female corridor. The chair the staff member sat on had its back to the fire door at the end of the corridor. Facing along towards us, we all took turns sitting there overnight. It was a fairly quiet night, with all patients sleeping soundly, a rarity in most cases. We usually had whispered conversations in the corridors amongst each other, just to keep us going, and on one occasion, I was sitting on the observation chatting with a colleague when she looked up behind me confused. I asked her what was up, and she said she thought she saw someone moving on the outer side of the fire door. There was a small round window on the door looking out at the trees and path leading around to the bins and back of the unit. I told her to stop creeping me out, and we laughed about it, talking about the last night we had when all this stuff happened, when she looked up startled. She said she was positive something moved past the glass, and she dared me to get up and look outside. I was in the middle of not so politely declining this request when I heard a thud on the fire door behind me like it had just been kicked. I froze and we exchanged looks of horror, just as there was a very gentle knock at the door. Needless to say, we both freaked. I jumped out of my chair and she came hurrying towards me, both of us full of nervous giggles. It took some persuasion from both of us before we managed to go and look out the window. Of course, there was nothing there. The night went on and we continued to joke and speculate about what we saw and heard. She brought a chair up to sit next to me outside the dormitory for emotional support, and I insisted I wasn't going to look out the window for the rest of the night. A few hours later, someone else was sat on the observation, and I was chatting in the middle of the junction with another nurse. One of our colleagues steps out of the office at the junction, looks up at the corridor and gasps. She pointed at the fire door and said she was sure she saw someone with a pale face staring through the window before it vanished. A new round of speculation started as we theorized as to what it could be when the door to the female dormitory burst open and a patient came stumbling out of the corridor, running past the nurse's assistant on the observation and straight to the corridor at us. She looked terrified and half asleep, so we assumed she was sleepwalking. We caught her as she reached us at the junction and began attempting to soothe her, but she kept trying to push past our hands, muttering in a scared voice, "No, there's someone there, there's someone there." We eventually tried to engage with her, but she was either in too deep a sleep or too groggy. Eventually we managed to calm her down and return her to the dormitory, but when she got to her bed, she stopped again and asked if the nurse had to stand over her all night. We assured her there was no one standing over her all night, and she looked confused but allowed us to settle her into bed, where she promptly fell asleep. Our adrenaline was running high at this point, and matters weren't helped when the haunted tap started playing up again, turning itself on in the cursed bathroom. We were so freaked out, one of the nurses refused to walk around the ward on her own while others remained skeptical about all of it. It was maybe a week later when we were back on shift, when we had the same setup, with one member of staff sat alone at the observation and the rest of us in the middle of the corridor, when a nursing assistant, who hadn't been there the first night, stepped out of the office behind us and shouted, "Who the hell is that?" She was loud enough to make us all jump, and we looked down the corridor to where she was pointing at the fire door, and a poor, pale, freaked out staff member sat in front of it. The nursing assistant then explained that, as she had stepped out the office, she had glanced at the fire door and thought she saw something white shining in. She then did a double take and realized it was a pale face of a blonde woman pressed up against the window. The nursing assistant said that she had shouted and the face dropped down, as if the person or whatever it was had fallen. We all went together to peer out, and of course there was nothing there. I called the site manager. There was always one manager on call at nights to handle any big issues, and suggested there may have been a person going around the building looking through the windows. She didn't seem that concerned with the story, and just suggested that no staff leave the building until morning, which is a typical rule anyway. Of course, a paranormal encounter isn't the only explanation for this. A living, breathing person going around staring through our windows was creepy enough, especially since the fire door didn't have a lock and was often blown open by the wind. Another week or so passed, and a different staff rotated on shift. I told one of the nurses all the stories that had happened to us on the shift, and she was petrified, saying that she always got an eerie feeling on the ward at night. Later that night, a member of staff from another ward on the unit popped in to borrow something. He had worked at the hospital for almost 30 years and had been in every ward on the unit at some point. The nurse I was working with told him that she was freaked out and asked if he had experienced any hauntings on the ward. He seemed amused and asked, "Like what?" She told him about the taps turning on and off, about the patient claiming there were spirits in the mirrors. He seemed skeptical and shrugged it off, but agreed it was a new one to him. He then said he'd never had any hauntings or weird experiences on the ward, but said that a lot of the staff through the years had complained about spooky stuff always happening at the female dormitory at the end of the corridor. Again, I'm not necessarily claiming it all had ghosts or something, but it was definitely unsettling, to say the least, while on night shift. I'm a 27-year-old male who lives in eastern Kentucky. I work as the head of security for a chemical company. I signed an NDA, so I can't reveal what the company's name is. But I can say that it's a productions plant and warehouse in the middle of nowhere. And when I say middle of nowhere, I mean at least 10 miles from the nearest town. I always thought it was kind of weird to have security guards at a factory so far from town, but I digress. I usually work with another security guard who was hired within the last year. He's one of those guys who takes his job too seriously. I had been at this position for about 5 years, and most of my 12-hour shifts consisted of checking video feed, patrolling grounds, sometimes redirecting delivery trucks to the nearest rest stop as we didn't take deliveries at night, and generally slacking off and browsing 4chan and Kiwi farms on company time. The way the factory is laid out is there is a small wing for offices in the front, with the employee parking right next to it. Behind that is a break room, which leads out to the production floor, which leads to the 2 warehouses. One for standard safe chemicals, the other is for flammable chemicals, and outside in the back are 4 very large silos, which are used to store sort of material. The whole facility, of course, is fenced, with barbed wire for added measure. One night in December of 2020, I was doing my usual routine of slacking off. I was sitting in my office browsing Kiwi farms and enjoying some dipping tobacco when my company-issued radio went off. "Hey Alex, you got anything on the cameras up there? I heard some movement out here in the warehouse." It was the other guard. I looked over towards my monitors and switched to the warehouse camera. I didn't see anything except for the other guard walking around, shining his flashlight. "Nah man, I don't see anything." "You're probably just hearing stuff. Probably one of the ventilation units kicking on." "Yeah, you're probably right. I don't see anything anyway." I turned my attention away from the monitors and went back to wasting my time, as I still had 6 hours left on my shift. I began to get bored, so I reached into my backpack to pull out a can of computer duster and got ready to take a fat rip. Right before I could, I heard the motion sensor alarm go off, signifying that there was a truck trying to pull into our receiving dock. I got on the radio and asked the other guard to go up to the gate and send the trucker on his way to the rest stop until morning. "Roger." I go up to take a dump in the front restroom. Taking only my flashlight with me, I walked out of the office and started down the stairs, and started to make my way across the production floor, opening and closing the overhead metal doors to prevent fires from spreading as I went. I shut the last overhead door behind me, and was passing the area where all of the forklifts were parked and charging, when my radio cracked on. There isn't a truck out here. You sure the sensor went off?" I started to get annoyed, thinking he was messing with me. "Yes, it definitely went off. I'm going to use the restroom, so my radio's going to be off for a few minutes. Go ahead and make your rounds in the offices and parking lot, and then walk the fence perimeter and check the silos." I then shut my radio off. I got into the restroom, and while I was doing my business, I heard a loud metallic clang, like something large hitting the floor. I wasn't sure what it could have been, but it startled the hell out of me. I finished up and started back towards my office. turned my radio back on, and asked the other guard, "Did you hear a clang by any chance?" "Nah, I'm out walking the perimeter right now. Care if I go on break when I'm done?" "Go ahead," I say. I was going to go ahead and make my rounds anyway. "I'll be in the warehouses if you need me." "Roger." I walk back up to the office to grab my phone and a clipboard, with an incident report sheet in case anything had actually fallen. I put an earphone in and start listening to some black metal and hear some thunder roar outside. I thought to myself, well, maybe that's the noise I heard. I open the overhead door to the front warehouse and walk inside, then close it behind me. The higher-ups always make a big deal about us just leaving them open, and I always thought it was a waste of time. I'm absent-mindedly walking down the corridors of the warehouse, thinking about how badly I need a smoke. I was in the non-flammable warehouse, so I figured I could get away with it, as long as the other guard wasn't in the office and checking the camera feed. So I lit up the cigarette and sat down on top of an empty metal drum. I took my earphones out and thought I could hear footsteps. I brushed it off as myself being overworked and too tired for my own good. I finished my cigarette and continued my rounds. Now keep in mind, this is a chemical productions plant, so there are all kinds of chemicals that have very distinct but not pleasant smells in this place, especially in the warehouse. But I caught a whiff that seemed to be out of place. It kind of smelled like sulfur. We don't work with anything that has sulfur in it, as far as I know anyway, and once again I brushed it off and kept walking. My earphone battery was dead, so I took it out and put it back in my pocket. I had finished my rounds in the front warehouse and was about to start in the back one, when after a few minutes I made my way out to the silos to make sure the top hatches were still closed and sealed, when my radio went off again. Just the beep you hear before the other person talks. I was waiting to hear the other guard say something, but he didn't. I called back, "Everything good?" but got no reply. I turned it off and back on, hoping that would fix the issue, but still no dice. When I turned it back on, it began making static noises and wouldn't stop until I turned it off. Only when I took the batteries out did it stop, and I once again brushed it off. I made my rounds in the back of the warehouse uneventfully and made my way out across the silos. It was pouring with rain at this point, so I wanted to get done and back inside as soon as I could. The worst part is that the silos are over 50 feet tall. Luckily, the tops are all connected by a metal catwalk. I climbed up the staircase as quickly as I could, made my check, and started heading down. While I was walking down, my radio started to crackle again. I thought it was weird, since I'd already taken the batteries out. I get back inside and start making my way back to the office, when I hear footsteps. It sounds like someone's running towards me. I point my flashlight in that direction and see the other guard running away. He's as white as a piece of paper, so I tell him to slow down. "The hell are you doing, man? Someone's in here, dude. I tried reaching you on the radio, but I couldn't get a hold of you." I didn't believe him, but still I was his boss and still had to hear him out. "Alright, let's go back to the office. You can tell me what happened, and if we have to call the sheriff's department, then we will." He seemed to take comfort in my words, even though I was really just trying to be polite to calm him down. We sat in my office, and he relayed his story. When I was walking back from break, I heard someone call my name from outside the fence. I was confused, so I turned around to see who was calling for me, but no one was there. So I kept walking. I got to the office door and tried to put in the passcode, but it was unresponsive, so I used the manual key to get in. After I went to close the door, I felt something stop it from closing. Like if someone put their foot in front of the door. I heard someone call my name again, but no one was there. Then the door slammed shut by itself. By then I figured maybe someone from day shift came in to mess with us, but there are no cars. He got cut off mid-sentence by the receiving doorbell ringing. It had to be rang manually, and is only there so the shipping and receiving guys know when a trucker needs to be let in. It only rings for as long as the button is held down, and it rang close to a whole minute. I switched the camera feed to outside cameras and saw nothing on any monitors, and we have cameras at every door. "Screw this," I hear, and I turn around to see the other guards stand up and walk out. "I'm out here. I quit. I didn't sign up for this." I was starting to get spooked myself because I'd never seen anything like this happen before. I didn't bother trying to stop him from leaving. I just told him I'd make sure the gate was open. Haven't seen him since. I figure maybe if I cut the power and turn it back on, the issues will stop coming up. I walk to the plant manager's office and dig around for his extra set of keys. I found them in one of his drawers and head towards the room with all the fuse boxes and breakers in it. I walked into the small room with all of the breakers and fuse boxes and started looking for anything that could have been the master power switch. After looking for a few minutes, I noticed it had gotten considerably colder. It was normally pretty toasty inside the building, but it almost felt like I was standing outside again. I started to really wonder what was going on, and just started flipping switches. After hitting one, everything was cut off. The doorbell started going again though, and I hadn't even switched the power back on. The very second before I flipped the switch to turn the power back on, I heard a loud crash. It wasn't coming from inside the building, but that's all I could tell. I flipped the switch and nothing happened. This is where it gets anticlimactic. I started to panic, ran back into my office, locked the doors and figured I'd wait there until the plant manager sent me home in the morning. I sat there for 3 hours and nothing happened. The manager showed up, asked me what happened, and I told him the storm must have knocked the power out, and that I had caught the other guard sleeping on duty and he quit when I tried to write him up. Sorry for the anticlimactic ending, but that's all I can disclose. I wonder if the cameras managed to catch anything. If I still worked at that plant, I tried to see what I could find. I am an armed, uniformed security officer in my city. Well, 2 years ago, my company was providing services for a motel named the Night's Inn. The motel was preparing to shut down for a massive remodel, as well as code and structural updates. Now, the motel was previously 2 separate motels, but when the Night's Inn bought it, they merged the properties into one. During nearly 20 years of running between both of the original motels, they saw some rather negative events. This location just happens to be within walking distance from the county jail, so when a number of persons were released from custody, they found their way over to this motel over the years. Murders, drug overdoses and suicides were all reported on this property. All these dark events left negative imprints on these grounds. Fast forward to when I worked on the property during the overnight hours. And the 3 events during these separate shifts I worked, and the one I responded to as a cover officer. The first few went very slowly and boring. No one had told my staff the history of the property at this point. Well, the second to last week of operation, I was helping the on-duty night auditor prepare the morning breakfast spa, and the kitchen was in part of the building where a long shut-down restaurant once was. The auditor was preparing the waffle batter and filling pitchers of orange juice, when an unopened 12-pack of canned soda exploded next to a service access stairwell that was padlocked from inside of the service hallway to the kitchen. The auditor's scream was chilling, as well as deafening. Well, due to some of the less than upstanding guests they'd rent rooms to, I began down the stairs to find that the doors were still secure, and no one could have entered through them. I then stuck my finger in the puddle of soda, thinking that maybe it had been overheated or something causing them to burst, but no, it was slightly cool. As I look at the auditor still shaking, holding a small kitchen knife trying to calm her down, we both heard a loud little girl giggle, but it sounded unusual. We, needless to say, both bolted from the kitchen and back to the main desk. 5 minutes later, the auditor told me, "No one has checked in any kids tonight." The following weeks, and the last week of the location being open before the remodel, I was doing standard ground patrols, making sure no doors were unsecured or people fighting. Just around the time I finish, I get a call from the front desk calling a Code 6 priority. I ran back to the office, nearly tripping on the staircase in the courtyard. Once I arrived, I saw a young woman with her daughter, just the cutest little 3-year-old. The mother was crying uncontrollably, but managed to tell me her husband was not himself, that after nearly an hour in the room he pulled a knife out of nowhere and started wildly swinging it in the room and at his wife and kid. The wife said that he hates weapons and wouldn't have had one. So I began searching the grounds for the man and found him sitting in a dark corner of the courtyard area. He had the knife in his hand and was blankly staring ahead. Once the knife hit the light, I saw the blood. Then I noticed he was bleeding. I ordered he drop the knife and he slowly started walking towards me. I repeated a second time and then on the third order drew my weapon and ordered that he stop to think about his kid. Right as I did, 3 local officers sprang from behind me, 2 with their tasers drawn. In a quick happening display, I heard the deputy order, then followed taser, taser, taser. The local officer took the man into custody and was having me fill out statements when I overheard 2 of the deputies saying, "You know what, Sard? The room they are staying in had a suspicious death a few days ago, but detectives say it was a drug-induced suicide." The other deputy replied, "Huh? What are the odds this guy went nuts?" I personally think that it's a little too odd that the man commits suicide, comes to find he cut his arms until he bled out, and then a week later a man loses his mind, cuts himself up, is unresponsive the whole time that he was being spoken to, and was just generally out of it. The most damning paranormal event in my opinion that happened was the first week closed for remodeling. I was walking around the inside and another officer stopped in to hang out on his break. I made the suggestion that we sit in the old restaurant and see if the place was for real haunted. He agreed reluctantly. Using a spirit box app on my phone that before that night I thought I overpaid for, we sat and asked questions. For about 20 minutes nothing came through, and we joked that maybe the place wasn't haunted after all. I thought I saw something across the room, so I tried to light it up, but come to find that my flashlight battery had suddenly died. So, while sitting at the table, I pulled my taser out of the holster, and we sat in near pitch darkness in the room, and we used it to light it up. Instantly, the spirit box said, "Yellow, gun," in the same voice. Now mind you, me and this officer thought we had the same level of training, and we were fully certified through the city. But his response was, "The hell does it mean by yellow gun?" I then proceeded to place my taser on the table and turned its light on. I had never heard so many F-bombs as he stormed out the room. The final incident I'm still unsure of, but the one phrase the suspect yelled, "There will be more ghosts here tonight if you enter." 4 weeks after that motel closed, I was working a city patrol when the on-duty officer called for priority backup from all available officers on duty. "Sam 262 to Nights In. What's the situation?" The officer responded. 4 to 6 persons had made enter into the back building and barricaded themselves in a room. I was the first responding officer just after 3 a.m. and meet with the on-duty site officer. As we're talking and a third officer arrived, we heard 3 gunshots ring out from down the hallway. At this time, we contacted the local sheriff's office about the situation. Within minutes, several deputies arrived in active shooter vests and helmets. They attempted to reach the room as we watched from the end of the hallway. 5 more shots rang out from the doorway, and luckily no one was struck. The deputies fell back to the end of the hallway where the 3 of us were. A supervisor for the deputies ordered 4 to watch the hallway as the rest took positions around the building. We asked what they needed to do, and he replied to block the entrances to the property, and no one comes that isn't an officer. So basically we were to keep out of the way of the impending reporters. SWAT arrived, and the deputies pulled back and SWAT took position. The whole time the suspects saw the activity from the window and holes in the door. A lieutenant with the SWAT and Public Relations office came over to me and the other guys on my staff, and while asking us what happened before, the deputy responded that we all heard from a broken window, "There will be more ghosts if you enter here tonight." Around 5 a.m. a SWAT team armored vehicle pulled up next to the back of the building, and we heard 3 thumps. SWAT shot OC shells into the room before breaching from the window doorway, and just as soon as we heard the thumps, we see the smoke and 5 of the suspects being carried out. A 6th was being rushed out on a straightboard to the ambulance. We come to find the man with the pistol in the room took his 5 friends hostage and attempted to kill himself when SWAT breached. He later died at the hospital, so I wonder if he joined the other ghosts in the motel. After that night, we no longer provided security at the Night's Inn. 8 months later, it reopened as some new age hipster hotel, and I haven't been to the property for some time now, even though I pass it whenever I work our South City patrol. I wonder how the property is, and if the paranormal activity persisted after the remodeling. I think it takes a certain kind of person who enjoys being out all night in creepy abandoned places, which is why now we're going to listen to a few more tales from the flip side, as in those who enjoy urban exploring. This story takes place a little over a year ago, some weekday around midnight in central Ohio. I want to preface this by saying that I'm not particularly religious, nor do I necessarily believe in ghosts or the supernatural, but something weird happened that night that I cannot explain. This story is 100% true, except for a few details that have been changed for the sake of anonymity. Let's call it Wednesday. It was around 5 p.m, and a friend tells me about an abandoned building her friend showed her the day before, and asks if I want to check it out sometime. Of course I do, but being the curious soul that I am, I wanted to go that night, whereas she could not. I asked a few other friends to make the journey with me, and all declined either because they weren't into the whole breaking and entering and trespassing thing, or they were otherwise busy. So I decided to go alone. This isn't something I usually do, as I have a few close friends who are just as experienced as I in the urbex scene, and the 3 of us make an excellent team when it comes to stuff like this. I've gone to places alone before, but never with this little research done on the area. I couldn't find anything on the internet about the place, so I decided to say screw it and go, as I'm not one to back down from an opportunity like this. So I grabbed my bag, flashlight, camera, and I'm on my way. I tell someone exactly where I'll be in case something happens and to call the police if I stop responding for a few hours. I arrive about a mile from the location and start my journey. Most of it is woods and creeks, but the last bit of it is a dilapidated parking lot. I get to the lot and see not 1 but 2 buildings to explore. This is turning out to be better than I expected. I choose to go into the building on the left, as it looks more easily accessible, and I start looking for a way in. Around the back, I find some metal stairs that have been overgrown and look like they're close to collapsing, and decide to take my chances and slowly climb them, keeping my eyes on each step to make sure I'm not going to fall through anything. I climb the stairs just fine and go to the 2nd floor. The door is closed, but with a minimal amount of force opens just fine. No padlock or anything. And just like that, I'm in. I look around with my flashlight. This place is in better shape than a lot of abandoned buildings around my location. Part of the roof had been caved in from a falling tree, but everything else looked good. I walk around the entrance room a bit more and realize where I am. There are note cards all over the floor with basic information on people. First and last names, addresses, date of births, diagnosis codes, and inpatient or outpatient with a check next to one. I am in a psychiatrist's office. Nice. I love these kind of places, and insane asylums are some of my favorites to explore. I have a seat and look through some of the patient cards. I look up diagnosis codes and try and get a profile of the person. For no particular reason, just interesting stuff. After a bit of this, I stand up to continue my journey. Now the way this building is set up is basically a giant letter I, with the entrance stairs I used at the bottom, and a boarded up main entrance in the center. The only set of stairs to the first floor are at the top of the eye. I look around some of the second floor rooms and don't really see much, mostly empty offices with a chair or lamp in the room. I do, however, find a room that I assume was for children to play in, while their parents were seeing a psychiatrist. It has a sandbox and some toys lying around, but I noticed that someone had taken their time to use the sand to draw a pentagram on the floor, and I chuckled. After seeing everything I needed to on the second floor, I go down to the first. The stairs are steep and winding, but very sturdy, and I check the door to make sure it won't lock behind me and make my way down. The first floor is basically just a long hallway with rooms along one side and a reception area on the other. I start checking out the rooms on the right side, and after a few interesting rooms, break room, kitchen, storage closet with Christmas stuff inside, I come across this office with something interesting on the desk. Before getting to that, I want to pose a question. Why does every abandoned building have Christmas stuff in it? Like seriously, 90% of the buildings I've been to have fake trees, wreaths, garlands, or something like that. What gives? Anyway, back to the show. So, on the desk in this office is a set of post-it notes. On these notes are messages that make me feel a little uneasy, and they go like this. He's planning on letting the hostage out, 4:30. Do we have staff accountability yet? 4:35. Can Officer John escort Jane out the room? 4:42. This is where things got weird, and I snapped a picture and took them on my phone so that I could send them to my friends. As soon as I take the picture on my phone, the entire building begins to shake violently. My first thought was, earthquake. Now, I'm not speaking from experience, but I have to assume an old dilapidated building is not the type of place you want to be in during an earthquake, so I start to make my way out, only this time rather briskly. As I get upstairs, I notice the door I propped open to keep from locking me out was now only slightly ajar. The small piece of metal I propped it open with was nowhere to be seen, although I didn't look very hard. As I'm walking/jogging my way out through this gyrating building, I noticed that every door I had opened upstairs was now closed tight. What the hell? Was someone messing with me? I didn't want to stick around and find out. As I was leaving the larger room I entered through, I noticed the door I came in was shut. I pulled on it, but nothing. The door wouldn't open. Now I'm pretty calm under pressure, but this one was beginning to be too much. I was starting to freak out a bit, and I made the quick decision to force my way out. Typically, I hate doing any damage to a building I'm exploring and usually try to avoid it wherever possible. But this was a special case. I wanted to get the hell out of there. Kick the door down? I've done it before, but this door didn't seem like it was going anywhere. It opens the other way and was very sturdy. Guess I'm kicking out the press board covering the window next to it. Luckily, these windows were huge and low enough where I could get a foot on the wood. 2 kicks and the wood gives out. The building is still shaking, and I make a hasty getaway down the stairs. This is the part that still spooks me. As soon as my feet hit the ground on the last step, the building stops shaking. Completely. Everything around me was silent. I must have been going crazy. I know what I felt. I know what I saw. I got out of there and didn't look back. A few weeks later, my crew freed up and wanted me to show them the place even after I told them the story. Oddly enough, every other time I've been there, nothing out of the ordinary has happened. I'm not sure what happened nor why, and I'm not one to believe it was a ghost or anything, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't shake me up. Was it just a well-timed earthquake? Possibly. But I heard nothing about it on the news the next day, and nobody else said they felt or heard anything. Any insight, whether it be spiritual, geographic, or anything related, would be wonderful and appreciated. Also, final note, I tried to go back to the building a few months ago, as a colleague and I now dabble in paranormal investigations, and the buildings from these stories were now demolished, both of them. It's quite sad to see them go, but I still can't find a trace of them online. It seems like this was all done rather quickly and under the radar. I was 16 years old when I had just gotten my license. It was on a Friday after school and I was hanging out with some of my friends from another school district, my girlfriend and her best friend. We all live in small, rural towns that have absolutely nothing to do in a 40-mile radius except a Walmart in between and a few Sheetz gas stations. Since there was nothing to do, we used to go ghost hunting. It pretty much meant finding abandoned buildings and checking them out. None of us really ever experienced anything supernatural, but it was an interesting time, and it involved doing something with friends. I had seen a house off the highway a few times that I wanted to check out, so I told them about it. They all agreed that it was a good idea. We decided to stop at Walmart on our way to grab a new flashlight, and I wanted batteries for my camera. 2 of my friends and I bought a flashlight and 2 packs of batteries each, and I bought a 4-pack for my camera. We have a habit of keeping the batteries that come with flashlights as emergency backups because they don't seem to last as long. Armed with new flashlights, batteries, and energy drinks, we were more than ready to head to the house. The house was a 2-story one with a basement, all broken down, and was about a half-mile off the highway in the middle of a huge field. You could pretty much see it on the hill the whole hike. Just seeing it standing there with moonlight shining through it was creepy, let alone the idea of going in it. There was also a barn that had fallen down about 50 yards from the right side. The closer and closer we walked, the weirder and weirder it felt. Hair-raising weird. The front porch steps were broken, so we had to climb up to the porch to get in. Stepping over the debris from other people busting the place up, we made our way. On our way through the living room to the kitchen, my girlfriend claimed she felt someone pulling the hood on her sweatshirt, but I was the last person, and I was several feet behind. I figured she was either so scared that she was imagining things, or just saying stuff to try and freak everyone out. We made our way around the kitchen, and were on our way upstairs, when she gasped and spun around, claiming she felt her hood being pulled, and that I was an arse for trying to scare her. I swore it wasn't me, and we continued taking pictures all the way up. We made it all the way to the top of the stairs, and I saw a big hole in the attic, so I started walking towards it to take a picture. I snapped one on the way to it, and then another a little closer. The attic stairs were in a room to the left, and there was a hallway with rooms off to the right. We all went to the attic first to check it out, which was all the way up, and there was an old wooden ladder and a broken crate. We walked back down to the second floor quite disappointed. At that point, I was the only one with a flashlight out, so everyone followed me through the hallway to a room on the end to the left. It seemed really breezy in the room compared to the rest of the house, even though there were broken open windows all throughout. After the last person was about 3 steps in, my flashlight went out. It was still turned on, but it seemed like it went dead. The first thing I thought was, there's no way these brand new batteries went dead in 20 minutes in an LED flashlight. Almost instantly after, I heard someone say, "My phone's dead. Yeah, mine too," from my girlfriend and her best friend. One of my other friends pulled out their flashlight, flicked it on and off, and nothing happened. I pulled my camera from my pocket, took a picture with the hope of maybe catching something weird, but the screen was black, with a flashing, red, dead battery symbol. At that point, we were all weirded out and practically fighting each other to leave. Once we made it to the stairs, the flashlight worked again. My camera had about 3/4 of a battery bar, and the cell phones were able to be powered back on. I got goosebumps and tensed up, and we hastened our pace down the stairs and figured the easiest way out would be through the basement door that we saw under the porch on our way in, since the porch stairs were broken. Sadly, it wasn't the least creepy way. We made our way down through the basement that turned out to be a basic maze and looked like it had been in the Blair Witch Project. We fought our way through the vines that had grown over the door to the outside and made our way from the house. About 200 yards from the house, we heard what sounded like a tin food can being spiked on the ground and then rolling down from the basement steps. I don't even remember seeing a tin can anywhere in the house, and we all began running as fast as we could while being careful not to trip over something in the high weeds. Once we returned to the car, we tried to theorize what the hell just happened, and I started looking through all the pictures. They all just looked like dust particle-ridden pictures of an old house. Except for one. When I snapped the 2 pictures of the attic, the first was just like all the others, but the second had a thick, white smoky mist over the whole. It wasn't cold, just a coolish night, so there's no way it would have been breath mist, and no one smoked. To this day I get goosebumps and a little glassy-eyed every time I look through these pictures. I posted them to a forum for people into the paranormal, and everyone told me I had to make an interesting experience post, and that I'd taken a very interesting picture. I was exploring an abandoned multi-level tech school building for fun and creepy sensations about 9 years ago, when I thought I heard voices cooing down from the floor above me. I was already feeling a bit like Diablo, given how many spiders I had to kill just to get where I was. Then a rat fell out of a vent duct behind me, and I realized the voices were the augmented chatter of rodents. The walls were full of them. I mostly poked around and then got the hell out of there. Also eerie on that trip, in the bomb shelter portion of the building, there was a roasting spit that some homeless person had set up, and there was a dog skeleton where the fire would have been. Sad and disturbing that someone would be driven to eat an animal capable of empathy. But desperate times, I suppose. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. Anyone who is big into paranormal activity is probably aware of a place called the Waverly Hills Sanatorium. It's an old tuberculosis hospital that had a lot of people die in it. Anyway, I did security tour / caboose video work for them for about 2 years, from 2005 to 2007. Now I will say this before this. I did not believe in ghosts, spirits, or what have you. It didn't seem possible, but after working and volunteering there, I left fully convinced. Too many experiences to count, but I'll list the ones that got me the most. One morning, after an overnight tour, as people pay $100 to be allowed to row free in the building and ghost hunt for 8 hours, another security guard and myself were walking through the building, locking all the doors and such so that we could go home. I was walking down the hallway when suddenly out of the corner of my eye I saw something or someone run. That was freaky. What really scared the crap out of me was the fact that I also heard bare feet slap the ground as they ran. We took off after them, and should have cornered them, but there was nothing there. Scary stuff. Anyone ever watched Celebrity Paranormal Project on VH1? Well, they came and filmed there. Gary Busey, Hal Sparks, and some other celebrities I didn't know were there for that episode. I will tell you, VH1 rigged the hell out of this place. Most of the stuff that happens on this episode didn't really happen. I won't mention what to spoil anything, but still. What was real scary was after a long 12-hour day of myself PAing on set, I stayed behind to do security. 3 crew members came after hours to check the place out, and I think it was the camera rigging guy that I took. We went into the building on the 3rd floor and sat in the middle of a hallway. We sat there for a while, and I'll never forget, as we were sitting there, I was looking one way as he was looking another. Now I will mention that in this building there are 5 floors, with electricity only running to 2 of them, with the exception of exit signs, fire codes and such. And while I'm looking down the hallway, suddenly, the last room I can see starts to light up from inside. I instantly get up and begin to walk over there. The light in the room was hovering, as if someone had a flashlight and was waving it around. I got about 10 feet from the door and shut it off, so I ran in there and there was nothing. I looked out the window to make sure no one was messing with me and called the other guard in the building, but he was on the 5th floor. Totally unexplainable. But the one thing that to this day gets me the most is something that I actually got proof of. Another night, me and another security guard were wrapping up a half-night tour. Like the full night tour, but only $50 and 4 hours. As we were walking on the second floor, the guard stopped me. We looked down the hallway and saw the interior/exterior doors were wide open. These doors were installed after the current owners bought the place, and they are big, heavy doors that lock, and you can't unlock them from the outside without a key. Anyway, the other security guard swore up and down that he saw a tall, dark figure walk out the door, but I didn't. After a little debate, we decided that maybe it was another security guard and we didn't want to lock him out, so we left the doors open. A few days pass, and while I'm there I hear 2 other security guards talking about something they witnessed. When I spoke to them, they told me both the same story, how they both saw the tall dark figure and went running after it. That's the moment when I suddenly realized that there was a motion detecting camera on the door, so I hit the computer to see what I could find. What I saw was crazy. The door that was shut, out of nowhere, just suddenly swings open by itself and there's no one around. Timecode on the camera showed how the camera would kick on when it's motion detected. Like for a moth or other bug. The door swings open and no one was there. 4 hours passed and the next thing on the camera was the guards running out the door. Scary place, man. I highly suggest visiting it if you get a chance. In college, a group of friends and I would research haunted/creepy abandoned places and drive out to explore them. We'd often get places from websites, books, hearsay, basically any way we could back then. So it's safe to say that a decent portion of our leads were probably bull or made up. Regardless of that, we explored our fair share of abandoned houses, mental facilities and haunted areas. Realistically, the biggest danger we ever encountered would have been an angry squatter, but you never know. We did hear a woman screaming for help and what sounded like a gunshot in an abandoned mental facility, but after exploring extensively and finding nothing, someone was just probably messing with us. One time was different though. We'd gotten a lead about a small lake in the middle of some woods, where a large stone was used for rituals. We figured it was probably all BS, but it was close to a good diner, and we figured at worst we'd get a good omelette out of the trip. We got to the forest about dusk and parked the car and headed into the woods. There was a faint footpath that you could tell was used with irregularity. We pressed onwards and knew that we were strapped for time, as we didn't bring any flashlights with us, as we planned to get there much earlier in the day than we did. The forest canopy was making it much darker than it actually was, and we ran into the small lake which we were reading about, but didn't see any large stone or something that might be a centerpiece for the rituals we'd read about. The footpath went deeper into the forest, and we decided to follow it for 5 more minutes before turning back. The path slowly began to ascend a small hill, and in the distance we could make out some dark blobs that appeared to be hovering in a slight haze. Again, it was quite dark at this point, so it was hard to make out exactly what we were seeing. As we approached slowly, we realized the haze was actually a tall chain-link fence. That's not the creepy part though. The part that unnerved us was that the dark blobs were every 10 feet on the fence. There was a dead and decaying dog strung up, attached by a dead snake wrapped around the dog's neck, and through the chain links. The fence was padlocked with a chain, but not very tall. We could have jumped it, but it was dark and we didn't have flashlights. It was on the top of a hill, and we weren't able to make out what was inside the fenced-off area, as it turned into a fairly steep decline. We let fear get the better of us and ran all the way back to the car, sitting in silence the entire drive home. I've always meant to go back to that place, even years later now, but I had such a feeling of sickness and dread that I simply can't bring myself to. It's almost an unspoken rule that none of us even bring the place up with one another. About 15 years back, a few friends and I broke into an abandoned pathology. It was pitch black in there, so we left on the first day. Nope. The next day around 10 p.m, we went back, geared up to the brim. Headlamps, flashlights, chalk, bolt cutter, and backup batteries. The entrance door was 5 meters tall and made out of thick, and I mean thick, like 10 inches thick, of wood. It was unbelievably heavy to open, and made a real deep cracking sound. It was scary as hell, but whatever, we thought to ourselves. The building was a 4-story building, 2 basements, 1 ground floor and the first. The main corridor was at least 2 meters in length, with about 8 doors on each side and at least 5 meters wide. The ceiling was about 4 meters high. Same thing on the other floor, except the basement, but we'll get to that shortly. The building was huge, big open rooms, but you felt watched in there. The floor in the ground, the first floor, was made out of concrete, and there was not much to see there, just empty rooms and graffiti. The basement were a different story. The ceilings, walls, and floors were tiled, edge to edge. Everything had a white reflective surface. We were scared at this point, but kept on exploring. Remember the chalk we bought? We had it so that we could draw a line on the ground every 2 meters. That way we could quickly find the exit in case of spooky stuff happening. Good luck drawing chalk on tiles. So the first basement was built the same as the first and ground floor. Big rooms, long-ass corridors and high ceilings, but tiled edge to edge. Not much to see there, just some candles and circles made out of roses that were dry, so they had obviously been there for a while. Bit spooky, but no matter, we kept on exploring. Now comes the second basement. This place was pure madness. It was like a maze, no structure at all, as if the architect had a stroke while planning. No room was the same size. The ceiling was maybe 2 meters high and the corridors just wide enough to barely fit 2 people next to each other. Claustrophobic as hell. Some rooms were just squares with doors on each side. There was no reference points, and we had to remember the turns we made and reverse them. 2 left, 1 right, second door left, and so on. Heart pounding and scared crapless. Clear thinking was critical, and every tiny noise there made us hold our breath. I've never felt so helpless before. We made our way through the maze and got pretty good at remembering the place. At one point we all stopped and went silent. There was a huge door with somewhat of a padlock. Should we open it? One of my friends asked. Dunno. What if there are zombies in there? We all laughed, and I pulled out the bolt cutters. It took a few attempts, but we managed to crack the lock open. The room was filled with shelves, and the shelves were filled with files. And the files were probably filled with every person that was ever cut open there. The room was stuffed to the brim with autopsy reports. We packed our stuff and went home. That was enough for us. What gives me chills is that the whole building was empty, but they kept the files? I mean, the building is in use again, still a pathology, but why keep the files there? Even though this story isn't the scariest, I still like to share it from time to time. I really do wonder what they were doing with that still there, and the place in itself was seriously creepy. This happened to my sister and brother-in-law. They have a hobby called urban exploration, fancy word for trespassing abandoned buildings. But anyway, they were in this old abandoned nursing home in the middle of the night, just doing what they usually do, looking around, taking pictures of the interesting things that time forgot, and experiencing the adventure of breaking a minor law. At one point, one of them found an old, broken, life alert-ish alarm. Not the exact thing, but same concept. They had some magnetic slip or something and it would go off if one of the old people fell. It was in terrible condition and didn't have any batteries in, but one of their stupid friends picked it up and held onto it for a while. A bit later, they were checking out another area of the home, and there was a heavy steel door closed with a metal hatch in front of the sanitarium section, like the intensive care section or something, and they decided not to go in and to turn around and keep walking, and then heard the loudest blast they've ever heard, and turned around to see the steel door had just bashed open the wrong way. The door was supposed to open inwards, but it had flown open outwards, ripping right through the metal door frame. Needless to say, they got out of there. After they calmed down inside for a while, they decided to go back, They've been doing this for a while, and they don't believe in ghosts. They know there has to be a rational explanation for it, and they're just about to go inside when they hear a loud-ass beeping. They look at their friend who's still holding the powerless, broken alarm, and it's going off like crazy. He throws it to the ground, and the beep starts sounding like screaming, and they get the hell out of there. It was a rainy, drizzly day on a Sunday in April. Me and my guy friend had planned to hang out the day before. We were both the age of 14. I left my house at 10 in the morning because we'd planned to get breakfast and met on our bikes around the corner of a street near my house. And then we left the neighborhood to a different town. I knew my mother probably wouldn't have wanted me to go, but we headed off on our bikes anyway. It took us an hour to get 3 towns over. We got food at some cafe and ended up in a sketchy neighborhood. And we rode our bikes looking for something to do until we stumbled upon an abandoned house. We parked our bikes on the side of the house behind a large bush so no one would see them, and we looked around. It looked pretty broken down and had a creepy look to it. The house had a fair amount of caution and do not enter signs on it, which was enough of a warning for us, but we didn't listen. We ended up trespassing and breaking into the house through a back door that was open. I didn't want to because I was a bit of a scaredy cat and wasn't really into taking risks. I believed we would have gotten into trouble, but we never did, and he forced me to go in. There was a small broken wooden fence that you had to climb over before you were standing on the actual porch where the back door of the house was. The fence was broken, with pieces of wood and glass sticking out, so you had to be careful climbing over it. The house smelt of rotten eggs and mold. I had a pit of guilt and fear in my stomach. I was scared out of my mind and jumped at every little creak and noise that came from the inside of the broken down old house. We looked for anything valuable on the first floor of the house, but there wasn't much. We stumbled up the creaky old staircase that led us to the second floor. I had no intention of following my friend up there, though. He went up by himself, and I waited at the bottom. He finally convinced me after much pleading to ascend, so begrudgingly I did. We didn't really find anything that valuable except for some fake jewelry and old pictures of the previous family members who once occupied the abode. And after raiding anything we could, we went back down the stairs. And here's the scary part. We found ourselves searching the bottom half of the house, after finding a few secret rooms we hadn't seen before. I suggested countless times that we should leave before someone found us, or that we got hurt by something, but my friend replied with, "Just give me a minute and we'll leave," which we never did. We stopped dead in our tracks when we heard faint footsteps coming from the upstairs right above where we were standing, and we made eye contact with each other. We were both terrified. After a few seconds, we heard a door slam from upstairs, and we bolted for the back door as quick as we could and slammed it shut behind us. My friend had quickly hopped over the broken fence onto the back porch. He was taller than me, so it was easier for him, but for me, being a much shorter girl, it wasn't easy. I ended up hopping over as fast as I could. Before my other leg was over the fence, I felt something cold brush past my ankle, but I didn't look back. I threw myself over the fence, twisted my ankle and got a small cut on my leg. I limped to the bikes that were behind the bush where we'd left them, and we went off. We both headed straight home after that and decided not to talk about what we saw. When I got home, I noticed that I had a bruise where I had felt that cold breeze as I was leaving the house. And I will never sneak into anywhere abandoned again. Some friends and I used to explore abandoned places for fun. We stopped because, hey, well, we could have died. Here are some of our more notable experiences. We explored an abandoned warship once. There was this old shore liner that was used in World War II that was later used as a vacation boat or something. Some old idiot bought it and shored it up in shallow waters, and it was basically left to rot. We had to trek through hillbilly country, and trespassers will be shot signs everywhere. We were definitely trespassing. One time, I thought I could walk right up to it and climb in. The next, the river was really high and we had to wade out to it. That messed with me because we were definitely risking being bitten by snakes or stepping on rust, and the ship itself was rather boring. On another occasion, there was a giant old radio tower/office building. There's a building in my city, all brick, probably 10 stories high, in the ghetto, and it was used over the years for all kinds of stuff, but it was originally, and mainly, a building for radio. This thing was gigantic, kind of heavily secured, but we found an open window about a story up and shimmied in off a pipe. Once we got there, it was definitely a feeling of something being off. It was dark, of course, but it was also unsettling. It smelled wet. The story we found ourselves on was what used to be a chapel of sorts. There were a few pews and an old confessional. Church stuff is scary as hell to find in a dark place with a cell phone flashlight, and we continued to look around, and we climbed some stairs into the next story, and were relieved when there was more light. But something was really wrong. It was very clean for an abandoned complex, like no rubble on the floor, no garbage. Weird. And then we kept looking around, when all of a sudden, an alarm sounded extremely loud. Right when one of us saw a bobcat, the machine, not the animal, and the alarm went off. Easily the scariest moment of my life, and we took off with a singular pack mentality running for the stairs. But they were bricked in. Afterwards we all agreed, in our collective panic, that we had the thought that hobos had walled us in quickly and quietly, as hobos do. We were wrong. We just went down the wrong stairs, and ended up leaping from the window we came through and getting away with a few bruises. Damn, what a rush. The next story was from a place that was most certainly haunted. Or, ghosts aren't real, but there was definitely a body crammed somewhere within this place. Allow me to elaborate. So, in a different terrible part of town, there was this abandoned apartment complex that used to be a school. Brick with wrought iron interior gates, wrought iron on the windows, etc. This place used to be a pretty secure building. Did I mention it was huge? Anyway, we shimmy into another window. A woman screams that she was going to call the cops from her double wide right beside this place. So that set the scene to be a little nervous. We get in and instantly I'm like, what is this feeling? Dust was everywhere, odds and ends from everyday life. It was like we entered into someone's old apartment. We carry on. The atmosphere wasn't comforting, but I ignored it. Like I said before, the hallways/stairwells have these massive wrought iron gates and tile floors. Nice plaster molding, hardwood pillars. I doubt it was very hoity-toity. But I'm also surprised these nice, older world details survived from the crackhead looters in the area. The hallways were very vast, and we all find gunshot holes here and there. Same people would be like, screw that. But when you're exploring, you're like, yay, danger. So we explore a few apartments and I go off on my own for a bit, into a closed apartment because I have absolutely no brain cells, and the first thing I notice are photos, Polaroids, all over the floor. And then it hit me that this place seemed to have been pretty hastily evacuated. And I don't know how to rationally describe it, but I feel like if I held up a ghost sensor thing to these photos, it would have exploded. We left not long after, fearing Trailer Lady would make good on her promise to call the police, and I'm glad we did. 15 years ago, I was in the Air Force and got assigned to provide mobile security to missiles launch facilities located in Wyoming, Colorado, and Nebraska. Riding around in a Humvee for 12 hours a day, 4 days a week in the middle of nowhere is pretty boring. So we would often go into the many abandoned houses located within our patrol area. One was unlike the rest. It was a red brick ranch-style house that looked like it was built in the 70s and was in decent condition on the outside, for it just to be sitting there with no one living in it. I passed the place every day, so I was pretty confident it was abandoned, but I still waited a few months before going in. One night my curiosity got the best of me, so I decided to stop by and check the place out with my team. It was 1 a.m, so we had to use our mag lights to light our way. We never went into places that were locked, so I was excited to see the back door was wide open and the front unlocked. We also looked in the windows before entering to ensure the place was indeed vacant, since we had to carry our weapons in with us. Upon entering, it was a normal abandoned place, stuff scattered everywhere and dusty as hell. We explore around and find out the place has a basement, open the door, and slowly make our way down into the abyss, shining our lights around. And something catches the eye of one of the guys. He points his light at it, freaking out. It's a human figure standing there with their back towards us wearing a cowboy hat. There's no movement, and then I notice that this person isn't touching the ground, so I point my light up there to see a rope is around their neck and they're hanging by the rafters. We start freaking out, wondering what the hell to do. As we get closer to ensure that it is indeed what we think it is before alerting the authorities, I get within range to knock its hat off with my M4 and meet a burlap sack. Someone thought it would be funny to hang a scarecrow from the rafters, and it did a bloody good job at making us all crap our pants. I was in San Francisco helping out for an online event on one of the beaches a few years ago, and one of the side projects they had going on was clearing this wooded area that was an old bunker hill back before World War I, and I believe was a machine gun post. Needless to say, the main bunker, you only had to slide through the small slit of the structure and it went down to a second level. That was the only way in. So a group of people and I entered and went down what could only be described as a dark hotel corridor with side rooms with a crumbling infrastructure. If this wasn't creepy enough, on the first wall in graffiti was written, "Satan awaits." So we enter, go down to the basement type room, and all the rooms are pretty far gone from age and weathering, when we come upon the room labelled 6, and this room's doorframe was graffitied with a clownesque design, and the only room with some type of graffiti beside the words upstairs, so it's pitch black, and we all have our camera flashlights to see, and this room has 3 voodoo dolls on the wall, with each of them having a 6 in the middle of the body, with the words on the right saying, "Until the light takes us." This sent everyone into, "Hell, I don't want to be here anymore" kind of vibes, so we finished up for the most part and make it down to the end of this winding corridor, where there's a large metal door with a small peephole, and the metal door wouldn't open due to rust. It's just freaking weird. For the most part, I think urban exploring is fun, but might be slightly illegal. Isn't it considered breaking in? What are your thoughts on this? Let me know down below, which gives me an idea. Why don't we have some break-in stories now? This happened in the year of 1989, when I was 9 years old. I lived in a middle-class neighborhood in Forest, Virginia. It was like a Mayberry-like neighborhood. Most everyone knew each other, no crime, lots of families. Not everyone locked their doors at night. There were lots of kids my age in the neighborhood, but the 2 on my street were my closest friends, Mitchell and Chase. The 3 of us were sort of a clique. Whenever a new kid moved into the neighborhood, we'd like to go see him together to see what he was like and decide if he was cool or not. That year, their new family moved into a house near the end of the street. They had just 1 child, a boy named Parker. We invited him out a few times to play and he seemed cool, so before long he was almost one of the gang. Parker's mum was attractive, blonde, slim, always smiling. However, his dad was not a friendly man. He seemed annoyed by us kids, rarely spoke to us and mostly just acknowledged us with eye rolls and grunts. He also didn't come outside much. He worked nights, so we didn't see him often during the week. And on weekends, he was mostly banging around in his garage. One Saturday afternoon in the fall, Mitch and Chase were both away for some reason, so I went over to Parker's house alone, to see if he wanted to play. He said his parents weren't home and invited me inside. That was a really strange experience for me. At 9, my parents never left me alone. They would call a babysitter over if they were going to be gone for even an hour. I asked Parker why he was home alone and made no secret that I was weirded out about it, but he seemed totally fine with it, like it happened all the time. So that put me at ease. We watched TV for a little bit, then abruptly Parker got off the couch and said, "Hey, you want to see something cool?" "Sure," I said. He led me down to the basement and pointed to a tool chest against the wall. "They're in here." Parker opened the bottom cupboard drawer of the tool chest, revealing a huge stack of Playboys. There had to have been at least 50 to 60 issues in there. I had no idea what I was looking at. I'd never seen a naked woman before. The closest I had come was seeing the scantily clad Tanya Roberts in the movie The Beastmasters. I remember watching that movie and being vaguely intrigued by the female form, but what I saw in the Playboys was sort of repulsive. It wasn't necessarily the images of the naked women that churned my stomach, but the dank and musty smell of the basement, the dim lights, the crinkled, stiff, flaky feel of the magazine pages, as if the moisture of the basement was slowly turning them to pulp. It just felt wrong and gross, and I wanted to leave. Still, I just couldn't stop looking. I'd flip through one magazine, toss it back, then flip through another one. Somehow I had this strange notion that I was finally getting something valuable for free, so I needed to cram as much of it into my brain as I could. Finally, Parker said, "We better get out of here. My mom will be home soon. You can tear some pictures out and take them home if you want." I ripped out one of the centerfolds and stuffed it into my pocket. I didn't really know what I was doing. I didn't want it for any self-gratification purpose. I just had an idea that I could use it to impress Michael and Chase later. When I got home, I stuffed the balled-up centerfold in the back corner of my closet under some toys. Despite not having a deep understanding of what it was, pornography, I was certain that if my mum found it, I'd be in big trouble. I went to sleep like normal that evening, but awoke abruptly in the middle of the night to a rough hand shaking my shoulder. I immediately knew something was wrong, because neither of my parents would have woken me up so firmly. Plus, there was a terrible smell, a rank combination of alcohol and motor oil. I opened my eyes, and with the aid of my bedside light, recognized Parker's dad standing over me, in my house, in my room. I wanted to cry, to scream for my dad, but the man glared down at me with so much hatred, so much fury. I was paralyzed. I was certain that if I did cry out, he would twist the head clean off my neck. "You stole from me." He said this in a low voice, low enough not to wake my parents in the other room, but in the quiet of my room the words rang clear as a bell. He called me the F word. That's what really struck me. No adult had ever used the F word on me. Combined with his tone, expression, and body language, that word just cut me to the bone. "I want it back," he said. Numbly, my heart hammering, I quietly and obediently went to my closet and dug out the balled-up centerfold from beneath a pile of Ninja Turtles. I held it out to him, and he snatched it. At this point, he went on a low, whispery rant at me, including a lecture about thievery and personal property. I don't remember all of it, but it went along the lines of, "I'll tell your parents, I'll call the cops, you'll go to juvie." But he said two phrases I distinctly remember. One was, "Don't ever come in my house again. Don't even step foot in my yard again." And the other was something that was so strange, said with so much sincerity, that it burnt into my memory. and still haunts me to this day. Don't ever look at this crap again. He clenched his fists around the balled-up centerfold. It will turn you into something you don't want to be. Then he turned and walked silently out of my room. I was so creeped out about how silent he slipped away. Our floors were carpeted, but he literally made no sound as he disappeared down the hall into the darkness, like some malicious Santa Claus. It was like he had lots of previous practice at sneaking around, which I found even more disturbing. When I thought back on the incident during the following years, it was that sneaking which haunted me most of all, even more than the lecture and the threats. How quietly and stealthily he moved, like the Grinch in the cartoon, but not with that big cartoony stride. Like I would never be safe from him no matter where I went in life. Like any time I went to sleep, he could just appear right there, without a sound, and I'd never hear him coming. The aftermath of this story is a whole story in itself. I won't get into all the details, but just summarize it. No sign of forced entry or evidence of him being there was ever found by me or anyone else. I never told anyone until I got really close to a few good friends my freshman year of high school. My parents never found out about the incident. I was convinced that I would be in so much trouble if they ever found out, that I just figured it was better to live in fear than face the consequences. Obviously, Parker's dad never mentioned it to either of them, but of course he wouldn't, that trespassing creep. I'm 35 years old now, and have a good relationship with them, but I still can't bring myself to tell them what happened that night. I was emotionally damaged for a while. I had fear and anxiety, and shyness issues. My grades slipped badly that year. I had a hard time sleeping at night after that, and was tired all the time because I had chronic nightmares. My parents got me some prescription sleeping aids, and I couldn't sleep in the dark again until I was at least 15 or 16. I always had to have a lamp on my bedside. I couldn't go near Parker's end of the street from then on, much less in his yard or house. If my parents drove me by the house, I would simply point my head towards the opposite side of the street and pretend to be looking out the window. My family moved 2 years later in 1991, and I never saw Parker again after that. I asked my dad sometime later if he always locked the doors at night. He says, yes, most of the time, but sometimes I forget. I asked him if he made sure all the windows were locked at night, and he said that no. Sometimes our mum opened them, and he forgot to lock them back when she closed them. So that answers the question as to how he got in the house. I still get queasy when I see porn. On one hand, like any red-blooded male, images of the internet of attractive women wearing no clothes catch my eye. But when I really start to stare and get into the moment, the fear of that night starts creeping back in. The unanswered questions. How did he even find out I had the page? Had he gotten home, seen his magazines weren't in proper order, and grilled Parker about it? Why the hell would this guy make such a fuss and go to some extreme measures just to retrieve one torn-out page of an old Playboy? Makes no sense. What did he mean by, it will turn you into something you wouldn't want to be? A trespasser? An asshole who terrorizes kids? A porn addict? Was what he did to me that night, in some weird-ass way, his twisted attempt to try and do something altruistic to me? To warn me off from becoming like him? How does a guy have so much balls? Seriously. My parents were asleep, one room away. My dad was a big dude, bigger than him, and my dad would have thrown that man right through a wall if he had caught him in my room in the middle of the night. Regardless, malicious Santa Claus, overprotective porn collector, terrorizer of children, and source of my nightmares, and scar on my childhood. Let's not meet again. I'm a security guard for an alarm response company. We answer alarms for businesses and private residences. 99% of the time it's a motion detector set off by a cat, or a restaurant forgot to disarm their stuff before the stock truck arrived to unload. In this case, I was called out to a house where the back door alarm was set off, like it thought someone had opened it. The owner was out of town, but she was alerted by her app and had her mother meet me there. We checked the door, it's locked, and figured that maybe someone tried the door but it didn't budge, setting off the alarm. But there's a light on inside. The mum mentions this to her daughter on the phone, and the daughter says she isn't sure if she left the light on or not. It's a good idea to make people think someone's home, but she just isn't sure. That gave me a bad tingle. The mother wanted to go inside to check, however she didn't have a spare key. The neighbor did, but they were asleep, and the mum didn't want to wake them. So I fill out my papers and go back to my normal patrol route. An hour later, the same home sends an alert out. I'm the only one in my city zone, so I answer it again. When I pull up, police and CSI are there talking to the mother and the now awake neighbor. They are reviewing video footage sent to them by the daughter. I look at the footage. 4 armed men wearing masks and hoodies came out of the bathroom a minute after the mother and I left. They proceeded to rob the place. They had broken in and locked the door behind them for appearances. They're the ones who turned on the light. The mother told me 3 guys had robbed her daughter's home a month before. Somehow they knew when the girl would be out of town. They appeared smart, desiring a quiet robbery without conflict, but they brought guns, so they were prepared to shoot their way out of trouble if need be. The mother had wanted to go in. If she had a key, or woken the neighbor for the key, we would have likely been shot dead by these guys when we went inside. Work doesn't give me Kevlar vests or anything. If I ever get another house call and someone is there, I'm not going inside no matter what. I count myself fortunate the way was blocked this time, because I was prepared to foolishly go in and check if I could. The 1% of calls where something is actually off. It has never been as bad as this one. To the armed robbers, let's not meet. I am currently at a college in Boston and have an apartment in the North End with my buddy. We're both 21-year-old males. My girlfriend came up for the weekend to visit, and we were doing our normal weekend thing and drinking and just hanging out. My roommate convinced us to watch Green Inferno because it just made its way to Netflix and I've been meaning to watch it. Horribly messed up movie, but pretty good if you like a gruesome horror flick and don't mind bad acting. 3/4 of the way through the movie, I kept hearing this banging noise coming from what sounded like inside our building. At first I ignored it, thinking I was just hearing things, or it was the noise from the busy main street that our apartment building is on. But after a few times, I thought I heard a girl scream. I paused the movie and asked my roommate and girlfriend if they heard it, and they both did. But we shrugged it off as random kids getting drunk. I heard it twice or more, and it wasn't sitting right with me. So I paused it and said to my roommate, "Let's just take a walk down the stairs and check the halls." We left our place on the 4th floor and headed towards the stairs, where we saw a man who looked to be in his mid to late 20s sitting on the stairs outside an apartment, and he looked like he was a mess. We asked him if this was his place, and he kind of said yes, but not definitely, and sounded a bit drunk. We had no reason not to believe him, so we went back to our room. But right when we got back, I remember that the only people that lived in that unit were 2 or 3 girls, and my one roommate agreed. We decided to head back out there, and at this point my girlfriend was freaked out. We approached him again and asked him if he was sure this was his place. He stood up and said yeah, and proceeded to aggressively bang on the door multiple times. When he stood up, I immediately noticed the poop stains on his white jeans and pointed it out to my roommate. We are both in shape guys and realized right away if anything needed to happen, we could easily take this guy on. At this point, we both said that we think he should leave, because it clearly wasn't his abode. I mean, the dude crapped himself. He looked at us, back to the door, where he tried 5 different keys on the lock. Obviously, none of them worked, so we again firmly told him to leave the building. The whole time he really didn't argue with us and never gave us a firm answer, further proving our point that he was messed up and didn't belong here. At this point, something must have clicked in his head. He started heading down the stairs, with us closely in tow, making sure he left, while plugging our noses and gagging on the stench of his crapped pants. When we were in sight of the landing at the base of the stairs, the sight we saw made our stomachs drop. We saw a phone with earbuds on the top shelf that sits there, a hoodie strewn across the floor with a mask a few feet away, a satchel looking like bag even further away, and a package that I had seen in the lobby earlier. As soon as I saw this, I thought the absolute worst, and it looked like a struggle had taken place. I then asked him in an aggressive tone what he did, and I could tell he was scared now. He refused to answer me, and tried to bang and open the apartment on the first floor, claiming that it was his place. He then went to collect his things from the floor, and just to make sure, I made him unlock the iPhone in front of us to prove it. It was Touch ID and he opened it. We did not like the way he was acting, so he kept insisting he should leave, as he formed answers back that were barely English. After that, he proceeded to walk towards the back of the building in a rather brisk pace. There is a tighter staircase at the back which leads to all floors, as well as an alley out the back of the building. This is probably the strangest part, as very few people knew about this exit to our building, but he headed there with speed and confidence. My roommate followed close behind to make sure he left, and shut the back door firmly, as once it's shut it can't be opened from the outside. I was far back, gagging on the stench. After this, we went out the front door together and walked around to the back door to make sure the man was gone. We slipped a note under the door of the girls saying we saw a man and made him leave, and to come knock or text us if they need anything, as we wanted to make sure they were okay. Luckily, this man left without any problem occurring between him and my roommates, and, as I imagine, that definitely could have ended in an ugly manner. We knew girls lived there, and this man was giving off terribly creepy vibes. We aren't oblivious. I knew there was a strong chance he had ill intent with these girls, so we needed to act. To the creepy man who was terrorizing the girls, please let's not ever meet. And you might want to pick up some adult diapers. So, it turns out the girl who lives in the apartment was luckily not home when this all went down. She ended up texting us, so we explained what happened, and she was very freaked out. She called the landlord who got us to get our story, and she believes it could have been an old tenant who was subletting over the summer that constantly got locked out. He would come back drunk, bang on his door, and one time it actually broke down. It's hard to me to think it was the same guy, as he didn't start banging on the door until after we mentioned we knew a girl lived there. Also, this apartment is a floor above, and in a different spot than the one the old tenant was in. I live in a not-so-large, not-so-friendly block of flats. Well, it's really more of a converted old Victorian house, which is now modified into 5 small flats per block, with there being 4 blocks and me living in the second one. Just for some context, the main door is really crappy, and still hasn't been replaced even though the entire building has been refurbished. This is the case despite the landlord promising it would be done by New Year. Anyway, this door doesn't lock when you close it. It has to be locked manually either by the key from the outside or by the twisty lock on the inside. Unfortunately, the people who live around me can be, well, let's say rude, and that's putting it kindly. They're always blasting music until late, setting off the fire alarm which is linked in every flat, and it's super loud and annoying. by smoking inside most of the time. However, the most annoying thing, always, and I mean always, is leaving the main door unlocked. This was nothing more than annoying up until very recently, when something truly horrific happened as a result. It was a Thursday night, and as usual I was getting ready for bed at around 11 p.m. And as per usual, despite it being a weekday, one of the surrounding flats in a different block to mine was throwing a party. This was annoying and unfair. Come on guys, for real, who throws a party on a Thursday? I mean, just wait for Friday. Not only that though, it's supposed to be lockdown, so while other people can't even see their families, me included, you get to keep everyone up. The music was noticeable but not super loud from the comfort of my bedroom, thankfully. So I do what I always do when I go to bed. I put on some scary stories to help me chill out and sleep. So I finally managed to drift off at around midnight, and I awoke for the first time at around 2 because of the music. So I growl and begrudgingly get up to go to the bathroom, as I thought I may as well as I'm already up. So annoyed and frustrated, I get back into bed and continue to enjoy my stories until I'm asleep once more. I'm suddenly awoken by loud stomps coming up the stairs. I live at the very top of the building, so the final staircase only leads to my door. Now I'm more exhausted than angry, so I just lie there awake until I hear something that jolts my half-asleep brain fully awake. My door is being pushed. Someone is actually trying to push open my door and enter my flat, without my permission. Not hard or forcefully, mind you. Not like they were trying to break it down, but they definitely tried to gain entry. Now this may be just because my mind was still foggy, or that I was still so tired that I didn't care, but I stupidly assumed it was some drunken partygoer who had mistakenly gone to the wrong block. Maybe the party was at a different top floor flat, so I ignored them, even when it happened again and I could hear scratching and mumbling on the other side of the door. Stupid, I know, but I really wanted to sleep. So the next morning I woke up as usual and got ready for work. As I opened my door to leave, what do I see? 2 men sleeping on the floor blocking my way, one bleeding from his head. And I'm not judgmental, or at least try not to be, but these men were clearly homeless. I mean, the smell of one alone told me that it was like having a ball of dirt slapped in your face. Not ideal for an early morning start. When I eventually got one of them to get up, the other failed to do so. He was clearly on drugs and was completely out of it. Thankfully for me, the man was okay. I mean, I could have just been rushed, but they explained that they had been attacked and chased and took shelter here. I offered to call an ambulance, which the men eventually accepted, through a one-sided conversation of murmurs and groans. So I stepped out to get a better look at the man on the ground, and as I did, the other stepped inside my flat. I stared at him with our eyes locked, and he came right back out without incident as I locked my door. The ambulance eventually arrived. I had to dial 999 as there was no one manning the non-emergency number, probably because of the current pandemic, and I went to work. Informed the landlord, and he would warn the other people living there apparently that they must keep the door locked. But of course every morning I get to work and the door is wide open without consequence. But the real kicker is that because the guy was bleeding and homeless, I didn't want to clean it up myself, so I had to get a professional cleaner to do it. And when I asked for my landlord to chip in, he ignored me for a few days, and when he eventually got back to me, he said, "It's only on the walks." Brilliant. So I ended up paying the whole thing myself because I just didn't feel comfortable with it being around me. Now, I do not believe those men had intentions to hurt me, but what if I hadn't have locked my door? What if they had have gotten in? When people are desperate and opportunities present themselves, you really don't know what people will do. 2 of them, 1 of me, alone, asleep, vulnerable. Pretty scary when you think about it. This started 2 years ago. I dropped out of school. I was at home every day, suffering from depression and anxiety. and since both of my parents work, I was alone in my house a lot of the time. So on one day, I'm alone and chilling as usual, watching Netflix and eating some snacks in my room, when I hear the phone ring. I never answer it, even if I'm home alone, because of my anxiety, so I just ignored it, even if the person was really persistent. Then a few seconds later, I heard noises in the hall of my residence. I live on the ground floor, so when someone makes a noise I hear it, and I just assumed it was the neighbors. But a few seconds later I heard someone ringing and knocking on the door brutally. With my anxiety issues, I started to feel anxious and grab a knife in case this person was trying to break into my house, and was then met with silence. But when I thought it was all over, I heard someone who was literally beating at the kitchen window so hard that my window opened. At this point, I was hiding in the hallway with a knife, so I got to see the man's face when he opened the window and looked into the kitchen to see if anyone was there. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. But when I discreetly looked at the man's face, it was a disturbing sight. He was really chill, cold, and relaxed looking. He looked into the kitchen one last time and just left. I knew there was something wrong with this guy. But I was so scared that I just called my aunt to pick me up, because I really didn't want to spend more time at home after what had just happened. So I was waiting, still holding my knife, anxiety poisoning me, until she arrived. Days after the incident, I hadn't seen the guy since. That was 2 years ago now. But yesterday, my dad told me something he had never said before, because he didn't want it to flare up my anxiety. 2 sisters who lived in my neighborhood saw a guy hanging around my house for a few days, especially around my bedroom window, as my window sits just in front of the residential parking lot. And the guy was hiding behind cars and watching me through windows. I had no clue what was going on. One day, one of the sisters took a photo of the guy, so he knew he had been found. The girl who took the picture told my dad about it, and my dad was watching to see if the guy was still at our place, but never saw him again. And since then, no one saw him. I don't know if his first move was knocking and ringing to see if there was anyone home. I don't know if he figured it was me or not. I think his second move was to stalk and hang around my window, but when one of the sisters took a photo of him, he knew he was screwed. That's why when my dad was watching if the guy was still around, he never showed. He knew that if he went through with his foul plan that he'd be screwed. But what would have happened if nobody had seen him? If no one took a picture? I really wonder what his intentions were, and how dark they truly are. This happened less than a month ago. I'm a petite female in my 20s. I'm currently living in Mexico to escape life a little after postgrad, in a city that is not known as a dangerous place. A lot of foreigners live here, and I haven't heard any safety concerns. I'm living with my cousin who works from 8 AM to 7 PM. The houses are in a pretty good area with a school, nice hotel, and Starbucks within walking distance, just to give you an idea of how unexpected this was. This incident happened while my aunt was visiting us from Mexico City. She stayed home all day with me while I usually studied or watched Netflix. On this day, I was planning to have a chill day since I had woken up at around 11:30 AM. I was watching something on my computer when I started to hear some loud pounding, like someone was working on something with a hammer. This was around midday. I thought my aunt had let some repairman in to do some work. I was under the assumption my aunt was still in the house, so I wasn't too worried and continued to watch my show. The hard noise stopped, and I heard 2 male voices talking casually. This made me feel more confident that they were there to fix something. I get up from bed to fetch my phone, as I don't have any service plan down here, to message my aunt on Facebook to see what was going on. I didn't get a reply from her, so I just took it as she was busy. and go back to lying in bed to not think of anything of the noises. 5 minutes later, I hear footsteps coming up the stairs. Take in mind I'm lying in bed with my back to the door when the door opens and I see a man. He was a pretty normal looking guy with facial hair and dressed rather cleanly. Like if you saw him in public, you wouldn't think anything negative about him. As soon as he saw me, he shut my door and went downstairs. Then I heard another huge noise that I later realized was him slamming the front door shut. My room is first room directly above the stairs, so my first thought was that this repairman accidentally opened my door. I thought he was trying to get access to our patio. I was a little confused, but again didn't think anything of the situation. I slowly walk downstairs calling my aunt's name, but I get no response. As soon as I make it down the stairs, I hear my aunt in a panicked voice saying, "They just robbed us! They took the TV!" She forgot to lock the first iron door of the house, which made it easy for them to break into the second door. She said that when she was walking by from the store, she noticed someone by the house. She asked him what he wanted, and he said he was looking for a teacher. Then he got into a car with the other man and left. She didn't notice the TV in their car or anything suspicious until she got to the house. She mentioned that someone had rang the doorbell before she left to go to the store. When she went to check, no one was there. She believes they've been watching her and my cousin, so when they opened the bedroom door, they were caught off guard and dipped. It's really frightening to think what could have happened if they didn't get scared off by seeing me. The cops came and were then telling me that they often kidnap girls or rape them. I know I got lucky. I live alone. Have done for a few years. This story takes place 2 years ago, before the start of the pandemic. It was just an average Saturday night. It was 1 a.m. and I was up late, gaming in the basement. I'd set up my basement for a gamer's paradise. I had all the old consoles, controllers, memory cards, everything you can think of. And it would be customary that every other Saturday, I would have my friends over for some huge and epic gaming nights. This Saturday, however, was one without company. I was downstairs, headphones in, and numbing my brain with excessive gameplay, when all of a sudden, I finished a level, and the music stopped briefly on the loading screen. That's when I heard a faint smack upstairs. Immediately I removed my headphones and listened more attentively. A second smack. Something or someone was at my door. I looked at my watch. It was really late, far too late for anyone to be here. I tentatively started to climb the stairs, wary that it could be something horrible waiting for me, but nonetheless made my way up. An important note is that the basement door opens inwards. Therefore, as I started to pull it open, I slowly peeked my head through, assuming that if anyone were looking in, they wouldn't be able to see me, as from any window on the upstairs landing, it would be fairly clear if the door were open the other way. I peeked my head through and instantly see through the window and illuminated by the orange streetlight, a few people standing at my door. They had what appeared to be a crowbar and were trying to pry my door open. Now, I live in a relatively safe area and had always just locked my door out of habit, but now there was someone trying to break in. My door wasn't particularly strong and my locks weren't that great. I knew that it was just a matter of time. I slowly closed the door and locked the basement door from the inside. The basement door lock, in fact, was one I had installed as a prank against some friends. I made my way downstairs, put my cell phone near the window, and started dialing 911. When the operator came on, I frantically told her that there were men breaking into my house and that they had crowbars. She didn't miss a beat and told me that she would be dispatching someone very soon indeed. She stayed with me on the line, all the while I waited in absolute agony, fearing that the men were going to come closer, maybe break down my door in any second. I was absolutely petrified. I stood there, next to the window, trying to hear what the operator was saying, her words of comfort keeping me sane, as the beautiful sound of police sirens permeated the night. I heard an absolutely colossal scuffle from upstairs, and then the police exiting the vehicle and gave chase. At the end of it, only a few things were stolen. They managed to catch a few of the criminals, but I didn't ever retrieve all of my items. The real loss here is my sense of security. If anyone's experienced a break-in, perhaps they feel the same thing. I just feel unsafe. I've had extra locks put on my doors, even latches put on my windows, but now I just feel vulnerable. I have security cameras outside my home and bought a specialist TV which I turn on almost every night just to watch the outside of my home. It's getting to be a bit excessive, I know, but it's the only way I sleep at night. And sometimes I still don't feel safe in my own home. They robbed me of that feeling of safety, and that's something I can never forgive them for. My mum and I lived in a cheap single-wide trailer in a really terrible trailer park. It was my single mum working 2 jobs and was going to cosmetology school after my dad left. I stayed with my aunts overnight a lot because my mum would work graveyard shifts. She picked me up from my aunt's house at 7 a.m. one day, and we went back to our trailer. I remember immediately not wanting to go inside, begging to ride my bike, but my exhausted mother just wanted to sleep, so we went in and she laid in bed. I sat up watching Barney for a while, and being the annoying toddler that I was, I woke up my mum and asked to go outside and ride my bike, which we usually kept in my room because if we left it outside it would be stolen. I told my mum I didn't want to play in my room, so asked if I could lay with her. While we were laying there for some reason, I told my mum there was someone in the closet, and that he wanted to hurt me. I have no idea how I knew that. I didn't even think I went into my room that day. She got up to show me no one was there, and when she walked into my room, the folding closet door started to open and got stuck on something. Turns out, a previously convicted child molester had skipped bail on a new trial, watched my mum's comings and goings for a few days, broken into our house while she was still at work. He took my bike in the closet with him, hoping I would come looking for it when I got home, and that was the only thing that kept him from jumping out of the closet to attack my mum when she walked in there, with the spokes on my bikes getting stuck on the little metal tabs at the bottom of those folding closets. Needless to say, we ran like hell out the house, got in the car and drove away. Unfortunately, the guy got out of the house before the cops showed up. Closets still scare me to this day, some 26 years later. This only just happened to me. It was roughly 9:30 p.m. on a Tuesday night. Nothing ever happens on Tuesdays. I went downstairs to get my dog so that she could sleep in my bed with me. I said goodnight to my parents, got my meds, and fetched a glass of water. I set the cup down and turned the lights off, totally forgetting about the glass of water. I placed my dog on my bed, turned on my laptop, and I realized I left my water downstairs. I went back down to get it, and saw a car pull up through my kitchen window. I thought it was my older sister, but she was staying at a friend's house. I looked out, and it was a small compact car, and from what I could see, 2 men were inside. I had no clue who they were, so I began stressing out. I tried to get a closer look, making sure I couldn't be spotted. I am a small guy, standing at about 5'5" and weak as hell. A 14-year-old kid can't take on 2 tall, buff-looking men. I saw something in the back of the car, but couldn't quite make out what it was. I snapped myself out of it, grabbed my water, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of them getting out and walking towards my house. I lost it at that point, went to my parents' room and asked, "Who's outside?" My dad was confused and said, "Is it your sister?" I shook my head and told him that we didn't know them. They weren't our neighbors, plus their houses are walking distance. There's no reason they'd need a car. He got up and my mum followed. They looked out to the front door and saw a tall man in a grey Under Armour hoodie walking up carrying something. My dad instantly went out there and freaked out at the guy. My mum rushed me upstairs and had her phone at the ready. I went to my room still holding my water. I have no clue what happened. To those two guys who creepily drove up to my house when it was pitch dark outside, I hope I don't see you again. When I was a teenager, my older brother moved out and my parents worked late, so occasionally I would spend the evenings by myself after school. We lived in the countryside a few miles out of town and had a good collection of neighbors. The day went as normal. I went to school, got home, turned on the TV, had a snack, and texted one of my friends who I had a crush on. It wasn't long after that I noticed a man outside my house. He walked past a few times. He wasn't an ordinary person walking around the block. He looked scraggly and unkempt. I ducked as far as I could behind a chair, still trying to see him out of the living room window, hoping he didn't see me. But soon, he came to the front door and knocked. I was texting my friend the entire time, increasingly getting freaked out. As he knocked on the door, I stupidly went to answer. I had my phone on me, with 911 at the ready. I tried to silently unlock the door and not alert the man. I opened the door a crack. There was a screen door separating myself and the man. I was ready to slam the door and lock it if anything happened. The man looked at me with crazed, paranoid eyes. He had a large, dark beard and looked to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He seemed out of breath, and his face was drenched with sweat. He was larger too, more the reason to keep my guard. I sheepishly said, "Hello?" "Please, call the police, they're after me," he said in an exhausted voice. He kept looking at the road and tensed whenever a car would occasionally pass. "Who's after you?" I asked, getting ready to slam the door. I barely escaped. They were right behind me, please. Can I come inside?" At this point, I knew to call the police. "Just wait here, I'll get some help." My heart was in my throat at this time. I didn't know if this was the guy that was trying to force the door open, so I quickly shut it and locked it. I ran to the back door and locked that as well, as I called 911. My heart was racing and I could barely tell the operator my information, but they said they would send someone out. It wasn't long until a patrol car arrived, but it felt like forever. The entire time I kept watching the man, who then walked into my driveway, pacing nervously. The officer got out and proceeded to talk with the man, and they got in the car and left. I have no idea what happened to him, nor if he was telling the truth. He could have been drunk or crazy, but it was genuine fear in his eyes when I looked at him. Something truly scared him, and it scared me to think that there could be someone out there that wanted people for whatever reason. So to the crazed, scared man, and whoever he was running from, I'd rather we not meet. First off, I would like to set the scene. This happened in May of 2000. I live in a very rural area of Alabama. My mum was with her friends at a party, and my dad was invited to hang out with his boss. So that meant I got to spend the night in by myself. I used to enjoy being home alone, as I had more time to myself. I decided to pass the time by watching scary movies, as I had rented some on VHS the previous day. I remember that while I was watching the original Halloween, I looked out of the living room window and saw a man dressed in all black, watching me. I couldn't see what he looked like, as if he were wearing a disturbing-looking mask. He stared for about a minute, before walking out of sight. About half an hour later, 3 sudden and loud bangs on the front door caused me to jump up in fear. I cautiously got up and looked through the peephole, and I thought I was going to throw up. The same man from earlier was at my front door, only this time, he was holding a very large knife in his hands. Upon getting a closer look, this man looked to be about 6'4" and was very well built. He stood there for about 15 seconds before he started pounding on the front door, trying to get in. I ran around the house, locking every door and window. I got on the phone with the police, grabbed the machete that I kept in our garage, and told the man to go away and that the police were on their way. But this didn't faze the man at all. Instead, he ran to the backyard, climbed over our 7-foot-tall fence and sprinted to the back door. I then ran upstairs to my bedroom and hid in the closet. The most sickening part happened when the whole house went dark, and I heard the back door get broken down. He had cut the power and broken into the house. I was more terrified than I had ever been. I then heard heavy footsteps throughout the house. He was searching for me. I heard him opening every door downstairs, and after 10 minutes of hiding, I heard him coming up the stairs. I was sweating all over, wondering when the cops would arrive, and after 5 minutes of footsteps, he opened my bedroom door. At this point, my whole life was flashing before my eyes. I was so sure I was going to die. Footsteps came to the closet. Suddenly, a wave of what I can only describe as a miracle rushed over me. The cops showed up right at the very moment and arrested the man as he tried to escape. I ended talking to the cops and they left after taking my statement. My parents showed up later that night and hugged me tightly, happy that I was okay and alive. I later learned that another family living 2 blocks down from me had had their lives ended. They were tied up with a rope and duct tape and were savagely attacked by his aforementioned weapon of choice. The young son had gotten the worst of it. He was found propped up against the living room couch, his head missing. To this day, I thank my lucky stars I wasn't another victim of that man.
Being broken into can certainly be something quite horrific, which is why a great place to hide in this kind of situation is the attic. Right? Wrong. You're about to find out why.
Around 10 years ago, I was living with my mum, dad, and older sister in an oldish house in a very small village. When I say small, I mean its only main feature was a small church and a few scattered houses occupied mostly by very old people. At the time, it was the summer, so I wasn't at school or anything. And since we were so far in the middle of nowhere, I spent most of that time at home, glued to one screen or another. The usual routine was that I'd wake up at around 10 or 11. By this point, Mom, Dad, and sister had all left for work, so I had the house to myself. I'd go downstairs, make toast, watch random stuff on TV for an hour before heading back to my room to continue with whatever game I was grinding through that particular day. The usual habits of a 17-year-old guy cut off from the rest of the world by many, many fields. I should give you a quick rundown of our house. It was an older cottage with 2 rooms upstairs, mine and my sister's, and everything else downstairs. As you walk up the stairs, you got to a very small landing and could go either left to my room or immediate right to my sister's room. Basically, the way this was laid out was that I could sit in my room with the door open, and my sister's room is directly opposite. I should also mention that the ceiling in both our rooms was slanted. We were basically in a large attic where the roof slanted down because of where the slant met the wall, and we had a crawl space that ran the length of the house on either side of the room, both with a small door to access them. These were mostly used for sorting normal attic stuff like Christmas decorations and old forgotten toys. The doors to these were thin little things, about 4 feet tall with a small handle on the outside. This is important because turning these tiny doorknobs opened them, but only from the outside. If the door was pushed shut, with you inside, there was no way back out. I discovered this for myself on more than one occasion. The door on my side ran along my room and along one wall in my sister's room, and hers ran along the other side along mine. This space was not very big. You had to crouch to stand in it, and most of the time you were in there you were crawling on your hands and knees. Anyway, this one morning I'm awoken to a familiar noise, sort of a small creature rustling around in the crawl space on my sister's side. I could hear this because my bed was against the wall that ran along it. Not an unusual noise. Living in the countryside we had mice almost constantly, and they pretty much had a run of the storage spaces regardless of how many traps we set. I thought nothing of it and got up and went off to begin my morning ritual of toast and TV. The first odd thing I noticed was while watching TV, I could hear movement upstairs. My sister's room was directly above the living room, so I assumed she'd just not gone to work that day for whatever reason and continued munching. Around an hour or two later, I went back upstairs and booted up my PC. As I was waiting, I turned around to open my door and faced my sister's closet, and realized it was late in the day, and she had yet to leave the room. An odd thing, since she normally parked up on the sofa in the living room on her days off and didn't move until our parents returned. We're not the most active family. I started to think that perhaps she was at work, and I'd imagined the noise from upstairs. But as I mused this, I noticed the crack of light at the bottom of her door as a shadow passed by it. Okay, so there's definitely someone in there. Must be her, right? I once again pushed it from my mind and went back to my PC. More time passed, and the thought came back to me. Why would she be at home but not leave? She only has a small TV in her room and no books. So what had she been doing in there all day? I glanced back around and saw the shadow under the door. She was still moving around. So what was up? I finally decided to knock on the door. I tried a few times and even said her name but received no answer. Weird. But maybe she had headphones or something on. I knocked a bit harder again and said her name, but no answer again. Alright, I thought, forget this. I'm just gonna go in. So I cracked the door open and peered round. I found an empty room. No one inside at all. Feeling slightly confused, but better that it was just in my imagination, I stepped in properly and looked around and saw something that made me full-on panic. Near the bottom of her little door leading into the crawl space, there was a small hole that the mice had made to get in and out of the bottom. Really small, but just big enough to fit half your hand through. There, coming through that hole, were 4 fingers, holding the door shut from the inside. At first I thought, no, it can't be fingers, don't be stupid, until I watched them slowly creep back through the hole into the crawl space. I lost my crap. Very quietly, might I add. I backed out of the room, shutting the door behind me, and ran to mine. Being the stupid teenager I was, I grabbed what might be the most imposing weapon I could find, the fake Winchester rifle cap gun I got from Disneyland a few years previous. I figured that if whoever was hiding in that bedroom didn't believe it was a real firearm, I could at least hit them with it. I ran off downstairs to where my dogs were on the far side of the house and called my mum, who worked a 5-minute drive away from our house. She told me to stay put, and that her managers were on their way. In this time I made a small upgrade from fake plastic rifle to one of my dad's golf clubs and felt much better with that. Finally my mum and her boss, Johnny, show up, and I tell them everything, leading up to this point. They say okay, and we all set off upstairs to investigate. Me, rather unheroically, being up the rear with my golf club. We get to my sister's room, and I point to the door. I'll never know if my mum is just hard as nails or massively stupid, but while John and I watch, she marches over to the door, yanks it open and sticks her head in. A moment passes while she looks left and right, and John and I are preparing to yank her back from the clutches of the psycho hobo murderer hiding in there before she shouts, "Chris, what are you doing in there? Get out!" Small amount of backstory. Chris was my sister's boyfriend. Unbeknownst to me, the night before, my dad had asked Chris to leave, as he had stayed with us for around 5 days at this point. He said, "Yep, that's cool," and as far as Mum and Dad knew, he headed home. What really happened was, instead of leaving, him and my sister had planned to make it seem like he'd left, then he could stay another night. He would then wake up before my mum shouted my sister up for work, like she did every morning, and would hide in the crawl space and sleep there until everyone left for the day. The one small hitch in the plan was that they didn't think of me. They'd forgotten I was home and conveniently sat directly opposite the only exit for most of the day, and as a result he was trapped. When I knocked, he hid himself behind the door and held it shut to prevent being locked in. My mum swiftly told him to get out and not return. Sadly, this was not the last time we saw the guy. As it turned out, he'd stolen quite a bit of money from my sister's room while he'd been hiding out there, because my sister makes terrible decisions, got her pregnant, and proceeded to smash windows trying to get at her and the baby around a year later. For a while, we lived in the same city, when I went to uni, and he was spending time at the prison there for stabbing someone in a completely different town. Super guy. Oh, and a small topper to all of this. As I mentioned before, the only rooms upstairs are mine and my sister's bedrooms. He'd been there for close to 14 hours with no access to a toilet. But no worry for this guy, because he had a lot of empty bottles to piss in, which he kindly left behind for us to clean up. And finally, about a year later, as Mum was getting the Christmas decorations out, which were as far back in the storage space as you can go, she found a small bag filled with feces. I should mention, where she found it is exactly next to where my bed is on the other side of the wall. The rustling that woke me up that day was him, hiding his feces amongst our tinsel and trees. So to my sister's baby daddy, who hid in our crawl space and used it as a private bathroom. Let's not meet, yeah? There was a small door that led to the attic space in my bedroom, and it became a habit that I would shut the door as I walked into my bedroom a few times a week. I didn't think anything of it, and just assumed my mum didn't close it all the way when she left it. After a while, I made the mistake of joking with her when she made a comment about me not picking up after myself, and I said something like, "Every night I have to close the attic door behind you, how about you shut it all the way when you're done?" She then informed me that she hadn't been in the attic for months. I asked my brother and my father. None of them had. So then I started to pay real close attention to it, making sure it was closed in the morning, checking it after school, and checking after dinner, then heading up to bed. And what do you know? It was open. After a few months of wondering, studying, experimenting, I thought I'd see what happened if I just didn't shut the door. I opened the door before school and checked it after school. Still open. Closed it after dinner. Still open. Before bed, still open. Now, I'm laying in bed, mind going crazy with the open door across the room. I decide to check it out, so I roll over and focus on the black space into the attic. That is when I see a face staring back at me. I bolt downstairs, wake my parents up, get ridiculed by my brother, and switch bedrooms with my brother and move into a new house about 6 months later due to an expanding household. And what do you know? My new physics teacher and his wife actually bought our house. I could have forgotten all about the events and chalked it up to me having an overactive imagination. But then, I had discovered in my senior year how awesome our physics teacher was, and it became my favorite class by far, and favorite teacher. At the end of senior year, my friend and I took our VHS camcorder around, doing mostly silly things. but then took it to my old house to see what they'd done with the place. We got a very fun tour. I got to tell stories about all the projects my dad did that were still a part of the house. Then the wife led us upstairs and showed us the sewing room. So I jokingly ask, "Notice anything strange about this room?" And her face goes blank. On camera she asks what I mean, and I try to shrug it off but end up saying something about the attic door. She confirmed that every time she comes up to sew, it's open, and then tells us that the second day of being in the house, their dog, a German Shepherd, had gone into that room, but would not go back downstairs. He started barking and could not be consoled, then jumped through the window, landing on the tin roof over the porch and running off. The dog did not come back until the next day, and has not stepped foot into the hallway that leads upstairs since. I had the initial thought that I could show my parents and brother the story I had on film, but I decided to just let it be. The attic is the space in the house that runs parallel to the second floor, not above it. I was 11 to 12 when this was going on, so I did not immediately suss it all out. When I told my family that I saw a face, it was just my brother that ridiculed me. My father definitely would have checked for an actual human because of one of the first comments he made was about a family that recently had a coin collection stolen from their house across the street. The event itself was easy to shrug off, because I could have chalked it up to a lot of other possibilities. It wasn't until 5 years later that it became freaky. The look on the wife's face before she told us about the dog was very telling, like something they decided to never put much thought into. Now my story adds depth to their experience, and theirs to mine. This did not make me a believer in the paranormal. I told the story as a collection of details, not a confirmation of ghosts. But what it did do was never make me a non-believer. That face, it was expressionless, dimly lit, through a door smaller than a 2x4, with a knob that had to be turned in order to open it. I wish I still had the VHS. This was from over 25 years ago now, and I moved a lot after high school, and the tape sadly never made it through all those moves. I slept at my grandparents' house pretty frequently growing up, and I hated it. I remember there were animal skins on the wall of my grandparents' house that they used for decoration. I guess it was a thing. And these little people, looking back, I think I would classify them as fairy-like, and would zoom from the skin with my covers and laugh and jump all the time. They would play around on my covers and then sort of hang off the skin when they jumped back off it, scaling their little terrain. Even as a kid, I would frequently check that my skin during the day didn't have any bumps or anomalies that would lead me to believe I saw something moving on it, when I didn't. And of course, there was nothing. Now I chalk it up to a high imagination period. But one thing that I do not regard as my imagination was when I went to stay at my grandparents' house, when I was somewhere between 11 and 13. I stayed in this same room. The skin had been tossed or moved at this point, and I went to lay down in bed one night. I'm a very light sleeper, and my grandpa always watched TV downstairs for most of the night, while my grandma would come up and sleep around 10 p.m., and their room was down the hall and to the right of mine. As I lay down at around 9 p.m. or 11, I kept hearing footsteps on my ceiling. The footsteps had a rhythm to them, and you could hear the weight of each step, and they would walk perpendicularly across the room above my bed, left to right, and sometimes walk back right to left the way they came. Or sometimes the footsteps would reset on the left side and walk across again. Initially I thought, oh, they have a pull-down attic, but there isn't any room for walking, and my grandparents wouldn't be up there. Perhaps a squirrel? I double-checked my hypothesis and went to check on my grandparents. My grandpa was watching TV with grandma. Weird. The pull-down attic was also above the stairs and sealed shut. So I go back to lay down, and the walking continues for 20 minutes, and grandma comes up and walks to bed. Finally, I get up and tell grandma about the strange noise, and ask for a fan to drown out the noise. I set the fan up, lay down, and try and get some rest. Oh boy. The footsteps intensify now, and the pacing seems to pick up over the fan. On one particular pass, the footsteps stopped midway on the ceiling directly above my bed, and plain as day, something with a deep voice whispers into my left ear. "So you know I'm here." I don't think I could get out of bed so quick, and I slept in my sister's room on the floor after that. When I was 15 years old, my great-uncle passed away due to a sudden heart attack. Me and my father had to clean out his house since no one else in the family wanted to. My great-uncle was very much loved by all of us, and was really one of the nicest and most loving out of all of us. My father was just as broken up about losing him as everyone else, but the job had to be done. So we got there early in the morning to get it done. His house was very neat and well organized, so we would be done in a day or two tops. I remember as a kid we would always play over at his house when my dad had to work, and he would let us play anywhere in the house but the attic. He made it very clear to us that going up and down the ladder to the attic was dangerous. Therefore, we never went up there and never thought anything of it. Even though he would go up there sometimes for about 30 minutes and then come back down, never actually bringing anything down with him or taking anything up there. Well, anyway, while we were cleaning, I decided to finally go up to the attic to see if there was anything up there. It was completely empty besides 2 boxes that were tucked away in a corner. Thinking nothing of it, I picked them up and took them downstairs. Once I got to the living room, I opened them, expecting to see papers because the boxes were so light. Instead, I found all these pictures. I'm talking hundreds of pictures of what I could tell were pictures of 3 different women, all from angles where you could clearly tell they didn't know they were being photographed. He had pictures from daytime to nighttime, multiple locations. Some were undressed, in others they were just doing everyday things like cleaning or cooking. With every picture I looked through, my heart started to beat faster and faster. I realized one of the women was his wife, who had passed several years earlier. I looked on the back of the pictures and they were named. I didn't want to freak my family out without knowing exactly what I was looking at, so out of curiosity I googled the other 2 names and found one of the ladies on Facebook. So I know this is messed up to say, but I was glad to see that she was alive and okay. Once finding out that I showed the pictures to my dad, he was as shocked as I was. So he took the boxes, and I've never seen them again. We've never spoken of it. Still, every once in a while I find myself wondering why he had those pictures, and if he took them himself, or had someone else take them. I loved my great-uncle very much, and I couldn't imagine him being anything less than a stand-up guy. I don't know what to think. I know this may not really be scary, but it certainly freaked me and my father out pretty bad. When I was around 8 years old, we moved into a new house. It wasn't old, but it wasn't a fairly new build either, perhaps made in around the 60s. Everyone got their own room, and this was the first time I had my own. I thought I was a big shot. A little background. I'd like to call myself somewhat of a sensitive ever since I was a child. I could sense something or someone around me, especially when no one else could. Fast forward to when I was around 9, it was the first year we were in the house, and I could feel the presence of something in there, but never really thought anything of it, considering it wasn't too negative. There were 3 rooms that I didn't really like being in because the energy felt somewhat dark. The basement, the bathroom, and the attic. I didn't mind being in the basement when I had friends over, but when I was alone, I couldn't be in there for more than 5 minutes without getting the feel that I was being watched. In the bathroom was a cabinet that was very deep. You could literally fit 2 grown men in there, and I never understood why it was so large. But it didn't feel right, and I would often feel drawn to just look inside and stare for a few minutes, and I would get a very uneasy feeling. The attic, on the other hand, was a different story. I never opened it. I kept the door shut at all times. Something was up there, and it did not want company. One night I was laying in bed. It was around 2:45 a.m. when I heard footsteps in the hallway. I assumed it was just one of my brothers coming home from a night out with friends. My bedroom door was open, so I looked to see if anyone was walking around. I stared for what seemed like 10 minutes and no one went by. I got scared, so I decided to wait it out. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I thought I could see a human-like shape in the corner of my bedroom. I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, so I tried to turn over and go to sleep. But I felt like I was being watched. Now, in a 9-year-old's mind, it's the boogeyman. So I quickly hopped out of bed and tried to run into my mum's room. Her room was only 2 doors down from mine, and in order to walk out of my room, you had to pass a wall that was somewhat slanted. In order to do this, you had to walk sideways. As I did this, I felt 2 hands press down on my shoulders, and I froze in fear. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I was a prisoner in my own body. Then all of a sudden, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. In my ear, clear as day, I heard heavy breathing. It didn't sound human. My eyes widened. Then I felt the pressure lift off me. I could move again. And I ran so fast down the small hallway into my mother's bed. That whole night I kept hearing someone walk back and forth in the hallway, but I refused to look through the doorway. When I tell you that I didn't sleep that night, I mean I didn't sleep that week. The next morning I walked into the hallway and just so happened to look up. The door to the attic was open, and I asked my mum why she was up in the attic, and she said that no one was there, and there was no reason it should have been open. My stomach felt like it was in my throat. I knew that whatever was in the attic was in my bedroom the night before, just watching me. And I'm thankful I got out of bed when I did, because if I didn't, I don't want to think what would have happened. I'm 22 now. I can still remember that night as if it were yesterday, and I still can't sleep with the lights off. So to whoever you are that grabbed my shoulder, let's never ever meet again. Growing up, there was an extra room upstairs in our house that we used as an office. It had a closet with one of those tiny attic access doors on the side. We'd sometimes all be downstairs watching TV, and we'd hear a creaking sound moving towards that room. The room was next to mine, and sometimes I'd find the closet door open with the light on, and the little door to the attic cracked open. There was a spot on the wall that our declawed cat would always attack. There was missing paint from the cat attack. All of that was creepy, but the night the dog, who never came upstairs without my dad, started barking in the hallway by my room towards the office was the worst. She barked and growled for a bit. Then she started backing off into my room, while looking up, as if she was staring at the face of a person approaching her. She backed into my room and then squealed like she'd been stepped on, and ran into the far corner of my door and put her nose and eyes into the corner and whimpered. I picked her up and went downstairs to sleep on the couch. This was 14 years ago, and I'm still freaked out by it. My husband was working in a town called Moose Jaw in Saskatchewan. We usually just rent a short-term room or house where he's working since he moves around a lot. This time he was renting the attic of an old house on a main street. It was a large old home with multiple levels. Each level was being rented out as the owner renovated the home. I'm the type of person who loves staying in older houses. I especially was excited to stay in this house because of the strange architecture. You had to take a steep staircase on the side of the house up multiple floors to get to our suite. Once inside, you walked right into the bedroom with the kitchen and bathroom along the back wall. As soon as I got into the house, I had a strange feeling, like chills down my spine. I told my husband and we chalked it up to moving jitters. Things got strange from here. The bathroom and kitchen were both tucked into small cutouts in the house. The roofs were short, and I could barely stand straight at 5'2". In the bathroom there was a little door, a wall hidden behind the old clawfoot tub. Every time I would go to the washroom or take a bath, it sounded like someone was lightly tapping on the door. A few nights I started to have really bad nightmares. Ones where my husband would have to wake me up because I was screaming so loud. I felt like I was pinned to the bed and wasn't able to escape. I had never felt anything like that before. I can't explain it, but it felt like I wasn't wanted, like something was wanting me to get out or else. I stopped sleeping during the night because I was so scared of having nightmares. I would sit in bed and look out the window just hoping for daytime again so that I could leave the house. I must have drifted off to sleep at some point because the next thing I knew I was being dragged off my bed by my feet. My husband was sleeping next to me, and I remember grabbing onto him as though my life depended on it. He freaked out and jumped out of bed. Whatever was pulling me stopped right in front of the steep stairs. We did not stay there another night. I still sometimes doubt that it even happened, but thankfully my husband witnessed it and can reassure me I'm not crazy. Whatever was there in the house was not friendly and did not want me there. I will never return. My grandparents would hear things in the attic, like conversations, music boxes that would play. Most notably, they would hear a baby crying. My grandmother sewed things for everyone in the family in the attic. She worked in a sewing factory. If you ripped your jeans, the attic is where you got them fixed. My grandmother would go up there often, and there would be boxes in the middle of the floor opened, absolutely not how she left them. The sewing machine faced a window. On the windowsill were a bunch of small Mother Mary figurines. They got the house blessed regularly by a priest, and every time he came he left a Mother Mary figure. To my knowledge, there was never anything sinister that happened, but I'm not sure I was shared everything by them. Why else would a priest come so often? I can at least say that I myself have never experienced anything in the attic or the house and never felt anything sinister there. I think the priest stopped coming before I was born. I also remember the story of my cousin who had a mattress. She thought it was haunted. She said she would feel like she was awake all night trying to get out of bed but couldn't. That happened every time she slept in it. She'd then wake up exhausted. After complaining enough, her dad thought she was nuts, so took a turn sleeping in her bed. He felt the same thing, and the mattress was thrown out. While I was clarifying with my cousin about her experiences with the mattress, I learned that the mattress itself came from my grandmother's attic. I need to give you a bit of backstory before I tell the story. I was raised an only child, and my parents were both extremely busy with their careers. One of the ways that we got to have fun together during the summer holidays was hiding things. Now, this isn't your conventional hiding stuff kind of game. Imagine National Treasure and the Da Vinci Code mixed in. We'd create little games, puzzles, clues, most of the time while I was asleep. My mum and dad would write these clues, leave keys to boxes and stuff behind the house so that when I'd get up fairly late and my parents would be at work, I'd have something to do other than watch TV. Sometimes they'd take the TV remote or the Nintendo Wii controllers, sometimes even the internet cables, just to spice things up a bit. So if I wanted to do something, I had to play the game. For most people, this might sound like an inconvenience or an annoyance, but to me it was actually quite fun and got me into puzzles and stuff. But now that I've explained the backstory, you'll understand why I was doing this in the first place. It was a generic day in summer, a summer that seemed to drag. I lived in the countryside, very isolated, in a house with no neighbors for a very good distance, although I don't know specifically how far. I'm going to say at least a mile. I really wanted to hang out with my friends, but needed to wait until my parents got home so that they could take me, as the bus was a little bit too far to walk and I really didn't want to do the walk. Anyway, I'm just at home watching TV, when I suddenly want to make a sandwich. And, as I make my way to the kitchen, I realize that all the knives are gone. This is really annoying. I was feeling lazy and telling myself I could just use the long part of a spoon, but decide that perhaps I should find the game in case I need a knife later on. I pull out the drawer further, pull up the cutlery holder, and find a small piece of paper, where it gives an anagram to where I should look next. I go and take the paper over to the kitchen table, grab a pen, and start trying to figuring out the letter combination that will tell me where I can find the knife. Usually in the house, we leave about 3 or 4 clues before we find the treasure. So as I was trying to solve this anagram, I hear something above my head. I look up. There's a definite creaking coming from upstairs, but it sounds muffled, almost like it's further up. I stab a guess. Could it be the attic? Why is the attic creaking? Although we live in the countryside, we've rarely heard any strange noises coming from up there, and this was definitely a first for me. A chill of fright wrung across my back, and I stared up for a few minutes, wondering what to do. After a little while, I decided it must have been my imagination, and there's no way there is anything up in the attic. Like I said, middle of nowhere, countryside. So what could possibly be up there, other than perhaps a wild animal that let itself in? Although I don't know how it would have done that. Regardless, I carry on with my quest. The anagram tells me that it's hidden in a clock. Not any clock, a grandfather clock. And when I get there and have a little look around, I find the next piece of paper precariously hidden behind the metronome. I pull it out and look again. This next clue is hatch. It had a little egg on it, and I knew it was referring to the hatch to the attic. This is where the creep factor got me. Had my parents hidden themselves in the attic or something? Things were starting to get a bit weird. I glanced up at the clock. It was only 10:15. Is it feasible that they waited for me to get up, hid in the attic, and were going to surprise me with something? Maybe. I was starting to grow more and more convinced of this notion, so I giddily made my way upstairs, pulled down the string, and was expecting to get a piece of paper or something, but there was nothing. So, I pulled down the ladder, pulled on the light switch, and started taking steps up to the attic. When I got to about the 5th step, I had to turn on the main light switch to illuminate the rest of the attic. I was so excited. I honestly believed I was going to get some sort of surprise for my parents, but as the light came on, there was nothing. There was only one obstacle. Our water heater was up here, so they could have easily hidden behind it, but I was sure with the light turning on they would have made a noise. I slowly and purposefully make creaking noises as I approach the corner that's hidden. And just as I peek my head around the boiler, do I not see my parents, but some disheveled-looking human in what appears to be foul-smelling clothes, old and dank. I think what impressed me the most was the hair. It had become so dirty that it just stuck together. It was honestly disgusting. I had no idea how he even got up there, and for a split second, I didn't know what to do. I was like a deer in headlights. It only took a second to realize what situation I was in, and the fact that he turned his head and opened his eye and stared at me. I almost fell through the attic in horror and quickly scrambled down the stairs, turned the light off, and shut the door in record speed. The piece of paper flitted down to the landing just as I closed the hatch. I didn't even bother picking it up. I ran straight to my bedroom, got my mobile phone, and dialed my parents. My mum said she'd be there within an hour, but to call my dad, as he worked nearby. I called my dad, and within 15 minutes he was here, and we were waiting for police. By the time they arrived, they came upstairs, and I refused to open the hatch but told them where he was. It took them no longer than about a minute to handcuff and bring down a really dirty-looking man. He didn't say why he was up there. He didn't say anything at all. Once he left, my dad told me to go downstairs to calm down and to get myself a drink or something while he spoke to the police, just as my mother arrived, so I began filling her in. When my dad came back down with the police officer, they were carrying a small backpack. I assumed it was the homeless man's stuff. Later that evening, my dad filled my mum and I in on what exactly was in the backpack. There was a knife, a rope, duct tape, children's dolls, and a few other questionable things I'd rather not mention. I have no idea what this sicko was planning to do, but the police say that perhaps he knew that I was home alone, and he'd been following my family's movements. He'd taken an opportune moment and then snuck in. Who knows what he wanted to do, or how he got those things. All that I know is that he'll be behind bars for a very long time. I still don't know his name. I refused to hear it. My father once asked if I wanted to know, but I said no. It brings chills, knowing that playing my silly game almost brought me so close to perhaps death. But what surprises me the most was how he didn't react when I saw him. He just looked at me. Was he really going to use that stuff on me? I have so many questions and so few answers. I really wished there were more to this. As you can imagine, the game my parents played hiding stuff ended after this.
So if you have a home intruder, we've learnt that the attic probably isn't a good place to be. What about the basement though? Now there's a thought.
When I was a 12-year-old kid, and after my parents' divorce, my dad was having a pretty rough time financially. We moved around a lot, and for a little while him, my brother and I were staying in this unfinished old basement apartment. The layout of the apartment was a little weird. It was like a large U shape. I had my own room at one end, which was connected to the living room, where you would enter the apartment. My dad and brother, 3 years younger than I am, shared a room in the middle that you have to go through to get to the unfinished kitchen/laundry room area on the other end. From the moment we first started staying there, I was afraid to go into my room. When I went in there, even for a moment, I felt like I was being watched. It was this very heavy, anxious feeling that only existed in that room in the house. I think I slept in there once or twice before I started asking my dad if I could just sleep in the living room instead, usually on the couch. Sometimes he would bring my bed mattress out there for me instead, as I just couldn't go into that room, not even during the day. I don't remember when it started, but one night I was sleeping on the couch, and I woke up to the sound of chains scraping on the concrete floor of the kitchen. It was loud, and it sounded like it was getting closer to me. I was just frozen and didn't move. Eventually, I saw a dark figure with sharp nails and bright red eyes slowly shuffle from the kitchen into my dad and brother's room and stand at the foot of their bed between the two doorways. I stood there for a bit, and then it turned to face me. I remember the eyes so vividly to this day, as I'm 30 now, and the heavy chains that hung from its clothing and dragged on the floor. He stood there for a while before shuffling out towards me in the living room, and then going into my bedroom through the open door. I remember seeing this figure a lot when I stayed there with my dad, and apparently at one point I asked my mum if I had to keep going there because I was afraid, but I don't remember that. I felt bad if that did happen though, because my dad would have no idea why I didn't want to go anymore. Still to this day I've only told 2 other people about it. An ex who just made fun of me because he was a dickhead, and my current boyfriend who doesn't believe in ghosts himself, but was willing to at least consider / talk about my experience. I'm afraid even now that if I asked my dad or my brother if they ever saw anything strange in that house, they might say yes. It did stand at the foot of their bed, after all, and if they saw it too, then it definitely was real, which honestly terrifies me. This summer, I decided to pick up some graveyard shifts at my current full-time job, simply because it pays more and I am a university student drowning in student debt. About 2 weeks ago, on the rare occasion that I get to sleep during the time the sun is down, at 3:30 to 4 a.m, I was suddenly awoken by a loud sound. Me being half asleep, I honestly didn't know what the sound was exactly. So I just chopped it up to being one of my neighbors dropping something, because I live in an apartment with very thin walls. So I was just trying to go back to sleep. After about 10 minutes of laying there with my eye closed, I hear the sound again. But this time I'm pretty much awake, so I recognize what the sound is immediately. Someone was knocking on my window. For context, I'm a single female living alone in a basement suite, so my windows are basically level with the sidewalk. Anyway, obviously I'm freaked out. I don't know what the heck to do. I don't want to move and make any loud noises so they don't know I'm home, and I'm just frozen laying in this bed. Then I hear the knocking again. I instantly bolt up as my fight or flight kicks in and run to the front door, which has my keys with my pepper spray on it. The keys clink together and make a noticeable noise, and the knocking starts to get more intense and loud. This is when I realize the window with the screen by my bed is almost all the way open because my cats like to sit on the edge, and I forgot to close and lock it. I start to freak out, already having major anxiety. I search for my phone in case I need to ring the police. Me being clumsy and shaky, I drop my phone on the ground, and whoever is at my window proceeds to what sounds like slide either their fingernails or a sharp object down the screen. I realize that this person's intentions are to either come in or scare me, so like an idiot and not thinking, I run to the window as quickly as I can and slam it shut, and lock it while avoiding looking outside at whatever it was. The knocking stops, and I wait about half hour without hearing any knocking. I lay back down and go right back to sleep. The next morning, I honestly couldn't believe that it even happened to me. I start to think maybe it was a dream, so I go outside and investigate, and I see an empty beer bottle and a ripped up blanket. I text my only friend that knows where I live and ask them if they were messing with me. They say no, which I figured because they don't drive and live quite far away, and the buses around my house stopped running well before 3 a.m. So I called my landlord and told him what happened, and he obviously said to ignore it, and that this happened before, which was creepy. I obviously recognize now I should have done a lot of things differently and called the police right away. It hasn't happened since. Nevertheless, it's still terrifying, but I can't afford to move again. When my wife and I were house hunting, we went to a house that was in a pretty busy part of town, but sort of tucked back and out of the way of the main road. The outside was nice, big property, beautiful trees, but the backyard backed up to the main road, so you could hear the traffic. The owners had already vacated for the most part, other than staged furniture for showing. The upstairs was meh. Old carpets, outdated wallpaper, ancient kitchen. We weren't impressed. But we kept moving through, knowing we could talk down the price based on what we saw. The last thing we had to see was the basement, which you got to through the back of the kitchen. When I got to the top of the steps, I felt something. Maybe it was spidey sense. I don't know. I'm not really a sensing thing kind of person. My wife is very open to the supernatural and paranormal, and she felt the same thing. I stood on the top step and just felt this weird feeling. The feeling is hard to describe, but it legit made me stop in place. It was a feeling I've never had since. It was like I was walking into a dense invisible fog that you could feel around you. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I just felt everything in my body saying, something is not right down here. But we walked down the steps, and it only got heavier as we went. When I got to the bottom of the steps, it felt like I was wrapped in a heavy, weighted vest. I'm walking through sand. I looked at my wife and mouthed, "Do you feel that?" And the look on her face was one of just pure dread. She was pale white, and she was obviously feeling the same thing. She stayed at the bottom of the stairs and went, "I'm going back up." I don't think we needed to see anything else. Let's go. Before turning around and going upstairs, the realtor wanted to keep looking, so I moved through with her thinking we'd be quick. We opened a door and saw where the washer and dryers were, looked at the full bathroom, the sliding glass door out to the backyard, and then she goes, "I have no idea what this door is," and opened it. It was a flush panel, heavy metal door and frame that were painted to match the wall. We both thought maybe it was a fire safe, since it had such a heavy door and there were multiple locks on the outside. I mean, heavy locks. We opened it, and the room inside was maybe 5 foot by 5 foot and completely made of poured concrete, but it didn't look professionally done to me. It looked sort of sloppy and not quite smoothed out properly like a professional installation. It had 4 metal support poles in each corner of the room, about 3 inches from the walls, and they had clearly been recently painted white. The concrete floor and ceiling were painted grey, and there was a new metal drain covering that was in the dead center of the room. The walls. I swear to God, those walls looked like they had been filled with wall putty, like they were covering holes, but they weren't hole marks. Like they threw a glob on there and then smoothed it out over. It was long drawn out patches. The first thought was, that looks like the scratch marks had been covered up. I looked at the walls and the poles, and you could clearly see there had been something rubbing against the poles, like the metal had scratched in the pole themselves. The feeling I had when I looked in that room, it made me sick to my stomach. Like some kind of evil stuff went on in there. If I had just seen a picture of the room, I wouldn't have thought anything about it. But being there in person, the way the room made you feel, it was like something was kept in there. Something alive that wasn't meant to be in there. I could have easily looked at the picture, even if someone pointed out and was like, maybe it's a BDSM room for those owners. But it wasn't a feeling of, this room was for mutual enjoyment, if that makes sense. I closed the door, and when it was shut, I was filled with an overwhelming sense of panic, of fear, of run, and I could feel shivers going up and down my spine. It was like something was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. It wasn't my realtor. She was standing next to me, speculating the room could have been a makeshift fire safe. But the overall feeling and impression was that it was definitely not with good intentions. We started to leave, and we heard what sounded like a low moan, like someone was in pain. But there was nowhere for the noise to come from. We could see the entire basement from where we were at, and there was nothing. So we just went, maybe it's the wind outside, and started to move up the stairs. We made it to maybe the 4th and 2nd stair respectively, and the door to the basement, that had previously been opened and held open by a door jamb, slammed shut behind us. Like someone took the thing and used their full force to slam it closed. The realtor looked back at me and goes, "I guess the air kicked on and forced it closed?" I looked at her and just said, that's probably it. And we made our way up the stairs. When my wife and I were leaving, we sat in the car for a moment and I looked over at her and went, "Please tell me you felt that too." She responds with, "Babe, I'm so glad you couldn't see what I saw." I asked her what she saw, and she said the moment I got downstairs, there was a black thing, not a cloud or image or anything, but there was just a black transparent shadow behind me. She said the thing was huge and completely dwarfed me, like it went floor to ceiling in the basement. It was pretty tall and wide, maybe two of me standing side by side. She said when she saw it she froze, and that's why she tried to get me to go upstairs with her. It was something not friendly, she said, and was scared it was going to try and harm me, if it could. That whole experience changed my views on the paranormal forever. My family moved into this house a few months ago, and my mum and I both experienced a lot of activity moving in. A few weeks ago I was playing piano in my room, which is the basement, and I get really frustrated while learning songs because I couldn't hit this one note, so I decided to take a break. When I was walking back to the piano, it played a key very loudly by itself. However, what really freaked me out was that it was the key that I was having trouble hitting. I immediately got full body shivers and felt extremely flushed and lightheaded. So I went up to my parents' room to tell them. My mum said she heard it play by itself while putting things in storage, but she had heard more than one key play. Also, my mum was taking live photos in the basement because she takes photos and she feels something in there. All the photos turned out to be normal except two. In the first one, you can hear a deep voice say, "They're watching." And the photo immediately after shows 5 large orbs in different places of the room. It's so crazy to me how the image coincides perfectly with what was said right before it. This house has been saged multiple times, but things keep happening. I don't know if I should just try and get more evidence or leave it alone, to avoid stirring up something bad. I also always see shadows moving, but never feel like I should necessarily be afraid. This happened in February of last year. We have a cottage about 45 minutes away from my parents' main home. It's not too far from Huntsville/Muskoka, Ontario, if anyone wants a visual. The thing is, it's completely unfinished. The basement has no proper flooring and has a slight water leak now and then, especially now. So there are plenty of fans and dehumidifiers running. As a result, one of us needs to check on the place at least once every 2 to 3 weeks to empty the dehumidifier in the basement and make sure everything's alright. To describe the house layout a bit, the entrance to the basement is directly in front of the main entrance. It's a long, skinny staircase down with a low roof, so you need to crouch on the way down. There is one crappy light bulb in the ceiling, so it's always very dark down there. There's one big room, then 2 hallways branching off. One hallway leads to a bedroom, and the other leads to not only a second bedroom, but also a washroom, all of which are completely unfinished and without lighting. The second hallway is much longer, and the rooms are just way off in the back corner of the basement and are completely dark. In other words, it's creepy looking. So let's take you to the day it happened. My mum and I are heading up there to empty the dehumidifier, have some lunch and clean out some junk, as we're slowly gutting the place. It had been nearly 3 weeks since we'd checked up on the place at this point. We stopped at a McDonald's beforehand, and each got a fish combo. First time trying one was actually not that bad. We get into the place and put our food on the table, then turn the heat on. The first thing we do is run downstairs to turn the water on and check the dehumidifier. After turning on the water, we head over to the dehumidifier and notice that there's hardly any water in it. It looks like it's only been running for a few days. There's still the regular amount of moisture on the ground, but it was strangely empty. My mum and I head upstairs and she grabs her phone to text my dad and ask if he had stopped by to empty it recently. He said he had not. We were both puzzled as to why it looked so empty, but never considered there was something else afoot. After heating up our food, we both sit down at the table and turn on the TV. About 5 minutes into our meal, we hear a massive bang downstairs, almost as if someone stubbed their toe really badly on a cupboard or something. We instantly jump and looked at one another with a freaked out look on our faces. The TV is still playing rather quietly. We then hear the worst thing. A small grunt coming from downstairs. It was unmistakably a human vocal sound. "Was that a person?" my mum whispers, and I nod. It was freaky. I wasn't really taking it very seriously for some reason. Looking back, it was pretty serious. They could have been dangerous. I told her to grab a jacket and that we should leave and call the police. So we gathered our things and I grabbed the kitchen knife on the way out. If you'll recall, the entrance to the basement is directly across from the main entrance to the house. So I had to make this peek around the corner and was fully expecting to see a person on the dark staircase. But luckily for me, it was just a series of stairs down into the dark abyss. Once we're out front, we jump in my car and she calls the cops immediately. Within 3 minutes, 4 cruisers show up and 5 cops get out. We told them what had happened, and they headed down the driveway. They were in the house for about 10 minutes before the door opened. A few cops walked out and boom. The third cop brought out a short, chubby guy with long black hair and pop bottle glasses. They brought him out handcuffed on the front steps, and another cop had a bag that looked like his belongings. We were in our car, which was up the street a bit and facing away from the entrance of the cottage. But my mum turned away as soon as he was brought up the driveway. She didn't want to get a good look at him, as the whole situation was quite unsettling for her. They loaded him in the back of one of the cruisers and took him away. One cop came over and spoke with my mum for a bit about the situation. Ultimately, my parents had decided not to press charges against the guy. He was just sleeping on the cold cement ground with a small roll-out mattress, even though there was a proper bed upstairs. This just made us think he'd been down there in the back hallway in the unfinished bedroom for a while. We probably walked downstairs to empty the dehumidifier and turn on and off the hot water a number of times, and he was 15 feet away in one of those bedrooms. He probably wasn't a bad person, and I'm thankful that at least he decided to empty the dehumidifier. Hopefully, he lived in there for most of the colder months this past winter. We were just lucky he didn't turn out to be one of the crazy squatters. I was in an antique store in the Midwest United States. The buildings are narrow in downtown, and you enter the store on the first floor. I walked to the back, then downstairs, and back to the front of the building, but there was no exit, so you have just backtracked up to the first floor and out the front. The access to the second floor must have been restricted from the public or something. I walk in and there's no one there that I can see ahead of me. I make it back down, then proceed downstairs. I've been to this store several times, so I'm aware there's a TV at the base of the stairs that plays VHS movies. It's quiet for a while, aside from the audio from the TV, which I can plainly hear and discern. Rather suddenly I hear a lady in some distress, presumably on the phone, because there wasn't anyone responding to her. "Why can't you understand? I can't go on like this. Why do I deserve any of this? She's manic." This is all happening over the low volume of the TV. I felt a little uncomfortable and considered leaving. She stopped talking, so I resolved to just walk past her. She must have been about 10 feet on the left, in the next booth or two. Absolutely expecting to see a crying woman, I was confused after getting to the dead-end basement, where it felt like I walked in front of an AC window unit, and the hairs on my arms stood on end. I didn't have time to be spooked or scared. None of it made sense. It was just very confusing. I called the owner today. She never experienced anything like this, but several other people have. She listened intently to my story and said she was very sensitive to spirits, and thanked me for telling her about it. I was 12 and staying over at a buddy of mine's house. His dad was a cop and very reclusive, so as much as I hung out at their house, I had only ever seen him a handful of times and never engaged him. We had a spot in the basement where we played Nintendo. To our left was the furnace/workshop room. His dad usually stayed upstairs, but not in the living room, usually the parents' bedroom, I suppose. When I saw him standing in the furnace room at the workbench, I'll never forget, he was wearing a red flannel. I was shocked to see him look at me and grin slightly. My natural reaction was to look away, and a second or two later, when I curiously looked back at him, he was gone. I didn't think anything of it. Later on upstairs, he asks his mum where Dad is. She said he's off at work. No, he isn't, I say. He was just downstairs at the workbench. My friend and his mum fell silent. My mum asked him what he was wearing, and I replied, a red flannel. My buddy was petrified, the mother shaken. It was not until years later that I realized I had seen a ghost. Neither mum or son ever elaborated on it. Shortly afterwards we went to junior high, where I found new friends, and regrettably sort of lost contact with him. For context, this happened when I was 22 years old, and a senior in college. I'm a female, and I was following a particular politician and was going to rallies and other events in my spare time. Me and my friends were having a ball, and loved being involved. One particular rally I went to was in the city. My friends and I took a train in, and enjoyed ourselves. On our way home back to our university, I noticed a guy sitting across from us that I had recognized from campus. He was pretty cute, and I remember seeing him around, as we must have had some mutual friends. I said hi to him, and to my delight he also recognized me. We spoke for a few minutes and discovered we were both at the same rally. By the end of the train ride, he asked me for my phone number, and I was thinking, wow, a cute guy and we have something in common. I gave him my number but didn't think much past that. About a week later I received a text from him. He asked me if I'm free this weekend, and if I would be interested in meeting up and having a drink. This particular time was during a break from school, so not many people were around. For whatever reason, I had chose not to go home. In my naive mind at the time, I thought, great, I have the place all to myself. I met him at our local bar, and we had a few drinks. It was pretty quiet for a Friday, as it was break time, and after an hour or two, decided to leave. I invited him back to my place for a bottle of wine and to hang out some more. He wound up staying the night and leaving in the morning, but when I woke up for whatever reason, I had an uneasy feeling. Nothing bad had happened per se, I just didn't like how things had went. I felt like he was so serious, not laughing or smiling the entire evening, although he always had a drink in his hand. I realized he wasn't really drinking them. The entire evening, he was kind of shifty and nervous. The only way I can describe it, it was like he was on a mission and waiting for something. There were all these red flags to me. I felt bad, but I was just not interested in this guy. To my relief, he didn't text me for a good while after that, and I assumed he came to the same realization that we simply weren't a good match. That is until about 2 to 3 weeks later. He writes me a message telling me that he's been busy, but really wants to meet this weekend and catch up. This particular weekend, my older sister was having a large party for her husband's birthday at their house a few towns away. A few of my friends and I were going to be there, as always, because it's a very large group of people at their parties, at least 50 to 60. Now, let me be clear.
These parties were not your typical get wasted and stay up till the cops get called type of college parties. They were more of an adult party, given my sister's husband is fairly older than us. Don't get me wrong, there were plenty of drinks and drinking going on and it was quite fun, just more of an adult type barbecue with day drinking. Me and my 2 girlfriends were going to spend the night, as I was going to drive there, but obviously we would be drinking. The party started early, at about noon. Against my better judgment, I invited him to the party, thinking it couldn't hurt. I gave him the address and the time. He seemed very interested and agreed to come. The day of the party was very fun, and my friends and I were having a blast. I must admit I did have a sinking feeling, and I was not looking forward to seeing the guy. Then, to my absolute and utter relief, I get a text from him saying he would be unable to make it. Finally, I could just relax and enjoy the party. About 12 a.m., everyone is getting exhausted from a full 12 hours of non-stop drink and partying, and as it's winding down, most of the guests have gone home, except for my friends and I and a few other guys, friends of my sister's husband, who were also sleeping there, and of course my sister and her husband. My sister had a guest room which was occupied, and a fully carpeted and finished basement. We had various blankets and pillows, and were all going to sleep down there on the couch, pretty much anywhere you could lay. As I'm about to go down to the basement and get ready for sleeping, the man walks through the front door. No knock, no text, no anything. Just confidently walks straight into the house. I don't know why, but my initial reaction was fear. I pretended to be happy to see him and gave him a small hug. I asked him why he was there, to which he never gave a real response. All of the lights were out and everyone was gone. I was gesturing around and hinting at him that the party was over and that he had missed it. I felt bad that he had made the effort and decided to speak with him for a few minutes before I went to bed. We talked. I told him I was going to get ready for bed and that I'm sorry he missed the party. He goes, "Yeah, that's fine. This dude is just not getting the hint to leave." I leave the room and go to change my clothes and set myself up a bed and brush my teeth. I'm just hoping that he will leave, but I don't hear any movement from the other room. When I come back to the living room to check and see if he's actually still there, he is, and he is asleep on the couch. I obviously find this strange, but just assumed it was late, and that he must have been very tired. He didn't seem out of place, as there were various other people sleeping at the house as well. I went to the basement, and found myself a place to sleep on the floor. About half an hour to an hour later, I'm laying on the floor, still awake, thinking about how weird it is that he showed up. It's pitch black down there. There are a few people sleeping, including my friends, when I hear someone, in the dark, slowly descending the stairs. I see they're holding a cell phone light to guide them. As the figure reached the bottom of the steps, I see it's him. Now, he has never been to this house. This is in a nice suburban area, it's not a frat house. And I did immediately think it was weird that he would randomly be walking through a house of a person he doesn't know. I, for one, pretended to be asleep. As I lay there frozen, I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder. He doesn't say a word. He is over me and trying to wake me. I don't move and pretend to sleep still. I lay there in the dark silence, and am listening for his footsteps to walk away. I can tell he's holding a light over me. Then, with no warning, this man takes a step back, and with his boot on, kicks me full force in the face. I'm not talking about a little tap with his foot to wake me. No. Full force boot kicks me directly in the face. My face goes numb. I don't know what happened. I can feel the blood running down my nose. I open my eyes and look at him, and all I can remember saying is, "Why did you do that?" He just stared at me blankly and said nothing, turned around and walked back up the steps. I lay there paralyzed in fear. My heart is beating 1,000,000 times a minute. I don't know how long it was until I garnished the courage to get up, but eventually I army crawl in the dark over to my friend.
Another man near her wakes up as well and I explain what happened. We are all in a half-drunk daze and confused. I can't stay in this basement. I know he left, but I was so scared. My friends and the other guy offered to take me upstairs so that I could sleep in my sister's room. I go to my sister's room and lay next to her on the bed on the floor. I shut the door behind me, but unfortunately there was no lock. I don't know how, but eventually I fell asleep. At some point I wake up to my sister leaning over me. She asked what happened to my face and why I was in her room. Right as I'm about to answer her, my friend, who had helped me the night before, comes flying in, and she tells us the guy is still there and asleep on the couch. She runs out and I can hear her scream at him to get up and get out. I hear him arguing back and ask him where I am. My friend tells him that I've left and he begins arguing. He says my car is still there. I have no idea how he knew which car was mine, as he had never seen it before, and that I hadn't even taken my purse. Eventually, he leaves. After that night, he wrote me a message a few days later as if nothing had happened, asking me to hang out again. I block him, and I've never heard from him again after that. I graduated only 2 months later, and thankfully never even saw him on the campus again. To this day, I have no idea why he kicked me in the face, and how he had the balls to stay after that. I have learnt my lesson about giving out my phone number to creeps. Back when I was in college about 7 years ago, I had to move from an apartment to another last minute because, well, I was a lazy college student and hadn't made any plans. My parents were in town, so we were looking for something quick. Fortunately, we found something pretty cheap and somewhat nice right in front of the university. They were thrilled. I was just happy this was all over. So I moved in this kind of 4-room basement, which was already furnished. They said the last tenant cancelled last minute, and I only needed it for the 3 months of the summer, so he was giving us a great deal. The first room was the main room, which consisted of a living room and a little table to eat. Immediately on the right of it was the kitchen and the bathroom. The bathroom was on the left, and there was some kind of weird and small hall/connection joining it to the living room. Since the start, I always kind of felt uneasy about that bedroom for some reason, and preferred to sleep in the living room since there was already a comfy sofa bed in there, and there were no windows in the bedroom. Throughout the semester, I felt countless times that someone was watching me from the bedroom when I was alone, either watching TV or playing video games. It was weird, and every feeling to the point where I preferred closing the doors leading to the bedroom altogether. I wasn't home that much, and sometimes I slept at friends', but every time I came back it felt like I wasn't alone in that apartment. There was never any sound or sights, just a strange feeling. I spoke of it to my friends and they laughed, since I was never the superstitious kind. So I kind of brushed it off the whole time, and thought nothing of it when I finished the semester. I kind of just moved on with life. About 2 years ago, one of my friends from college texted me, "Hey, is 17 the door number you lived at in that creepy basement back at uni?" "Yeah, why?" He then sent me a picture of an old local newspaper page. He had been looking through them at the library, looking for a picture of him back in his college football days. It was the obituary section from 2009. The picture of a young and good-looking female student. Next to her picture was the picture of a door and a dress which I recognized very well. Turns out, she hung herself in her bedroom closet. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. I hope that you have all been well. Well, it's time to address the elephant in the room. I'm really sorry about the train video. So, complaints on all fronts. When I made the compilation, I actually only had train stories. I didn't realize that it had been duplicated, and it really bothered me that happened, because I'm quite good with checks. And then, when I realized I'd pasted something in, allegedly twice, I wasn't best pleased. So I'm very sorry. I've
taken the video down. Well, I've made it unlisted, so if you were watching it at the time, you could still watch it, but, you know, other than that, it's gone. You shouldn't be able to find it. Would you like me to release the audio on SoundCloud so that I'll obviously edit it properly this time, and everyone can just hear the stories as they were intended to. Please let me know if there's something you'd like, and I'll go ahead and do it if you'd like me to. So yeah, I'm just very sorry about that. Also, I've been looking at my analytics, and it would appear that the best days for me to post are not in fact Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday, but are actually Wednesday and Sunday. And I think if I want to keep doing 3 videos a week, which I do like doing, I would probably post on Friday, just so everything fits in quite neatly. So I may be trialing that at some point soon. Also, in regards to having visuals, I know some of you complained that you wanted the black screen. I think there are people out there who would like the visuals. Maybe some of you do already. I know a lot of you do watch this for falling asleep. So I'm trying to come up with a compromise of having mostly darkness on screen, but also something just there. Maybe I can have rain or something. I just want to try something, even if it's dark, even if it's not too bright. I'd like to play around with this, so I hope that you guys have a little bit of patience while we play around, get some feedback from all of you, and you can say. And I know you guys love it, and I'm really glad you love it, and I'm not saying it's going away. I'm just saying that, as a creator, I like making things, and it does get a bit repetitive when you just make the same thing all the time. I really want to start making, I really want to just spice things up every once in a while. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, I think that's enough babble from me. I really appreciate you guys coming today. I really hope that you've enjoyed the video, and hopefully I'll see you on Thursday for probably a dose of attic stories. Until then, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one. And a huge thanks to my members and patrons, by the way, names on screen. I love you guys so much. You guys are the best. Bye. I grew up in a house that had a few spirits in it. My family are all skeptics, and would find some way to explain things away. A few experiences, and then I'll get onto the main story. 1. Our house was 3 stories with technically 3 master bedrooms, 1 on each floor. The one on the main floor we used as an office. I would constantly hear someone walking around in the office at night, sinks turning on, toilets flushing, and occasionally talking. My parents would always say that someone was awake and making these noises, and the toilet and water running were just faulty pipes. 2. There would be a shadow figure that would pace on the top floor. There was a balcony that overlooked the foyer, and I would usually see who I presumed was a lady in a dress pacing. My parents just said it was a shadow of someone outside, as we are on a hill overlooking all our neighbors. I personally don't understand how this would be possible. 3. I hated using the upstairs bathroom, which was my bathroom. I would hear talking and singing from the bathroom. When no one was home, and I was there, I would occasionally hear bangs on the door. One time I was showering and listening to music, and I heard the bang very loudly, so loudly it shook the room. Then, the locked door swung open, and finally I heard a scream. My parents said my brother was pranking me, which is something he never did. But let's get on to the main event. My brother is about 10 years older than me. He was the only sibling living at the house with me and my parents. He had the master bedroom in the basement. I was never really in the basement except for maybe going into the garage, because it was in the basement next to his bedroom. I always remember feeling uneasy down there, but I wanted a big room. So when my brother moved out, I begged my parents to let me have his room, and eventually they caved and let me have it. I moved all of my things downstairs, painted and everything, and I loved my new room. I was talking to my brother about it one day, and he told me, "Watch out for the little girl who lives down there. She likes to laugh." I was shocked, and obviously he was just kidding. My whole family besides me never talked about stuff like that. I just laughed and shrugged it off. He was probably trying to scare me. About a week after I moved into my new room, I had a friend come over, and we were just laying on the floor next to the bathroom, laughing, when she had to go to the bathroom. She closed the door, and I was just zoning out when all of a sudden she goes, "Hey, that's not funny." I asked her what she meant. I didn't do anything. She said she heard someone laughing right outside the door, but I didn't do anything or hear anything either. She left freaked out, and assumed my brother put her up to it, since she liked my brother. A few days later, I hear someone in my bedroom while I'm in the shower. I call out thinking it's my mum, but I didn't hear anything. I get out, and as I'm putting my robe on, I hear a little girl giggle and then, "Are you looking for me?" I freak out, throw open the door to the room, but no one is there. I check the garage, and ended up setting off the house alarm, so no one could have come or gone through those doors without everyone knowing. I ran upstairs, and my mum is pissed that I set off the alarm, but then I tell her what happened. She told me my brother had a very similar story when we first moved in, but it was nothing. So I called my brother and asked him why he told me to watch out for the little girl. He said I was the little girl. He was kidding because you would always come downstairs and giggle really creepy. I never did anything like that. I told him that, and he got a little creeped out. I will still occasionally hear the girl. I never saw her, but she did like to laugh and open the bathroom door and closet. I called her Sarah. My brother called me up today and asked me about this. He asked me if I was sure I never tried to scare him by laughing and told him no. He became uncomfortable. I don't think he knows how to handle the fact that our house was mildly haunted.
Okay, so you definitely don't want to be hiding in the basement. That is a given. So you might as well leave your house completely and just check into a hotel. Let's just do that, just to be safe.
This happened in the early 2000s, back when my sister-in-law Aspen was a firefighter working with a hotshot crew of about 20 members. The team was arranged to work at an Arizona fire near the New Mexico and Mexico border. The location was very isolated, even more deserted without many people around because of the fire danger. The fire crew had arrangements to stay at the Gadsden Hotel. This happened in the early 2000s, before everyone and their cousins had cell phones, so Aspen had zero clue about the history of this hotel that had been around since 1907. You get orders to go to a location, and you stayed at said location until further notice. When the team got to the hotel, everyone was assigned their rooms. The superiors got private accommodation, and everyone else had a roommate. Aspen was the only female crew member on the assignment, so she got her own. The job was to wake up and go to work for 10 to 16 hours. Rare but not entirely uncommon, you'd work 24 hours. By the time you got off shift, you'd go back to your room to shower, eat, sleep, and then you'd be back on shift. If you had the energy, you'd sit and socialize with the other crew members between shifts. Aspen worked with the crew's squad leader and chief for about 3.5 years, so she'd take time to converse before going to bed. The first 4 days went as normal. Then by the middle of the first week came the stories. These occurrences were acknowledged, and the crew were cautiously wary about their sudden insecurity with the environment. A quick-moving black shadow, seen in rooms and dark corners, or even unseen presences, felt standing near to you. Personal items began to move. The hotel being haunted wasn't yet mentioned. The 5th night, Aspen had done her regular routine. At the end of the day, she got into bed for a night's sleep, and all was peaceful. All that was interrupted when Aspen woke up feeling a weight on top of her, and then felt her throat being gripped. She couldn't breathe. She struggled to move. She couldn't feel her fingers. Her legs flailed under the covers, but her upper torso and arms were pinned by nothing she could see.
Yes, it was dark, but with the moonlight through the current, it was faint enough to see some. And there was nothing. 10, maybe 15 seconds of this felt like minutes. Whatever it was suddenly released her. Looking at the clock, Aspen had only been in bed for about half hour. When it let go, she immediately sat up, burst out crying, and flew from her bed and turned on all the lights in the room. She stayed up all night and started her shift exhausted. Aspen stayed up as long as she could for the next 3 days, taking on extra hours and spending as much time as she could doing chores on the trucks away from their hotel room. When she did manage to sleep, she kept all the lights on in her room and slept only during the 4 to 5 hours before her shift. On the 8th day, Aspen stopped in the doorway of a crew member where 3 others were hanging out, just chatting and talking about progress being made and the past few days of being on duty. Mid-conversation, a toiletry bag was flung from the TV stand to the middle of the room in front of 3 other people. Everyone kind of laughed uncomfortably. This place is weird. Aspen went to her room. She said that night was the worst night she had ever experienced during her stay in the hotel. The air was heavy and had an aggressive tension to it. She stood in the center of the room, afraid to go to bed. But she was so tired she had to sleep. As usual, she flicked on every light in her room, turned on the television, showered, and then laid down in bed. Fighting sleep, she tried to stay up as long as she could, but lost. Next thing she knew, she felt the bed jolt, like someone kicked or shook it from the corner. She opened her eyes to a completely black room. Every light that she had turned on had been switched off. Launching herself from the bed, she ran across the room and turned on the main light. The first thing she noticed was the TV remote. It was on the table, but she had had it in her hand while laying in bed. Startled and looking up across the room, she saw on the wall a very, very large, black and dark silhouette of a man, standing 6 foot tall, in a dominant stance with a cowboy hat. No one else was in the room. There was nothing else there to cast a shadow. Aspen screamed, ran out of her room crying, and ran down the hall to her crew chief. She started banging on his door. "Anders, let me in!" She was hysterical. He opened the door confused and concerned, and Aspen immediately began pleading her case with a sudden outburst. "I can't sleep in there. I won't. Give me the rig keys, I'll sleep in the truck. That shadow thing in my room, it won't let me sleep." Keep in mind she's crying and talking, and the commotion had woken up Chief Warren, the second in command, and his roommate Carson, who both came to see what was happening. Anders was trying to make sense of her story. She got to sit down and calmly say it again. "There's something in my room. I won't sleep there." That is the final version of what Aspen explained to her crewmates. "Anders, I'll just sleep in the truck tonight." Anders, Carlson, and Warren simultaneously said no. "We're basically on the Mexico border in the middle of the desert. You're not sleeping in the rig," was their conclusion. Carson went and collected Aspen's personal belongings from the room, and she spent the night sleeping on the couch in the captain's room. She even called his wife to explain the situation, and she was very nice about it. Aspen said the rest of her stay was peaceful and nothing bothered her for the rest of the assignment. They were there for only 2 more days after the incident. No one doubted her experience or made her feel crazy about it. The crew members who witnessed Aspen's ordeal agreed that the hotel was weird, and let it be at that. When the checkout came, Aspen waited by the staircase landing, and there near the banister was the guest book. She started flipping through the pages, and there were the history highlights of the Gadsden. After the newspaper clippings and old printouts of the hotel story, there were stories of other people's experiences. People that had things thrown at them, hair being pulled late in the night, the shadow of a cowboy, a headless ghost, phantom knocking and footsteps. Later on, after feeling better, and that there were other people who had the same experiences, Aspen realized that most of the accounts had been written by women. I'm a people person, so it didn't take me long to work my way up the ladder at our hotel. I loved that hotel. It was really old, built in 1967, and despite the shambles it was in when I worked there, it used to be the most happening place in town. The decor was unlike a lot of hotels you see today. Elaborate chandeliers and imported Spanish tiles, and a beautiful handmade stained-glassed skylight. A lot of people were shocked our rooms were only $50 a night, but it wasn't long before I realized that something was just off about that place. We had this service hallway that connected our kitchen and storage rooms to all of our conference rooms. It was my first day, and I was taking the tour of the facility with my manager while he showed me around. I noticed how it smelt like a nursing home, like mothballs and death, and it was just unnaturally cold, especially for Louisiana in the spring. The deeper we go down the hallway, I began to feel sick, but I put it off as nerves. But whatever it is in that hallway/kitchen scared the hell out of me for a few weeks. I was working the 3 to 11 shift. At around 8 or 9 p.m., I went to find a guest some silverware in the kitchen. I was still pretty new there, so after searching for the light switch, I give up and use my phone to grab the silverware. That's when I noticed the sound of footsteps, really fast footsteps. I turn around to see something run right past me into the dark, knocking over the stack of chafing dishes on the prep table. Needless to say, I said screw the silverware and ran the hell out of there, and ended up calling the housekeeper who stayed in the hotel occasionally to grab it from the kitchen. But she said that when she went in, no one was there. No one who worked there wanted to go into that hallway. Even the cook, who would bring her granddaughter with her in the morning to keep her company while she got breakfast started. No one ever knew exactly what was back there. But again, I guess we just didn't want to find out. After that experience, I was sufficiently scared, but curious. I had become friends with one of our elderly breakfast cooks, a little woman in her 70s, we called Mrs. J. She mentioned that she'd been working there since the early 70s, and she began to tell me stories that made me never look at the hotel the same again. The owner was a cheap guy, even when I worked there. He didn't want to purchase actual security cameras for the entire property, so instead, he installed 2 actual cameras in the lobby, one at each entrance, and one by the pool, but placed a mock camera down the hall and by the rooms, giving the appearance of security, when actually they were just plastic boxes. One night, a young lady checked in, stinking drunk by herself at 1 a.m. She requested a smoking room, which are only located in the back side of the property on the 2nd floor. This area also has one of the many blind spots from our cameras. She goes to her room. No one hears from her for the rest of the night, until the housekeeper shows up in the morning to find the woman in the parking lot, covered in blood and whiskey and bloated. Apparently, after she checked in, she continued her binge on the balcony facing the parking lot. She must have fallen off and bled to death in the parking lot. The horrifying part is that she must have still been alive after the fall, because the trail of blood behind her almost looked like she was trying to crawl for help. And of course, because there were no cameras, the front desk was blissfully unaware. We always had problems in that wing of the hotel after. Domestic violence cases always came out of that wing. People's tempers just seemed to skyrocket when they stayed there. Another story she told me that I ended up experiencing. There was a country singer named Charlie Rich who died in one of our suites. Our suites were located inside the actual lobby facing the front desk. He had a pulmonary embolism while his wife was eating breakfast in our restaurant. Mrs. J was even there when his wife found him dead. Room 208. Ever since, a lot of customers complained of people knocking on their doors at odd hours, but the front desk never saw anyone go up to the room. One customer came running out in the middle of the night. He ran up to my night auditor and told him there was a man in his room. Of course, when someone went to investigate, there was no sign of an intruder. A lot of the times when the room would stay vacant for a while, the TV would turn on by itself. I even saw it once through the open window. It just turned on. And always to the same channel, CMT, Channel 71. Charlie never really bothered the staff. I'd even find myself talking to Charlie on our more quiet nights. Sometimes I even played my old country playlist for him. I ended up quitting after working there for 5 years. The owner was doing some sketchy things with my paycheck, so I said my final farewells to the hotel that I had grown to love so much. Not even a year after I left, the owner suddenly shut down the hotel. Not sure why, but all of the employees were told to not come back the next day, or ever. All of the papers, computers, furniture, and food, all left inside the massive, vacant, blood-red building. I've been doing security at different places in different cities for years. Every hotel I've worked at had stories from staff about seeing ghosts or having strange things happen. The stories typically claim the ghosts are of someone who killed themselves, someone who was murdered, or a staff member that died. I typically don't believe any of the stories. I can usually tell when someone is full of it, or if they're just repeating a story they heard from someone as their own. I have purposely stayed in spots where people claim that ghosts are seen, and I've never seen or experienced anything that couldn't be explained with wind, bad lighting, or it just being a creepy spot to be in. There is one place that I worked at, however, where it genuinely was creepy, and I did experience something I absolutely cannot explain. Knowing I looked into any possible explanation and can still not come up with anything really creeps me out and has changed my mindset on ghosts or the supernatural. I always wanted to believe they were real. Now, I entirely do. It's just a matter of figuring out when people are making it up, or over-exaggerating, and when they're too blinded by fear to realize the real cause of what happened. So I used to work at a hotel in Palm Springs, California, that used to be Gene Autry's house and property. The property consisted of south and north buildings, where the guest rooms were located. There is a big spa, a ballroom, the Autry house, as well as a maintenance shed and security trailer. All buildings were tied together with landscaping and consisted of large, tall bushes and trees with dirt paths carved through them. Wandering around the paths, you would find grass areas, one with a fireplace, one with hammocks, an area for petanque, a tennis court, 2 pools, and a ping-pong table next to an outside bar. The south and north buildings had white hallways with the guest rooms painted blood red. Every time I turned a corner, I thought I was going to see the girls from The Shining. The spa was called PSYC, Palm Springs Yacht Club, and not only had a creepy name, but the decor was dated. I hated going in there. It was super dark, had all kinds of corridors, showers and dark rooms that I had to check. The ballroom was a giant open area with a kitchen attached in the back, as well as a seating area in the front. The place wasn't very scary, and it was easy to lock down. In fact, I'd take my breaks in there to make sure I wasn't being bothered by anyone. I had to go into the Autry house every night, if it was vacant, and make sure it was clean and ensure the lights were off. The house was in a C shape, with the 2 wings being connected by the main room and kitchen. At the end of each wing there was a master bedroom. In between the master bedrooms there was a patio area, with sliding glass doors to each room. There were animal skin rugs on the ground, old paintings on the walls, and the faucets in the bathrooms were figures of lion heads. The north main room, top right part of the C shape, was a wall covered in wooden African masks, some shaped like animals, some evil-looking with horns. I hated it. I stopped going into either main room because my imagination would run rampant. The rooms had an intercom system on the walls, and I was terrified I'd be in one of the rooms and have the intercom go off. I often imagined that I would look across the patio to the other room and find someone in one of those masks staring at me. There was a maintenance man called Mac that worked there. He was a really cool older guy that I talked to at the time. He was a Green Beret in Vietnam, and I had a lot of respect for him. He told me old combat stories, and we'd speak about life and family. He seemed like a perfectly normal guy, but he always had stories of ghosts on the property. He didn't willingly give the information up, but if you asked, he would tentatively tell you some. The more I got to know him, the crazier his stories sounded. He told me he would see the hammocks start to swing by themselves, and when he'd be nearby changing a landscape light, he told me the tennis court lights would go on and off. He had a story of a female who he would see every once in a while in the ballroom, dancing in a red dress by herself. Another story that stood out was about a person he had seen floating across the pool in PSYC. After the last few stories, I started to really question if Mac had a few screws loose from combat, or if he just liked messing with people. I would really press him on whether the stories were true or not. He was totally adamant they were true, and eventually stopped talking about it. I learned to leave it alone. There were other stories of seeing a female in a green shirt in the bathroom mirror. Actually, one security guard quit one night. He said he came out of the bathroom and saw a woman in a green sweater staring at him next to the bed. Not saying anything, he ran out of the room and quit immediately. I know that part is true, because I had to cover his shift. One last story I remember sticking out was from a guy in room service. He told me he was delivering an order to Autry House one night. He took the path that passed the Pentecost court, and he dropped the food off and began to walk his way back. As he was passing the court, all of the chairs were lined up across the pathway, blocking him from walking past. The court has soft sand, so you can tell when someone has been walking through. He said he didn't see any footsteps. He put the chairs back and stopped walking that way. But this is now my experience. One of my duties for the night was to go into each vacant room to ensure all of the lights were off, note if the rooms were clean or dirty, and ensure the windows were locked, and make sure the air conditioner was set to 75. Sometimes you would walk into a room, and the phone on the nightstand would turn its speaker on, and it would start crackling. I always chalked this up to it just being an old phone and bad wiring, and I wouldn't get too scared if I told myself that while I did my job. Well, one night, I was checking the rooms in the north building on the second floor. I was going into room 46N. All of the lights were on in the room, which was typical. I started turning all of the lights off, starting from the left side, going around to the right, where I would end at the bathroom. The bathroom had two French-style doors that open outwards into the room. The left door was partially closed, and the bathroom light was on the other side. I opened the door outwards, all the way to the wall of the room. I reached it and turned the light off. I took a step towards the entry hallway of the room. I always kept the light on so that I could see my way out. I noticed the room was freezing. This did not seem strange to me. Sometimes housekeeping turned the air conditioning down to the 60s while they were working in there if it was hot. I reached up to the thermostat next to the bathroom. Before I could touch the thermostat, the bathroom door I had opened slammed shut so hard the walls shook. You need to understand these doors only had hinges and a simple locking device near the handle. No springs or arms attached. The doors were made of very light slated wood. If I threw the door open as hard as it could, it would not have slammed. I ran out of the room so fast, it took me only 3 or 4 giant steps, and I opened the door and ran through it into the hallway. As I was pulling the door closed, the deadbolt ejected out of the door and slammed into the door frame. I was terrified, but I wanted to close the damn door. I dreaded having to do it, so I reached in and quickly turned the switch and closed the door. I was so surprised by what happened I was tearing up. I decided I couldn't exactly chalk that event up to paranormal. unless I investigated a little bit. I went back into the room. The door was still closed. I opened it and threw it as hard as I could. The door caught so much wind it slowed down and barely got to the frame. I already knew the windows were closed and locked, so it wasn't the wind. The floor was not uneven near the door, so it wasn't being pulled in by gravity. I looked at the thermostat. It was set to 75. It was also no longer freezing cold. I got out of the room and never went back in. I never had any more experiences, though I avoid putting myself in a position of being in one. I would turn the lights off in the rooms as quickly as I could. I would look down when approaching the bathroom to ensure I didn't see anyone in a mirror, and I told my story to Mac and he wasn't surprised. He said that's just what they do when people don't believe they were there. He told me not to worry, as they were just making their presence known. In 2011, my mother and father both had experiences in a hotel room with some sort of entity. My dad works in the film industry and had been staying there for about 2 weeks at this point. He works about 2 to 4 hours from home, so it's unproductive to drive every day. He had been feeling feelings of dread, hate, and misery throughout his whole stay. He's never been like that. I'm practically a photocopy of his personality, though I look just like my mum, and this is very, very abnormal behavior for him. He had been plagued with dark thoughts endlessly while he was there. His only relief was during the weekends, when he would come home to us. At some point my mum went to visit him during the week, and stayed in the hotel room with him. She slept restlessly, and was uncomfortable throughout the night. He left for work at 7 a.m, and she woke up just to kiss him from bed and fell back asleep. Though she said it was strange because she didn't remember actually being asleep or awake. It was just strange idleness. At 7:30 she awoke to a feeling of supreme dread, the feeling of an evil presence. She felt someone pinning her arms to the side and pressing down on her chest as if it were laying on top of her. She thought she was being raped until she opened her eyes and saw that there was no one there. She could almost see something, not physical. It was almost like something was there. People would say this is classic sleep paralysis, and I have my own thoughts about it. She called my dad in tears after that, and he told her about his experiences in the hotel. She left and occupied herself in the city. When Dad got off work, they went to the front desk to change rooms. I'm not sure if the attendant asked or if they volunteered the information, but they explained why. And they were told that they were the 5th set of guests to have moved rooms because of negative paranormal experiences. And after a little bit of back and forth, he revealed that someone had ended their life in that very room. As far as sleep paralysis goes, I believe that rather than a way to explain away and allow for dismissal of the encounter, it's actually a product of encounters. In any case, they were glad to be rid of that room, and as far as I'm aware, the rest of their stay was uneventful. I used to work in the hotel industry, and left the profession for a year due to my course at university getting quite difficult for a few semesters. I came back to it to do some part-time work manning the front desk on a Friday and Saturday night as a night auditor. A few things of how the hotel was built was that there was a car park level directly above the reception and main entrance area. Guests could only access it after calling the front desk, and you would have to manually walk through the car park to open the gated entrance. No one else had access to it except front desk. I was going through the whole on-the-job training when the receptionist who was training me told me some stories about the hotel, including all the suicides they'd had. What was told to me was that on his watch, he'd had 3, where people had jumped off the balcony or fallen and landed in the car park. What I can't forget, and has stuck to me, was how he described the noise of them landing in the car park level. He said it sounded like a bomb had gone off, and the whole reception area would shake for a few seconds. He then told me about the incidents of staff especially porters, seeing shadows and people in their rearview mirror when moving the cars around to make more rooms for other cars. There was one story when someone, who had newly started working at the hotel, was called on by a guest to grab something out of the car for him to bring up to his room. He had only gone up to the car park level for a few minutes when other staff, housekeeping, heard screaming coming from that level and someone running down the stairwell trying to frantically open the door to the main foyer. Luckily, there weren't any guests checking in at that very moment, as he had collapsed on the floor screaming that he saw someone walk up to the car and peer into the window while he was searching for whatever the guest had asked him to grab, and when he looked up, he was gone. A few years ago, I was driving down to Florida from Virginia. It certainly was time-consuming, but I was willing to take the time out of my week to see family. On my way there, I had to stop by a hotel to spend the night. I can't recall the name, but I know it was in Georgia. I had actually decided to spend a few nights there, since I had plenty of time to see my family, and I was sore from driving for hours. I checked in at the front desk and got room 465. Why I remembered this and not the hotel name, I will never know. But I rented the room for 3 to 4 days, just enough time to relax and enjoy the nice weather. Maybe even go for a swim. It's going to be perfect, I thought. But I was wrong. My first night was alright. The entire day was normal as always, although it was really hard to sleep. I tried to go to sleep around 10ish, but I didn't manage until about 3 a.m. The hotel must have been old, because throughout the night I kept hearing creaking noises. Not just that, but the people above me must have been energetic, because I kept hearing their loud footsteps throughout the night. I don't remember how I went even 5 minutes without opening my eyes, but I did and I fell asleep. I was wondering if I should make a complaint about the noise, but figured it would be best not to, since it was my only and first night there. When I woke up, the room was a bit messier than I remembered it, but I was tired. Maybe I imagined it. I got out of bed and walked over to the bathroom to get my morning shower. I turned the water on to the perfect temperature, stripped out of my clothes and hopped in. I made sure the bathroom door was locked because I'm paranoid about these things. In case you've never been in a hotel, the doors are inaccessible to anyone that doesn't have the card, except, of course, service employees and such. I hadn't been in my shower long when I heard my hotel door open. This kind of freaked me out, but I assumed it was just the maid. "Hello?" I called out from the shower. I wait a moment only to realize nothing, but silence was greeting me. I open my shower curtain and look out into the bathroom, but I was completely alone, and it was empty, except for my clothes lying down. So I closed the shower curtain and decided to ignore the noise. As I start rubbing the shampoo into my head, I heard a small, faint click. The same click you hear when a door is being unlocked. The exact same click that I heard when I pushed in the lock for my bathroom door. My heart jumped, and before I knew it I was shaking horribly. I heard the bathroom door slowly creak open, and before I knew what I was doing, I threw the shower curtain open. The bathroom door was wide open. I looked around the bathroom, but there wasn't the sign of anyone, not a single trace other than the door wide open. I immediately shut the shower off and ran out of the bathroom and into the bedroom, putting my clothes on as quickly as possible and running out into the hallway. I leaned up against the wall, sliding down it into a sitting position. I ended up walking down to the front desk and requesting another key for my room, due to the fact I never picked one up on my way out. After giving them some identification, they gave me a new key card, and I brought it back up to my room. I had to slide it about 4 times before it decided to unlock. When I opened it, the room was trashed. I couldn't make sense of it. It was like someone had recently been in my room and destroyed it while I had been gone. I don't know how anyone could have gotten in, and that concerned me. But I still had to stay one last night in the hotel, so that's what I did. After cleaning up the room, I checked every door in the hotel, making sure they were all locked. They were. I hopped into my bed, tucked myself in, and drifted off to sleep. I woke up looking at the clock. 4 a.m. I sat up in bed, about to place my feet on the ground when I heard something. The hotel door slowly creaked open. Chill shot down my spine faster than ever. I slowly shifted my head to look at the door as it opened, revealing the silhouette of a woman with dirty, long black hair, dressed in a short, torn-up, bloody gown. She began walking towards me. She walked as if in stop motion, bones snapping every time she moved forward. I wanted to scream for help, but I couldn't. Then I heard down the hall a couple walking together and laughing. Her head turned slowly. She heard it too. She made stop-motion steps towards the wall, making me gag from the sound. She climbed up onto the wall and crawled out of the hallway. I turned on the lights, packed everything I could, and ran out of the hotel as fast as possible. To this day, I've never seen her again. I think the hotel may have been shut down shortly after, but I don't know it for a fact. I will remember how she walked, the most frightening thing I've seen in my life. On the way to Florida from the hotel, I realized something. I realized something that has been burned into my mind ever since. That day I was taking a shower and the door opened. When I looked all around my bathroom to find no traces from anyone, I never once looked at the ceiling. I used to work at a hotel built in the 1800s. I'm a wedding florist, and we often go to the Driscoll Hotel in Austin, Texas. And after the weddings around 1 to 2 a.m., when everyone is asleep, and it's just a skeleton crew of different companies cleaning up the hotel, some pretty creepy stuff happens. I've seen a few women-shaped shadow figures in big dresses at the edge of the front balcony. Sometimes they're sitting on it. Faucets in all the women's bathrooms will begin to run at full power, whether you're looking at them or in the stall. A buddy I have who works there says a couple of kids fell down the elevator shaft while it was being repaired, and you can hear the pair laughing randomly, sometimes in the middle of the day when everyone is bustling about. He said you start to recognize their voices and can identify them, especially if there are no kids in the area. Supposedly the shadow figures on the balcony are a few different brides who threw themselves off the edge after being left at the altar. I have no clue about the faucets, but it only happens at night times when it's quiet. I've never really got spooked. I'm good as long as they let me get on with my job and wash my hands after using the bathroom. Sometimes I wish I could just talk to them and check to see how they're doing. This happened around 4 years ago when I was living in Oregon. I had just accepted a job at a hotel as a sous chef. The hotel had just recently been built, and for whatever reason the walk-in freezer was the last part of the kitchen to be completed. Several different contractors would start the work on it, only to quickly stop, not wanting to spend a lot of time in there. They didn't even want to be around the restaurant area in general. Nobody was really sure, not really sure why the people that hired the contractors didn't really implore further, and the contractors didn't really explain why. Anybody who wasn't a guest or employee seemed to act skittish or anxious while there. Fast forward a month or two, and the freezer was finally all built and operable. Good timing, because we were to cater the services for a couple of the contractors who had finished up work on our freezer. The man and woman died shortly after finishing. I think it was under strange circumstances, like carbon monoxide poisoning in the garage or something. Anyway, back to the weird thing with our freezer. It was around March when this happened. A young girl was just hired to help in the kitchen. She was working towards being a pastry chef for the restaurant. But first, she had to just get her foot in the door. I liked her. She was really serious in the kitchen, but she was really cool elsewhere. It was good to be able to switch like that. One night we had somewhat of a rush before closing. If I remember correctly, we closed at around 9 or 10, and I had to relocate to the bakery/dessert section for the remainder of the night, since dinner wasn't being served anymore. And I had invited her to join me, so she could learn a little, and I could assess her skills. We were the only employees still there that night. Slow night, so I let a couple of people go home. We had to make about 20 mousse desserts, and then we were done for the night. I showed her how to make them, watched her make a few, and then we went to the dining room to talk to a few customers. I returned maybe 15 minutes later and all the desserts were made, and they looked rather good. She was nowhere to be seen, so I took the desserts out to the customers and promptly returned to shut down the kitchen for the night. About 10 minutes later, I was basically done in the kitchen, and I just had to check the temperature of the refrigerator and freezer. I hadn't seen my employee in this time, but didn't think much of it. I found her on the freezer. She was on the floor under the bottom rack in the fetal position. Something made me not even call her name or really investigate. I just quickly tried to pull her out from under there. Her body was already ice cold and blue. She'd been in there for hours, or days, even though the last I saw her was half an hour prior. She had undoubtedly already passed. I called 911, told them everything, and had to go to the main office to check security tapes. They also spoke to some of the customers, as I was obviously suspect, since we were the only 2 employees there. Upon investigating the tapes, they decided she had just quickly entered the freezer and laid down on the floor on her own. The officers seemed to want to get the case taken care of as quickly as possible and leave. EMTs noted that it seemed she'd been in there for at least 2 days. Her internal body temperature was very low, and her eyes had basically frosted over or something. I don't remember how they determined her time of death, but it was really rushed, and they quickly determined it as suicide. I don't think there was an autopsy for some reason. Not many people were notified of the death, and after the restaurant had been closed for a few days, it opened again as if nothing had happened. I still think of her sometimes, and wonder what exactly did occur. I'd like to say that's the only strange experiences that I've had at the hotel, but there is more. A couple traveling with their son made the reservation to stay at the hotel one night. The dad said that they'd stopped in that town because it was halfway through their trip, and they were very drawn to the hotel. They arrive and shortly after head to the restaurant. The dining room was pretty full that night, as it was the weekend and the restaurant was open to the public. The family is serviced, stays for about an hour and begins to leave. The kid then isn't there anymore. Both parents claim it was really confusing and freakish because in the span of just a few minutes, having their plates cleaned and the bill paid, he silently slipped out and neither parent noticed. I felt sorry for the parents. They seemed genuinely confused, but kids wander off all the time, no big deal. The waitstaff and other staff were approached by the not yet frantic parents, but no one had been able to recall see a young boy walking around on his own. The dad was escorted to security to see if they could help find the kid. The mum stayed in the restaurant in case he returned and remained nearby so that he could find his way back. I remember this part particularly well because the guy working security cameras seemed really weirded out, and we would talk about it pretty often. He had a stroke about a year later, which was a shame because he was one of the smartest guys there and he knew a lot about the weird stuff that happened. So he was reviewing the security tapes with the dad. The view of the family in the dining room wasn't the best, but you could see them. In the time the couple said their son disappeared, they were seen talking to him as he slowly inched off the booth. It looked both natural and weird, like when a kid doesn't want to go somewhere alone or something. The dad insisted neither him or his wife remembered it happening like that. They had both been talking to him at the time. Had he slipped their minds, perhaps? In their initial story, they said they'd both been talking to him, and they were focused on paying and wrapping up and whatnot. In the tapes, they were talking to him and watching him leave. According to the tapes, about 2 minutes after him leaving, they started to look around. It's as if the past few minutes hadn't happened, or they'd just forgotten and noticed something was off. Weird differences in their memory versus the record. Most people get to the hotel by crossing a bridge. It's a really beautiful but slight bridge. I love crossing it. It's about a 10-minute walk from the hotel. Anyway, about an hour and a half goes by after the kid goes missing, and an older couple were crossing the bridge. On the furthest side from the hotel, they saw what they thought was an animal stuck between posts under the railings. They discovered it was the boy. He was deceased. He wasn't seen by any person or camera between walking away from his parents and being found. 911 was called. He was clinging to the post under the railing, like he was trying to crawl to the other side, only using his arms to pull himself along. When CPR was started, a significant amount of water was released from his lungs, and his official cause of death was drowning, even though the body was dry, and he was found on the bridge, not in the water below. No theories have been presented as to how he could have drowned in the water below, pulled himself up across the bridge, and dried off in that time. Both parents go to their room early in the morning to collect their things and get a little bit of rest. They were offered almost a full week's free stay so that they could get everything figured out. Security guy goes to check in on them and find their room devoid of any sign of their stay. They were gone without a trace, not seen by anyone. The employees are now the only people that seem to remember the incident, since the police basically let it slide and forget. Nobody at the local station will admit to it happening. It's almost as if it never happened. It's definitely one of the more chilling things that happened to me while I was there. I hope you all have happier hotel stays wherever you go. I worked in a hotel from 2009 to 2012. The hotel is in Regina, Saskatchewan, but because it is still functioning, I can't disclose its name. I also wanted to let you know that I have seen spirits since I was very young, so I saw plenty before this, and have seen much more since. But here are a few of my favorite stories from while working there. One of the first spirits I saw was on the grand staircase. The hotel was bustling with activity, and I was heading upstairs to one of our banquet rooms. Coming down the stairs was the banquet manager called Marge. To an 18-year-old me, a very handsome blonde man in his 20s said hi, and I blushed and stammered a hi back. Marge had responded to my greeting, and the person looked to the right and looked to be revealing half of the face to be missing, torn to shreds, and then vanished. Marge must have seen the colour drain from my face, because she asked if I was okay, and then sent me on my way. I can still picture him as clear as day. Every haunted hotel seems to have that one room that gives everyone the total creeps. Ours was on the 11th floor, and it was unanimous among the staff that no one wanted to deliver room service there or clean it. One morning I was collecting trays from outside of the rooms on the 11th floor. Suddenly that whole hallway got really cold, and I could hear scratching coming from one of the doors. I tried to find the source of the sound, and of course it was that room. As I got closer to the door, the scratching got louder, until something banged on the door, and everything fell silent. I obviously ran for it. I checked with the front desk, and of course, no one was checked into that room. And for the grand finale, I had worked really late cleaning up from a wedding. I was by myself, and two of the kitchen guys, called Todd and Alex, offered to give us a lift home. We had been hearing weird noises all night, but had mostly brushed it off, and I would tell Alex was starting to get nervous. Todd had just finished locking up the last door in the hallway that contained the walk-in fridge, freezer, dry storage, etc., then flicked off the lights. We were all gathering our stuff to leave when we heard a door slam in the darkness. Alex bolted, and Todd and I both looked at each other confused. We turned the lights back on and headed down the hallway to make sure no one was back there and messing with us. We were halfway down when, I crap you not, every single locked door opened, paused, and slammed shut. Todd ran for it, but me in my dumbfound state pulled on the nearest door, and the damn thing was locked. I hightailed it out of there, jumped in Todd's truck, and we never spoke of it again. This happened a while ago. It was a series of odd and strange events that really made me question our stay at this particular establishment. Let me take you back. My boyfriend and I wanted to go to a rural cabin. We were quite excited about it. We were going to Estes Park, Colorado. We left the night before at about 8 and arrived at 10 a.m. When we arrived, we thought it'd be best to change our check-in time, as we were there a whole 5 hours early. And after speaking with someone, it was established that we could. Our lodge was about a 15-minute drive up in the mountains in the middle of nowhere. The place was family-owned. We arrive at the lodge, and it's empty. And as we're reaching the threshold, I get met by a wave of instant bad vibe. I thought I was overreacting. The place was nice. It had 32 rooms, 2 stories, 16 rooms per floor, split symmetrically on each side. There were 3 cars in the parking lot, which was considerably lower than I expected given the Airbnb ratings and popularity. And when we ring the bell, the owner comes out confused. He says that he had not received a word of an earlier check-in, which was strange, but we try and forget about it. We are ushered to our room, first floor, corner, room 111. I'm into numerology and was quite excited. While all of this was going on though, there was a lady who we expected was behind us in the queue. She just kept watching us in her running clothes. I assumed she was waiting to check in also, but when we were done, she didn't make the slightest inclination to speak to the owner, which definitely gave me a bad feeling. Coupled with the fact that as we were walking to our car to gather our things, she gave me a sly smile. It was really making me feel uneasy, but again, I try to put it to the back of my mind. As we're walking down the hallway to reach our room, we see a guy behind us with a distinctive eerie aura. My boyfriend and I both see him, and as my boyfriend does a double take to look back, the guy's gone, completely out of sight. Strange, we thought. We swear he had just been there. Perhaps he had gone somewhere where we couldn't see him. Regardless, we go to our room and are met with disappointment. Not only was the beautiful view of nature, as I had expected, been taken from us and replaced with a view of the parking lot, we also had no amenities as promised, and the deadbolt had been removed. The bad vibe that I had had initially was intensifying. Trying to make a bad situation good, we decide to grab some snacks and stuff, make our way to the grocery store, and then hike a trail, where we find a clay-built structure with an old fireplace remains, and a Native American man starts talking to us. Although he was nice and we spoke to him for a good while, he kept asking us where we were staying. We found this odd and didn't want to say it, but after he asked us for the 3rd time, the bad vibe worsened, and we decided to say our goodbyes and get out of there. When we get back to the lodge, the feeling doesn't go away. We were starting to feel uneasy. When we get back to our room, the bad feeling hasn't dissipated. We're just chilling in there when all of a sudden the door starts to shake, as if someone was trying to open it. My boyfriend opens it, and there's a woman there. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was in here." And she panics and runs off. Allegedly, she was trying to test the key, which we find strange. I'd understand it if they did this before check-in, but we had certainly passed the elapsed expected check-in time, so it was getting even more sinister in my mind. But we were trying to brush everything off. After a while, we decided that it'd be best that we look for a new place. And as we're looking, we hear a click. It's coming from the door. My boyfriend reaches his hand out and goes to open it, but it won't open. It's almost like it's locked from the outside. This is the strangest thing. He tries with all his might and he can't open it at all, no luck. At this point, I am now starting to panic. We're locked in our room from the outside, and we are aware that employees can get into our room from inside the lodge. We go outside and try and open it from the porch with no luck. I go to the car and FaceTime my mum to explain what's going on, and that it's very, very creepy. But she wasn't buying it. We had just about hit the creepy limit at this point, and as we start to pack our stuff away, I feel something underneath my feet. There's a rug. My boyfriend pulls it back. It's a hatch. He opens it up and it goes down to the garage space right under our room. At this point, we're done. We get everything back into the car, check out early, and get out of there as quickly as we can. While waiting in the car, it was the longest 5 minutes of my life waiting for him to return. Everything about that place was super sketchy. The bad vibe, the weird woman, the disappearing people, being locked in with no explanation. I really wasn't feeling it. I think there was something off about that place.
And of course, staying in a hotel is equally as disturbing for the reasons we have just learnt, so I don't think I'm going to be going to one of those anytime soon. The best place to hide is probably, certainly and definitely under your bed.
To this day, I can't explain what happened this night. It was roughly 11 p.m. I was winding down for the night, and I did my normal nightly routine, which included using the restroom and leaving a light on in the bathroom. I do this so that I can see better when going to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I climbed into my bed and prepared to go to sleep, but not even 3 minutes into laying down and closing my eyes, I hear the very clear voice of a woman whisper in my ear, "I'm here." At this point, I shot up out of bed, but before I could do anything else, I heard footsteps walking up to my door and stopping right outside of it. Now, this could have just been a random noise, but what was worse is that I could see the shadow of 2 feet standing just on the other side of my door due to the light coming from the bathroom. At this point, I could barely move from the seated position I was in on my bed. After about 5 minutes, I decided to turn on my TV so that I had some background noise. As the TV was powering on though, I started to hear the sound of someone's breathing coming from under my bed. And I knew it wasn't me, because I could hear it, even when I held my own breath. At this point, I was in absolute fear and could barely move from my bed, and I stayed that way for another 2 or so hours. I don't remember why exactly, but at some point I needed to get out of bed and grab something, but I still occasionally was hearing breathing from under the bed. I felt better getting up, knowing that I had a knife on my bedstand and could defend myself if needed. So I got out of bed and decided to look underneath. I grabbed a flashlight and my knife and looked. To my shock, there was nothing. This cleared up a bit of horror for me that I was feeling, but there were still feet on the other side of the door. So I built up the courage and opened the door, and yet again, there was nothing there. Even after clearing this up, I still didn't sleep that night. To this day, I can't fathom what happened. I don't know how to explain it, if there even is an explanation. If any of you have any idea what this could have been, please let me know. This took place last July. My family rented this nice 1-story house in the outskirts of a sea town, and since it was on the side of a huge hill, we got a breathtaking sight of the sea. The house was a bit isolated from the other buildings of the residential area, since it was not directly on the street, but surrounded by trees. The master bedroom was quite small, with the king-sized bed at the center of a big closet in front of it. The window directly on the backyard. The backyard, where we hung our clothes to dry, had a ridiculously low and easy-to-climb fence, which went directly into the woods. When my brothers were there, we would climb out of the window and into the woods just to feel like kids again. It was really hot, which I can't stand, so I always left every window open to let in a nice draft. I know I'm naive, but I did it only during the day in broad daylight and with other people home. My brothers and dad couldn't be there because they had to work during the weekdays, so it was just me and my mum, and my grandma stayed in a hotel in the center of the town. I was on my period for a whole week, and I didn't feel like going to the beach. So my mum, just because you're 18 and an adult now, agreed to leave me at home alone so that she could go with my grandma. Of course, I didn't want to stay home alone, so I called a close friend of mine, an almost boyfriend to be honest, who happened to be staying in the same town for the holidays, a guy called Ray. So he came over, brought some weed, and I was really excited to try it. We were sitting on the balcony enjoying our smoke and the view, chatting quietly when I heard a soft crashing sound, as if someone fell on one of the many carpets we had there. When I mentioned it, Ray laughed it off and said that I'm hearing things, and that's normal with drugs, but I was pretty sure of my hearing, which never fails, and is exceedingly good. Maybe it's just your cat, Ray said. We both knew I couldn't bring my cat on vacation with me, and that it had to stay in my hometown, but we searched regardless, laughing like idiots. Ray opened the kitchen cupboard screaming, "I'ma find that before you." I went into the master bedroom, opened the closet, giggling like, "Here kitty kitty, stop hiding." Then I kneeled and looked under the bed. But what I found was not what I was expecting. There was a dude laying on the ground and staring at me, wide-eyed. I'm pretty sure time stopped as well as my heart. I have no idea what kept me from screaming at the top of my lungs, but I got up, padded out the room and shut the door behind me. My mind was trying to process what I'd just seen. I never let go of the handle. I think my knuckles turned white at some point. Ray paddled over, giggling, but he went dead serious as he looked at me. I told him there was a guy under my mum's bed. He thought I was hallucinating and tried to joke about it, but I grabbed my mum's phone and dialed my mum's number. Later on, he told me he had understood I was serious, only when he saw my hand shaking and my fingers having a hard time dialing. When my mum picked up, I sounded so cold and controlled that it gives me chills whenever I think about it. I told her I was with Ray and that we found an intruder. My mum arrived in 5 minutes, and not much after her, the cops did too. They didn't find anyone, of course. My mum noticed a pair of panties missing from their clothes hanging outside, but other than that, there were no other signs of intrusion. The cops had a hard time believing us because of the smell of weed. Of course, Mum gave me a huge scold about that, and we never heard about the case again. I'm sure I wasn't hallucinating because he was there, and I remember every single detail of his face and how he held his breath. Me and Ray joke about it sometimes, but I'm pretty sure he was creeped out too. Needless to say, I don't keep windows open anymore if there isn't screening. So weird dude hiding under my mum's bed? Let's never meet again. This happened sometime in 2013. I must have been around 19. I had my room in the basement in my dad's house. It was late, and I lay there in my bed in complete darkness. I needed to sleep because I had school the day after, but as usual, I felt too energetic for sleep, so I laid there for a while when I suddenly heard something. I opened my eyes, but like I said, it was completely dark. Then, I heard it again, a scratching noise. It went on, getting more and more intense, and I quickly realized the sound came from under my bed. My eyes were widened, and a panic started spreading through my entire body. Did I leave one of the cats in here before I went to sleep? I thought. Then I started feeling it. Something scratched and punched at the mattress from underneath. I could feel it across my back. I didn't know what to do. I was in total shock, and after I had been lying there for at least half a minute without the scratching having stopped, my fear eventually turned to rage. I threw myself out of bed, turned on the lights, threw myself on the floor, looked under the bed and screamed, "What do you want from me?" Nothing was there. I looked around the room, and there was no one in it except me. A friend of mine moved into our house a few months after this. She hired a room from us on the top floor, and after she'd been there for 3 nights, she told me she had the most crazy experience ever. She was going to sleep the night before, and I could almost feel my skin turn pale as she told the story of the exact same thing that happened to me. The scratching, punches against the mattress. I knew for sure I'd never told her about my paranormal experience. We were both very freaked out when I told her the exact same thing happened to me, 2 floors down, months before. 7 months ago, I moved out of my parents' place and in to a house with my boyfriend. He had already lived there for about 2 years, but never experienced anything to make him think it was haunted. He's a skeptic, and as he says, nothing scares him. It's also important to note that this house is roughly 100 years old. No one's been born in it, and no one has died in it. Before I moved in, I did notice some spooky happenings. Doors opening and closing without any assistance. Creaking floorboards in the bedroom and on the stairs. I myself am a skeptic, but only believe something is supernatural when I can't debunk it. I know old houses creak, have pipes that bang, and can tell the difference between these happening and others. This experience that I'm about to share with you happened after I moved in. I share a bed with my boyfriend and a small dog. Normally, I'm a light sleeper. Normally, I'm a lighter sleeper as they come. But this night I was so exhausted from work that I passed out and slept like a rock. But at 3 or 4 a.m. I woke up to my dog jumping on the bed and walking around a few times. This is quite normal for him. So I tried to get back to sleep. But in the back of my mind I noticed a noise, like a wet cough, but I ignored it. Then my boyfriend started shaking me gently awake. Do you hear that? He sounded panicked, so I picked myself up on the elbows and listened. But the sound was so out of place that it didn't even register in my half-asleep mind. Baby, can you hear that too? At this point, my dog is growling and fighting to get under the bed. He was reaching his paw under and stomping at something, mixed with his growl and the sound of a fussing baby. It sounded like he was about to start to wail, like a newborn would. It took about 10 long seconds of listening to the sound before I suddenly got really angry. Out of nowhere, I reached over, picked the dog up, put him back on the bed and lay back down, saying, "It's not important, ignore it." I only remember picking the dog up and mumbling that because I was so tired. But my boyfriend said I spoke clearly and sounded mad. I passed out again almost immediately. But both my dog and boyfriend stayed up for the rest of the night, listening for the sound that stopped once I fell back asleep. When I woke up, it was as if I blinked and sleep was over. There were no dreams at all. My boyfriend doesn't want to talk about it anymore because it freaked him out too much. We know for a fact that our neighbors don't have any children, and there was no TV on, no phone, no laptops, or anything to make that noise. And there's nothing under the bed. We checked in the morning. I grew up in a small town in Mexico where there are many paranormal stories, which is certain. One in particular is the weeping woman that marked me for life. When my maternal grandmother died, I was 15 years old, and my uncles did not want my grandfather to be alone. So I was the one who had to go to sleep at my grandfather's house every night to keep him company. One night after playing soccer with my friends, I was late, and I knew that there was no one to save me. I had to go to sleep at my grandfather's house and cross the dark roads, the river, and the bridge. When I arrived, all was normal. My dog was waiting for me, and he was the one who gave him company during the day. A big white husky. I sat in the armchair next to my grandfather while he watched the news on television. It was 11 p.m., and at that point he turned the TV off and went to bed. 20 minutes later, my dog starts to get restless, squeal, bark, and move a lot. That made me feel uncomfortable, since my dog isn't usually afraid of anything. and that's when it all started. We heard a cry, deep and full of pain. It had an echo, and every time I approached the crying, there was a large window between my grandfather's bed and mine. My dog, under the bed, crying. It was a cry capable of paralyzing you or freezing your soul, and every time I got closer to the window, I couldn't move. After about 3 minutes, my dog came out from under the bed to bark, and the crying stopped. My grandfather laughed and told me that such a loud woman doesn't let me sleep. This happened around the time I was 7 or 8. It was a normal afternoon and my mother was cooking dinner. My dad was at work, my big brother was in the park, and me and my little brother, who was 4 at the time, were playing catch with a blue rubber ball inside my bedroom. I remember my mother telling me that I shouldn't be throwing a ball around because there was a good chance I could hit the TV, which was in my bedroom. A little bit of detail before I continue. My bed was a little parted from the closet door, so there was a small gap between them, big enough for me to fit in. Alright, back to the story. Me and my brother were playing catch when he threw it into the gap, and instead of the ball rolling under the bed, it just stood there perfectly. I, of course, went to reach for it, but just as I was about to grab it, my little brother called my name. "What happened, Dan?" I asked him, and he just shrugged. I did as well, and as I turned to grab the blue rubber ball, I saw a black, shadowy hand wrap itself around my ankle, but as I noticed it, it quickly retreated under the bed again. I freaked out, let go of the blue ball, grabbed my brother's hand, and ran all the way to the kitchen, where the safety of our mother was, as she was cooking, and paid no attention to my confused facial expression. I told her about it, but she just said it was my imagination. I trusted her, and when I built up enough courage, I went back to my bedroom. I told her about it, but she said it was my imagination. I trusted her, and when I built up enough courage, I went back to my bedroom and slowly walked over to my bed and quickly dropped to the ground to see what was under it. There was nothing. There were no shoes, no socks, nothing that could be misinterpreted as a hand. I remember that same night I was shaking to my core. I felt something or someone look at me as I laid in bed. I was hot under my covers, but I didn't dare get up from underneath them. I was sweating, it was cold, and then I somehow fell asleep. I can't explain what happened, but it feels like it was yesterday. I was a kid, about 11 or 12, growing up in the suburbs of Ohio. My best friend was sleeping over. I was on the bed and he was laying on the floor near the bed. I don't remember if I was reaching for something on the floor or my arm was just hanging over the side of the bed, but something grabbed my wrist, seeming to come from under the bed. I shake my arm and say, "Dude, let go, man." My wrist was being held for a good 5 seconds. Eventually I get it and look at my friend still asleep. It could have been him, but it doesn't seem possible because of the angle. And I felt like I was being held. Well, the thing is, I don't really know. Point is, he still denies it 20 years later when I ask him about it. I lived in that house for 22 years, and nothing strange ever happened. A different story that is a close second for me, if something I know was real, was that someone once shot a bolt of energy at me from their hand. We were on a bus. I saw the movement of his hand shoot it, and I felt it go through my entire body. It's not spooky or anything and felt completely positive, but I believe he was on a higher plane mentally and tapped into the energy of the universe or something. Anyway, it was a bit freaky in the moment. When I was younger, maybe 7 or 8, I experienced something I couldn't explain. I shared a bunk with my 3 brothers, 2 on the top bunk and 2 on the bottom. The first time it happened, it was a nightmare of a shadowy man staring at me from the hallway. I woke up thinking it was just a nightmare, no big deal, but it wasn't just a nightmare. I could feel something pushing onto me from under the bed. I distinctly remember all my brothers being asleep and all the lights being off, but I could feel something pushing on me. Me, being a stupid kid, thought, "Hey, why does the bed feel so lumpy?" So I go and look under the bed, and there's nothing there. This would happen multiple times a week, when I couldn't sleep because something was pushing on me, and every time I checked there'd be nothing. I never thought to myself, oh, there's probably a ghost or spirit messing with me. But it went on like this on and off throughout a good part of my childhood. I never brought it up to anyone until we moved out. One day, after completely forgetting about this ghost, I walk into my aunt's house, which happened to be our old house as they had it after we did. And my aunt is talking to my mum about how she can feel something push on her from under the bed and how she can't sleep comfortably. I freak out a little bit and explained that this exact thing happened to me when we used to live there. Nothing really came of it. There was no investigation as to whether anyone had died on the land, but they put up some religious symbols and stuff to ward off evil. But I haven't heard anything about it since. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Most of my life, I've been able to see things that weren't there, or so I thought. There's these things that pop up on the side of my bed that are a bit blurry. They kind of look like snake arms that dart up quickly, and when I look, they're gone. I only see this when in bed. Last time it appeared at the foot of my bed when I was playing something on stream. The second my eyes moved, it darted down. This was the best look I've had at it, because it came directly from my line of sight. It was mostly white with 2 or 3 black splodges on it. It just popped up looking at me and then darted back down. Last time I stuck my head right under the bed, I saw nothing. I just started addressing it as a friend during its appearances to try and make peace with it. I'm not scared of it, just concerned. Does anyone know what this thing could be? This happened to me and my older sister when I was about 14. My dad was getting married in an old historic mansion in my hometown. The Mayo brothers briefly lived in the mansion and worked on elderly patients for the Mayo Clinic there. The city decided to preserve the mansion and keep it decorated historically. There have been long rumors that the mansion is haunted, and it's just old and huge and creepy. The wedding ceremony and reception took place outside, and most guests never even went into the mansion. Only the wedding party, my dad, my stepmom, my sister, my grandmother and I, were allowed to go upstairs inside the mansion. We used the bedrooms to change and do our hair and makeup, and my older sister and I got a room with 2 twin beds in that we got ready in. We kept our belongings in that room too. After the ceremony, we put both of our bouquets down on a bed in the room and went downstairs. Later, we wanted a family photo, and the photographer told me and my sister to go get our bouquets. We went upstairs to the bedroom and looked for them, but they were nowhere to be found. We looked in our dad and stepmom's room, downstairs, everywhere. Finally, in a hapless last effort, I dropped to my hands and knees and looked under the twin beds. They were there, one under each bed lying vertically in line with the beds. We have no idea how they could have gotten there. No one else went upstairs during that time, and the only person we even slightly suspected was my little cousin. But he absolutely denies this to this day, and I know he would have taken credit for it by now. And he didn't even go upstairs. The area was even sectioned off. I still get chills thinking about this. If my sister and dad weren't there as witnesses, I wouldn't even believe my own eyes. Could it have been a paranormal wedding guest? This started when I was younger, when we first moved into this house. I never felt comfortable sleeping in my room by myself. I always had my brother in the room or bed with me. I always felt as though something was watching me. It was almost as if someone was pacing around my room, looking for something. So I was sleeping in my mum's bed with her and my brother. Usually during the night, she would go downstairs to have time by herself. I woke up in the middle of the night and asked her to come back up, because I was scared. She told me she would be right up after her show was over, so I waited for her. Then I heard the tub faucet turn on. I was confused and called out to my mum, asking what she was doing. She yelled back that she was downstairs and would be back upstairs soon. That's when I realized that she was nowhere near the upstairs bathroom, and since I was in her room, I was directly across from the bathroom and saw no one go in or out of it. Then, as I reached middle school, I decided that I wanted to be alone in my room, and it would be okay at first, just the usual feeling of a presence there. Then one night I was in middle school and I heard someone knock in heavy work boots, shuffling through papers and walking around in my room. I screamed and pounded on the wall for my mum to come and help me. When she came over, no one was there. Everything was normal, for a teen's room at least. Then that same year during the summer, I was sleeping in. I think it was about 1 p.m. and I was deciding whether or not to go back to sleep or wake up. Well, someone decided for me by grabbing my ankles and not letting go until I pulled them up to my chest, and I prayed in the fetal position for a few minutes to try and figure out what happened to me. I decided that I was definitely at that point not going back to sleep. Cut to a few years later. I'm now in high school and just got into the paranormal. I wanted to learn about it so that I could get an idea of what was happening in my home. My mum and brother and I decide to pull an all-nighter and watch Ghost Adventures. That night turned out to be a blessing in disguise from my mum's point of view. During the commercials, I needed to go to the bathroom, and as I was washing my hands, I heard stuff happening in the back room. The bathroom and back room are connected, and that's where we keep our microwave. I think nothing of it, as I'm not the only one up. It's probably one of them who just left the living room. Half hour or two later, as we're watching Ghost Adventures still, my mum needs to use the restroom. I go back to scare her by banging on the door as she was washing her hands. The sink is by the door, you see. Perfect plan. But not at all. As she was opening the door, we were laughing, completely oblivious to what was happening. The microwave started making a noise as if someone was trying to open it. After watching Ghost Adventures all day up until then, we freaked out. We took the stuff we were able to carry that was in the living room and went to the closest place that was lit up at this hour, which turned out to be Walmart. We saw a police officer there, and my mum said something about getting him to check out the noise we heard, but I wasn't feeling it. I didn't want to go back. So we went to my nanny's house and we found out when we got there at about 3:30 a.m. She lives 20 minutes away from us. So after that I went back to sleeping in my mum's bed with her. Things stayed still for a few years, but as my brother and I got older still, we experienced things that we would go out into the car and talk about and didn't give the spirits any acknowledgement. A few months later I get over it, go back to being a strong, independent woman, and start sleeping in my own room again. I still felt the presence walking the perimeter of the bed, but I figured out how to get past that feeling from within me. Headphones, earplugs, anything you can stick in your ears and are comfortable, work amazing, which is how I was able to sleep alone. I've been sleeping peacefully to a point, but that doesn't stop it from happening when the headphones are not in. So there I am in the kitchen washing dishes with my older brother, and we're making fun of my mum. All of a sudden, after a joke about my mum, we hear this little girl giggle. My brother and I look at each other, and we ask my mum if she made that noise, and she said she had no idea what we're talking about. Then, the only thing about the situation I didn't want to reveal to anyone was when I heard and saw a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her hair was in long pigtails with red ribbons, and at the end of the pigtails were curled. She had a blue dress on with daisies on it. I saw her a few times, but no one, I think, will believe me. Lately it's just been a few noises here and there, but more recently my fiancé was over. He wears glasses. He took them off while he's still half asleep and put them on the bedside table and went to the bathroom. When he was done, he started getting ready to leave to go to his house. The last thing to put on were his glasses, and they were nowhere to be found. We looked everywhere, under the bed, on the bed, in the blankets, downstairs, bathroom, upstairs, living room, and of all places he went that day in the house, but they were nowhere to be found. We were getting peeved, started yelling at the spirits, which I told him to never do again. I don't play like that. Not with them. I have to live here. So, he left without them. As it was getting late, I told him I would continue looking for them, and as the next day came, I moved my bed to look under it, and still nothing. I tore my room apart looking for them, and I was unable to find them. My mom eventually looked for them, and she couldn't find them either. And when he came back over, I told him to look once more and to not give up. The first place he looked was under the bed. Right in the middle were his glasses, in the place where he left them atop the bed. He laughed it off and told them, "Good prank." I told him he'd have to watch what he says around them, and that all he has to do is ask nicely for his stuff back, and that he'll probably get it. The other day, my mum and I were talking about paranormal things in our house, and when I was younger, I thought there was a portal in the upstairs hallway. How I thought I could see a football team running through the hall, as if they were going through a football game. How I always felt weird stuff happening there. My mum then decided to tell me that one time when we first moved here, she was sitting at the computer desk, and the desk faces the window to the front yard. She saw a man with a top hat just stroll on by in period clothes. She said she felt nothing when she saw it, but was just always confused as to what she saw. It was spooky indeed. Last night, my 13-year-old son came running out of his room saying his door started shaking, and it sounded like someone was banging on his door. Our house is small, so I would have heard a door banging. He hadn't been watching scary stuff or talking about haunted stuff. He said that earlier in the day when he was cleaning his room, he heard a deep growl from under his bed. He did look under the bed to see if it was the cat, but there was no cat there. He refused to go back into his room and ended up sleeping in my room. This morning we smudged the whole house, closet and all. Last week, I smudged the house, but I didn't go into his room, since we moved into this house. My daughter, whose room is adjoining her brother's, has said that every time she takes her cat into her room, he freaks out, and she has to let him out the room. Her cat is the most chill stoner cat, so it's odd that he gets disturbed in that room. I've always just brushed it off, as she was annoying the cat, but now I'm starting to think otherwise. This is the story of an experience that I had in 2010. I was all cozy and such in the bottom bunk, and was currently the only one in the room with the door left open, and across was my mum's room. She was asleep like a brick. I was falling asleep and felt a disturbance in the room I'm in. I opened my eyes, not realizing I'm paralyzed, only to be greeted with a slow-moving, undead, burnt-looking hand reaching from under the bed and suddenly clawing at the bed inches from my face. My mind is racing. I force myself to move, struggling with all my might, trying to wake up. I see the hand slowly slide under the bed, crawling away like a spider. That's what freaks me out even more, is that there's clearly nothing under the bed. Nothing. I don't put anything under the bed. I cleaned the floor under there, and there's only 2 people who use this house at the time. I didn't sleep that night. I was talking with my mum about that old apartment she used to live in with me for several years, when I was a teenager, and I remembered a lot of weird things I witnessed there. But since I don't believe in demons or ghosts or things like that, I tend to think it could be something else. In any case, this first story is one of the most unexplainable things that's ever happened to me. It took place in the living room. I was on the family computer, just sitting in a big chair. My back was facing the whole living room. That was a long room. Not very large, so it was all in length. On my left, in my back, against the wall, there was a very old and large buffet cabinet, on which was placed a Greek keychain. It was the Greek blue eye, known for keeping bad vibes away. So I was on the computer and suddenly heard a loud noise of something falling off this buffet. I didn't turn around immediately, because I was very surprised. A few seconds later, I heard the object literally crossing the living room on the floor really fast, and then I heard it break against the other wall, the one that was facing the buffet. And as I said, it was pretty far from it, since the living room was very long. I decided to get up and take a look at the object. When I reached it, I saw the eye broken against the wall. The second story is a bit shorter. That took place in my bedroom. My bed was a bunk bed. This night I was sleeping and woke up because my entire bed was shaking really vigorously and no one was in my room. I even heard all my books progressively falling from the shelves, just like the entire room was shaking, and not only my bed. I remember not being afraid or surprised. I was in a semi-conscious state and was only thinking, I hope it doesn't last too long, because I'm quite tired. I also need to mention that I live in France, and earthquakes are extremely rare, not to mention more so in my region. There's no train stations nearby, no metro underneath, so any reason for the ground shaking is very unlikely. The next morning I woke up and immediately noticed the books on the floor, and at that moment I knew it wasn't a dream. I told my mum about it, and she told me that it happened to me with my nightstand. I woke up the other night because it was shaking, and when I touched it, it stopped, and as soon as I removed my hand, it started shaking again. And she even mentioned that she remembered not being afraid or thinking it was unusual, before I even told her how I felt when this happened. So we basically had the exact same experience in different rooms. This final story also takes place in my bedroom. I was sleeping in a bunk bed. Under it was a cozy space with lots of pillows and a blanket on the floor. I was trying to sleep, but suddenly I heard something. I had left my PC on the blanket under my bed. The Windows session was closed, but the computer was still open, and I heard someone typing on the keyboard, and the Windows session opened. I started asking myself why my mum would be in my room in the middle of the night, and what on earth would she be doing on my PC? So I look under the bed from above, and there's no one. I would have heard if someone had opened the door. I decide to go down to see what's happening. And when I saw the PC screen, I noticed a random website was loading, but I didn't wait until it fully had loaded. I didn't even look at the name or anything. I just closed it and went back to bed. That's when I told my mum the next morning, and she asked, "What's the website?" I realized at that moment that I never checked, and now when I share this story, everyone wants to know. I feel silly for not looking. As a kid, I shared a room with my brother, and my sister had her own room. When I was 7, my sister moved out, and I claimed her room. Almost instantly, I began dealing with some scratching on my arm and legs, and pulling my blanket off me at night. Although my legs were never grabbed while I was awake, I did witness my blanket being forcefully tugged underneath my bed, and if I laid my head down, I could hear mumbling and breathing. Years later, I grew up and moved away, and the experiences completely vanished. It was only in my childhood home. Recently, I told my sister about this, and she told me she experienced the exact same thing in that bedroom, and my mother had always just brushed it off, until she, like myself, learned to just cope with spending nights terrified until she passed out. I know this sounds so cliche and made up, but it really messed me up, and to this day I'm paranoid of it returning, even though I've grown up and moved away from the house and whatever was in that bedroom. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this?
Maybe hiding under the bed isn't the best idea if there's someone in your house. So, what I would suggest is you just grab your camping gear and run. I'm sure the great outdoors would be a welcome relief from the horrors inside your home. Let's find out.
I am 24 years old, non-binary, but female presenting, and my sister 22, female, and camping this week at a lake, and came home today a day earlier. Her friend, another 22-year-old female, came up to hang out the first day, and went home since she had to do work. Since it's been 90 to 100 degrees the past month, we spent most of our day in our swimsuits swimming and kayaking in the lake. You know, like any normal person when camping at a lake. Sure, we were showing some skin, but literally everything that needed to be covered was. The camp hosts are a married couple, probably in their late 50s. The husband drove by, checked that we were the ones with the reservation, and drove off in his golf cart. A little while, my sister and her friend went to the bathrooms in their swimsuits, right after the husband had refilled the toilet paper. According to them, he stared at them the entire time, creeping them out, but they just went back to the water. Later that evening, the wife gave me our passes and we chatted for a bit, and she seemed normal enough. The next day, however, she started talking about how her husband was talking about us. Apparently, he told her to check out the hot girls in Site 8, and that he appreciated our womanly attributes, aka our chests and butts. He even laughed and said he's married but not dead yet. After all, she looked at my sister, and then me, and asked, "So you guys are leaving on Wednesday, right?" in a tone that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and my gut screamed run. I confirmed, and she left. That evening they spent a lot of time with the campers next to us, the husband finding the perfect spot to sit and stare at my sister on the hammock. I immediately grabbed a camping chair and sat so that I blocked his view. He stayed there for well over an hour and just kept staring at us. We texted our parents when we got cell service to let them know we were heading home a day earlier than planned. We wrote everything down and planned to file a complaint with the state forestry. Lucky today went off without any issues and we're home safe and sound, just royally creeped out and pissed off. I do an awful lot of overland and very remote camping. I'm generally not afraid of wildlife. It's the humans you encounter that are far away from everything that scare me. I like to use topographical and surveyor maps to find areas that aren't maintained anymore but hopefully had a rock-based road that we can find in the bush. And after a morning of looking for one that I was sure we could find, I ended up coming onto an overgrown path that had seen a lot of foot traffic. Tighter to get my vehicle through, but after 50 yards of bush scraping, I was on a pretty good bush road. After that, we wound up this rock and shale road towards what we were hoping was a waterfall or a hot spring near an old logging base camp. I had clocked it as 11 kilometers from the main road when we came upon an old high-lead logging crane abandoned in the bush. I'm from a logging family, so I had to get out and check it out, thus starting the short but lasting encounter with whatever it was we found up there. I was climbing on this old piece of equipment as my partner got her camera set up to shoot it when I saw what looked like a wooden pulpit a little ways down the road. It was built so a person could be standing about 10 feet off the ground with a grass clearing in front of it. A few crosses were on it. Right at the bottom of the ladder to get on there was a 4 by 6 inch high chain link cage locked. That was the first thing that really caught my attention as this being abnormal. I walked around the corner a bit, and I'm standing in the front yard of a squatter shelter, completely rigged off for the grid. It had solar and was obviously being hidden from overhead surveillance. I could hear my partner asking where I was, but I simply and calmly went quickly back to the vehicle and told her what I found. As we went back towards the house to take some pictures, I heard the first of 3 shots fired from below us. Best judge for distance I had was that it filled my ears at that distance, where the sound of a gun is in front of everything else in your hearing range. We pieced out of there. I heard the second shot when we were getting in the vehicle again and after we were leaving. Obviously my partner is convinced that we're going to get raped. I'm just concentrating on getting down the hill. Eventually we kind of settled down and I concede that we're going to camp somewhere else more public that night. We decide to stop at a tourist location, very remote but still popular. She wants to go literally hug this gigantic tree. And as I'm idly grilling and minding my own, a very busted ass first gen Cherokee stops at the road near me, then very slowly drives by me, hard starting at me, and I try and act like I'm not startled by it. They stuck out like mad in something that beat up out there. I don't know for certain if they were the ones who shot at me, but absolutely in no way did I tell my partner about it. After we got back to civilization, I told our local Mounties about it and they were extremely interested in knowing every detail I could recount. A year later, I camped on a ridge opposite from where it would have been, with optics, and I found the logging equipment on the ridge, but no sign of the strange shack. On a 3-day river kayaking / camping trip, one of our campsites were occupied when we arrived on the second night. It was a weird family of 5 that said their party boat bottomed out and they'd been stuck there for days. These people had clothes drying on a line, pots full of fish guts sitting everywhere and tons of food and trash everywhere. My group, trying to be polite, engaged in conversation with the husband. I wasn't the one talking to him, but suddenly it got quiet as the husband finished the punchline of a joke with the N-bomb. My whole group told him he needed to cut that crap out immediately. All of a sudden the entire family grabbed some of their stuff, boarded the bottomed out boat, took off downriver with no problem. They left behind all their garbage, drying clothes, fish guts and grandma's wheelchair, and were never seen again. To this day, my friends and I have no idea what the hell was going on that night. 2 of my friends who are a married couple and I were walking on my family land. It's about 170 acres and heavily wooded with both pines and hardwoods and heavily trailed. It was dark, but my friends wanted me to take them out walking on the trail. A couple of neighbors' dogs followed us, a coonhound and a Great Pyrenees, and we walked south, then east to my camping area. We were hanging out at my camping spot when behind us, further back the trail we had come down, the dogs started acting strange. We were looking back, and they came out of the woods to our left and stood on the trail. The Great Pyrenees started growling really low and looking defensive. The coonhound's a goofball, but he was also disturbed about something. They were both looking back down the trail to the west. I immediately got quite a strange and serious feeling. It was a bit ominous. I've learned to trust my gut, which I recommend to anyone in the woods, or if around a person or animal that you feel instinctively is threatening. Anyway, I said to my friends, we better get back to the house. To get my point across, I sort of grimly added, now. Well, we were heading west on the trail and the dogs, if I remember correctly, had vacated the area. While walking, I looked back and saw my one friend, the wife, looking into the woods off the trail and stagger back a few steps, and her husband asked what was wrong. By the way, this is the area where the dogs had previously been growling at. She said, I'll tell you when I get back. I don't want to scare Derek. He's kind of spooked easy. So we get back, and I asked what she saw. She tells us that she felt she needed to look off the trail into the trees, and she saw something halfway behind a tree looking at her. We had all worn headlamps, and she said it was pale or whitish with an oval kind of shaped head, looked like it was crouching with long limbs. She's kept stressing how skinny it was, particularly the limbs. She said it had a surprised look on its face, like it didn't expect to see us there. Myself, my friends and relatives used the trails regularly, but not at night. She said the thing was bobbing back and forth in a kind of creepy way, like moving its head behind the tree, and then swaying its head and shoulders back rhythmically to look at her. She said it didn't appear to be aggressive at the moment, but looked scared. I pulled up the famous trail cam pic of the rake or whatever it is, and she got shocked and just nodded yes. However, she made it clear that it wasn't exactly the same. The next night, I was on the back porch and heard a freaky, very, very shrill scream coming from the woods. I don't know if they're related, but I've lived in this county for most of my life, and I've never heard anything like that. This is one of the multiple things that have happened around here, but this is the only one I know involving of a creature. For reference, this is North Alabama. Several years ago, my significant other and I had to bust a mission to a place in Apple Valley, desert kind of area in California, to these hot springs that I had camped out at. Our goal in mind was to recover this rental car that was rented in my name. My buddy had gotten stuck on a 4-wheel drive only steep dirt trail. I had met the owner of these lands of the hot springs before, since he lives inside the log cabin that's built before you enter the parking area and start on the trail down to the springs. He was like a grumpy troll, mostly due to some disrespectful people who would come to his land and brought their guns to treat it like a shooting range and lit it everywhere. Keeping his demeanor in mind from the first time I met him, I told my significant other to shut up and let me do the talking, because I knew if I could get the owner to soften up, he would help me the next day find the lost vehicles so that I could tow them in with his Wrangler. We ended up getting along talking, and he invites us in the cabin and starts explaining how he came to own the grounds and how they used to be Native American lands, and is extremely energetically charged. And I have camped here once before and have felt that way without being told about the grounds. I mentioned to him that I was native myself, and he said he was too. We shared one of the same tribes and bonded over it. I then gifted him an item I kept in my car from a powwow I had attended before. He decides that he'll help me recover my car, and that we'll do it first thing in the morning. And he says I'm welcome to park my car anywhere I want, and can crash and meet later. Then in a slightly joking way he says to me, "Good luck." My car was a Scion TC, so it's a 2-door hatch, has a moon and sunroof, and if you slide the front seat up all the way and lay down the back seat, you can scrunch it in for a night of sleep. So me and my significant other find a trail to park on, maybe a mile or two away from the cabin. Next morning we wake up, pop open the trunk, and get out to take a morning pee. We both go our separate ways, and then when we get back to the car we notice a set of tracks, and started from where some of the bushes are, and stopped overlooking my back windshield and back seat windows. The tracks were one hoof print and one footprint side by side. It only led up to my car, and there was no trail of prints leading or heading away. It freaked me and my significant other out, who had also grown up on a farm and outdoors and were very familiar with most things. We had stinging eyes of pure "oh my god, something's watching us." I see the owner the same morning to get my car, and he gleefully says, "Glad to see you guys were good through the night." I never mentioned to the landowner what we had seen on the path. To this day, neither me or my significant other have any idea what it could have been. Does anyone have any idea or any experience on what this could have been? I live on a ranch in western Idaho, and every June we move cows from our property to a place on the other side of Hip Mountain. And because we don't have the trailers to drive our cattle, and because it's summer, we trail them through the BLM lands and some private property with permission. Last summer, it was business as usual. Bedrolls, teepees, and a few pack horses to haul that stuff. It's basically a long camping trip, a new place each night with the sound of cattle, and days spent with too many hours in the saddle. First 2 days always suck, but you get used to it.
Anyway, the interesting bit. The third night I had to second watch and basically made sure that the cattle weren't getting too far from where we were camped. I'm about 2 hours in, 3 a.m. or so, when the cows nearest me boogered pretty bad and pushed the herd away from me. Obviously that's a bit of a problem, so I went to check it out, as you do. When I tell you that whatever the hell that thing in the sagebrush wasn't natural. It was like a person, except the arms were way too long, and the eyes were too big, and the skin was stretched in ways that were just wrong. The most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life. I backed towards where we made camp, and thank God the thing didn't follow, but it was definitely watching me. I woke up my stepmom and dad, who came out with a rifle to investigate. The thing was gone when we got over, but there were some really bizarre tracks around the sagebrush, and when we rounded the cows up next morning, 2 calves were missing, and there were more of the same bizarre tracks around our camp and where the horses were. Never found any traces of the calves, and I wouldn't take watch for the rest of the drive for obvious reasons. I still have nightmares about that thing. Camping in New Mexico in a state park, somewhere outside of Roswell. My now ex-husband and I took a road trip out to Arizona for our honeymoon. We had plans to stop in Roswell on the way back home and decided to camp at a site about half an hour outside of town. We pull up to the campsite about 1 a.m. and as we're filling out the camp registration, another car pulls up. I watch a little closer as I was in the car waiting and see my ex greet the 2 other men. They chatted, he gets back in the car and tells me they were nice enough, and I noticed they had a dog in the car with them. We proceed to drive around the campsite in the dark, looking for a spot to pitch our tent. There were a lot of campers taking up spaces, and it was difficult to discern where we were allowed to set up, but eventually we settled on an area with only 1 other tent nearby. The other 2 guys drove off and had chosen a spot that looked to be more crowded, but we couldn't see them anymore from our sight. We groggily throw up our tent and crawl inside. As we're trying to sleep, we hear this strange repetitive noise, sort of like a croak. We lay awake and eventually start whispering to each other about the noise. We freaked out because we can hear whatever it is moving, but we can't quite figure out what it could be. Then we hear snarling. I quickly looked at my ex and we quiet down to listen closer. It sounds like there is a serious animal fight of some sort going on elsewhere in the site. There's snarling, growling, and then a loud yelp. Then we hear voices. First, there's a wail, like a nightmare level. Then men begin yelling at each other. Then we could hardly hear, but certainly nothing friendly is being said. Then commence more crying and wailing. My ex and I look at each other, and in our heads we think someone is being attacked by an animal. My ex has a carry permit and therefore had his gun. I grabbed his arm and said, "We should make sure those people are okay." We hop in the car, adrenaline pumping, and start looking for where the noise is coming from, and we eventually see lights from a camper and a car. The car belonged to the 2 guys from earlier. As we pulled up, one guy is sitting in the car with the dog, the other one is frantically tearing down their tent. A man walks across the path of our car headlights and is carrying a dead dog. I can hear a woman crying somewhere. My ex rolls up to the guy in the car who's obviously visibly shaking and asks if they're okay. The guy can't even get a real answer out. I notice the guy carrying the dead dog turning his attention back to the 2 guys, and I elbow my ex hard. Time to go. We get back to our site and get out of the car just in time to see a car flying down the road out of the campsite. It was the 2 guys and their dog hightailing it. About 3 minutes later, a truck comes flying down the road going in the same direction. We realize it was the guy from the camper/owner of the dead dog, and we decide that we want nothing to do with whatever is about to go down, so we stuff our tent into the car and the sleeping bags still inside and tent poles still together, and drive to Walmart in Roswell. Roswell, New Mexico at night is a whole other thing in itself, but needless to say we didn't really sleep that night. We pieced together that most likely we heard a dog fight that ended with the smaller dog dead and the owner extremely angry. The weird croaking noise was probably a bird, but still,
Who even knows? I want to start by saying that I've never been a superstitious person. I'm not religious and have never believed in ghosts nor spirits. I study physics and have always been a skeptic, which is what makes this story, for me at least, the more weirder. I was a freshman in college and I was going camping with some new people that I had just met. We were going to a mountain where I had been camping many times before. We get there at 1 p.m, set up camp, and it slowly gets dark, and I get more and more drunk, but not too drunk. At this point we're all gathered around the fire playing charades, but it's around 10 p.m. Our campsite is among the trees, and there's a large hill about 20 feet behind us. I have to pee, so I get up and start walking up the hill so that I can pee on the other side of it. The moon is nearly full, and I can see perfectly fine. I get to the top hill and begin to walk down the other side, which is a grassy clearing that meets up with the tree line. Now, right as I'm pulling my pants down, I look at the tree line and freeze because there was a figure standing there 20 feet away from me. At this point I'm so drunk that things are spinning, but I realize what I'm seeing is not normal, and I get a grip. I try and look at it, and this is what I remember. It was standing on two legs, its entire body was white, and it was definitely facing me and looking at me, but I couldn't see its face exactly. It had a large head. It was so white that it was almost glowing in the moonlight. I honestly don't know how long I stood there and stared at it, but it was a while because I was in shock. Then it turned around and returned into the forest, walking on two legs. I ran back to the fire and told everyone what happened, but didn't want to sound crazy, so I tried to be calm and nonchalant. Everyone was so drunk that we all brushed it off and forgot about it 10 minutes later. I even forgot about it until a month later when these memories hit me. It's been on my mind ever since. It has really made me question my beliefs about the unexplained. What could it have been? Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? This happened in southern Arizona. When it happened, the only person I told was my boyfriend at the time, and this is my first time telling anyone. My experience at Skull Valley Primitive Campground in Utah absolutely terrified me, and has ruined camping for me, possibly for good. I would love to get some ideas, if anyone cares to comment. Here is what happened. The summer before last, I took a road trip from my home up in Colorado to the west coast into Canada, my northernmost destination being Fernie, British Columbia. And as I have family there, I mapped out a series of free campgrounds to stay instead of hotels. I loved camping, and it would help me stay on my budget too. My boyfriend at the time was also traveling, so we were planning to meet up in San Francisco and get to Seattle together. I was doing the first bit of the trip with just my dog, and my first planned campsite was a place called Skull Valley Primitive in Utah, owned by the Bureau of Land Management. I found the site easily. The camping spots are up a dirt hill, so I took the first site I saw, as my car is not made for off-roading. I set up my tent without any issue and changed into my hiking boots. It was so hot. I remember my poor dog had to have a cool towel down after I set up camp because he couldn't get cooled down. There were a ton of other campsites, but hardly anyone was using them. There were 2 RVs I came across parked super far away from the site, and I was definitely the only tent camper. I decided to go take a hike around before the sun was down. The campsite was adjacent to these mountains that rise out the flat ground and have what appeared to be cave dwellings carved into the face of them. I wanted to investigate, so Teddy, my dog, and I started off in that direction. And after a few minutes of walking, we hit a barbed wire fence. I didn't think twice about ducking under it and continued onwards. I just didn't think it would be a problem. Only a few yards after I'd hopped the fence, I stopped dead in my tracks. An eerie and unusual sound was coming from the direction of the cave dwellings. The best description I can give you is that it sounded like dozens of humans trying to howl like wolves, like many people pretending to be a wolf pack, and it sounded like its origin was inside the caves themselves. My dog was as spooked as I was, and had already started running back to the campsite when I turned around. The sounds continued until I was well inside the camp perimeters. The sun was almost completely set when I decided to let Teddy out for one last bathroom break. I was freaked out by what had happened and didn't want to be running around in the dark. Teddy is a dog that simply doesn't need a leash. He never is more than several feet away from me, and I don't use one. I zipped up the tent and walked him away from our sight, and then suddenly he was gone. I couldn't see or hear any sign of him. The sun had finished setting by the time I finally gave up screaming for him and returned to my tent, which had not been left alone. The tent had a broken zipper when I arrived, and my stuff was strewn about inside, though nothing was missing. I want to emphasize the fact that during this time period, I noticed there were no nature noises, no crickets, chirping, or anything at all. I felt what can only be described as complete dread, sheer terror, and I was simply petrified. I've never felt so scared in my life. In fact, I feel the same terror just writing this out. It's truly the most scared I've ever been, and will never forget it. I decided to grab my taser and keep trying to find Teddy. After a bit longer of whistling and shouting for him, I realized he was not coming back, so I headed to my tent. I used some safety pins I had to close it since the zipper was now broken, and this is where things get weirder. As I lie there, trying not to totally freak out, something started to violently shake my tent from multiple angles. I could feel it/them brushing against my feet sometimes, and the shaking was relentless. At some point several hours later, I heard my dog outside the tent and peeked out. It was him. I quickly unpinned the door and he came in. His behavior was definitely off, and he reacted to the constant shaking of our tent even more so than I did. Neither of us slept that night, and as soon as morning came we were gone. I called my now ex-boyfriend on the drive out and recounted exactly what had happened. He started to Google the area and found out that the area I had walked into was actually the site of an extremely small and impoverished Native American reservation. So his hypothesis was that they had been watching me and decided to mess with me after dark. I can believe that to some extent. It's somewhat plausible, I guess, but I doubt it. Anyway, that's my story. It was the first and last time I camped by myself during the trip, and sadly have not returned to solo camping since. Summer of 2013. I'm 21 and just finished my junior year in college. It's the second week of August, and a group of my friends and I go on an 8-day camping trip. There are 7 of us in total, 4 guys, 3 girls. We're camping in a semi-remote campground in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. It was a large campground, but very few other campers were there. There were a few filled sites near the front of the campground, but we purposefully requested a site off in the back corner, and we were completely by ourselves. During the trip, we planned a white water rafting trip for one of the days. We were hiking Mount Washington towards the end of the trip, and thought maybe we'd do 1 to 2 other small hikes, with 1 to 2 days of just chilling by the lakes at the campground. We also planned on doing plenty of drinking during the evening. The first few days of the trip are fantastic. Whitewater rafting was a blast. Everything is going great. So it's the evening of our 3rd day. We have a roaring fire going and we're all just hanging out at the campsite, drinking and messing around. It was around 9:30 when a disheveled looking man walks past our site. His clothes are kind of torn/worn out, with messy tangled hair, and he looks maybe in his mid-40s. This isn't weird though. We all just think it's another camper doing a late evening stroll around the campground. About an hour and a half later, we see this same man walk past our site in the same direction. This time he's walking slower, almost with a bit of a limp. We're all pretty drunk at this point. I think one of us might have yelled something out at him, but he just ignored us and kept walking. Hardly strange, but still it's probably just someone who wanted to take a long walk. We wrap it up for the night at around 1:30 to 2. The fire is dying down and we head back to our tent. I usually love sleeping while camping. I find it extremely peaceful, but for some reason I was having trouble sleeping this night. I get up to take a leak in the woods, and when I do I see a faint light maybe 50 to 70 yards ahead of me in the woods. It looks like a dim flashlight or something similar, and I decided I wanted to investigate. I go back to the tent, and one of my other buddies is still awake, so I tell him about it. We get up to investigate, and when we do, the light is no longer on. Feeling a little unnerved, I shine my flashlight around the woods a bit, but don't see anything, so decide maybe my eyes were playing a trick on me before I headed back to bed. Sometime later that night, I wake up to a terrifying scream. It was Sarah, one of the girls we were camping with. I jump out of my tent as quickly as possible and nearly run into her as she was running back into our sight. She's still screaming. She screams that there was a man standing in the middle of the woods. Now our whole party is awake and freaking the hell out. I try to calm Sarah down enough just to get her to explain what happened. She says she went to pee in the woods and saw the man from earlier just standing about 15 feet from her, not moving like a statue. We're all freaked out, yelling, screaming, making a giant commotion. I internally freak out too, but try to calm everyone else down so that we can actually do something. We obviously decide to get the hell out of there and frantically take down our tents, basically just ripping the poles out and everything back into our cars and speed out of there. It's around 4 AM and we're in 2 separate cars and decide to just drive away from the campsite and clear our heads. Eventually at around 5:30, we find a small diner that's open and decide to head in for some breakfast. We all have different theories about what the hell just happened. Some of us think we simply ran into a homeless guy who was camping out in the woods and was either surprised by us. Maybe some of the girls think he was purposefully stalking us. Either way, obviously none of us are comfortable staying at the campground again. I headed back to the front desk of the campground with 2 of the guys. We explained what happened, and the guys at the front desk actually seemed to believe us, but said there were definitely no other campers currently that fit the description of the guy. They were insanely nice about it though, and actually refunded me the remainder of our stay, which astonished me. As a group we decided screw it. We weren't letting one freaky guy ruin our trip, so we found another campground a good ways away to stay in. Fast forward 2 days, we're hiking Mount Washington. We get up real early and get to the mountain around 7:30 to start hiking up. We're a little over halfway up the mountain when we see the very same guy hiking down, though this time he looks much better. His hair isn't crazy, his hiking clothes are relatively clean, and we're all just frozen. A few of us let out a surprised scream. He just strolls past us with a massive grin. Luckily there are enough hikers nearby that nothing could really happen. We decided to continue hiking up anyway, since he's heading in the opposite direction, and hoped we'd never encounter him again. We did finish the hike and fortunately didn't see him. After that, we did decide to cut the trip a few days short. Looking back on it now, we've all come to the conclusion we were likely being stalked in some way. If it was just some homeless guy in the woods near the campground, what the hell is he doing hiking down Mount Washington a few days later? It's a pretty unnerving and bizarre experience for sure. A few times in Australia, I had some really creepy experiences. This one time in the early morning, I was awoken to the sound of a really drunk guy with a thick accent yelling outside our tent for us to go back to England. I wondered how the hell he knew we were from England. Had he been watching us? Listening to us talk? He then started yelling for people to go back to Russia and Great Britain and so on. And we realized he wasn't yelling at us, he was just yelling. I think he was an Aboriginal based on his accent. So yeah, dude, totally get why you're pissed. On one of our first nights, we arrive in this empty site with thick undergrowth, well off the beaten track. The area had been absolutely ravaged by bushfires a few years prior, but had mostly recovered. A car pulls up late at night and people get out with their flashlights. My wife and I are on edge, barely breathing, and I'm doing my best to convince her it's probably just late arrivals to calm her down, but I too am a bit nervous. Eventually the flashlights went away. and they settled down for the night. I realized in the early morning that they had done exactly what we'd done except late at night, walked around the empty campsite to find a good spot before pitching up. We learned to relax a bit more after that. One night a bunch of lads, must have been mostly 15 to 16-year-olds, with a couple of older brothers and a dad, showed up. The site was about a third full, with mostly older people and campers, but we were in a tent. The dozen or so tent pitches were in a semicircle with a basic tinned roof communal kitchen area in the middle, and these lads took over there and were drinking late into the night. The sound was like an atmosphere, so it kept us awake, and at around 1 a.m. I went over and said something like, "Hey guys, it's getting pretty late now. Would you mind doing me a massive favor and keeping the noise down a bit? Cheers." And they were respectful, like, "Yeah mate, no worries," and predictably made no effort whatsoever to keep quiet. About 20 minutes after I got back into bed, I distinctly heard one of the louder boys yell, "I'm gonna go bottle that guy and rape his wife." At this point, it's important to say that I'm not a confrontational guy, nor do I ever get in fights. I was really scared but also angry, and my wife was terrified. After about maybe another 2 hours of the noise, I grabbed my hatchet, got dressed, and walked over and put the hatchet down on the hood of the truck and walked over to their campsite, where they'd moved to, and started yelling. I think I said something like, "It's 3 in the morning, you're loud as hell and you're taking the piss, shut up and go to sleep." And to the guy who said he'd bottle me, I'm right here, right now. I'm surprised the dad/older brothers didn't say anything, but the kid just said sorry and that was it. Pretty awkward in the morning, I had to walk past them. But I just said good morning, and how are you going and all that stuff, and it was fine. Admittedly, I felt like Billy Badass for a while, but my wife was angry at me and said it was really stupid of me to go out and confront a large group of men like that. And she was right. And it was by far the scariest experience I've ever had while camping. While camping overnight, me and the rest of my scout troop, most of us around 15 or 16, arrived at our campsite to find a single-man tent occupying one of the prime spots for putting up a tent. It was out of the way enough and kind of late, so we decided we would let the dude who appeared to be sleeping stay there until the morning. A few hours later, my friends and I had a very uneasy feeling about the tent, and decided to try and wake the guy up. We could see the outline of his body as the tent was really small, so we started to lightly kick his feet. When this didn't work, we started to yell and make noise, but the man was motionless. Realizing the reality of the possible situation, we went and got my dad, who grabbed another leader that was a doctor. They opened up the tent, and the doctor confirmed that the mystery man was dead. The cops came 3 hours later, and we had to guard the tent from the younger scouts, as we didn't want them to know, because they would have freaked out. It was super creepy sitting next to this dead body, with the full moon shining down on the empty desert. The police ruled it a suicide by overdose. There was a note that was left, but I am pretty sure due to the lack of cars nearby, and the dude being from out of state, and it being 20 miles into this park, that he and his friends took all the drugs the night before. Then when they all got up and noticed that one of them had died, they covered it up with a suicide note and moved the tent out of view of the road. A few times in Australia, I had some really creepy experiences. This one time in the early morning, I was awoken to the sound of a really drunk guy with a thick accent yelling outside our tent for us to go back to England. I wonder how the hell he knew we were from England. Had he been watching us? Listening to us talk? He then started yelling for people to go back to Russia and Great Britain and so on. And we realized he wasn't yelling at us, he was just yelling. I think he was an Aboriginal based on his accent. So yeah, dude, totally get why you're pissed. On one of our first nights, we arrive in this empty site with thick undergrowth, well off the beaten track. The area had been absolutely ravaged by bushfires a few years prior, but had mostly recovered. A car pulls up late at night and people get out with their flashlights. My wife and I are on edge, barely breathing, and I'm doing my best to convince her it's probably just late arrivals to calm her down, but I too am a bit nervous. Eventually the flashlights went away, and they settled down for the night. I realized in the early morning that they had done exactly what we'd done except late at night, walked around the empty campsite to find a good spot before pitching up. We learned to relax a bit more after that. One night a bunch of lads, must have been mostly 15 to 16-year-olds, with a couple of older brothers and a dad, showed up. The site was about a third full, with mostly older people in campers, but we were in a tent. The dozen or so tent pitches were in a semicircle with a basic tinned roof communal kitchen area in the middle, and these lads took over there and were drinking late into the night. The sound was like an atmosphere, so it kept us awake, and at around 1 a.m. I went over and said something like, "Hey guys, it's getting pretty late now. Would you mind doing me a massive favor and keeping the noise down a bit? Cheers." And they were respectful, like, "Yeah mate, no worries," and predictably made no effort whatsoever to keep quiet. About 20 minutes after I got back into bed, I distinctly heard one of the louder boys yell, "I'm gonna go bottle that guy and rape his wife." At this point, it's important to say that I'm not a confrontational guy, nor do I ever get in fights. I was really scared but also angry, and my wife was terrified. After about maybe another 2 hours of the noise, I grabbed my hatchet, got dressed, and walked over and put the hatchet down on the hood of the truck and walked over to their campsite, where they'd moved to, and started yelling. I think I said something like, "It's 3 in the morning, you're loud as hell and you're taking the piss, shut up and go to sleep." And to the guy who said he'd bottle me, I'm right here, right now. I'm surprised the dad/older brothers didn't say anything, but the kid just said sorry and that was it. Pretty awkward in the morning, I had to walk past them. But I just said good morning and how are you going and all that stuff and it was fine. Admittedly, I felt like Billy Badass for a while, but my wife was angry at me and said it was really stupid of me to go out and confront a large group of men like that. And she was right. And it was by far the scariest experience I've ever had while camping. One time when I was younger, in 7th grade, I went on a camping trip with a close family friend as part of his birthday. In total there were 5 kids of us, all in the same grade and 2 adults. The birthday boy's dad and his uncles. It was going to be like a boys' weekend. Once we get to the campsite, we set up 2 tents, one large tent for all the kids to stay in, and a medium-sized tent for his dad and uncle. The first day was great. We did a bunch of activities like wood carving, canoeing, etc. And at night, his dad cooks up some burgers for everyone, and then we all went to bed, not really thinking about what the ranger said about leftovers in our way into the campground. Suddenly at around 2 a.m. I wake up because I felt a large figure rub against my body from outside the tent. It sort of woke me up. At first I didn't really think anything of it, and was planning to go back to sleep. That is until I started hearing noises like something was looking through our stuff around the campfire. Now, before the adults went to sleep, they told us not to open the tent under any circumstances, but there was a little window near the top of the tent that you could look through if you opened the flap. So I decided to take a look, assuming that it was probably a few raccoons, since we did see some on the drive into the campground. But no. To my surprise, it was something much, much bigger than a raccoon. There was a black bear eating the leftovers in the cooler. This was happening directly outside of my tent, 6 feet away max. So I was already pretty spooked, because I didn't know what to do in this situation. I wanted to wake up the other boys to tell them what was going on, but I knew if we started making too much noise, it would be a really bad idea. So instead I just quietly stared at this bear as he ate all our leftovers for a good 20 minutes. This was already not a fun situation, but while this is happening I decided to start scanning the forest behind the bear, which is when I noticed a few pairs of bright yellow eyes staring at the bear maybe 15 feet further out. So at this point I was crapping myself and decided to just close the window to go back to sleep and pray that nothing happened. Like I said before, 20 minutes later I finally stopped hearing the bear going through all our stuff. I take a peek outside the window and sure enough it's gone. The next morning we leave the tent to find a bunch of bear prints all over our campsite, with a large portion of our food having been eaten. There was also a bunch of smaller prints all over our campsite. We assumed something else came by after the bear left. In the end, the dad decided to end the camping trip early, and we went back to the city later that same day.
If anything does go wrong while camping, or while being out in the deep woods, you can rely on park rangers to keep you safe, I'm sure. Why don't we see what they have to share?
I worked for years as an anti-poaching ranger / ecologist and field guide throughout Africa. From guiding in Kruger National Park to tranquilizing elephants near Mount Kilimanjaro and leading anti-poaching patrols in the Okavango Delta of Angola. I've seen and done a lot. I've seen infinite amounts of beauty and good, but also my fair share of civil unrest and war, murders, firefights and animal attacks, wildfires and more. Despite all the things I have experienced, one of the creatures that unsettled me the most during my time in the bush was the leopard. The following is why. Near the beginning of my career, I worked in a large national park in the KwaZulu-Natal province of South Africa. The foothills of the Drakensberg Mountains began here and climbed until you reached the border of Lesotho to the west. The park teemed with wildlife, elephants, rhino, African painted wolves and more. But in the shadows and canopies of the foothill, crevasses of the cliffs, and wet areas of the lowlands, the elusive leopard prowled. Stories about these big cats were pounded into our heads in training by the older guides. Never make eye contact with one, or you'll be dead before you know what you saw. Oi, you're right screwed if you get on them. They dig their claws into your stomach and rip your guts out. That is, if they don't come up behind you and get you by the neck. So needless to say, those of us working in the remote bush always kept our eyes peeled, ears focused and rifles loaded. I remember few things more terrifying than walking through dense forest at night, waiting to catch two eyes in your flashlight shine, staring down at you. I never did end up on the business side of a leopard, but I searched for those who did. The area's biggest industry was tourism. Every year, thousands, likely hundreds of thousands or more, streamed into the parks hoping to capture photos, memories and knickknacks. As a result, many local and foreign people became guides, hoping to find their fortune guiding these high-paying folks on expensive trips. One of these men was an Afrikaner by the name of Axel. He was a goofy but friendly enough fellow who would cruise around in his 1980s Toyota Land Cruiser, packed with tourists. However, he was notorious for breaking the rules. He would drive off trail, get closer to the animals than what was permitted, and have a terrible addiction to tobacco, which pushed him up to the light, even during dry season, when the entire park was a tinderbox. Given my position as a ranger and ecologist at the time, I had many different interactions with Axel, mostly revolving around his misconduct. Despite this, I liked the guy, his personality was great, and you could always rely on him for a cigarette and a light from his black Zippo lighter. During wet season, of course. During the wet season, a deep and narrow creek cascades down from the foothills and flows into the park's largest wetland area. About a mile from the wetland, a large concrete and iron bridge offered transport over the river's raging waters. It was dry season when Alex parked his tourist-filled Land Cruiser on the bridge, so the creek bed was cracked and bone dry. He let his passengers out, as the view from the bridge to the wetland was phenomenal. He told them to stay put, as he went to take a leak. He walked to the far side of the bridge and disappeared, under the spot where the bridge connected to the top of the berm that slowly sloped 30 feet down to the bottom of the creek bed. The tourists watched him go, then resumed snapping pictures towards the wetland. Suddenly the call of a grey lory echoed out. The grey lory is more commonly known as the grey go-away bird, as it sounds like someone yelling, "Go away." Whenever us rangers heard the call, we would instantly be on high alert, as we knew the lory had sensed a predator afoot. Immediately after the lory's call, the sound of thrashing bush and a muffled scream echoed from the creek. Several tourists darted over to the side of the bridge in time to see a massive leopard bound out from under the bridge, dragging Axel's body by the neck. The grey lorry continued to cry "go away" as the leopard and Axel vanished into the dense bush. We arrived an hour after the tourists called for help and took the eyewitness accounts. We then parked our rucks and loaded our rifles to track down the leopard and the guide's body. The first thing we found was a pack of cigarettes and the black Zippo lighter scattered on the ground just under the bridge. He hadn't gone under to urinate, but rather to light up out of sight, as the act was illegal at this time of year. His last act of rule breaking killed him. We followed the blood down the creek bed to where we found a dirty boonie cap. 100 meters away we found a shoe. Soon enough, the blood trail vanished, as did the leopard's tracks. The search lasted almost 2 weeks before it was scaled back, and then shut down. Axel was never found. Almost exactly 1 year after Axel met his fate, I was working on a large reserve in Botswana. The park's biodiversity attracted a great number of visitors every year, many of whom spent the night in luxury lodges and resorts tucked away in the park's borders. Those of us who spend our nights in tents, waiting in ambush for poachers, or monitoring the movements of nocturnal species with infrared binoculars, understood the extreme danger that the African bush conceals. Many of the visitors did not. I had just used Axel's Zippo to light a braai when the radio crackled to life, telling our team to report for a search and rescue to a nearby luxury lodge. We begrudgingly packed away the meat and veggies we'd intended to cook and drove the 20 minutes to the lodge. Outside the lodge, a father and mother cried, attempting to console each other in between gut-wrenching sobs. 2 children sat next to each other on the lodge's steps, staring off into the night like they had just come back from the front lines. The other guests were gathered on the steps of their own little yurts, talking lowly amongst each other. As we dismounted the pickup, the night guard walked over to us, his face tight and grim. Leopard got their daughter, he stated in a thick Zulu accent. We told them not to sleep on the balcony. We climbed to the balcony and found a tattered hammock with a massive trail of blood leading off the edge and into the trees. A teenage tourist on vacation from Europe with her family had slept on the open-air balcony of their lodge they'd rented. At night, as the night guard had warned them, a leopard slipped into their camp, climbed a nearby tree onto the lodge's roof, and snatched the young girl in her sleep. Unlike Axel, we found her several hours later, stuffed into a large hole about 7 feet up in a tree. That night we shot the leopard dead, as is standard procedure when such an animal begins preying on humans. I have witnessed paranormal events, Mortis magic, ethnic cleansing, hippo attacks, but nothing disturbed me more than getting snatched up by a predator, never to be seen or heard from again. To this day, when I'm hiking in the woods of the United States, going for a late-night run, or taking my dog out to the bathroom, I keep my eyes and lights on the bush, and a hand on my loaded pistol. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana/Wyoming area, and I decided to go up there with her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out to the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoffs to ensure no contaminants. So I thought that sounded fun and wanted to do a bit of a tour with her. We were going to camp out there for 2 nights, so we packed all our gear into saddlebags and saddle-buddied and started out. The first day and night were amazing. Beautiful scenery and amazing air quality. It really is so peaceful out there. I love the area and wish I could go there more often. We started out on the second day and my cousin said, "Do you want to see something weird?" "Of course," I said. So she led me on a bit of a side journey into this tiny little ravine. We ended up traveling about 2 hours away from our actual path we'd laid out. At the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounts and tells me to get off my horse too. We tie them up in this gorgeous little clearing, and she tells me to follow this tiny wildlife path and bring our little rechargeable radio. It is one of those things that you plug in or wind up, and also acts as a lantern if you really need it to, but that kills the battery very quickly. I do, and out in the middle of nowhere, there's a huge coil of wire sticking out of the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large, like some buried transmission wire, but small, like 10 or 12 gauge wiring for a house. It trailed off into the brush and trees, so naturally I decided to follow the damn thing out of curiosity. My cousin trails behind me as I do, and this wire, after coming straight up off the ground, is strung across limbs of trees and then back to the ground. Then it snakes around rocks and finally dead ends into an outlet. The outlet is mounted on the side of a desk. It looks like a school teacher's desk from when I was growing up, with a metal base and a pseudo-wooden plastic top thing. No chair, no building, no anything. Just this outlet and this desk. I'm starting to get confused as hell as to why this desk is in the middle of a forest, when my cousin takes the radio, pulls out the cord and plugs it into the outlet. Then it started lighting up and blaring static. The wire was being fed from somewhere. Now the place where we were at had no road access, no buildings for many miles, and no other people around. And yet, there was a live outlet. Weird as hell. No spooky jump scares or bodies, just one lone, powered desk in the middle of the woods. I wish I had snapped a picture. As a forest worker, I actually have a few stories that are going to creep you out. The biggest one was in northeastern British Columbia, up near the Alberta border, about as far north as Fort Nelson, but no summer roads because it is a giant swamp up there. We flew in with a helicopter, and 2 of us girls got dropped in a block. The helicopter dropped us all first thing in the morning, and was coming back in the afternoon, because he had another job in the middle. So my partner goes one way to the end of the block, and I head to the far end so we can start working towards each other. I get down there doing my thing when suddenly I hear screaming, yelling, swearing, and a lot of bad, all in a female voice. Now the lady I worked with was not a swearing person, and I had never seen her angry, and this person was angry. I tried yelling back to see what was wrong, to receive no answer. Then my partner radios me to find out what's wrong, as she can hear this on the wind. I had to explain to her that it wasn't me either. We decided to work together that day. It never quit until the helicopter came back and dropped off a load of our guys to help us finish off our block. Just before they landed, we heard a couple of quads speed away in the bush. We ended up with about 15 people on that block to help finish it. The helicopter flew around to find the person to see if they were in need of help, but could not even see a trail out of the block. The roads were thorough, pure muskeg swamp, and not passable by foot due to standing water and quick mud. And saying that one is my creepiest. I have even been shot at, had a pack of wolves track me for hours after killing something in my block, been stalked by bears and found dead animals, including one that was gutted and dropped so close to the driver's door of our truck that we had to crawl in from the passenger side, and my poor co-worker that I had needed to phone RCMP for one day, as he had to come back to the office freaked out because he found a couple of pairs of skeletal feet in running shoes one day. Turns out, after some investigation, someone had shoved bear paws in shoes, which just begs the question, why? At least, they weren't human. This was in British Columbia, at the start of the feet washing up on shore of the coast too. I was a park ranger and wildlife officer in a mountain state. I don't want to give out too much info due to high tourists and co-workers I still talk to, but the area I worked in had campsites and cabins. One night on patrol, At approximately 11:15, I got a call from dispatch about one of the cabins calling in saying something was outside harassing them. There were not too many people in the area, and it was mid-spring, and there was still some snow on the ground in some parts. Anyway, I arrived on site a few minutes later. In order to reach the cabins, you have to walk up a dirt path for about 25 to 30 yards from when you park your vehicle. Surrounding the trail and cabins is all forest. As I walked up the path, I had a very, very strange feeling of being watched, and my anxiety was going up. I arrived at the small cabin to see the fire pit was still smoldering, and lanterns and flashlights were moving around inside. I walked up the steps and knocked on the door, identifying myself. The door slowly opened up, and a lady that appeared to be in her late 30s answered. I asked her what was going on. She walked inside fast and was going on about the kids in the window. I came inside and noticed another lady around the same age, and a few children ranging from ages 5 to 9. All of them wearing a look of utmost terror. The younger kids were crying. Both mothers were on full-on mum alert. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's the look and attitude of, I'll kill what tries to get my kids. She told me herself and friend's husband were up north on a hiking trail to fish in a lake and camp as they stayed at the cabin with their younger kids. When the kids were playing a game on the floor and the mothers were talking, when they heard the kids screaming and crying, the sound of horror, not "she took my toy" kind of cry. Both women ran to the children to see what happened. One of the older kids there said there was a big, dark man who was looking at them through the window and tapped on it. The lady pointed to the area, and I walked up to it. The oldest son told me it was up there and pointed to the top right corner. I took down the description from both mothers and children and went outside to check the area. As I walked around, I had my .40 caliber in hand, ready to go, because I was freaked out and still had the feeling of being watched. I yelled out to the park law enforcement officer who was out there as I shined my flashlight around. I went up to the window to see if there were any tracks, footprints, or a ladder indentation, thinking maybe it was a perv watching the kids. These windows were at least 8+ feet off the ground, but I didn't see a track nor a scuff mark in the dirt. I walked about 10 yards into the woods, looking for anything out of the ordinary. The only thing that was noticeable was my uneasy feeling. I went back and informed the family. I saw some game trails and played it cool, as I could say it was most likely a black bear, and gave my wildlife lecture on bears, people, food, and spring. I know the mothers saw right through me, but it calmed the kids. I went out to the porch with one of the ladies who asked if I had any idea what it was. I told her no, that I was stumped, but that I would be in the area until my shift ends, and that I would pass it on to the other officers, and to call back if there was another incident. I went back to my patrol truck in a speed walk, almost a jog, and called my dispatcher and the gate officers and informed them of what happened, saying I think it was a bear. I went to my personal truck, where in the back seat, in a locked gun box, I had my .45-70, and kept it with me for the remainder of the shift. I have a degree in biology. I don't believe in Bigfoot or Sasquatch, and have spent most of my life outdoors. I've had my fair share of run-ins with bears, mountain lions, bobcats, coyote, deer, elk, and moose, to name a few. I've dealt with aggressive bears on and off my job from Alaska to the lower 48. Nothing has given me as much fear, not even a deployment to the Middle East when I was in the army. I told my supervisor the whole story, knowing I won't seem crazy to him because he was a good friend. I was worried that my co-worker would think some little woodland creature came and spooked me in the woods at midnight. But he gave me his 2 cents and said he believed me, and that it could have been a Sasquatch. Like I said, I don't really believe in any of that. I've never seen any evidence for myself, and to this day still have no idea what that was. The only thing I can say is to always carry a weapon when you go out into the woods, because you never know what's watching you. I was in the Gila wilderness, and a convoy of us campers/fishers were making the drive onto the dirt road from Mogollon to Snow Lake when we spotted a forest ranger guy pulled over looking in a ditch. Turns out some idiots tried to make a U-turn and didn't realize the loose rocks makes it hard to stop. They went over the edge and high-centered. We're miles from the nearest official campground, and it's early spring, and the nighttime gets pretty damn cold. We get a jeep with a winch in position and start to pull the guy out of the ditch. Off a hill comes a white dude in a purple velvet sweatsuit. He's got a walking stick, fanny pack, and the velvet sweatsuit. That's it. He's a blonde dude and pretty skinny, and comes up to us and tells us he's German and having a great time. We couldn't get over the purple velvet suit. It was like a real pimp sweatsuit. The ranger is immediately suspicious, wants to know where he's staying and where he came from. It was around 9 in the morning, and the only way he could have gotten where he came from was to hike for hours. The German guy is goofy as hell and points off towards the other mountain where we asked where he's staying and going. We all think it's funny, but also question how the guy is getting along with no water and no food, as the sun is intense above 5,000 feet, even if it's only 75 degrees. The German guy refuses water or any other help, and just crosses the road and goes off into the woods. The ranger told us he can't really keep the guy from doing it since he seemed okay, and said he'd check a few campsites in that direction later to see if he made it. We get to Snow Lake and commence drinking like fish in order to catch fish better. That evening, the ranger pops by to tell us that nobody at any campsite had seen the dude. He radioed around and no other rangers had abandoned camps or missing campers, and they surely hadn't seen a German dude in a purple pimp sweatsuit. That's strange. The ranger rolled off duty the next day and his replacement came by to make sure the other ranger was smoking something we gave him. We assured him it all happened. Never heard another word about the German guy in the purple pimp sweatsuit, but it makes for a good story. I texted my buddy that was with me to reminisce about the German guy, and he reminded me that he looked a lot like the actor Rhys Ifans, who plays Nigel, the kicker, in the Keanu Reeves classic The Replacement. Hope that helps with the mental image. The movie came out 3 years after the camping trip, but we remember seeing the movie and thinking Nigel looked just like the crazy German. I was a parks officer for a downtown metropolitan out in the Pacific Northwest. I saw my fair share of weird stuff on my 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. shifts, whether it be naked bike rides after parties at midnight, with about 1,000 or so naked people chilling out, the occasional couple going at it, a homeless guy attending to himself or perhaps shooting up, as well as the occasional dead body, was all a part of the normal job. This one night, we were sent to investigate a tent set up relatively near the waterfront, which was generously a homeless person that was trying to stray dry for the night. So we get there around 11:30 and tell the lady inside that she has to go a few hundred yards away to an area that isn't patrolled. She fusses and complains about having to move, then mentions a man living in a cave at the bottom of a shallow ravine nearby that has been killing small animals and eating them. We ask her for more information, and she points to a general area about 50 yards away through some thick brush, the general area most people wouldn't wander past. My partner and I started to walk through the thick brush with just our flashlights, and eventually stumble upon the ravine. And sure enough, there's a small opening on the side, enough for a person to fit in. I scale down about 20 feet and peek inside the opening, and see what looks like a massive pile of magazines, torn pages, article of clothing, a sugar cookie tin, a gorilla costume hand, some crude-looking tools including a makeshift bow, a few knives and other generally weird stuff. Being curious and that the cave was empty, I opened the sugar cookie tin and found large amounts of what seemed to be raw animal meat. At this point I was thoroughly freaked out and decided to unask the area and informed the police of what I had found, as we didn't carry weapons. We never found what came of the guy who was staying there, or what was going on, but it was definitely freaky at midnight, in pitch black conditions. I used to work as a fire spotter in a remote tower deep in the woods. On any given day, I would be the only human being for miles. For a couple of weeks, every time it approached sunset, when I'd finished for the day, everything would go eerily quiet, almost like clockwork. It stood out as it wasn't normal. There's usually more noise around that time of day, along with every time I left the cabin to climb down. There was the unnerving feeling of being watched. But, for a while, it was only while climbing down. After that, I started getting the same feeling while on the ground, and it somehow felt much closer. I can only liken it to knowing you're being hunted/stalked. Not overly great when it's a 100-meter walk back to the car with nothing to put between you and whatever else might be out there. This continued on for another week, until I started hearing sorts of chirps and calls. They stood out, and everything was dead quiet. Then one day, walking back across the clearing to the car, there was a long, low, guttural growl somewhere behind me, and I noped out of there as fast as I could, and afterwards started parking the car at the base of the ladder, because screw walking around open with angry-sounding, probably bitey things lurking around. A few days later, I was driving back out and spotted a movement on the upside of the road. Looked again, as it disappeared into the tree line, large, long and dark. It seemed to hang around until the end of the fire season, as the quietness and eerie feelings were gone at the start of the next. One of my best buds from college was a geologist major that ended up becoming a ranger in southeast US. Haven't spoken in years, as is the case with age, but I remember about 8 or 9 years back, he was telling me about an old married couple that he had recently helped out. He had seen them coming to the park several days in a row, and found out where they were visiting us from, and that they had gotten engaged there decades prior. They had been searching for a spot they'd taken pics of where he popped the question, but were having trouble. After looking at the pics and figuring out roughly where they were trying to get to, he escorted them in his vehicle, then hiked with them to where he thought it would be. They found it, and he left and went back to his station at the entrance. He said he got a weird feeling once he got back, and felt like he needed to wait to see them whenever they left. Well, once it came to lock up for the night, he still hadn't seen them, so he reported it, left his assistant to wait at the shack at the entrance, and went back to where he left them. He found both of them lying down, spooning along the bank of a river. Neither were alive. He called the cops, went through the 9 yards, and went home. The police were able to disclose to him their identities. Later he learned that the wife was terminally ill with cancer, and they had both committed suicide by ingesting some sort of chemical/pill combination medley. They just chose to do it where they had gotten engaged at. My buddy wasn't torn up about it. He was obviously sad for them dying, but said that he thought they hadn't asked for his help earlier because they didn't want to think anyone had helped kill them. I spent a summer in Wyoming, going to BLM land and other remote locations collecting data on bats and herpetofauna. I heard a lot of weird noises like mountain lions screaming, deers snorting, and what sounded like owls fighting. I woke up one morning to find 2 bull moose sleeping 20 yards behind my tent. All of this was part of my job, until one night a truck was driving towards us when we were on a BLM square in the southwestern part of the state. The truck was going over land, no roads, and was slowly driving at us. It stopped about 100 yards away, turned off the lights, and we could see a person get out. They walked a full circle around us at around 100 yards, got back in the truck, and turned around. This was after dark, and this shadowy figure did a complete circle around us. You could hear them walking through the sagebrush, and I'm sure they could hear us talking. We packed up after that, and drove to a hotel an hour away. I called the office, and told them I was taking a gun when we went back out. Didn't like having the bear mace as our only defense. By the way, BLM stands for Bureau of Land Management. I was hunting in public land with my dad, several miles from anything close to a trail. So the day goes by and not much is going on. The weather is crap and I'm not hearing distant gunshots, so I reckon the deer aren't moving much. I radio to the old man that I'm going to head back, and we make plans to rendezvous where we had split up that morning. 20 or so minutes later, I was kneeling around the edge of a pond, stripping off all my bulky camo layers. I was just messing around putting stuff in my bag while I listened to my earphones. I can't remember if I had taken my blaze orange hat off or not to remove my pullover, but I had all the appropriate gear to denote myself as a hunter in my possession. As I was digging through my bag, I thought I heard that faint bass of someone yelling. So I took an earbud out and noticed that crouched on the opposite end of the pond, there was a lone forest ranger watching me. I stood up but didn't wave, and wasn't sure if he had even yelled to me in the first place, so I didn't holler anything to him. We just kind of locked eyes for what felt like a few minutes. To be clear, we weren't doing anything illegal. My rifle was unloaded by that point, though slung over my shoulder, obscuring the fact the action was open, and were following all laws and regulations. I hunched back over to my bag, pulled out my walkie and radioed my dad. We've got company. My motives weren't nefarious. I just didn't want my dad to come blumbling down the hill and be surprised by a friendly law enforcement officer. When I looked back up, 15 seconds later, the ranger was gone. I mean, he was flat out gone. So eventually I met back up with my dad and started to tell him what happened. He just replied, "Yeah, as deep back here as we are, he probably thought we were up to no good and hit the trail when he saw you hit a radio. They get ambushed like that." As someone who gets nervous and anxious around cops, it never occurred to me that it could be causing them similar anxiety too. If the worker is hearing this now, I'd like to offer you my heartfelt my bad, and to keep up the good work. I'm a woodland firefighter in the US. I fought fires all over the Northwest, Eastern Rockies, and Midwest forests, and the only thing that's ever thrown me off was fighting fires in the mountains of Northeast Wyoming, on the Bureau of Land Management's land east of Yellowstone, hiking into a recently burnt valley that was just eerie. Smoke can make that a norm, but the colors were so vibrant even after being touched by fire. Most of the trees and shrubs were unburnt, uncommon but not rare or impossible. Within a few steps of entering the base of the valley, I knew the details like I had lived there all my life, like déjà vu, but with the clarity of reality, and not a momentary second, but 20 minutes and 100 yards of hiking. To be clear, this was a place I'd never been to before, and I was hiking paths that were familiar to me as a brother. Trees I knew, scars opposite me of 20 yards away, stones that were going to be warm, almost hot to the touch, perched inches from an ice-cold stream. Before I turned corners, I knew about a rock shelf that was protecting a small pool with a lush green patch of grass the size of a small room, with small untouched trees. Green grass in Wyoming in August is fairly uncommon, and I stayed there for a moment that felt like an hour. The whole time my hairs were standing up and falling down like I was revisiting a favorite song, and the symphony of emotions like nostalgia, joy, and bliss were just washing over me. Everything felt perfect, every single detail. I finished scouting the valley, went back to my crew, and we moved on. I kept it to myself, not knowing how to explain this perfect place to everyone, let alone myself. This shook me for days. I had no way to rationalize it, and it kept me awake a few nights for the rest of the assignment. Even as we worked, ate, shared fun stories, it still gnawed at me. To this day, 4 years and countless fires fought later, I've never had an experience like it, and likely the only place I've ever desired beyond any to return again, just to touch that perfect part of the world. One of the places I go hiking to a lot is a state park. It's not very popular, and most of the trails are overgrown, but thanks to this ranger there are a ton of trails, and none are so bad that you can't duck and go about your way. I see him all the time, and that in itself is strange. He'll show up 10 feet in front of you on a straight path. He's just there. So I see him all the time hiking and usually coming in and out. We've gotten friendly. I'll usually bring an axe and bow and saw, and he'll just tell me which trails could use some clearing and off I go. So this one day, we do our routine, I sign the book and that, I pack up and head off the trail and see what I can do to clear it up a bit. For me it was a normal regular hike, nothing special at all, except that I made a small campfire, roasted a few hot dogs and had a few beers for lunch. All in all, it was a wonderful, relaxing day. On the way back, the ranger sees me and leads me to his office. I've never been in it, but he's acting nervous as hell, and shows me a registration book, and my name was crossed out, like I had signed out. He asked if I noticed anyone, and I said I hadn't. He just kind of said, "Oh, okay," and that was it, and told me to go on. I never did figure out what happened or why he was so on edge. I would have written it off, but now when I see him, he doesn't talk much, and has always had an excuse to leave. He's still an odd ranger, even by backpacking standards. No matter what loop I do or trails I take, I see him at least twice. He's always going the opposite way each time. I can try and explain some other interactions I've had with the ranger on the trail. I swear to God, he's either the fastest hiker known to humanity, or there's some stuff I can't explain. And no matter where I am in True Park, it's not that huge, I run into this guy coming towards me, always. My dad is a forestry technician, and this happened to one of his co-workers. They were up doing some sort of job in the very most northerly part of Ontario. Anyway, it was in the middle of the night, and she was half asleep and vaguely heard something outside her tent. Then she felt something push against her tent, and the zipper slowly opened. She opened her eyes and saw the head of a polar bear in her tent. Polar bears are far from the cuddly toys you see, and they are known to be super aggressive and will hunt and eat people. She laid there paralyzed with fear, thinking that was the end, and then slowly, the bear retracted its head and left. I'm a forester of the U.S. Forest Service in Northern California. I've never had anything supernatural happen to me, but it always creeps me out a little when I come across a kill site from a mountain lion. When you're by yourself or in the woods, you're just another link in the food chain, but you don't really think about it until you come across a half-eaten deer and realize a huge cat killed this thing with its face. The strangest thing I've seen would be the time I thought I was about to see a plane crash. As usual, I was working alone on a remote hillside and I saw a plane, like a full-size commercial plane, flying below the ridgeline between mountains. I thought it was going to crash for sure, but it didn't. It just weaved through and kept going. I thought it was weird to not have any logos or writing on it. And then I come to find out we're close to an Air Force base, and they were training pilots for Afghanistan. And this was not a totally uncommon thing to see in the area. I worked for a few months as a park ranger with the Florida Forest Service at my local state forest. The creepiest thing I saw was a poor young man who had hung himself on my second week in the job. The unexplainable, though, are obviously not as cut and dry. We have children's clothes neatly folded and left on the trails, pairs of shoes in the middle of our dense burn blocks, and just a general sense of eeriness. My first few weeks on the job, I was easily spooked, but after I got into my groove of spending hours alone in the woods, it took a far bit more to shake me. When the forest goes silent, it's best to pack up and move along. I've worked in Canada's north for a few years now, in oil and gas. It's pretty creepy when during night shift you realize a moose has just been standing at a tree line staring you down for an unknown length of time. Or finding bear tracks crossing the tracks you made 5 minutes ago. Honestly, the silence of a snowy forest in the dead of night, hundreds of kilometers away from anything is pretty spooky, when your only contact to the outside world is a radio channel no one's listening to. You feel pretty alone. I used to spend a lot of time in the forest near my neighborhood. It's a small strip of trees that's biggest inhabitant is a fox. I got into vulture culture / taxidermy about a year ago. I've always been a fan of zoology, and being able to look at animals in different ways is incredibly interesting. When I was getting into it, the fox in the forest had just had kits and was hunting overtime to feed them. I started kind of an exchange where I'd pick up bones and such from around the den, and if I found fresh corpses somewhere, I'd leave the meat around the den instead of wasting it. Unfortunately, this garnered me the reputation of outcast / horrible dead animal lady from most of the kids who liked to play in the forest and noticed me carrying bags of rotting animal parts around. As far as I'm aware, none of them actually knew anything about me, aside from the rotting meat and the time I accidentally busted through where a bunch of snakes live. So that should pretty well cement their opinion of me.
One of my favorite stories from a camp ranger, I don't think it's included in this video actually, is when they encountered a cult and the horrors that preceded that event. It's a story I would love to re-narrate. I don't think the original quality was really up to scratch, which leads me to our next topic, one that we often don't get on the channel: cults.
This happened to me around a year and a half ago. My boyfriend at the time and I were sitting in the living room of my apartment when I heard a knock at the door. My ex asked if I was expecting anyone, and I said no, but I could just take a look in case to see who was out there. He stayed on the couch while I looked through the peephole. The apartment was set up in a way that didn't allow him to see me from the living room to the front room. Outside, there were two people. One young African-American man, looked about mid-20s, and a much older Asian woman who looked to be in her 60s. For whatever reason, I decided to open the door. When I opened it, the young man says, "Hi, we are a part of so-and-so religion, and we would like to talk to you about it." I have a 50-pound dog who's trying to get out, so I said, "Sure, hold on, I'll come outside because my dog's trying to get out." This was a huge mistake. I want to clarify that this was very out of character for me. However, I had recently become closer to God and just wanted to give these people a chance, as I didn't believe any harm would come by just listening to what they had to say. I was stepping outside and closing the door behind me, and was about to listen to what they had to say. They said something about how they pray to Mary instead of God because she was the one who birthed Jesus. I don't exactly remember what, but it was something like that. I thanked them for their time and then say something like, "Thanks guys, stay safe out there," and thought I'd leave it at that. The Asian woman visibly starts panicking and saying things I don't understand in another language. When I look to her partner to see what he has to say about her behavior, he says, "No problem. Perhaps you want a pamphlet though." Sure. Not wanting to be rude, and also to do some research on the religion as I'd never heard of it before. The guy then says, "Okay, great, we have them in the car. You can come with us, we're parked right out front." At that moment I start feeling weird. I lived on the third story of an apartment complex that really was not the best place and there were no cameras anywhere. Why would they just leave their pamphlets in the car if they were going to door? It wouldn't make much sense to have each person they intrigued come down to the car. And the parking spots outside my house were almost all handicapped and no one can park there. The woman grabbed my arm and started directing me to the stairs. In a split second I say, "You know what, I'm a Christian and I'm very happy with my faith, but thank you anyway." The woman, again, said something in a language I couldn't understand, and the man goes, "Are you sure? We can get it to you really fast, we're parked right there." My heart genuinely sank into my butt. I started sweating and looking for ways to remove myself from her grasp and the situation entirely. I know I must have looked panicked, and I was. What do I do? How do I get away from the immediate danger I just put myself in? I wasn't thinking and just blurted out that I was very sure, yanked my hand from the woman, who ended up scratching me from her grasp and bolted inside. I locked the door behind me and told my boyfriend what happened. That's when he looks at me, and he made a face that I've never seen him make before. He tells me about how that specific religion has been in the news for the last few weeks, because women have been going missing. And the only thing they have in common is some of the neighbors saying they had been solicited by the group the same day or around the day or time the neighbor disappeared. I read some articles to fact check what he was saying, and he was right. The police were saying that it might be in connection with a trafficking ring that was moving from neighboring cities and now was suspected to be in ours. It gets weirder somehow though. I seriously freaked out, went straight to Facebook Live and shared with my friends because I wanted to warn whoever it was that I could. I set the privacy to public after the live ended and went on with my life, still a bit shaken. 1 week later, I get a Facebook message from someone who is, I'm assuming, part of that religious group, telling me I need to take the post down, and she was not nice about it. After I said I wouldn't because I wanted to educate anyone who lives in my town, she told me I was a spoiled egg, and I would regret making that video. I was afraid and blocked her immediately, set the video to private and called the police. The police said they couldn't do much as I didn't have the make or model of the car they were in, and there was no proof that they had even come to my apartment or who it was. But here's the part that still freaks me out. When I went to show them the messages from Facebook, I went to unblock the lady. Her page was completely deleted. I still had the messages, but it was like talking to a little grey default profile picture. Even the name had changed to something that seemed to be the random strokes of a keyboard. I want to end this by letting you all know that I am no longer being as trustworthy as I was before. I know the things I should have done differently now, and get upset with myself as to how I acted. I'm afraid that they really are a trafficking ring, and so to all those people involved, please let's never meet again. I would always take the shortcut through a local cemetery from my friend's house to my house. I wasn't afraid of it. I knew the caretaker and all the dogs that roamed the place. So I'm on my way back. I get into the middle of the cemetery and I can see candles lit and people standing around it. I skirt around them and they are all chanting something in Spanish. I'm able to make out a few chickens in a pen, but they're all chanting and praying. The next day I return on my bike, go to the same spot, and find little bowls filled with chicken eyes and hearts. I was only around 17 at the time, but apparently I happened upon a group of people practicing Santeria. It freaked me out at first, and when I learned a little more about it, I realized it was not much to fear. Unfortunately, I didn't learn more about it for a few years. Creepy as hell, especially seeing the remains of the chicken the very next day. It was a calm, warm summer night in July. The first year of high school was over, and me and my two friends Marcus and Marcus were hanging out. The night sky was dark enough to see some stars, and there was stillness in the air. It was so still, as a matter of fact, that there was a complete absence of any wind whatsoever that night. It gave off an uncanny feeling that my friends and I seemed to ignore as we roamed the town streets looking for stupid fun things to do. After messing around for a very long time, we decided to take a break in the middle of a large outdoor sports complex that we had to pass through on our walk back to Marcus's house, where we had been hanging out earlier that day. At that point, it was a little after midnight, and we decided to sit far inside the complex on the curb of the road that goes through it. This road separates many of the sports fields from the dark, dense trees and woods that border all around the large secluded complex. We all happened to have been sitting in one of the most isolated parts of the complex, with only a large post above us to see. The light from it only reached across the road and stopped instantly against the wall of the forest on the opposite side of the curb we sat on. We sat there, staring into the trees in front of us, talking for another hour about things I can't remember, and sitting in our oasis of flickering lamplight. Little did we know what could have been lurking in the desert of pitch-black darkness that encompassed us. Even with this almost sinister setting we unknowingly found ourselves in, the night still continued to maintain its tranquil absence of wind like a calm before the storm. Behind us was a large fence, a large field behind that, another fence, another large field behind that, and even more bordering trees behind that. All of it cloaked in a thick blanket of darkness, similar to the woods that loomed across the road directly in front of us. On the left side of us was that dead end of a road and some large metal crates. On our right side was down the road that led past more fences and fields, eventually leading to a parking lot and the exit. As we continued to talk through the night, still slightly amped up on caffeine from all the soda we drank earlier, I lost track of what my two friends were talking about and drifted my attention out of the conversation for a moment to check my phone. After that very moment, it was when I started to hear sounds, multiple human-like voices coming from far behind us. If I had to guess where it was coming from, based on the direction and the volume, it was probably around the forest, where it meets the furthest field far behind us, somewhere hidden in the dark. What I heard was a very eerie chanting in a language I'd never heard. Whatever it was, I could tell that multiple people were chanting it, and it was giving me serious negative energy that sent chills down my spine. I kept looking at my phone trying to tune it out and focus my attention on some memes, but it was too chilling to ignore. I then turned to look at my friends, hoping to jump back into the conversation and forget about the voices, but before I did this I suddenly realized they had already stopped talking too. When I turned silently to both look at them, I then saw that they too had also turned, looking back at me with the same spooked facial expression. My friend Marcus says, "Dude, do you hear that creepy chanting?" I reply, "Yeah, it's freaking me out." At the exact moment I said that, as if on cue, an immense gust of wind rips through the trees in front of us, spiraling in extreme commotion, tearing through the once calm air. The canopies of trees surrounding all around us were shaking and bending in the wind, with the sound of leaves rattling loud as ever, and the continuous chanting that still lingered in the distance. All three of us immediately and simultaneously stood up at the exact same time. It was as if a lightning strike of fear had jolted up us, and right as we got up, and before we could even say a word, a sudden extreme loud sound blast from within the roaring forest right in front of us. The best I can compare it to is a combination between a gong being hammered and a scream/growl and low rumble. But even that description is an understatement. This sound was otherworldly and still haunts me to this day. That was it. Me and my friends didn't know what to say to each other, nor looked at each other. We all knew we needed to get out of there, and we needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. In almost perfect synchronization, we all unanimously turned, swung ourselves over the fence, to the right of us in one jump and straight into a soccer field, where we sprinted as fast as our legs could carry us. I never ran so fast in my life. I wasn't thinking about anything but the utter shock of what had just happened. My body practically carried me across the dark void of terror that was the field. We were running in the direction of Marcus's neighborhood, just to get to the safety of his house. As we were running, the wind is still furiously blowing and I still hear the faint, distant chants cutting through the breeze. Out of the corner of my eye I see a blur of flickering candle lights in an organized formation near the tree border, in the distance behind us. We eventually had to crawl through a hole in another fence to get out of the field, and then we ran full speed all the way through some foliage to get to Marcus's house. We entered the house, slammed the door shut, locked it, and collapsed on the couch. To this day I am still disturbed by that night, still question what those voices were, and how the wind kicked up so quickly and furiously. The origins of that otherworldly sound and the near-perfect synchronized order of the phenomenon. My personal theory is that the chanting was a form of distant demonic ritual that conjured up some type of otherworldly portal very close to us. Who knows, though, what really was going on there that night. I'm just glad we got away. I would like to share with you a story that I heard based on my experience helping out at the mosque for last year's celebrations of Eid al-Adha. So I was there as a journalist working on a small island off the coast of Singapore. One of the islands have a small mosque, but they were organizing the lamb slaughtering event to give out to the poor. Many villages, consisting mainly of Muslims and Christians, receive free meat on that day, which also contributes to the next event, which is a large feast especially for the villagers. I got the chance to aid in that, and get free food as well. However, one must understand that with a lot of goats there will be a foul stench, as there will be lots of blood coming from the butchering area. By nightfall things would have been cleaned, of course. This story is told by one of the staff there that mentions a tale that will disturb me forever. There is this story that revolves around the mosque being used by an unknown cult to summon the goat woman. They would use the praying hall in the middle of the night to do some sort of satanic ritual before sacrificing a woman, most of the time a villager, to summon the goat woman. Usually they sacrificed a young girl around her 20s, a virgin, and she was stripped of all clothing before they ended it all for her. An axe is placed on the sacrificial altar and several red candles lit up before some chanting goes about. Then the spirit of a demon would enter the deceased's body and rise, placing a decapitated goat's head still fresh on hers. Blood would drip all over her body as she picks up the axe and goes after the villagers that killed all the goats. When coming after virgins, their bodies would be affixed to crucifixes and often left on the road for villagers to see. According to an old man that lived on the island, the cult consisted of satanic worshippers that suddenly came to the island and began performing their demonic rituals one day in the forest. Ever since then, there will always be strange noises coming from the forest, the sound of goats, the screaming of women, and the stomping of large creatures. Many people did go missing, but no investigations conducted were able to find them, and so cases went cold. The villagers managed to, of course, stop the demon with their exorcism and their firearms. They summoned a religious teacher to stop the demon while a priest from a nearby church also aided the villagers. However, the account varies, as some say that she escaped into the forest with her cult, coming out each night to end the life of young virgin girls. This could be the reason why most girls are given curfews, to protect them from the goat woman. Back during the summer of 2017, I was a very stubborn teenager, and had no car nor driving license at the time. So my way of going to my friend's house, or anywhere in general, was that I would always walk to my destination. Occasionally my brother would drop me off at the location I would go to. The city I live in isn't too big, and is known for its gangs and drug problems. One afternoon, I put on my earbuds and wanted to get out of the house to meet my friend at a local park. which was an additional 15-minute walk. My neighborhood is a gated community. There are 2 doors to enter and exit from. One leads to the main street, and the other leads to an alley behind a middle and elementary school. To make the scenery creepier, the school used to be part of a historical Japanese cemetery. There were rumors about paranormal activity and cult activity happening in the area. My mentality at the time was naive, and I brushed off these rumors. Anyone would assume it's gossip. The neighbors would say to get the neighborhood kids to go into their homes early. I take the door that would take me to the main street, and as soon as I cross at an unmarked crosswalk, I bump into a guy wearing a long red hooded robe. No, not the ones people used after taking showers or for a cover-up. It was a legit stereotypical cult robe. I made eye contact with the guy for just a second and noticed his eyes were pitch black. He had no visible pupil. My first thoughts were, damn, this guy must be high on meth. Even in the city center, everyone is always on drugs and it's pretty easy to identify what a person's on. But in his case it was the contrary. On his lower left eye he had a tattoo with a pentagram symbol. He looked like he was 25 and really tall, at least 6'1". Through my loud music I could hear his heavy breathing, and it sounded very abnormal, like some sort of strange growl. A sensation I had never heard nor experienced before. About a week had passed and I had completely forgotten about the creepy encounter, the one I had with said guy. My friend calls me one Friday afternoon and tells me to go to hang out at her house to smoke ourselves stupid and enjoy a six-pack. As my usual routine goes, I put on my earbuds and walk to the destination, which is nothing out the ordinary. I get to my friend's house, we have our sesh, get together, and after a few hours of drinking and getting high, I decide to call it a night, not being wary of the time. I realized how late it was and left her house in a hurry, roughly 11:30 p.m. I had my earbuds on as always, and I get to the beginning of the back street/alley, which is the second entrance to my neighborhood. As soon as I passed the end of elementary school, I had a bad, unsettling feeling that I was being watched. I felt like a deer trapped, knowing that there's a predator around. I always carry a sort of weapon due to terrifying predicaments I've been involved in the past. It's on the right side of my waist, and I have it ready in case anything fishy is about to go down. This weapon in particular was a pocket knife, and anyone who's ever owned one knows it makes a particular clicking sound. As I got closer to the parked cars, I stopped in the middle of the road where the last street light was lighting. I looked ahead between the cars and the second entrance, and there was a guy in a black robe crouched behind a truck. I kept walking in the middle of the road just because I'd have enough time to make a run for it. This strange guy emerges from the truck breathing heavily, and it reminded me of the encounter I had last week. He walks up close to me and we make eye contact again. This is when I notice it's the same guy. I easily identified him because of his under-eye tattoo. He stood there, staring at me like I had just ruined something for him. He saw what was in my hand. He stares at it for a few seconds and then begins walking away, breathing heavier than before. It almost sounded animalistic. I started to power walk to the entrance. In utter horror, I turn around to see another man emerging from behind another vehicle. I close the door behind me and quickly hide by the closest yard, as each yard has a brick wall separating each house. I stay there for a minute trying to process what the hell I just encountered, get on the phone and was about to call my friend in a panic, when I suddenly heard a conversation going on behind the wall I was hiding. The man went, "Why didn't you just go for it? It was an easy target." A different voice speaks up, "She had a knife. It was going to end up messy." After that I ran home, petrified. When I arrive home, my dad noticed I was frantic. I tell my dad that nothing's up and that I had seen a possum creep up on me. That's why I was scared. He believed that, and I haven't told any of my family what really occurred. It just gives me chills. Till this day, the thought of not carrying my small weapon terrifies me. God only knows what the hell those cult members were really planning on doing that night. I personally believe they were planning on trapping an innocent person to do some sinister, creepy activities. My husband and I were passing by this big, glorious white building that resembled Greek and Roman architecture, like it was a museum. It was so beautiful and stood out against the landscape that you simply couldn't miss it. So we decided to park and check it out, looking for possible date ideas. The outside had a massive fountain that a bride and groom were taking pictures in front of. Then a robed woman, I'll call her tour guide, approached us and welcomed us to the church. The robe was a little weird for me, but I figured she may have been in a choir. We tried to leave, but the tour guide insisted on giving us a presentation. We really didn't want to listen, but were just being polite. She took us to a room with a giant Jesus statue, and everyone in the building except me and my husband and a few others were all dressed in the same robes. That's when I started getting an eerie feeling. After the presentation, the tour guide lady took us into another room, where there was a giant globe and many Bibles in different languages. We then had a discussion about spirituality and that we weren't big church people due to our schedules. She mentioned that the followers of this specific church had no issues attending because the church provided them with houses and food, and that the followers of the church were all related to the founder. Then the girl had a glow in her face and said, "You may have connections to our founder. We were very interested and have our own refined ancestry system to find your long-lost relatives." She said that to us, and that was enough red flags for me. I took my husband by the hand and said, "We need to go now." I started to thank her for her time, and we began to leave. And an older woman in a white robe invited us to stay while we were on our way out the door, and then insisted that the other girl would have the ancestry test done rather quickly. I told her we had other matters to attend to, like a doctor's appointment, and then she politely said that we were always open if we had any more questions and handed us reading material. I then pulled out Snapchat due to a notification, and our tour guide peeked over my shoulder and said, "Oh, Snapchat, I haven't seen that in the past 11 months. Come to think of it, I haven't even seen a phone." I got chills of it, and we sped out of the parking lot, never to return. This happened to me when it was my 19th birthday. My friends make me a party in the west part of the city, in a private place called Gran Jardín. This is in Mexico, by the way. It's a really expensive place where a lot of the people that are rich in that area live. The party ends at around 3:10 in the morning. I was leaving, and before I get into my car, I found a few things. There was a scarf on the front door, and weird stuff appeared on the front of my car. A handprint, but it wasn't normal, it was really large. It didn't even look human. After that, I get into the car and leave. When I was roughly 7 minutes from my house, I was passing the community cemetery, just like any other day, except that my car stopped in front and it just switched off. It completely stopped. It was dead. It was a Honda Civic, I think. And it could be the motor, the battery, but I really wasn't sure. I get out the car, open the door, and was looking around to see what it could be when I start hearing a strange noise coming from the cemetery. That's when I see people, in all black, wearing masks on their faces. I jump right back in my car, close it, and lock it. The people ignore me. I try turning on my car, but it doesn't move. I am absolutely terrified when I saw the door to the cemetery open, and a lot of them make 2 lines, and I'm really afraid. Are they going to target me? Imagine you're 19, stuck in front of a cemetery with random people. You're like a deer in the headlights. The men point at me. People start surrounding my car. The tallest of the bunch is in front of it. All the while, I'm desperately twisting my key in the hope that the car turns on. All the people were trying to open the doors, hitting the windows, and I was in tears. It was at that moment that my car miraculously turned on. I put the car in gear and pushed the accelerator. I was expecting to hit someone, but nothing happened. I saw the guy in front, but it was like I went through him. When I looked behind me, in my rear view mirrors, there was no one. I arrived home really scared. I don't really know what to think. I wasn't high, I wasn't drunk. This wasn't a hallucination. Those people were there, and then in a blink they weren't. What the hell was going on that night at the cemetery? I work at a movie theater in Michigan, and recently we hired a new facilities manager, which is fancy wording for a maintenance man. He's an older guy in his 50s with long white hair and always has a weird look in his eye. He's called Alex. When he first started working here, he talked to me and one of my managers who I'm pretty close with. He was very interested in making movies. My manager and I hoped to make movies one day too, so this conversation didn't seem too weird, until it did. Every day he would try and find me or my manager to talk our ears off for long periods of time about how he has made big sounds for Hollywood movies and how he has so many connections. Eventually he began telling us that he has a studio at his house and he would try and get us over separately. He added both of us on Facebook as well and went by the name Alex Crowley. If you don't know who he is, he's a satanic cult leader. I think he was the first one in the UK. He did some very dubious things in the 1940s. After stalking his page, he follows weird neo-fascist pages and is really into devil worship, so his name is very fitting. Once he added us on Facebook, he would constantly send us message after message. Some of them were audio messages of what sounded like Latin, or someone speaking backwards. I never replied to these. He would soon confront us for not responding to these messages. While he would send these, he would like and comment on my Facebook posts, even from some years ago. While he was confronting us, the conversation would come back up about going to his house. He had access to our work schedules, he knew when our days off were, and he would say, "So I see you have Wednesday off this week, what are you doing? You should come over to my studio." This happened every day. If I didn't see him up to that day off, the next time I worked he would say, "So you had that day off yesterday, why don't you come over?" He did the same thing to my manager, who's 24. He even told him to bring a swimsuit and asked what kind of beer he liked to drink. A few weeks go by, he's still pursuing us, but now he's added 2 more of my co-workers to his creep list. After the same stuff with them, one day my manager and I were working together, and he comes up saying that he put a picture of the A24 logo on his Facebook. Alex put it there because he is supposedly making a sequel to the movie It Follows 2014 with them. He started saying how I needed to go to Detroit with him to be in the movie, and my manager would be the editor of it. The next day after, he must have realized Google exists and tried to go back on what he said. Alex told us how the director was fired from A24, went AWOL, deleted his Facebook and Twitter, and only reached out to Alex because there was no one else he wanted to talk to. He told us this director would be blacklisted from Hollywood as his last movie flopped. Apparently, when your movie is bad, you're never allowed to work in the industry again. At this point, both me and my manager are exhausted from dealing with him and can't stand working with him. I asked one of my fellow co-workers, who I knew he was talking to, if he ever weirded him out. He said of course. Alex wants to go out with this 18-year-old co-worker fencing, since that was a sport my co-worker was into. Luckily, his mum was Alex's boss, and he told her the very next day he was fired. You know, he could have just been a deranged individual, but something creepy and sinister that's too hard to eloquently put into words was going on there. I'm sure of it. So to this strange satanic maintenance man, let's never meet again, whatever your intentions were. This happened just when I finished college. Me and my buddy lived way out in the sticks, a little village that no one's ever heard of, so I'm not going to bother mentioning it. There were always rumors that in the local woods, cult activity happened at night. We never bought it. It's the kind of thing that children say in middle school to scare each other and will tell each other at camp. That one time something happened, that they saw someone in a robe or something. I don't know. I never paid any heed to it. So anyway, my buddy and I are there one night, just talking and chatting, and one of us has the bright idea to go for a midnight walk. There was a beautiful path nearby that was always lit through the night, popular with cyclists during the day. It was a calm and tranquil kind of night, and we both being bored decided to light up a cigarette on our way and carry on our conversations, as neither of us were tired. It was quite late at night, already dark out, and as we started walking and chatting, an ominous and dark feeling overcame me. As you can imagine, I wasn't best pleased by this and looked around, looking for the culprit of such a sensation, but I found nothing. I decided to just be a bit more wary that night, and I didn't want to ruin the vibe. We carried on walking, and the conversations were flowing naturally. We were having a really good night. I was getting a bit tired, and knew that after our walk I would probably turn in and just pass out on his sofa. We're about halfway through this walk, when all of a sudden, he goes, "Shh, dude." I look around, but don't see anything, and he puts his hand on my mouth and the other on the shoulder, and pushes me down to the ground. We slowly step back off the path, and he looks me dead in the eyes and gives me a look that says, "Stay quiet." I crouch behind a tree, really unsure what the hell's going on. That's when we see about 8 to 10 people on bikes. They're quite far away at this point, so I'm thinking it's quite silly that he's making us hide off the path for cyclists, as I said it was illuminated. But these people were all wearing robes, and I don't mean like a bathrobe, I mean they were all wearing proper dark robes, black robes, like the robes you see characters in video games wearing. I thought this was all a joke, maybe something he'd set up elaborately. But they all go past, and you know what? They were acting perfectly normal. They were talking and just cycling, fairly chilly. I and my friend, after a minute or so that they'd passed, get up and ask him if that was some kind of prank. It seemed all a bit too, laid back. He tells me that he thought that the rumors from school were nothing but that, rumors, but that it's clear to see that there is something fishy going on. He says that we should follow them to see what they're up to. By this point, the adrenaline that had coursed through me had perked me up a little bit, and in our stupidity we decided to see if we could follow. Deep down I thought that they must have been going quite far if they were on bikes, but entertained the idea that my friend had. It was probably about a 4-minute walk when we found the bikes discarded by the side of the path. There was a small clearing up ahead and a little dirt path that the cultists had obviously walked upon. At this point I start getting chills. What if more arrive and we're caught in the middle of some cultist fiasco or something? I really didn't want to stick around for that, but my friend said that they were already doing something and to look up ahead. It was up a small hill. I could already smell fire, and we were hiding a little bit off the path, going up the trees ever so slowly just to see what they were doing. When we reached the top, we're crouching behind trees, hidden in absolute darkness far off the path and their fire. We stare in curiosity at a bunch of people in robes dancing around the fire, and one guy right next to the fire chanting out of a book. It was literally like a scene taken directly from a movie. Part of me wanted to believe that there was someone filming and this could have been part of a student film, but they were all very keen in their activity. After a while, the chanting and dancing stops, and the guy in the middle starts speaking nonsense words that neither of us understand, but I would assume were probably Latin or something akin to that. At that point, my friend and I think it might be time to hightail it out of there. But just as we agree to that, do the cultists all of a sudden stop. In silence, they get into single file and start leaving, the fire dying down. The main man, as I'm going to refer to him as, says some words over the fire and proceeds after them in a straight line, almost like kids lining up at school. They each grab their bike and start cycling away, like nothing had ever happened. We're left, confused and dazed. We give it about half hour before we even make a move, just in case they stuck around. But when we were confident that they had finally left, do we go up to the embers of the fire and see if there's anything suspicious. And with that, we go home and call it a night. Nothing innately creepy or sinister happened, but I wonder what the hell they were doing and practicing, and more importantly, what would have happened to us, and if we'd have found ourselves on the same fire had they identified us watching their little gathering. Who knows? I got chased by a cult once when I was a teenager, running around at 2 a.m. with my friends. But that was near population, and I've run across ritual locations where whatever they summoned wanted an offering from me, way out in the Sierras. A bit of background. I grew up on a hill that was only about 300 feet tall, to the east of the Silicon Valley. I could see the valley looking west, and a large lake looking east with no roads or anything all around to Highway 5. A rich dude purchased land for a golf course and country club, which was around 1/4 of a mile from my home. It was one of the kinds with tennis courts, golfing, several pools and a hot tub. 5 yurt-type round buildings with different functions, weightlifting, aerobics and party spots. There was also an extremely tall building a bit further down past the swimming pool for wedding events and the like. We at a certain point began calling it Motel Hell. This was when I was around 5, and we went there a lot. At some point the developer decided to abandon it, the pools turned green and then dried up. We were in our early teenage years at this point, running around, toilet papering neighbors, running about in the middle of the night, thinking we were invincible, shooting flare guns, doing things that would get you thrown in jail. Sad to see how things have changed. We had seen the ritual drawings and such in various locations around the place, and learnt about some of them from the library. Sometimes we would go to the ex-party place, and there would be large drawings on the floors and the walls. We would notice that even if it was 100 degrees outside, it would still be freezing cold, to the point you'd nearly see your breath. We knew people were there at night, because our bus stop was in the parking lot, and we would spend morning breaks with many hundreds of bottles left sitting around by the older teenagers at night. Anyway, we were out running around 2 a.m. one Friday. We could see lights at the club and decided to sneak up through the golf course from the back, because there were some more bushes and trees. We crept up, got in earshot and sight, and saw them performing a ritual. After a few minutes of observing them, one suddenly turned in his robes and pointed out into the darkness towards us. Not sure what he said, but they all sprinted out towards us. Not like they could catch us, but they tried for a good hour. Safe to say I tried avoiding that area from there on out.
So now we've learned that cults can be even more disturbing than I initially anticipated. Now we're going to head over to see some crazy exes and the horror that an ex-loved one might bring.
For reference, I am a 27-year-old female, and this story takes place 10 years ago, when I was 17. I had just started university, and was excited about having a fresh, new start, since I'd always been a nerdy outcast in high school. I had never had a boyfriend before. I'd never even been on a date, so I was naive and optimistic about boys. My introverted and awkward personality hadn't magically changed since entering university, so it's safe to say that I didn't meet any interesting guys at school. One late night, I was in my room working on an assignment on my laptop when I received a request on MSN Messenger. The email address was a boy's name with some numbers. The name was clearly ethnic and likely someone of the same origin as me. Intrigued, I accepted. For the sake of the story, we'll call the boy Ken. We got chatting, and I asked him how he had gotten my email address. He dodged the question. I let it go, not thinking too much into it. This was from a time when it was normal to accept anyone and everyone as a friend on Facebook, as well as other social media platforms. As Ken and I continued to talk, I learned that he lived in my city, and apparently wasn't much older than me. As I guessed, our roots were in fact in the same country, the motherland. I asked him why he didn't have a picture of himself on his display picture, and this prompted him to suggest that we turn on our webcams because he wanted to see me too. I declined, but he insisted. Somehow he convinced me, and we both switched on our webcams. I was pleasantly surprised and somewhat relieved to see that Ken was a good-looking young guy, chatting to me from the comfort of his bedroom, seemingly very normal. Our MSN chats carried on for a few weeks. They developed into texts, and we even had a few phone calls, after I had agreed to give him my phone number. I started to develop a crush on Ken. He asked me to go out with him a few times, but I was always pretty busy with school, and our schedules weren't lining up. Finally, we found one afternoon when we were both free and decided to schedule a lunch date. Ken had a car and had offered to pick me up from my university after I was done for the day. I was a little too dressed up for my C+ programming class, but just right for the lunch date we had planned at the local vegetarian restaurant. Stupidly, I didn't tell any of my friends where I was going or with whom because I was embarrassed about going on my very first date at almost age 18 with someone who had randomly added me on MSN. I waited outside my building when a black car with heavily tinted windows pulled up beside me. The passenger side window rolled down, and sure enough, there was Ken sitting in the driver's seat. I was happy to see that he was just as cute in person as he was on webcam. However, what I wasn't expecting was the intense smell of weed floating out the car. Not relevant, but it is part of the first impression. Admittedly, I was a bit taken aback and was concerned that he might be driving high. He unlocked the doors and motioned for me to get in, so I did without dispute. As I sat down in the passenger seat, he immediately put his hands on my thigh. I nervously shifted my leg away. "So," I started, "do you know where the restaurant is? I can guide you if you want." He smirked at me, but didn't say anything and just started driving. Okay, kinda weird. I thought maybe I was just nervous or awkward, both of which I could sympathize with, so I let it be. I was about to try my hand at a little small talk, which I'm no good at, when I noticed him heading towards the highway ramp. I started to worry, because the restaurant was not far from my campus and there was no reason for us to be getting the highway. You don't need to get the highway. The restaurant's actually really nearby. I can guide you." I tried to keep my voice steady, but I could hear my own nervousness. Ken finally spoke for the first time since I'd gotten in the car. "Thought maybe we could, go to my place instead. We can play Need for Speed and I can make you lunch." I was 17, and on my way to the house of a guy I'd just met for the first time, and I hadn't told anyone where I was going. My mind was racing. I knew that this would be an utterly stupid thing to do, and despite the clear red flags waving in my face, I decided that I didn't want to ruin our first date by rejecting his offer to make me lunch and play NFS together, which I told him I liked playing. Don't judge me. So like an idiot, I reluctantly agreed to avoid being rude. We made it to his house. It was apparently his family's home, and was situated in a sort of shady neighborhood. We stepped inside, and of course no one was home except us. It was sparsely furnished and looked unkempt, which struck me as pretty odd for a family home. He informed me that his Xbox was in his bedroom. I hesitated in the doorway, but he sat at the foot of his bed, in front of the TV, and patted the empty space beside him for me to have a seat. There was literally nowhere else to sit in this room, so I cautiously sat down, keeping as much distance as I could between us. I started to relax as we played NFS, and he made us PB&Js to munch on. I was about to laugh at myself for being overly paranoid when Ken did something bizarre. He got up onto the bed and sat down directly behind me, his legs on either side of me, an extremely awkward position, and tried to guide my hands on the controller. I started to ask him what he was doing, and as if this wasn't uncomfortable enough, his hands moved from the controller and slid under my shirt. That is when I really started to panic. I thought he was going to try and grope my chest, but instead, he started squeezing and massaging my belly. I was more than a little chubby back then, freshman 15 and then some, so you can imagine what that might have been like. I dropped the controller in pure shock and quickly stood up, fixing my shirt. I was at a loss for words, and he did nothing but smirk at me and tell me he liked it. I felt completely disgusted and violated. I'd had enough. I lied and told him that I had a group project to work on and needed to go. He asked where I lived so that he could drop me home. Thankfully, I had the common sense to not tell him and asked him to drop me back at school instead, where I would be supposedly meeting my classmates, and he obliged. After our very uncomfortable first date, I decided I didn't want to talk to Ken anymore. I didn't block him on MSN or my phone, our only two methods of communication, but I rarely responded to his messages, and I ignored all of his calls. Once he messaged me on MSN at around 11 p.m, asking me to come over, and telling me that he would send a cab to bring me over to his place. Thoroughly annoyed, I responded, "What do you take me for? Why do you even think I would want to go to that?" He replied saying that it was nothing dirty, and that he promised. It was just bizarre. I was disgusted and didn't even reply. He continued trying to get in touch with me for months, and then suddenly vanished. I figured he'd finally gotten the point. Now, I wish the story ended here, but it doesn't. I last heard from Ken in late February. He had stopped trying to contact me shortly after Valentine's Day. In April, 2 nuclear family members and I went on a holiday to visit another relative called Annie, who was living in the Caribbean at the time. Annie, who I love dearly, was and still is a bit of an eccentric. She considers herself very spiritual and is an active member of a large, well-known spiritual organization. She is deeply connected with the motherland, more than the rest of us are, and goes back for frequent visits. While we stayed with her in the Caribbean, she told us about her most recent trip to the motherland, where she met a wealthy and well-connected local woman through the organization, who quickly became a very close friend, Connie, the con artist. During our visit, Anne introduced us to Connie virtually over Skype, because Connie lives in the motherland. We chatted to her a few times through our vacation via Skype, and got to know her a little bit. Little did we know back then that Connie, who Annie had spontaneously met halfway across the world in the motherland, would soon wreak utter havoc on our lives. Now, that's a story that I'm just not ready to tell, and perhaps may never be, because of how many lives were affected and the severity of the damage that had been inflicted. What you need to know is that Connie was an outright criminal and con artist who had been targeting our family from long before Annie, who had actually met her. Their meeting was no coincidence. Not only did she manage to steal over $100,000 from our family, but she took any peace of mind or sense of security we had with it. When we finally caught on and confronted her, she insisted that we were mistaken, but disappeared into thin air once we forced her out of our lives. You're probably wondering what on earth this has to do with the story about Ken. Well, get this. The situation with Connie lasted many months. The whole thing is kind of a blur to me now. But as we spoke to her online in April, I remember the whole ordeal lasting well into the fall. While she normally resided in the motherland, Annie had invited her to visit and stay with us, where we, my whole family and I, presently live. That's when things really took a turn for the worse. Some of the things I clearly remember, and are important to this story. With it one, the whole time she was staying with us, she was trying to convince me to transfer schools to a very obscure school and program in the US. I don't even live in the US, and was actually getting very pushy about it. And two, she had asked me if I was a virgin, and told me to save myself and my husband. Disturbing, I know. During this time, I was so emotionally drained and stressed that I didn't really think of anything but the situation at hand. In fact, I had stopped socializing almost entirely, and even started habitually skipping classes. I had lost contact with my high school friends, and my university friends were too new to really care, so my strange behavior and new destructive habits went unnoticed. Fast forward one day, after Connie's final disappearance in the fall, I was home with my dad when my cell phone rang. I looked at the caller ID, and it was a number I didn't have saved, so it was showing the contact information as whatever name the phone was registered under. My heart dropped to my stomach. My phone displayed a name. The first name was a man's name, and the last name was the same last name as Connie's. I began to panic, and I ran into my bedroom to answer the call. I had no idea what to expect, and when I answered the phone, I was greeted with a familiar voice. It was Ken. I honestly thought I was going to puke when I suddenly came to a realization that he had been a part of this whole sick plot. Of course, I don't have hard evidence to prove that he was connected to Connie, but let me explain. The timing of his appearance and reappearance into my life, the last name, a fairly unique surname originating from the part of the motherland where Connie is from, and I had never known Ken's last name until then, and the fact that he contacted me out of the blue, I had no idea why or how. It was all just too bizarre to be a mere coincidence. Of course, I freaked out at Ken when he called me, and I told him that if he ever called me again, I would call the police. His response was just a weird, dry half laugh, and then he said, "Well, okay then," in the most creepy voice you can think of, and hung up. I knew in my gut that that was their last attempt to get back in touch and somehow slither their way back into mine and my family's lives. Thankfully, I never heard from Ken again after that day. A while after all of this ended, I was having a conversation with a family member who was also closely involved in all of this, about the whole ordeal, and she told me she'd sensed something extremely wrong with Connie. She was pushing to have me sent off to the US to that obscure school, and she had an unshakable feeling that Connie was involved in some sort of human trafficking scene, and that, if I left, she would never see me again. The horrifying pieces came together, and I was just too damn naive to have seen it before. The memories flooded back to me when I heard that. How Ken told me, nothing dirty, I promise, when he invited me over, and how Connie was telling me to remain a virgin. As I said, I had never told a soul about Ken, nor about the weird V-card conversation with Connie. I strongly and firmly believe that Ken had been a sort of player in Connie's game, and was just there to keep me away from guys and prevent me from having a boyfriend. For those of you wondering why we never called the police on Connie nor Ken, because nothing illegal ever happened at face value. It's a bit hard to explain. I'll also mention that I tried to find Ken online many times after everything ended. I don't know why. Perhaps I felt like I wanted to expose him or call him out, and wasn't able to find a sliver of information on him. Not by the name Ken, nor by the name on the caller ID. It was as if he never existed. Also, from this incident onwards, I can't stomach a lot of these spiritual organizations, I never liked the idea to begin with, but now I've truly experienced how they can both attract the vulnerable and unsavory, who are looking for someone vulnerable to prey on. No judgments to those who are into those sort of things. It just isn't for me personally. I would like to hear what you guys think of this. Do you think my suspicions are plausible? What do you make of Ken and Annie? And to you both, I hope you rot in hell. During college, I dated a fairly well-known and talented local musician named Tim. As horrible boyfriends tend to be in the beginning, he was a loving, attentive, charismatic, and seemingly normal partner. He made me mixtapes, cooked my favorite meals, and dedicated songs to me at open mic nights around town. I, young, foolish, naive, was deeply smitten by his mysterious, dark, and artistic allure. However, over the course of our year-long relationship, his mental health severely declined. He had the ability to appear lucid around normal and other people, but in private began suffering delusions, compulsive lying, and created art that focused on themes of murder. I was worried sick, and his condition was exhausting, but I did my best to be kind and understanding and supportive. I loved him, and believed that he shouldn't have to struggle with his mental illness alone. One time he vanished without a trace for a full day. I found his apartment empty, lights on, front door wide open, and phone on his nightstand. I took a few deep breaths and called all around the city for hours, before finally discovering he had been involuntarily checked into a mental hospital. I did my best to be strong for him, seeing him every day during his supervised visitation hour and bringing him his favorite books to pass the time, and holding him as he sobbed that it was all a mistake, that he didn't belong there. It was surreal to see my gentle, intelligent, normal albeit depressed boyfriend surrounded by visibly insane long-term psych ward patients. For real, this place was like something out of a horror movie. In retrospect, none of the staff ever told me the real reason why he was there, and I was too polite and naive to ask. Our relationship ended a few months later. I found undeniable evidence that he was cheating on me, and secretly relieved, confronted him. I told him to leave my apartment and never returned. He cracked. The gentle Tim I had known and loved melted away to reveal a new persona with dead wild animal eyes that threatened to kill himself with pills unless I took him back. But I was so extremely done that I called the police. They weren't much help, but Tim left. I blocked him everywhere and never contacted him again. But he left me insane voicemails from different numbers for weeks afterwards. I was relatively unshaken, and things returned to normal. I graduated, got a sweet job in the same cool college city, and 6 months later I woke up to concerned texts from mutual friends, saying that they didn't want to freak me out, but Tim was off his meds, clearly manic, and was posting a newly written song all over social media. His best friend, who hadn't been in touch since before the breakup, sent me an apology, along with a screenshot of the lyrics. That got my attention. I don't want to read them here because they'll lead you back to his Bandcamp, but the song was pretty explicit about my rape and murder, but in a sort of cleverly disguised way. It's catchy too, the barstool. I checked his profiles myself from a friend's account, and he was posting dozens and dozens of totally insane rambling statuses, most of them about me. They flip-flopped between flowery love and prose to murder imagery. His friends were reacting with concern, but a few egged him on, probably thinking he was just venting about his ex. I decided that it would be best to continue ignoring him, but I saved screenshots just in case. A few days later, while at work, I looked up from my computer to see Tim enter into the far side of the studio and my blood turned to ice. He was talking to my creative director. It looked cordial enough, and I saw Tim begin to casually scan the studio. I ducked down and bolted into my favorite project manager's office, slammed the door and unleashed upon her what must have been a nearly unintelligible explanation of what was happening. I was shaking so hard I could barely speak, but Nancy was amazing. She understood almost immediately, and she snuck me out of the building and drove me to her car to the police station, where I showed the officers the screenshots and filed a report. My co-workers later told me that Tim was there to inquire about the open designer position. He is not a designer. He had brought with him a portfolio and an elaboratedly fabricated work history that sounded legit. At the end of his interview, he casually asked if I still worked there. He said we used to collaborate. Oh, and he had written a song for me, and it had been picked up by local radio this morning. He asked my co-workers to let me know with warmest regards. That phrase still makes my skin crawl. He then left, found my abandoned car in the parking lot, and paced behind it until the police arrived. Unfortunately, he wasn't enough of a public menace for police to bring him in that day, but the incident helped me secure a restraining order against him. My company was amazing too. I was deeply embarrassed about my literary insane ex coming to the studio, but the CEO filed trespassing complaints against him and created an action plan to keep me safe if it happened again. Not long after, I moved to a different city, and that was that. I haven't heard from him since. But I discovered the most alarming part later. His roommate at the time, Liz, went through a similar experience with him during his breakdown, and when we compared notes much later, she said that she had seen a large axe in Tim's car the same week it had all gone down. She said that she was so worried about Tim's Facebook activity that she removed the axe and hid it from him. Tim was so angry that he completely trashed their house and never came back. And if our timelines are correct, this must have been just before he came to my workplace for his interview. Against my better judgment, at the beginning of the month I got Tinder, and I matched with a few guys. One of them was called James. We ended up texting each other, and he seemed pretty chill and pretty into me. He's a decent-looking guy, and we seemed to click. He had apparently been in a relatively abusive relationship with a woman and was looking to start over. According to him, she had hit him with a frying pan and pepper sprayed him once. He kept going on about how crazy she was. Alright, it happens. We went to the movies this past Friday, and I had a great time. We ended up talking for a few hours, and we hit it off pretty well. I asked about the ex because I was a bit curious as to why he'd stay with someone like that. He didn't say anything positive about her, just that she was crazy, had mental illnesses and didn't take her meds. That kind of stuff. She had tried the baby trap, but had a miscarriage. He expressed relief that she didn't end up with the kid. He said he had felt obligated to her. Again, I get that. In all, I had a good time. Then, morning rolls around, and he tells me that he had hooked up with his ex last night, and that he was going to try and work things out with her. Mildly insulting that I had lost out to an abusive chick, but whatever. I tell him it's cool, and a few hours later, he texted me, saying that she was crazy. He thought she had changed, but she hadn't, and he kept asking to see me. He was being very pushy about wanting to see me today. He begged for 5 minutes of my time so that he could explain to me, and I politely told him I didn't want to be involved with anyone who was so clearly hung up on his ex. This is where it got nuts. He admitted he was still, but that he wanted to see me today so that I could meet her and she could determine if I was better for him than she was, and that she wanted him to be happy because he and I had a connection. I flipped after that and told him that the fact he needed his ex to determine who was right for him was absolutely nuts, and that is not what love is, and that I wanted no part of it. His ex started texting me after that, and it was non-stop insults and incoherent stuff that made no sense. She also dropped the bomb that she was his wife, and I told her to piss off and basically blocked the number. I went on Tinder to message him where I called him a piece of crap, and that if he was intelligent, he should leave her and never message me again. He started to harass me hard, saying that I was miserable because they have a beautiful love together and all this crazy stuff. He then went on to say, "My wife knows where you work. I hope she doesn't do anything too rash." And I told him that if that was a threat, I'd gladly go to the police. He said that she'd been to jail before and she's not afraid, and that she loves him so much she'd mess up anyone and risk the jail time for him, that she'd kill my friends if they tried to protect me, and that she's armed and dangerous. I told him goodbye, reported him, and deleted my Tinder account. I did go to the police, but since it wasn't a direct threat, they couldn't do much. The cops think that James was more or less full of crap and just trying to scare me, since some people love getting off on that. He said that I did the right thing by blocking him and reporting him, and that I should just keep my eyes open and alert the people at my job. Scary thing is, James seemed perfectly normal, but he lied about being married, how he felt towards his wife, and he flipped like a switch. His excuse for not being upfront about being married was that they were going to get a divorce. He seemed so docile and unassuming that the hatred and aggressive attitude was insane. I have to honestly wonder, what would have happened if I'd have gone to talk for 5 minutes? I'm kind of concerned, since they do know where I work. But if either of them try anything, the cops will nail them. It was one hell of a weekend. In high school, I had a stalker. Here's the story. I was 16 and we met on Facebook. He went to a school nearby, and we decided to meet up for a movie. We had a great time together and ended up dating. First time he came to my parents' house, he had an ankle monitor on for house arrest, and wouldn't tell anyone why. Red flag number 1. And since he was a minor, we couldn't find out. My parents obviously didn't allow us to hang out, so we hung out at his house or around town at the YMCA camp. I was rebellious and naive. Things started to get weird when I noticed his family was pretty odd. One day we were doing it in his bedroom, and I saw his father looking in through the blinds. I screamed and called him out, and his dad ran off. The stalker guy told me that his dad was just into redheads and liked to watch us, so this wasn't the first time. I went to leave, and his mum was doing crack in the kitchen, so I decided it was time to break up, and this is when things got bad. He started crying and told me that he's in cancer treatment, and that's why he needs me. He doesn't have long to live. I believed him and told him we could be friends. This is when the stalking started. He switched schools to my high school, but never went to class. He would just stand outside my classroom looking inside until it was passing period. When I would leave class, he wouldn't address me. He would just follow, about 10 to 15 feet behind me to my next period, and stand outside the classroom again. I was too intimidated to say something to him, as he was 6'4" and heavy set, so I just let it happen for a few weeks. It started to progress when he would follow me home every day. He would get on the same bus as me, despite living across town, and walk 10 to 15 feet behind me all the way to my house. He would stand outside, just staring up at the window, until around the time my parents got home, and then he would just leave. Finally, I told him to piss off and leave me alone. I told him we could no longer be friends or acquaintances or anything, and to forget about me. However, that escalated things way further. I started getting about 150 calls a night. Half of them were him screaming death threats and in detail torture methods that he wanted to do to me, and the other half were him singing me love songs that he wrote on his guitar. Every time I blocked his number, he seemed to just magically get a new one and leave more messages on that. I woke up one day to see that overnight he had left me one of these dancing, singing snowmen on my porch. He had stabbed it in the head, and the knife was sticking out. He covered it in his liquid deodorant that I had previously mentioned liking the smell of, and I noticed that there was a hole where the little song recording device was. When I pressed the hand, it was not the regular Frosty the Snowman song that played. It was his voice singing eerily, "I'm gonna have you forever. I'm never gonna let you go." I was done at this point and told my parents, who contacted the school. They suspended him, but he still waited at my bus stop every day and walked to my home with me. One day he ran at me, like he was gonna tackle me. When I tensed up for the impact, he stopped and hugged me. It wasn't a regular hug, it was like he was trying to crush me. I was 5'1" and about 90 pounds at the time, and he ended up cracking one of my ribs. I cried and he started crying too before running off, and he left me a voicemail apologizing in song. This one night is the night I'll never forget, and it's the reason why we got a restraining order and my dad got a gun. I woke up one evening for no reason. I was just fully awake. I got up to go to my kitchen to get a glass of water and relax, and in the reflection on my fridge I saw movement in the backyard. I couldn't see well because it was so dark outside and so light inside, so I went to the back sliding glass door to get a better look. When I got closer, I was met with the silhouette of a 6'4" man standing just outside the door. The stalker guy was standing in my backyard under my room at 3 a.m. He was just staring at me. I yelled at my parents and got them up, but of course he was gone by the time my dad got outside. There's a patio right outside my bedroom window that goes all the way around to the ground, so it's possible he could have been on top of the patio looking directly into my bedroom window before. We got a restraining order granted shortly after, and stalker guy dropped out of school. I haven't seen him in person, but every 6 months-ish, he makes a new Facebook and tries to friend request me. I block and report it every time. Have you ever heard that myth that if you wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, there's likely someone looking at you? Well, maybe it's true. When I just finished college, I was living in a one-bedroom townhouse/split, and I met a guy on Plenty of Fish at the time, and I wasn't exactly smart about my online digital footprint. Not like I've really changed, but at least I'm not as ridiculous as before. Anyway, he seemed like a decent guy, was really good looking, had a great job, nice teeth, and looked like he cared about his personal health. All things I would typically look for in a guy. I'm not a shallow human, but I like to be presentable, and if I'm with someone, I would like for them to care about being presentable in a business environment also. About a week of chatting online, we agreed to meet. We met at a restaurant downtown, which was really far from where I lived. When I got there, I noticed him standing at the door. We sat down to eat, and the evening went great. At the end of the date, we said bye, and I got into my car and began to drive away. I realized right away that he was following me, because of the distance to my house. I wasn't immediately scared because it's a big city. Maybe he'll turn off the freeway. But he didn't. My exit was coming up, so I decided not to take it. I kept driving. I circled the entire city on the freeway and he stayed right behind me. I was starting to panic a bit, so decided to go to my friend's house instead of mine, and when I pulled out the exit, I noticed he didn't. So I had a little bit of a moment to catch my breath and said, "Okay, screw it, I'll just go home." I took the off-ramp back onto the freeway and began going back to my exit. I got home, showered, and was getting ready to go to bed. And I started to feel dumb because, was that really him or was I overreacting? Do I ask him if he was following me? Just a number of things were racing through my overactive imagination, and I decided I was going to message him and say, "Had a good time, good night." And when I started typing, all of a sudden a message came through my phone of a picture of my car outside my house. I nearly died. My heart jumped out of my chest, and I started shaking. I didn't know what to say next, and he texts me and says, "I didn't know you lived across the street from me." I've met my neighbors, and not once have I ever met him. There's a huge apartment complex kiddie corner to my townhouse, so maybe that's where he lived. I don't know. I popped up and went to look outside, and he's there just standing there, as if he's waiting for me. I opened the door, and he asked me if he could come in, and if I wanted to still hang out. I told him I was exhausted, and I'd rather just crash out as it had been a long day. The next morning I woke up to go to work, and my windshield had been smashed. My car had been keyed, and my 2 back tires were slashed. And as I was noticing the damage to my vehicle, the guy comes out of his car with 2 coffees and was like, "Oh, I thought I'd surprise you with a morning coffee." So again I'm freaking out, called the cops and reported the damage to my vehicle. This guy offered to drive me, and something in my gut was like, don't get in the car. So I called my boss and told them the situation and explained I wasn't going to be there until after the police came. This guy just hung out the whole time. When the police finally got there, the guy was acting really sus. He walked away and was acting like he was hiding on the other side of his car. I filed the report. The police basically said, "I hope you have insurance," and were on their way to leave. They pulled around the corner, and all I heard was the siren on the cop car turn on, and the cops scream, "Freeze, put your hands in the air and get down on your knees." I look at the cops. One of them has his gun drawn at the guy, and the dude's on the ground getting arrested. I spoke to the cop after he got into the back, and he explained he was wanted for stalking, breach of probation, assault with a deadly weapon, fraud, and aggravated sexual assault. I was shook. It took me a few days to get over the hypothetical situation that could have happened. About a week later, I was on my way out the door to work, and guess who was sitting in my driveway? We live in Canada, so essentially you're released on conditions until you go to jail. I told him I was late for work, but that I'd call him when I was done. I never went to work that day. I went and found a new apartment in another area of the city. I changed my phone number, and I hired my friend's husband and his friends to go back to my apartment and move it to their place for a month, and then move it to my new place, because I was so scared this dude would follow them while moving. So that's my horror story of the first time I used plenty of fish. I have been divorced for several years now, but not by choice. My now ex-wife Julia ended our marriage apparently out of the blue, citing claims of infidelity. There's just one problem. I never cheated on her. In fact, I was positively in love with her. My affections for her never dwindled in the least. I wasn't prone to spending a disproportionate amount of time at work or with friends, so I had given her no reason to think I was being unfaithful. Truthfully, she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Unfortunately, it took a messy divorce for me to see her true colors. The divorce court judge believed her adultery allegations uncritically, giving her everything she needed to wreck me financially and leave me with nothing. I considered pursuing custody of our 2 children, but I dropped the case when she threatened to accuse me of child abuse and molestation. Once she made that threat, I knew I had no chance of winning. The family court judge would have believed her just as easily and unquestioningly as the divorce court judge. So now I'm living in a 2-room apartment, needing to work 2 jobs to make ends meet, thanks to alimony and child support payments. And I get to see my son and daughter every 3rd or 4th Saturday. And frankly, I'm fortunate it's even that frequent. She's interfered with my visitation rights multiple times with full backing of the courts, and I dare not protest should she try to play the molester card. Some months ago, she started allowing them to come over to my place every other weekend. That's when I began to notice some problems. My son had a bruise and cut on his arm. I asked him what happened, and he shrugged it off by saying that he got into a fight at school. The next time I saw them, my daughter also had a bruise, and she used the same excuse as my son. That's when I started to grow worried. Both of my kids getting into fights at school within a couple of weeks of each other. I mean, it's not impossible, but I never really bought it. Over the next few months, I began to notice other problems. Their clothing began to look worn and exceedingly dirty. and both of them had noticeably lost weight. This didn't make sense to me. My ex was getting more than enough money from me in terms of child support. There was no reason for my kids to be looking like this. I tried asking my son and daughter what was going on, but neither of them would say much. This raised some red flags. I couldn't afford a private investigator at that point, when fortunately a friend of mine who was far better off financially agreed to help me out. So I asked him to install a security camera for my apartment. When I asked why, I told him, "Something tells me I might be needing one soon." After a few weeks, the private detective met with me and my friend at my apartment, and the information he provided us was upsetting to say the least. He had numerous photographs of my ex meeting with shady characters in out-of-the-way places, purchasing drugs. In some of the photos, my ex was shown walking out of shopping malls with new shoes and very expensive clothing. She had been using my child support checks for anything but supporting our children. The last two photos were taken from outside the house, and the detective got clear shots of my ex with raised fists while my children were in a defensive position and sobbing. So much for the claims that they were getting into fights at school. He told me one more thing, that my ex might have spotted him at one point or may have noticed him a little earlier and got suspicious. But he couldn't say for sure. Whatever the case, I had the dirt on this loathsome witch, and I was going to expose her. Later that same night, I was woken up by a persistent ringing on my doorbell. I stumbled to my front door and opened it up. It was my ex-wife. She looked like she was ready to shoot lasers from her eyes. If looks could kill, I would have died from a heart attack on the spot. But I kept my composure. "What the hell do you want at this hour?" "You hired someone to follow me, didn't you? To take pictures of me?" "Oh, so you saw him, huh?" I said, taking a measure of sadistic pleasure at making her realize she was screwed. "What the hell did you do that for?" "I had my reasons. Whatever the case, I've got the goods on you. Your ass is going to prison, and you're never going to be seeing the kids again, not if I have anything to say about it." She stood there silent for a few seconds, her rage seething. "If I can't have them, neither will you." Suddenly she pulled a knife. I reacted a little too late, and she stabbed me in the shoulder. I stumbled back into my apartment with her trying to plunge the knife deeper. I shook her off, but she took a slashing motion and got me in the arm, leaving an ugly gash. I grabbed my living room lamp and tossed it at her. It struck her in the head, and she was out cold. The police arrived, and I told them everything. My ex had regained consciousness by the time and tried to play the victim, saying that I was being rough with her and she only stabbed me in self-defense. I told the cops I had a security camera, and it would prove my side of the story. I knew I had made the right call having it installed. My ex got a pretty hefty prison sentence, combining her illicit drug use, neglect, and physical abuse of the children, as well as her attempted murder of me. She would be old and grey by the time they let her out. I couldn't immediately take in my children due to previous financial ruin, but the court agreed to grant me full custody once I got back on my feet. For now, my kids are staying with my parents, but when the time comes, I look forward to rebuilding my relationship with them.
Wow, exes be crazy. Sometimes life gives you lemons, and sometimes your ex takes away your entire family. It is pretty messed up, and that is when the police gets involved, which is why we're going to listen to some tales from the police. But be warned, the following stories are going to get quite graphic. I used to see a girl whose dad was a police officer. He told her pretty much the most horrific gangland murder I could ever imagine. They found the body of a local criminal at the bottom of a lake, complete with concrete boots to make sure he sunk. The thing is, whoever did this to him thought it wasn't enough to do that, so they attached an oxygen tank and breathing apparatus so he'd be alive for at least an hour before eventually drowning. My roommate somehow procured a somewhat large amount of weed for an obscenely low price. The buds were alright, but nothing super special, so she decides that instead of smoking it, she's going to make ridiculous amounts of THC-infused cookies. I watched as she made some very strong ganja butter. I ate one of her cookies and had an awesome trip, full of the things you wish marijuana still did to you. A few days later, I was home watching a movie with a girl, and my 3 roommates come home with 2 other people. One of the people I know, and one of the others I'd never seen in my life. I take the girl home after the movie ends and come back home. I'm offered a cookie and downed it as quickly as I could muster. Apparently my roommates all had one, and the 2 visitors split one. 20 minutes later, the guy I don't know, called Brian, starts showing symptoms of being a little too high. This isn't seen as a problem because it's usually not a problem and the person just goes to sleep. Well, this isn't enough for Brian and he begins to freak out. We offer him water and a room in which he can just lie down. He takes up the offer and disappears into the back of the house. We continue watching 30 Rock or whatever, and a little later we notice voices coming from the back. Brian's friend Kelsey investigates the matter and discovers that he has been on the phone with police. He apparently told the dispatcher that he had been poisoned and is trapped at our house. At this point, he runs into our living room in his boxers and storms outside. We stare at each other and chase him down. We can't be having a crazy pants-free 20-year-old something parading himself outside our house at 7:30 at night. While he is gone, my roommate picks up the phone and tries to clear things up. By this point, all the dispatcher wants is an address so that she can send a police car. We hide some of our other evidence, not involved in the situation in my room, but intentionally leave the cookies on the table. The cops show up and look like they have an itchy arresting arm, just ready to take someone down to the station. But before they can get more than 2 words out, Brian careens around the corner and almost runs into them. He is shocked at first, but then does something that requires me to change to a new paragraph. He actually tapped the officer's belt, pretending to have stolen his gun, and then points the fake gun at the officers and pretends to shoot. By this point, we're all baked as hell and screaming inside our own heads, "Don't shoot him in our house. Oh my god, he's gonna get shot in our house." But to the officer's credit, they don't even freak out or react to this because he was so visibly messed up in the head right now. Brian then tries to run away. They tackle him and then throw him to the couch. They ask us what he has taken, and we respond truthfully. Half a marijuana cookie. They ask if we had taken a cookie as well, and we admit that we had. They asked us who made them, and we hesitantly told them that we had. I was fully expecting to get searched and dragged off to prison. I had succumbed to the fact that everything I did from this point on was an attempt to just not make things worse. But Brian had a different idea. He was so messed up that he began yelling things about Jesus and was kicking the officers. We had to reassure them many times that all we had was half a cookie. It got so bad that they had to call for backup. It got even worse, so they had to call an ambulance. When the paramedics arrived, they bumped our count of uniformed personnel in the house to 12. After a few minutes of the police explaining what was going on, one of the paramedics pulls out a needle and sticks it into Brian's naked leg and reassures him it will make him feel good and go to sleep. The effects obviously are not instant because 30 seconds later Brian is screaming his head off again. They strap him to a gurney and wheeled him out. Now at no time during this did the cops ask for a name, number ID or anything from us. They didn't search the house or do anything. Well, as the medics left, the cops did too, offering one piece of advice. No more cookies for this guy. In my city, at a travel lodge on the main commercial street, a few people who met on some dating site or Craigslist or something ended up ritualistically killing themselves inside one of the rooms. According to the police report, the 2 people who found it weren't the actual cops, but rather the next-door occupants. They heard a commotion and looked out their door only to find blood coming through the door like it was The Shining. They walked in to investigate and found the mangled bodies
of the two women who found each other, and the barely living body of the guy who found them both. As he told it, they were supposed to let him kill them for the glory of Satan, and something like that, and then he would kill himself. The crime scene was so gruesome and traumatic that several police officers and paramedics and nurses who treated the guy were all later treated for post-traumatic stress, and the incident had led for the movement calling to have PTSD therapy for first responders. I also wish to share that an Air Force major who was in charge of the local cadets corps was found with a massive multi-terabyte storage. Think about that. Multi-terabyte storage of indecent images of children. You know the kind. This is a short story from someone else's perspective. I was in cadets for a few years a while back, in the army, and the commanding officer of our air sister corps was caught with the CP. The guy was a major, and he was in charge of around 100 kids on a weekly basis. I was told he later hung himself in order to escape prosecution. Funny story, I was on a school trip and our bus driver wore a bomber jacket with Royal Canadian Air Corps crest on it. I sparked up a conversation with him, and it turned out it was Major Pedo's direct successor. One thing led to another, and we got into the conversation about how the major pedophile and how everyone reacted. Believe it or not, but as it turns out, taking over the Air Cadets Corps from someone like that isn't as hard as you would expect, apparently. So, the cop who found it was coincidentally the mother of one of the Air Cadets in the Corps, called it the most disgusting thing she'd seen in all her years of service. No wonder that major decided to call it quits. Safe to say it, but my town of around 200,000 people is quite the little screw-up. Mind you, I haven't even mentioned being the meth and crack harrowing per capita of Ontario. That's a whole nother story. A former officer told me this story, and I will let you decide what you think of it. The officer had responded to a parent's call to arrest their son, whom they were convinced had relapsed on meth. What had tipped them off was that the son had started blasting both thrash metal and porn on max volume from his bedroom and locked himself in. Communication with the kid was impossible with the noise. However, the officer's partner had been able to glance into the kid's window and could see he was sitting motionless in front of his computer. He was shirtless, but otherwise everything seemed normal. With permission from the parents, the officers decided to push through the lock. Moans and groans and relentless guitars deafened their ear. The only light illuminating the room was the bluish hue of the computer monitor. The kid's face was a distorted grin, stretching to his lips' furthest limits. He wasn't shirtless, he was in fact naked and drenched in sweat, and in his right hand, cupped like a chalice, were his testicles, which he had ripped off in a flurry of drug-induced self-mutilation. My best friend was an officer for about 5 years, and this was his worst/best story. He received a call from dispatch for a welfare check, and when he got to the home, of course there was no response. He mentioned a pungent smell of death as he stepped foot in the door, knowing damn well this wasn't going to be good. After regrouping himself from the smell, he began to walk down this long hallway where he assumed the smell was coming from. He was halfway down the hall when he noticed blood everywhere in the next room. We are talking floor to ceiling. As he turned the corner into that room, he saw a little ankle biter laying there chewing on something and really didn't think much of it. He then panned the room for a second before he noticed a guy laying in a recliner, holding onto a shotgun pointed at his mouth. This man had literally blown his brains out, had half of a head, and his dog was chewing on a piece of his skull/face. The smell was so awful due to the fact this guy was sitting in his house with no air conditioning in the summer heat for 3 days. Talk about a fun start to your day. Okay, so we get a call to do a welfare check. Someone called the station house because they hadn't heard from their mum,
and if we could pretty please swing by to check on her. Fine. We get to the apartment building, knock on the door, and when there's inevitably no answer, we grab the super to open the door for us. The first sign that things were going terribly wrong was that the chain was still on the door. The second was the god-awful stench coming from the place that told us something was quite dead inside. As before, it's dark in there, and none of the lights worked because they had burnt out in the time the poor lady had been sitting there. We found her on the couch, positive Q sign, hang your tongue out your mouth like you're dead, you get the idea, and smelled the beginning stages of decomposition. So it's the DOA, the cops in the living room, and the super standing in the doorway of this dark apartment, and we obviously have our flashlights trained on the guest of honor. At this point, the dead person raises a hand to her eye in a very zombie-ish fashion and goes, "New." Exactly like that. So, totally zombie, right? Having seen enough, we again run out the house and we're like, we've just seen a ghost. The super, who's not privy to the rise of the living dead, sees two 6'3" cops thundering down the hallway at him, and figures this is his cue to get moving too. Sadly for him, we overtake him and his little stubby legs and leave him to be dined up by the zombie. Survival of the fittest, right? We got down the next flight before we figured that even if it is a zombie, it was an old lady who we could probably kick her ass. We went back to the apartment and called an ambulance. Apparently she had a stroke alone in the apartment and sat there for days. The hand and vocalizations were really what was left of her brain responding to stimulus. We went to the hospital the next day before work, but she was too far gone. Back when I lived in Maryland a few years ago, I attended a day program facility for outpatient treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder and major depressive disorder. I often liked to walk up to the place early, as well as before the other clients arrived. Me and a friend of mine had full-on access to as many cups of coffee as we could hold down, after the morning janitor Dave let us in. I arrived at my usual time, a little under 2 a.m. I only had 3 more hours to go until Dave pulled in for work, and decided to binge some YouTube all on my old Windows phone that I currently had at the time. About an hour or so into listening to Devin the dude, a pair of tinted blue headlights approached slowly up the driveway into the parking lot. I thought it was Dave at first from afar, until the car soon pulled itself much further into view to reveal the logo of the Howard County Police. Instantly I'm thinking, what the hell? I'm pretty sure I'm not doing anything wrong by just standing here as a client. The officer exits his car along with another, in that of another female who pulls up in another cruiser behind them. Immediately they begin asking me for all my credentials, and I'm confused as hell. I ask them what's going on. They briefly explain to me that a 911 hang-up call was made in the area, and somehow that call in particular was made from my phone. I'm beyond baffled at this point and explain to them that there was no way that was near possible, as my finger never once touched the call icon, let alone left the internet browser. With a bit of confusion of their own I could sense on both their faces and demeanor, they eventually bid me a good rest of the morning and left in their cars and back down the driveway. This still shakes me to this day, of just how someone had gotten into my phone to call 911 while I was still using it, and why. If anyone can help me unravel this mystery of mine, I would certainly appreciate it.
Well, those were certainly nightmare-inducing, but why don't we continue the fun and let Dispatch have their say with some of the worst things they have heard.
In the heart of my city, there sits an abandoned hospital. It stood in practice for nearly 60 years before closing its doors for the very last time in 2010. No trespassing signs and private property signs littered everywhere and are on every external wall of the building, encouraging people, of course, to stay out. The city hoped that it would remain untouched. However, that didn't last, as it eventually became a hotspot for teens and young adults to explore and party. It wasn't too long after that rumors of the hospital being haunted circulated around the city. Once city officials caught wind of the stories and break-ins, they decided to hire a security company with 2 12-hour surveillance shifts so that the hospital could be monitored 24 hours a day. Despite the enforcement, people would still break in, and depending on the situation at hand, the police will get called. Neil. The call came in around 3 a.m. 911, what's your emergency? Hi, it's Neil from RS Security. I think I need an officer to swing by or something. Okay, can you tell me why you need assistance? The number and address on my screen were well known to me. It wasn't out of the ordinary for security to call for backup. I'm at the old hospital and I don't know how to explain it. He sounded nervous, like it was his first time calling. Start from the beginning. We'll take it from there, okay? Oh, okay, well, I was checking the cameras like I'm supposed to do, and I was flipping through them, and I saw some guy standing in the nursery ward. The guy who trained me told me about some crazy dude who likes to hide in there. No one really knows how he gets in. I'm only a week and a half on the job, and it's my first day alone, and he told me that if I see the guy, just scare him out the building, but, Are you still there, Neil? I asked, breaking the sudden silence. Yeah, sorry. I thought I lost one of the feeds, but it's all good. That's okay. So, you were saying that you tried to scare the guy out the building? Then what happened? Oh, I went out to try and find him and kick him out. When I got up there, my flashlight ran out of juice and the lights aren't allowed on because people think the hospital's still open. Anyway, I walk into the nursery ward and I was yelling for him to come out and that if he didn't, I'd get the police involved. And that's when he started laughing. I could barely see anything, so I just followed the sound, and out of nowhere, someone grabbed me by the arm and pushed me to the floor. It all happened so fast, but I could still hear the crazy guy laughing down the hall, so I bolted out of there, and there's no way it was him. Did you recheck the cameras when you got back? Yeah, I looked at them again, and the guy was still there, but there's no one else on that floor. I checked and rechecked. And I know you're probably thinking I'm crazy or something, but I have scratches on my arm from the other person on that floor. There's no way it was the other guy unless he can be in 2 places at once. There's no way. I could hear the panic in the guy's voice as he spoke through what he encountered. Okay, so the scratches came from someone else grabbing your arm and not the man who was laughing, correct? I asked, making sure I was following what he said. Yes. I could hear his frustration with me. The crazy guy's still there. I'm watching him right now, but the other person in the building is somewhere. Wherever they are, I can't find them with the cameras, and I'm sure as hell not going back up there. The police need to handle it now. Okay. I've dispatched the police, and they should arrive shortly. Are you okay? Do you need paramedics for your arm? No, I don't think so. It stings, but I think I'll be... He cut himself off mid-sentence. Neil? Is everything all right? The man, he's just gone. I've been watching him this whole time, and I looked away for a second, and my arm, and he's gone. Wait, where is he? Oh my god. What is it? What's going on, Neil? He's in the stairwell. He's running. What if he's coming for me? What do I do? I don't have a weapon. What do I do? You're in the office, correct? Is the door locked? Get inside. I heard him put down the phone and quickly shuffle to the door, and then he screamed. There was a bang on the door, another scream, and then a thud. And then I could hear footsteps and static infiltrate the line. Neil? I spoke hesitantly into the static, and waited a few seconds until the call was cut off. Police arrived on the scene about a minute after the call ended. Neil was found in the security office, unconscious with a minor injury to his head. When they had asked Neil about what happened, he apparently had no recollection. He said the last thing he remembered was getting to work. The officers swept the entire building looking for 2 possible suspects, both of which could not be found. They also said they checked every possible entrance that they knew of, but there were no signs of anyone entering the building. To this day, I receive calls from security about the same man in the nursery ward. However, after Neil's incident, they no longer leave their security office and immediately call the police. People still don't know how he gets in, but assume that he's living somewhere within the abandoned hospital. Seems like a good idea to tear down that building. About 5 years ago, I was volunteering in a listening service that was only aimed at helping children of up to 18 years old. A lot of training was required for this role. Even though it was an anonymous phone call service, if a child presented us with a dangerous situation and we had their permission, we could call the appropriate authorities, like police or social services. After a few weeks, I was feeling settled in and had taken many calls. The majority were just kids joking around, but there were many tough calls too. Most evenings after I had finished my shift, I would feel so overcome with emotion that I would fight back tears on my way home in my car. Having a small child of my own often made it harder to forget about. One phone call in particular really startled me, and to this day I often think about it. It was about 9:45 p.m., 15 minutes before my shift ended, and I was sitting around. I hadn't taken a call in over an hour, and time seemed to be moving so slowly. My phone rings, and a petite, soft female voice says, "Hello." I introduce myself, giving a fake name as I always do, and tell her a little bit about the service and what we would do if someone is in danger. She says almost immediately, "I need help. I'm babysitting my younger sister. She's only 2 months old and I'm 9. She's diabetic. She's turning blue. My mother and father have gone out. Please help." I felt as though all my training had gone out the window. I was panicking, but tried my best to keep my thoughts clear and my voice clear. "Go outside and get help. Go knock at the neighbor's house and call the nearest adult you see." The little girl talked me through her steps and said she had the baby in her arms and was about to go out the street. Listening to the noise of the traffic and the sounds of the night air, my heart was beating so fast, aching to know what was going on, and feeling so helpless. I could hear the little girl speaking to someone but couldn't make out what was being said. Next of all, a lady came on the phone. "I have them. Hello? Hello, I have them both. I'm going to take them to the nearest hospital." I thanked the lady, and she told me that help was on the way. I ended the call and gathered myself. I informed my supervisor. She was as shocked as I was when I gave her the details. She called the hospital in the area that the girl had given me, and also the police. And after an hour of filling in the mandatory documents, my supervisor followed up the inquiry about the call we had received, and they said they had no such cases. Finding it quite strange, we finished off writing the notes and shut down for the night. It wasn't until next shift the following week, which I was grateful for, as I needed the time off, when I returned to work after my week off. My supervisor called me into her office and informed me that she had gone through my notes on the call I received and had gone to search the system for the similar scenarios and keywords. She told me that every caller has a profile, and the girl who had called was a frequent caller, and that she wasn't a little girl, but a lady in her early 30s in a psychiatric hospital, and she likes to pose as different people, but mostly as a child. This creeped me out, considering the nature of service and the fact that an adult was abusing it. This information angered me and also disturbed me. I felt silly and naive, as I had believed this girl's story. Over the next few months, she called a few more times under different descriptions, and always posting as a vulnerable person. I wasn't there for much longer, but that story always gives me the creeps whenever I think about it. I'm a relatively new dispatcher. I've been working for about a year and a half in a small town. I work 4 10-hour shifts, and 3 of those I am alone for the entire shift, working police and fire. In the last year and a half, I've never lost anyone. For some reason, my welfare check calls had all been false alarms, and my medical call EMRs were always able to get them stable enough to wait for an ambulance. Those calls were few and far between for a start, but all turned out okay, and I was still very green in that respect. About 2 weeks ago, I had someone call from out of state in near hysterics because a woman in our town was sending cryptic statements to her via text about ending her life, but no one knew exactly where she was. M had made statements about not being far from home and something about a cemetery, and that she was going to use a rope. The family member said M had made an attempt about a month prior, but law enforcement arrived and saved her life. I called the last person M had seen, and then called every person M was known to associate with for a vehicle description, clothing description, mood, anything that could help me. I also started a ping on her cell phone and had officers checking all local cemeteries and requesting help from the sheriff's office when the ping was located just outside our jurisdiction. Eventually, the sheriff's deputies found M unresponsive in a cemetery, a 2-mile south walk from the ping, but it was too late. It was the first person I'd ever lost, and I beat myself black and blue replaying all the calls in my head. Everything anyone had ever said, everything I did. Did I do everything right? Was I fast enough? What if I were faster? Did I miss something that could have helped find her in time? We had a picture of her in our system, and I dreamed about her for at least a week. Tonight I get a call from a suicide hotline, advising of a male with a sharp object walking through town with the intent to end it all. That night, with M came rushing back, and I started to get almost nervous, but also was determined that this one would be different. I pinged the phone and got officers moving, looked up his file to see where his past incidents had occurred for maybe a clue of residence. I even got a tracking dog to try and locate. As I'm on the phone requesting my 3rd ping update, an officer called out with him and he's okay. He's emotionally upset but physically okay, and I felt the air go out of me. Once they cleared, I had an officer come in and watch the comms so I could step outside, and I felt like a weight had been lifted off me. I saved this one. I felt like crying, and I don't know if that's normal. Maybe I'll actually sleep tonight without seeing M's face. I know it sounds like a pointless story, but no one really understands what my career is or what goes on with it. I just needed to share it with you all. This last Thursday night, I took a call of a woman screaming, "Oh my God, no, please don't, stop," screamed over loud bass and a car engine. She wasn't answering any questions, stayed on the line trying to get info for over 6 minutes until a male voice called her the B word for calling the cops, and then hung up the phone. I pinged the phone, but it was moving too fast through multiple jurisdictions, and by the time I got the results on the first ping, it was already out of our venue. I checked previous history on the phone number, but there wasn't any. I ran the phone through a database we used to cross-reference information on phone numbers, names, criminal records, and restraining orders. Nothing. I also tried to get subscriber info so we could maybe contact someone who knows the owner of the phone, but it was a prepaid with no info on it. I alerted the highway patrol and the neighboring jurisdiction, which is notoriously slow if I get any response at all. It took 7.5 minutes just to get to their emergency line, but without a vehicle description, it's pretty unlikely they're going to do anything about it. I mean, what are they supposed to do? Pull over every car with a loud bass in a particularly bad or high crime area? I continued plotting the recurring pings I set up, but they all stopped in one of the worst parts of the neighboring jurisdiction, with a radius of 800 meters, basically 3 blocks containing 18 buildings, some with multiple floors. I tried calling it back a few times, but each call went straight to voicemail. Then my shift ended and I went home. I don't usually take calls home with me. Work stays at work is my motto, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. I shake it all off at the door, get in my car, and go be a good dad and husband. But this one's sticking with me no matter what. I could tell you what it's like to listen to a child tell you about his mom being beaten by his dad in front of him, and I had to testify in court about that call. I could tell you about listening to a family perish screaming in a fire after an accident. I can tell you that if someone is reporting an OD happening in front of them, it has a particular note of desperation unlike any other call. Or what it's like to hear someone end their life on the phone with you, or try and comfort an adult who's just found their parent deceased. I've listened to a mother scream as she realized she accidentally ended the life of her infant. I've talked to frantic parents whose children were taken. I've been at this job for a while, and I can tell you the time I spoke to a 15-year-old who had been shot and left for dead in a field because he tried to sell his older brother's weed. He survived. Or the guy who had been knifed multiple times and passed on the phone, with 20 seconds before officers and paramedics showed up. Those were the rough calls, but at least I had some resolution to them. This one? Nope. And I probably never will. Was it a woman being taken? Was her life being ended? Or was something horrific happening to her against her will? I have no idea. Could have been a partially disturbing song and a pocket dial for all I know. Was she found? Did she report what happened after? Is she alive now, or is she in an abandoned building? I don't know. Is there someone frantically searching for her right now? Did I ever meet her? Maybe. But I will never know. Not knowing is the hardest part of this job. I go from the start of one emergency to another in seconds. Questions, dispatch, help, hang up and repeat. In the rare case something really bothers me, I can usually ask the officer via his computer how it went, but I think I've only ever done that 2 or 3 times. This call? I'll never know how it ended or what happened. I did everything I could, only for it to mean absolutely nothing anyway. Now I'm sitting at home on my days off. My baby is crying, and my wife wants to tell me about some story or other she read on Reddit. Taxes are due, and I'm behind on paying bills a day or two. And all I want to do is go somewhere quiet, drink bourbon until I'm not stressed anymore. But that's a bad route to go. I've seen others do it, and I'd never forgive myself for letting my family down like that. So instead I'm a little quieter than usual, and maybe not as attentive as I'd like to be, but I'll be fine for another day or two. Just gotta suck it up and go back to work. 15 years until retirement. I have taken a number of frightening, stressful, and disturbing calls as a 911 operator. These include, I watched my roommate end his life, and he's still breathing. The roommate lived long enough to be transported but died shortly after. My husband has PTSD, and he has a firearm. In that one I managed to get the wife and child out of the house safely, but the husband didn't make it. Or the non-English speaker with a choking baby. There are delays in getting interpreters conferenced in, perhaps the sound of a gunshot in the background, but the list goes on. But the majority of the calls we process are routine. Even the emergencies we have, the cavalry at our fingertips, and the capacity in most cases to get the right help to the right location in the right amount of time. This means that heart attack dads, or car accident mums, or fighty, drinky neighbors usually aren't even a blimp on the emotional radar. I don't say this to minimize the level of crisis for those involved, but it helps explain how we can be saturated without becoming, well, saturated. In reality, many of the calls that we have had haunted me, and have been the unexpected or heartbreaking details in otherwise routine calls. The world-weary 8-year-old, same age as my youngest, calling in a disturbance between mum and dad, telling me mum's a crackhead. The guy at his Christmas tree lot who had just been robbed at gunpoint, telling me the bad guy just kept apologizing the whole time he did it. The elderly woman who on a routine medical call told me she wishes people who can still walk would get outside more, and that she would give up anything just so that she could walk again. There are the calls I take home with me. As much as many high crisis type of calls, someday it's the best and worst of humanity. The rest of the time it's just turtles all the way down. I spent nearly a decade working with a large law enforcement agency in my home state as a police dispatcher. Instead of answering calls made to 911, my job was to remain in direct contact with and consistently provide information to officers and other first responders. During a specific graveyard shift with very few calls in its entirety, I dispatch officers to an escalating yet non-physical domestic dispute. In short, it concerned child custody, which can undoubtedly shorten tempers and set parents on edge. A father had violated the hours of his visitation rights by showing up intoxicated at 2 a.m. at his now ex-wife's house. She, of course, was not too pleased, prompting the emergency call when he refused to leave. Normally, the response time for emergency incidents is based upon a priority system, depending on the circumstance and whether or not a person is in imminent danger. However, since it was a slow night with no incidents holding, I dispatched 2 available officers immediately. They arrived within minutes, separated both parties involved, and de-escalated the situation. As previously mentioned, the father was legally intoxicated, according to an administered breathalyzer, and had driven his truck to his ex-wife's house. But since he had legally parked on a public street and wasn't behind the wheel when officers arrived, he wasn't charged with drunk driving. I ran his information and background, and except for a prior DUI, driving under the influence, and a couple of minor offenses, his record was otherwise clean and he didn't have any warrants out for his arrest. The primary officer, writing the report, that happened to respond was the patrol shift supervisor, my sergeant, a very nice man who earnestly tried to help every citizen he could, including cutting them some slack if an arrest was avoidable. He let the man off with a trespass warning and even gave him the opportunity to call someone to drive him home or use public transport and return for his truck the next morning, after he'd sobered up. Incredibly gracious considering the circumstances. This wasn't good enough. The man opted for an Uber driver and the officers left after one had arrived. Apparently the father had told the Uber driver to drop him off just around the next corner and proceeded to call 911 again, demanding to speak to an officer. My sergeant was made aware of this and asked me if I would call the man back to see what else he wanted. Since it was extremely common for dispatchers to make callbacks, I had no problem with this request. The father proceeded to berate me at the top of his lungs, and I'm going to censor the incoming profanity. He called me, amongst other things, a worthless piece of trash, and he said he called me to help, but that I was siding with the woman, and to send the officers back now. I'd heard these expellatives hundreds of times and was unfazed. "I'm sorry you feel that way, sir, but I can send officers back to you. What's your location?" He proceeded to call me every name in the book, including several racial and homophobic slurs, and asked me, "What's your location?" "Never mind, I know where your building is and I'm heading over there to mess you up," amongst other insults. He informed me that he had utility chains and gasoline in his work truck and threatened to not only blow up our communication center, but drag my burning body around the parking lot behind his truck. "Sir, I understand you're upset, but I advise you not to make these kind of threats. Everything you say is currently being recorded." He replied saying, "You think I give a hoot? Send your officer back out here and I'll string them up. Go ahead." I happily and maliciously complied. I informed my sergeant over the phone of the father's allegations. He, as well as 5 other squad cars, responded. They found the man waiting by his pickup truck, back out in front of his ex-wife's house. I'll admit this guy had a pair on him. He was promptly arrested for the following: violation of a trespass order for reappearing at the house, misusing of an emergency line, harassment of public safety employees, i.e. for threatening a 911 call taker, terroristic threats for threatening to blow up our building, and resisting arrest once he was placed in cuffs. In summary, tread carefully, deadbeat dad. I'm armed with a phone, a radio, and a criminal database, and a patrol sergeant, and I'm not afraid to use them. I was part of a citizens' police academy for my city, and the dispatcher told me her best and worst stories. But I'm only going to share the worst. A man called and said his girlfriend had ended her life. Police responded and found her in the tub, having bled out. After interrogating the boyfriend, this is apparently the timeline. Girlfriend is pregnant and early 20 years old and didn't want to have kids, at least not then. This wasn't her first time, and she did the same thing she did last time. She got a hanger and tried to take care of it, again while he was playing video games. Well, she apparently messed up and bled out there in the tub. After he hadn't seen her for a while, he checked and found her in that state, and then went and called the cops. She essentially stabbed herself while he was distracted by video games and bled out. The thing I'll never forget though is that one, it happened before once successfully, and two, that they disposed of the first body in a trash bag and were meant to do it the same time as the second. He was specifically playing video games with headphones on, which is why he didn't realize things had gone so badly until it was too late. I was a police dispatcher 1 year in college for the campus police, Worcestershire Polytechnic Institute, by the way. It was generally really boring, a small nerdy school, and not much happened. There was a sheet with codes on it. The codes represented certain kinds of calls. Though I didn't remember the code numbers nor what they represented, it might have been like code 3 is a fight, code 19, officer down, whatever. I took it upon myself to memorize the list. After a while I had it down. Then I never needed to look at it again. One night, as I always worked third shift, an officer radioed in. Code 42, Main and Elm, 33, Brock Road. Code 42? I don't remember that one. Plenty of codes. Half of them were benign. They included common things like filling up your gas tank or noisy complaint. It wasn't always something horrible, so I wasn't too concerned. I casually looked at the sheet. How am I supposed to know what to do without it, you know? But I couldn't find it. Sometimes if it's a bigger deal and the other officers know they need help, they don't wait for me to dispatch them. Another officer will just say, I'm coming, that sort of thing. So when someone did that, I became alarmed. Then another officer did it, then another one. I was flipping out at this point. I had no idea what the problem was and I couldn't do anything. So I was going to call 911 and say send an ambulance, something happened, and while you're at it send a fire truck just in case. Someone was going to die, I knew it, and it was all going to be my fault for not knowing the code, not finding the sheet, and not having the guts to ask what it was. And then I found it. Scanned down at the bottom, 42 was the biggest number I'd ever heard. Dunkin' Donuts Run. Those cops scared the life out of me. I was a Coast Guard Marine radio operator. The worst call I took was from a boater that witnessed a float plane crash into the ocean near a community not far away. The plane was owned by a company that one of my close friends is a pilot for. He slammed into the water at a 45-degree angle at full power. It was severely damaged on impact and ended up upside down and sank very quickly. It was clear after a few minutes there were no survivors. After the initial call from the boater that saw the plane go down and was heading over to help, I was inundated with calls from other vessels and mariners and was very busy for the next 30 minutes, and it was another hour after that before I was relieved from my position and could call my friend to find out if he was still alive. That was the longest hour and a half of my life. Other calls I've taken include gunshot victim at a dock, trying to call very quietly so not to alert his assailant, a woman screaming and panicking after her husband collapsed on their sailboat. Mayday, mayday, we're at Point Pleasant and sinking, and then nothing. And a man in a panic reporting there was a drunken fight in a remote coast community and someone was struck in the head with a hatchet. which is now stuck in his head. I'm a sheriff's deputy in a fairly busy county, so we see and hear strange things all the time, but this story gives me chills. There's an abandoned house in a rural area of the county that sits a good way back in the woods. Every so often our dispatch will receive a 911 call from the land at the residence with nothing but white noise. The dispatcher asks if anyone's there, but they never get an answer. Since it's an open 911 call and we know the address, we have to respond, and every time we do, there's no one there. The oddest thing is, there's no electricity or any signs of wiring going to the house. Every deputy that's been there gets a feeling of dread just by being on the property. I'm not sure of the history of the house. I don't know what could be there. Anyone have any thoughts on it? And on my way out of the property, I found a vehicle driving on the wrong side of the road. So I'm at the jail finishing paperwork on the DWI. But why don't we take this back to how it all started? To preface this, I consider myself to be pretty rational when it comes to odd situations, but I'm open to the idea of the supernatural. I wanted to share this with you because I thought some of you might care for it. Anyway, this was my first time walking up to this place, so it was definitely an experience. The trail is gated off, so I had to walk to it. It's about 200 yards back in the woods through very dense brush and trees. There was nearly zero light on the trail, and I had to really watch my step even with my flashlight. I jumped a deer on the way up, and it scared the living hell out of me. Once I turned the corner at the end of the trail and saw the house, my heart started racing, and I honestly felt like something was there with me. I started messing with my flashlight, phone, and notepad trying to get a good photo of the verification of the house, when I just felt that sudden urge to leave. It wasn't a feeling of, I shouldn't be here, but more of, you need to get the hell out of here now. Having been in a very stressful situation in the past, I learned to trust this feeling. I got the best photo I could and walked away down the trail towards my car. I'm almost embarrassed to say that I legitimately felt something was following me. I made my way back to the car, sat in it, and pointed my spotlight at the trailhead, waiting to see if something would come out of the woods. Fortunately, nothing did. I sat for a minute and caught my breath while I reviewed the photos, hoping it was sufficient, because I did not want to go back. I'm about to go off duty, so this is it for today. I'm really interested in what the hell happened to this place. And after a bit of researching, I did. I have some history on the property. It was built in 1890. The first deed on file was registered in 1901. And the property has been in possession of the same family that owns it today. From what I can find, the current owners of the property live out of state, but have previously lived either in the house or on the property some years back. The area it's in was a boomtown during the late 1800s, but fizzled out shortly afterwards due to lack of profits from the mines. Other than that, I haven't found anything that makes the property stand out. On a more speculative note, the house sits a lot closer to an area where a Native American tribe was known to reside. I don't know what's happened there, but there's definitely some spooky activity. Now that we've heard some of the true horrors that dispatchers have to go through, I have a little bonus for something for you to hear, so that you can really appreciate what it's like. I'm feeling tired and a little more burnt out than usual today. Kid had me up late, so this is probably a little more negative than I usually am. That said, the way I'm feeling right now accurately sums up how you'll feel a lot as a dispatcher. Can you type, talk, and hold 3 to 4 conversations at the same time? You'll learn to. The hours suck. The pay is usually around minimum cost of living for your area, but there's plenty of OT everywhere. You'll work with people who are in various stages of idealistic and enthusiastic, slowly transitioning to burnt out and bitter, and a crap ton of people with the same last names as command staff, and officers who make you wonder, how do you not get fired on a near hourly basis? stay long enough, and you'll eventually call these people boss. Now for the big con. You'll hear the same messed up stuff if you do this long enough. A mother watching her son OD sounds drastically different than a woman screaming for any other reason. You'll talk to domestic abuse victims. Sometimes they're getting beat. Sometimes you'll know them. Sometimes you may hear people die in a car wreck or burn in a fire. Sometimes people will end their lives while they're on the phone with you. Sometimes you'll hear the fresh reaction of the parents of an infant that stopped breathing in the night. And the most frustrating part is as soon as you disconnect, you get a call from someone upset about a dog barking, or a neighborhood's grass being too high, or a guy not bothering anyone but looking suspicious. And you'll have to treat each caller exactly as professionally as the last. Then after all that, you'll take all the attitude of young cops who think you're a secretary and clueless member of the public, who really have no idea how hard your job is, and yet assume you're somehow lesser for doing it. That's the male side. If you're a female, you'll be assumed to be someone chasing badges, and you'll have the added difficulty of calling people in and treating you disrespectfully because they assume you're a secretary and a bimbo, and not an experienced professional, or just a cop, none of which is true, by the way. We have female officers working light duty here. Or just not a cop, none of which is true, by the way, as we have female officers working light duty here. And as well as career dispatchers who just happen to have breasts, and sometimes they're 10 times the dispatchers of their male counterparts. But there are some pros, because if that's the way I feel about it, then why stay? Well, in spite of it all, you do it to help people when they really need it. That's a good feeling. You are sometimes the vital link that leads to taking a bad person off the streets, or getting help for a vulnerable person before someone victimizes them or they hurt themselves. Occasionally you'll meet an older officer who says, "I can't do your job." And you know what? That means a lot. There's also the fact that if you do it, it's a permanent job and there's security for as long as you want it. It's transferable, and with my experience at this point, I'm confident I could move anywhere in the country and find a job that will pay the bills. If only just, whenever I want. Typically, emergency response and public safety is resistant to change. That can be a con, but it also means pensions are commonplace and benefits tend to be pretty good. You've also got to consider that you might hear an officer dying while on your radio. Every other call I mentioned pales in comparison. You'll never forget it, and you'll always wonder what you could have done differently, if anything, to change the outcome. Ask yourself if you're the type to be able to handle it, and still return home with your family and be present with them. This really isn't for everyone, but if you decide to become a dispatcher, best of luck to you. Don't be afraid to ask questions, and remember to ask to be treated fairly and with respect.
Safe to say that once one has dealt with the emergency services, they are often taken to hospital, which is where we're going next.
I worked overnight security in one of the largest, best, and oldest hospitals in the US. My fellow security officers and I all have stories about one building in particular, but the one that I'll tell is the one that happened to me. It was built in the late 1800s. It was the original psychiatric building for the hospital. Now, being the late 1800s, not much was truly known about psychiatric disorders. On top of that, this hospital was known for its medical research. With both of these facts combined, you can infer that some terrible stuff was done of these misunderstood psych patients in the building. A few years before I started working security there, this building had been converted into offices after the newly built part of the hospital dedicated a section for an updated psych ward. My rounds for that night happened to include said building. At night, this building was empty, due to recently being converted into offices, and the drones who worked there wanting to leave promptly at 5, if not earlier, in some of their haste. They left their office doors unlocked, which is a big no-no due to medical information being located within them. It was our duty to go to each floor and make sure every door was locked, and if it wasn't, to secure it ourselves. I did my initial sweep of the building to make sure it was clear, and there was nobody in there, and proceeded to do my door checks. The hallways were pretty narrow, so I could check both sides of the hallway doors at once. At the end of this hallway, there were 2 sets of doors you had to go through to reach the final office, which was a dead end. Everything was secure. Awesome, time for the next floor. I exited the 2 sets of doors from the dead-end office and stood absolutely frozen from what I saw. Every door ajar, set perfectly, so their own weight wouldn't cause them to shut again, and 1 wheelchair at the end of said hallway facing towards the step. I had heard other security officers outright reject that set of rounds due to strange stuff happening there, but I laughed it off. Until that night happened. I never took those rounds again. The older children's ICU is currently under construction to be turned into medical labs, so we have to patrol the area. Once again, to make sure the area is secure, or to report if the contractor/foreman stayed to plan for the next day. While patrolling this area, several security officers have reported seeing a single white male child between the ages of 5 and 7, sporting short brown hair. Imagine a 90s bowl cut. I personally dismissed this, as this was before the psych ward incident, as a tall tale told with the intent to scare me because I was new at the time. I got to that building patrol one night, and a foreman who stayed late called security and asked for a security officer to come up because a kid had locked himself in a room and he didn't want him to get hurt with all the open wires, or something to that effect. I unlocked the door for him, looked in what can only be described as a 10 by 8 room, for about 10 minutes, and there was no kid. Called it a false alarm and finished my patrol. I also had a special detail, aka babysitting a violent psych patient, along with another security officer. He woke up in the middle of the night, recognized the other officer and said hello. He sees me and immediately starts screaming at me not to hurt him. Now I'm a rather large gentleman, standing at 6'2" and weighing 250 pounds, but I try not to make myself too intimidating around psych patients, as to not escalate the situation. Well, he keeps screaming for me not to hurt him, and he says if I promise not to, he would make something good happen to me. He promised. He calms down and goes back to sleep and I forget about it. Next day I got a permanent set of rounds and a pretty good promotion. Easily coincidence, but interesting nonetheless. This is my final encounter. A fellow security officer had rounds in the aforementioned psych building. Heard a call on the radio in what could only be described as dry throat of terror voice. For one officer, for backup. I was nearby, so responded to his call letting him know that I was on his way. When I got there, he had his head between his knees and was silently crying, with a shattered chandelier a few feet from him. Now, before I had experienced the abnormal happenings in this building, I would have written off his testimony as idiocy. But he claimed that something held him in that spot as the chandelier started swinging violently until it began to fall. When it started to fall, he was let go and allowed to move, and scrambled out of the way before it crushed him. I got him up, calmed him down, and took him back to the supervisor. She yelled to one of our other supervisors, "Oi, Darren, I almost lost another one in that building." The other supervisor laughed and said, "Why do you think we always send the new guys? You know I don't even like going there." That guy is my roommate, and he hates it when I bring up that experience. For the last 10 years, I've been employed by the Department of Corrections as a correctional officer, sergeant, and then lieutenant. Over those years, I've encountered quite a few things, ranging from relatively mundane to downright unsettling. So here it goes. The facility I work at used to be an old medical hospital for the state some years ago. It was repurposed to be a work camp and then eventually a correctional facility. For context, this place used to not have a fence when it first started. According to some of the older officers I worked with, I never bothered to look into the place's background until some of the stranger things began to occur. Trust me, I know it sounds cliché, but the more I researched, the more I discovered that a fair amount of old hospitals were repurposed into prisons. My first encounter with strange happenings came some years ago, when I was still a fresh-faced officer. The facility has two different parts. One side has a higher-level security setup, while the main side houses our lower-level offenders. At the time, I worked at the higher-level side, with the two-level offenders. For the most part, they behaved pretty well, except for a few times here and there, but that isn't important. What is important is that their cells had thick metal doors that locked whenever they closed. These doors could be opened via a mechanism that would unlock the doors all at once or individually with a normal lock. I was walking the halls, checking in through windows, making sure doors were secured, pretty much anything to get me through the night. For those that work nights, I'm sure I don't have to explain that some nights can be dreadfully boring. While performing my rounds, I turned the corner to head back to my office when I heard the loudest slam from where I had just come from. I turned back around, and to my surprise, all of the doors had somehow unlocked themselves and were flung wide open. Needless to say, all of the offenders were freaked out once they realized what happened, as was I. After ushering them back inside their rooms and giving another check, I went back to my office, almost expecting it to happen again, and phoned my sergeant and asked them what the cause could have been, and he just laughed. Now a bit of background on this guy. He was a sergeant for apparently forever. According to some of the stories I've heard, one of the old grizzled types, just jaded enough to keep the job, but not enough to become fully disillusioned, if that makes sense. He was a good guy overall, had an older technique of dealing with some of the offenders, but I guess it came with the territory. I trusted him well enough. However, when he said, "Oh, that's just Ben acting up," I was skeptical. Who's Ben? One of our old TB patients. What? Yeah, the wing used to be part of the tuberculosis clinic back when the place was a hospital. So the ghost of some TB patient opened all the doors at once? Yeah. Ben, he's harmless, just annoying sometimes. Right. So needless to say, I asked around about the elusive Ben, and sure enough, some of the older officers corroborated the story. Sometimes he'd tap underneath the floors from the basement, open and shut windows, the whole 9 yards. Obviously, my instinct was to try and research the patients, but I guess due to the age, they didn't keep good records. Either that, or just simple ineptitude. With me being unable to research it, I chalked it up to superstition and moved on. Small things happened here and there as the months went on. I would do a round, come back to my office, and my cup would be in a different spot to where I left it. Or someone would knock on my office door. But when I went to open it, there wouldn't be anyone there. Now normally I'm a pretty skeptical person, and would chalk those occurrences up to the long shifts or other officers pulling a prank, even though my dorm had doors that lock, and I can definitely hear when those big damn things would close. But as more things happened, the less sure of myself I became. Eventually I got promoted to sergeant. With that came more pay and more responsibilities. One of those included doing regular basement checks. Now I dreaded this, not because of the creepy factor, I could handle that, but because those basements are just slightly taller than cellars in most places due to the piping and electrical. Being a tall person, I hated doing basement checks, but since they were part of my responsibilities, I didn't complain too much. My knees, however, did. Surely enough, while doing one of these checks in the facility's medical building, I got another unsettling encounter. The basement of the medical building must have been an old morgue, since one of the rooms had that big metal wall with the slots for bodies, I'm guessing. In the darkness, I tend to glance through that room as quickly as possible, and unfortunately for me, I noticed that one of the doors to the slots was open. To be honest, I was more irritated than scared, because now I had to do more thorough searching of the basement, and I radioed the situation to my lieutenant and let them know that I was going to be doing a detailed search. After cautiously entering the room, I found the light switch and went to work. Naturally, I found nothing out of the ordinary. I closed the door to the slot, gave the place one last sweep and headed topside to ask the medical staff some questions. General stuff, did anyone go down there, etc. Naturally, no one had been down there in a bit, since most of the basements are used for storage, and as convenient as a morgue body wall is for storage, it wouldn't have been the best idea to use it. Still, I couldn't shake that creepy feeling of being watched, even before I found the slot open. The next big event came in the dead of night. One of the more boring shifts. Mind you, this was back on the higher level part of campus. Though by this point, we had lost most of our higher level offenders, so it was pretty quiet over there. After talking to the officer responsible for the dorm, I made my way outside and to the sally port, an entrance essentially, to pick up some items. I spoke to one of the officers there for a bit, then made my way back to the dorms to resume a bit of paperwork and time killing. On the dorms, there are 3 wings, so the building essentially looks like a T, only all legs are equally sized, and each wing has 2 floors. Ever since most of the offenders were released or moved on, one floor of the wing has been utilized only. I tell you all of this because when I glanced upstairs into one of the windows, I saw what appeared to be the silhouette of something vaguely human. It was unmoving, didn't shift or appear as I kept my eyes on it while I approached the door to the dorm. I radioed the officer and asked what his location was. "I'm in the day room, Sergeant." "Downstairs?" "Downstairs." Crap. Keep in mind the wing that I saw the silhouette in was also entirely inactive and being used for storing old bunks, mattresses and other items. Also, there are doors that lead to the second floor of each wing, and only sergeants and above have access to the keys that unlocked them. This entire time, I still had eyes on the person, so I talked to the officer again. "Meet me at your hallway door, please." "On my way." Eventually, he made his way to the door and we talked. I looked towards him to ask him if he saw what I saw, and of course, as soon as I looked back, the thing is gone. I felt like I was in a cliché horror movie at that point. I was expecting heavy breathing in my radio next or something like that. So once again, being that I saw something suspect, I had to be the dumbass to go check it out. I made my way upstairs, unlocked the door and checked the place out. Thankfully, the lights are practically always on up there, so I didn't have to deal with darkness like in the basement. As soon as I entered upstairs, the hair on the back of my neck stood up like I was being watched. I got this horribly uncomfortable feeling of not being welcome, like I had just entered a bear's turf. The entire time I was checking the place out, I couldn't shake that feeling. Eventually, I found the room where I saw the silhouette, and wouldn't you know it, there wasn't an item in the room. No coat rack with a big jacket to make it look like a person, no lamp with a hat on it, nothing. And after checking the doors and windows, I promptly got the hell out of there and met up with the officer again to let him know what I saw. He was understanding but seemed a bit skeptical since he was a newer guy. Can't say I blame him, to be honest. There are several other smaller things that have happened as well. I guess I've been here long enough to experience a vast variety of these things. More silhouettes in windows of abandoned buildings, old storage buildings that light up all at once at night, and then flicker on and off throughout the night. With that one, I told my lieutenant that my arse wasn't going to go in there alone, not at 1 in the morning. Objects moving on their own, even in our security footage. Hell, I've even spoken to several offenders who told me they hear voices at night in their room, and others that refuse to sleep in certain rooms at night at all. If you work in a place where you have access to security cameras and a board, definitely check those things out. I've seen chairs scoot around on their own, the hair of offenders move on its own, balls rolling on their own, and a few other things. Of course, I can't show you the footage. Legally, I'm not allowed to take it out of the gate, and I'm not going to lose my job for something that might be easily explained. Besides, being a lieutenant now, I mostly get to experience stuff like that throughout the cameras, or the stories that the officers now tell me when I make my rounds. Now, as I've said before, I hate going into the basements of various buildings for security checks. 2 of our main buildings have basements that must have been used to house patients back when the place was a medical facility, because the place is set up much like the hallways on the 1st and 2nd floor. When you think of where I work, don't think of one big cell block. Think more of a college dorm-style housing, at least on the main campus. I've taken my fair share of peeks around the basement, especially in the rooms and little cubbies that the place has, and the creepiest things I've encountered are the following. There is an old wooden door on one part of the basement that has the phrase, "Run away," scrawled into the wood. Now obviously when I first saw it I was a little freaked out, but since the words were on my side of the door, I quickly figured that it must have been a previous officer or other staff member that did it. The maintenance staff run through the basement all the time. Hell, it could have even been one of the offenders since before the pandemic they used to work with the maintenance staff. Not really paranormal or anything, but a neat little thing I wanted to add. In several of the older rooms, I've seen actual chains and places in the stonework where manacles once resided. When I first heard about it from my sergeant at the time, I obviously brushed it off as some workplace nonsense that they tell you to freak you out. Gotta get through nights somehow, right? But sure enough, I saw it. The realization happened. Yeah, the place used to be a medical facility. God only knows what kind of crazy, inhumane stuff went down here. We also have a tunnel network, and I wish I was joking. It has a full-on tunnel network that connects most of the buildings. Now this is one of those where I don't want to do too much poking around with, mostly because I mean tunnels. Obviously I'm yet to explore them fully, but I found some of the dead ends. It's weird as hell to turn a corner, walk a little, and then have the tunnel stop all of a sudden. I'm guessing they had plans for expansion or something at one point, or maybe even old buildings that got destroyed over time. When I asked the veterans about the tunnels, I got this. So why does this place have an entire tunnel system? That's how they transported the bodies, so the other patients wouldn't see them. What, so all the buildings are connected? To the old morgue? Yeah. Foolishly, it was around this time I finally decided to do some deep digging of the place. Now, I previously said the place was a hospital, then a work camp, then a correctional facility. But unbeknownst to me, it started off as an asylum. Once I learned that, obviously that little spark of excitement and muted fear entered my head. Like I've mentioned previously, I'm a skeptic, always have been. But when you learn what the old buildings you walk through regularly were part of, and had a TB wing, well, the horror movie buff inside me was practically giddy. One of the strangest things I've had happen to me involves me doing what 90% of my time was spent doing at night, walking around old buildings and checking doors. I was assigned to the administration building that night, and after the place settled down, I decided to make my rounds of the place. Now the building has a few places. A library, visitation rooms, classrooms, you name it. The main attraction, however, was the administration hall proper. This is where the warden's office resides, among several other of our higher-ups. At night, this place is pretty dead since most of the admin folk work their 8 to 4 shift. I was checking every door to make sure they were locked, when I heard something further down the hall start to rattle. For a visual, the hall is designed like a blocky, chubby U-shape. The sound seemed like it was coming from the other leg of the U, whereas I was on the opposite leg. I turned the corner and made my way down after calling out to see if someone was there, to no response. That's when every door in the hallway started to shake all at once, as if a horde of zombies got their cue to burst out the hallway. I'm not ashamed to admit that I booked it the hell out of there and closed the door behind me. Having been an officer at the time, I let my sergeant know, and once again was met with, "Yeah, that happens." Having been one of my earlier encounters, I obviously said, "What the hell do you mean, that happens? How messed up is this place?" Their answer? Very. Leave it to me to find a career in a place where everyone is just numb to weird, unexplainable stuff. The last story I have is the creepiest one I have to offer. Doors shaking and stuff moving, I can kind of explain away. But this one, well, I can't explain it away easily. Now, I'm not a drinker. I don't smoke weed, never tripped on shrooms or anything like that. The worst I do is smoke and have a caffeine addiction, but whatever. I preface because I need you to know that I was sound of mind and body when I had the following little interaction. One night, as per usual, once the offenders had gone to bed and the place was settled, I was up doing rounds and browsing Reddit for a bit. Most nights at the time were spent browsing Reddit and doing security checks. Not a bad gig, right? Then, I saw some movement going upstairs. Confused, I thought it was my sergeant or another higher-up that came to do their rounds. Figuring I'd break up their solitude, I went and searched for them, for some chatting for the night. I didn't hear boots going up the stairs, but I had a quiet sergeant at the time, and I just called out to them. "Hey, Sergeant Red." There was no response. I turned the stairs to head up, and at the top of the stairs is a door with a window in it. Well, I saw what looked like a white sheet or something that moved away from the door. Weird, laundry was closed, and even if it wasn't, there wasn't a setup for a washer or dryer there anyway. I trotted up the stairs and opened the door, and saw what looked like a woman, in one of those old white nightgowns facing away from me. Also weird, because offenders aren't issued with granny clothes, especially not nightgowns. Okay, this is some kind of weird prank. We had female officers and still do on shift, since the place I work at is all female anyway. So obviously it was one of them having a laugh after being spurred on by one of the sergeants. I rolled my eyes and called out, "Alright, funny, good stuff. I've seen horror movies too, I know the trope. How the hell did you even get a nightgown through the gates anyway? Get a release for it from the warden?" There was no response. She moved into the room. It was a bathroom. Another roll of my eyes, and I made my way towards the room, stopping at the door. I announced my presence, as male staff have to announce before we enter a bathroom for obvious reason, and walked in. I checked the place pretty thoroughly and found, well, no one. The stall doors were open, shower curtains were pulled back, any hiding places were snuffed out. I was clearly seeing stuff, right? Well, my sergeant thought so, since by the time I got back to my office the phone was ringing. My sergeant called me. "Are you okay?" "Well, sort of. I saw you looking all weird and stuff when you left the bathroom." "Yeah. Hey, did you see anyone enter the bathroom before I did?" "Nah, dude, it's like 2 a.m. "Great, so I'm just losing my mind. It's fine." And then I told him about what I saw. He didn't seem too surprised. But this was the same cat that was unsurprised about literally every other weird thing that happened to me. I promise I work with other people besides him. There isn't anything else to that story, no grand discovery of an infamous woman in white or anything so romantic. Just some unanswered questions, like namely, what the hell did I see? I was in the orthopedic surgery wing of the hospital after getting my torn Achilles tendon repaired. It was a fairly long procedure, and I was pretty groggy from the anesthesia after effects combined with the morphine for the pain. But I did notice that I had a roommate that had both of his hands and feet wrapped in bandages. I could hear him talking to his father, but didn't pay much attention because of how out of it I was at the time. I did remember hearing something about, "Why did you stop taking your medication?" I don't know how morphine affects anyone else, but it gives me a very restless sleep combined with vivid dreams, almost nightmares, something I've never had. So in the middle of the night, while turning over for the 1,000th time, I spied someone standing beside my bed in the dark. "Got any smokes?" My roommate apparently was standing there watching me sleep, waiting for me to wake up to ask for cigarettes. It could be considered very polite or very creepy, but when you are in a morphine-induced haze, it was definitely creepy. Later that day, I heard the details of why he was there. He had gone off his meds and decided to quit smoking hardcore. I mean liquid nitrogen cold turkey. First, he nailed his feet to the floor so he couldn't go out for smokes. Then, he took a butcher's knife from the kitchen and cut off the fingers of his left hand so that he couldn't hold the cigarette. That's where his plan kind of fell apart, because he had a lot of trouble cutting off the right fingers with no left fingers to hold the knife. He only got through 3 of them. I put this together between the conversations I overheard between family, nurses, and doctors. I was supposed to be in there for another day, but they told me I could go home early if I was okay with taking Tylenol 3 for the pain. I would have to stay if I needed the stronger morphine painkiller, so the staff could administer it. I said I would go home with aspirin if it meant getting out of that room. The head nurse at the nursing station was sympathetic and said the guy really needed to be put in a different kind of hospital. But he had orthopedic issues that had to be dealt with, and that's why he was there. It wasn't supernatural, just a mentally disturbed individual who had hurt himself. He probably couldn't even have hurt anyone else considering his injuries. But in my morphine fog, it was creepy as hell to have someone that disturbed 10 feet away while I was sleeping. I work on a busy surgical floor and do 2 12-hour days, then 2 nights, and then off for 4. During my day shift, I had a patient who was only in his early 50s but had terminal cancer and was in extreme pain, as it was all throughout his bones. He decided to undergo physician-assisted suicide and asked that I be in assistance. The doctor came and performed the procedure on my 2nd day shift. The next night, I came in for my shift and had a new patient that was a 45-year-old man who had just had a small bowel resection, staying in that room, and he got back from surgery that morning, was totally clear, walking around okay, and was only taking Tramadol for pain. He was completely oriented and not confused whatsoever. Anyway, around 3 a.m., he comes around and starts ringing his bell, and I go to his room, and he asks me why this other patient keeps coming into his room and telling him to leave. He seemed genuinely freaked out and a bit annoyed, so I asked him to describe the patient, and he did. I couldn't really think of any other patients on that floor that fit the profile. This entire time, our care aide was sitting outside his room, charting on her mobile workstation, and she just so happened to be parked near his room. I asked if she saw anyone, and she said no, so I started looking in all the rooms, but everyone was asleep. I told the guy I'm not sure who it was, but if he bothered him again to ring right away and let one of us know. 45 minutes later, Buddy rings again and it's the same thing. I look around and couldn't see anyone. The care aide was still there, and she said no one had been out that she saw. I asked for the description of the guy again, and this time I wrote it down, as I was going to tell security. And, as he's describing the guy, he mentions this fish tattoo on the forearm, and I think, weird. The guy in here before who died had a tattoo like this in his forearm. Then I told that to the care aide, and she was the one who then mentioned that it sounded like the guy who died, and I got freaked out, and we were both really creeped out after that. I just told the guy to go back to bed and that we were dealing with it in the hallway. I have never been so creeped out in all my life. I work at a psych ward that used to be a hospital in California. All stories happen during third shift between midnight and 8:30 a.m. The first thing was on the adolescent unit. Staff used to see a teenage girl enter one of the rooms, specifically 302. So many times, the patients that were in that room, not knowing anything about it, would see this girl sitting on the window still crying. I had one of the patients refuse to even sleep in there after seeing the girl. The patient was not schizo, nor had any type of impaired visual hallucination. Now, at this psych ward, you also have a woman that numerous staff have seen on a psych unit that we call Adult F. It used to be a maternity unit when it was a hospital, and supposedly the girl went into labor, lost one of the twins during birth, and also died. You can hear her saying, "Where's my baby?" over and over. The next one is on the children's unit. So my uncle works on the children's unit. About 2 years ago, a tech, someone that also works the unit, comes into the nurse's station saying to my uncle, "I just saw a kid go into the day room, and I went to go check it out, and no one was there." So my uncle puts up the security cameras, and both my uncle and the tech are watching the cameras, only to see this person appear on the camera and just stand there. Immediately both of them jumped back, and the tech said, "He's going to break." It left them scared out of their minds for the remaining 2 hours. This next story is also on the children's unit. So the one tech I know is watching a suicide patient, which basically is a one-to-one, and you're just making sure they don't do anything. The tech is sitting and watching the patient, and this little girl comes up to him and asks if she can get a glass of water. He says, "I can't get it for you, sweetie. You have to wait till the nurse comes back on the unit." She says, "Okay," and goes back to her room. He watched the girl go into her room. So the nurse comes back, and the tech asks the nurse that the girl in 202 wants water. The nurse says, "There isn't anyone assigned to that room. No girls were on that unit during the day." So the last one. The nurse I know was working on an adult unit for third shift. She said she was taking a selfie in the nurse's station and looked around to make sure there was no one around in the halls, or no patients or anything, because, you know, HIPPA. Well, she takes the picture, and about a week later is showing her friend. Her friend asked her who the guy in the background was. She showed the picture, and it was a tall, black figure. I'll have to ask her if she still has it. The only time I saw anything paranormal was in the children's unit. I heard children running in the hall at night while everyone was asleep. And when I go to the day room at night, I get a very frightening feeling. I don't really believe in ghosts, but I had an experience a few months ago which gives me doubt. It was about 2 a.m, and I was sitting alone at the desk charting. In my peripheral vision, I saw a lady standing at the desk, and I jumped a little. I looked over and there was just a vase with flowers. A few minutes later it happened again, and I figured that the flowers were just messing with my tired brain. So I moved them behind a desk. A few minutes later, though, I jump again, because I swear I saw a figure standing there out of the corner of my eye. I just thought I was tired and on edge. But then one of the aides walks down the hall and rounds the corner and gasps. She says, "I just saw a woman standing there, but she's now gone." So that was strange. There's an old story from that unit about how during a change of shift, a patient flatlined on the telemonitor, and everyone ran into the room. The patient was unresponsive and barely had a palpable pulse. Turns out her glucose was less than 20. They straightened her out, and once everything was settled, they realized the patient was not in the telemonitor and had never even had the telly on. I used to work in downtown Detroit. This was my first job. My old unit used to be a children's ward back in the early 1900s, and there are numerous reports of people seeing a little girl running around. At 2 a.m., one of my IV pumps starts beeping, so I go into the first room and find that for some odd reason, it had infiltrated. As I'm placing a new IV, I notice that my patient is staring hard into the corner of the room. He finally asks me, "What's that little girl doing on the ceiling?" I literally thought I was going to lose my mind. I walked out of the room, and as I'm telling my coworker about the creepy experience, the IV pump in the room right next door starts going off. Walk in to find her IV had gone bad too. This woman had severe dementia, and would just talk a whole bunch of gibberish, like no real words. It just sounded like mumbles. So right as I'm about to put her IV in, she goes, "See the little girl? See the little girl? Where's the babysitter?" Seriously, so done. I just wanted to walk off the unit and never come back. I've had a pretty traumatizing death happen in a room. My first code. Nothing we could have done. For a few weeks, I got a creepy feeling like I was being watched around that room. Cut to now 3 months later, and that room is empty, and I need to use the computer since the others are taken. We walk in, and then I literally yelped and jumped because I thought I saw someone sitting in the recliner in the room. Then, as I was charting, I kept feeling like someone was behind me watching me. So I leave, talk to my coworkers, and we stupidly decide to download ghost radar apps, which I know are not anything reliable, but 3 separate apps all picked up an entity in the room, when they didn't pick it up anywhere else. One picked out the word wish, and then another picked up a form outside the door that looked like it was looking at me. I don't normally believe in ghosts, I'm not religious, but after this night I felt so scared and like I needed to go to church. Others have had patients tell me they feel a dark presence in a room where someone has died. Call lights go off when there aren't patients. A lady in white is often seen on camera, but the nurses never see her even though they're right in front of them. Lots of scary stories. It's a surgery center, so people aren't expected to die. But it does leave a lot of bad juju when it does happen. I work LTC on a dementia unit. We had a resident who was our baby. She had been a don of a nursing home and would stay up until midnight with us talking about work, asking about MedPass, etc. She was always a nurse at heart. She got really bad and ended up in bed in about August. She wouldn't eat nor drink. I think maybe she took 360cc a day for the first week. Eventually nothing. It took her nearly 4 weeks of nothing to finally pass. I took a week's vacation on week 3. I said my final goodbyes, came back, still kicking. I couldn't believe it. She passed in September. So since she had passed, we have had 2 patients in her room. One was a lady who had a stroke, rehabbed to home. Pretty with it, and she would turn on her call light and whisper, "There's a lady in my bed." We would reassure her, show her the empty bed, and this went on her entire stay. She kept seeing a lady in her bed. One of her last nights, she rings crying. "There's a lady in my room. I know you don't believe me, but it's true. You don't want to believe me." Patient number 2 still resides in that room, an older gentleman with dementia. He rings every so often saying there's a lady in his bed, or a lady in his room. I bet it's got to be our cute old Don resident. In 1978 or 79, I was working as a nurse aide. I was doing patient care as well as learning to be a medication assistant, or med aide. One day at work, I had one of my patients pass away. We have about half hour to 45 minutes to prepare the body for transportation and family. I had been working with him for almost half hour from the time he was pronounced dead. Side note, at least 3 people confirmed he had passed when I turned him from his side to his back, and he started breathing again. I stopped what I was doing and started to figure out if I was actually seeing what I thought I was seeing. He was breathing again. I reached out to check for a pulse and I found it. I can tell you at 18 that was the creepiest thing to ever happen to me. I called for my nurse because he was breathing again and she told me I was mistaken and that sometimes the body does things that make it seem that way, but that he wasn't actually alive. She walked over to him to show me and found his pulse. She told everyone that had been notified of his passing, the mortuary, his family, the facility, everyone. After we had both confirmed he was indeed alive again, she had to go call everyone back and tell them that he was alive. But he passed away for the second time 24 hours later, and he stayed dead that time.
Well, I hope that if you ever have to go to hospital, it's nothing like any of those. It's almost like they're haunted by demons, which they very well might be. But why don't we listen to a bit more about demons to figure out if my hypothesis is correct?
I'm from India. This happened in one of the southern states there, back in 2012. We were all staying at my grandma's place for summer vacation, as we're plantation owners. We have areca nuts, mostly, some coconut, coffee, and cocoa too. The thing about plantations that you'll find is that they are extremely secluded, apart from neighboring plantations, which are still a fair distance away. The nearest city is a 45-minute drive on any vehicle via a dirt road. There are no street lights whatsoever, so you better know your way. My grandma lives out there with my eldest maternal uncle and his family, and they usually walk around at night with no fear whatsoever, which is something that I would never do. I'm a bit scared of the dark. So during vacations, we all gathered at this plantation for a get-together. Now this includes our family, 2 of my mum's sisters and their families, and 2 of her brothers and their families. 6 siblings in total. We get there early, like 9 AM or so, and my aunt and their families are there a few days before us. Me being the eldest guy, I get pampered a lot because I have some badass elder sisters and yet again come off as a bit of a scaredy cat in comparison to them. Even my youngest 7-year-old cousin. She's absolutely fearless. But back to the story. So we all got there by 7 PM, except my youngest uncle, who was unmarried at the time. He's the only one who prefers the city to the plantation, and despite being religious, doesn't really participate in many of the activities. He's the only one to refuse to do a special rite of passage within our traditions. Maybe I'll talk about that another time. In their generation of about 14 guys in total, back in the day, it was a big deal. He lives in a major city which is a good 4-hour drive from the plantation, and to avoid traffic decided to drive in the evening and get here by 11 or so, which was a very bad idea. So we started driving at 8 PM from the house. We had an outdoor barbecue going around that time, but when 10 rolled around we were all getting quite tired, so decided to call it a night and figured he would just arrive whenever he did. We never lock the doors here because we have 6 huge dogs who we are more than confident guard the place perfectly adequately. Now, it's getting late, and They are small slopes and drops that lead to the front of our house, and it can be tough even for locals on the dirt road. So as you can imagine, taking these roads at night can be a little bit tricky. We all fall asleep, and then 1 a.m. rolls around and our dogs start barking, which is rare, because they're never together once we take them off their leashes for the night. So naturally we awoke, figuring that my uncle was home. We love him, because he's really cool, and so we peep out the window, and we're all sharing a huge room by the way, and we see that his car is stuck on the slope, and 2 of the dogs are circling the car with their tails tucked between their legs. That was all we thought. That is when we heard the howling, loud and sharp. I remember my nuts crawling to my throat. It was one of the dogs who was at the door, howling, facing the door. At first we thought our uncle had probably accidentally run over one of the dogs, which would have been terrible enough, but no, all of this happened in a matter of seconds, but it was so much to take in that it felt longer. Then our grandma and my eldest uncle opened the front door, and the dog howling at the door bolted at the car. At this point 5 dogs were circling the car, sniffing and growling and God knows what. There was still a good 20 to 30 feet distance between the car and the house, so my grandma called out to Mama, asking him to park, and that the dogs wouldn't do anything, figuring he's scared of them. My uncle didn't respond. The car was dead. The only light was coming from the house, so my eldest uncle started walking towards the car, and thought perhaps he was having car trouble or something. So before he could reach halfway, my uncle opened the car door, but not the driver end, the rear one, like he wasn't driving at all, and started walking towards the house. We all thought it was weird for a second. Maybe he was just trying to be cool and pull a prank, but then he walked past the eldest uncle like he didn't even see him, same with Grandma. At this point we're all getting worried, so we cousins walk down and get a glimpse of our uncle before he dashes for the temple room inside the house. He looked so pale. His eyes were bloodshot and we got scared, thinking he was drunk and that he drove here in that state. Then it hit the fan. One of the dogs ran inside the house. The remaining were all outside, looking very, very nervous and whining and not wanting to get in. My grandma and eldest uncle came in shortly after. By this point everyone in the house was awake, and we kids were told to get back upstairs. But obviously we were way too close to pissing ourselves to even move. And then we heard this laughing. My youngest uncle was laughing in this deep voice that almost seemed demonic. I remember gripping my sister's arm and whimpering worse than the dogs when I heard it. For a second, every fearful memory seemed to crawl all over me, and all I wanted to do was to get up in a ball and cry. It seemed that was the general consensus among everyone who heard the laugh. My grandma approached my uncle, and he shot her this nasty look, and then started speaking in ancient Tulu, the South Indian language dialect. I couldn't understand a word of it, but my grandma did, and she just sobbed and yelled back at him. At this point most of my cousins and aunts were in tears, and then my uncle started walking back to the door, saying something again in the strange dialect. At that point my eldest uncle and my aunt's husband tackled and restrained him. He was then at the foot of the stairs between us and the adults. Keep in mind these are big guys and strong, and one of them was a commander in the army, and the other one a pro kabaddi player. And my eldest uncle can hold his own. He's 6'2" and well built, and between the 3 of them, it took all their combined strength to hold down a skinny 5'10" guy. My middle uncle, who seemed to be missing during the whole commotion, rushed in with a dude from a nearing plantation, a relative of ours. He's like my grandfather's cousin or something, but he's our uncle's age. He's a priest in our community. So he came in, and they all went to the temple room, grabbed the ceremonial kalash and a sword, and the tirith, which is like holy water, and I kid you not, he started talking to Mama in the same dialect. He then touched the hilt of the sword to his forehead and started chanting. My uncle thrashed and throbbed like he was, well, possessed, and then he emptied the holy water on his head. My uncle went limp and fell to the floor. He started seizing up and my uncles turned him on his side. He was dazed as hell, started crying, and then threw up all over the floor. My grandma was stunned and crying in a chair. Everyone was in tears. The dogs refused to leave, and the rest were at the doorstep. My aunt tried to shoo them away, but they didn't budge. The priest insisted we let them stay. They saved his uncle's life. Then we heard this thump outside. We were too scared to move, but the commander uncle went outside. The car that was stuck on the slope had rolled down and bumped against the house. The priest went out and did the same swordy thing to the car. Instead of the hilt, he used the blade, and asked no one to approach it until sunrise. It was around 1 a.m. at that point. Everyone was too messed up to go back to sleep, and the house smelled like puke, wet dog, and, scarily, of smoke. My uncle had passed out. We kids were all huddled up in the hall, and the adults were all talking. One of my uncles was keeping watch on the uncle who was in the other room. I can't remember when I fell asleep. I don't remember dreaming or anything, and honestly, when I woke up, I was thinking that this was all just a dream. In the morning at 7 or so, my uncles decided to move the car to the garage, and that's when we saw it. A faint red handprint on the windshield. The spooky part, it was on the inside of the driver's side. Oh, and that dialect. I pestered my eldest cousin for days, and she finally translated it for me. The thing he kept repeating over and over was, "I'm going to take your son to where you won't find what's left of him." This is a small piece of the entire story, and I swear it's true. I woke up one night and checked my phone to see if my son had texted me goodnight. He has done this every day for years. I looked over and noted that it was 2:20 a.m. I put my phone away and stared up at the ceiling, lying on my back, waiting for sleep. My wife was beside me, spooning my side, with her back to the only window in the room, which was about 20 feet from her, to my right. About 10 feet to my left was a walk-in closet and bathroom. Both doors were closed. Behind my head was the headboard and outside wall. My feet extended out towards our other bathroom wall. Our bedroom door was closed as usual, and our only window, which opens to the parking lot 3 floors below, was mostly blocked with a blackout shade and decorative curtains. A small amount of light from a street light just outside crept into the room and gave the black shade an almost vague orange glow. As I stared up at the ceiling attempting to fall asleep, I noticed that the air in the room felt thick, like static on a TV, and I could see tiny bits of light flickering all over my peripheral. There seemed to be a noise in the background like TV static, and I assumed it was my imagination, but I began to feel very, very scared. I attempted to close my eyes, but the scary feeling turned into a danger feeling. I turned to my right to wake up my wife, as she usually comforts me when I have issues of this kind, when I noticed a large figure standing in front of the window, partially behind the curtain, and my fight or flight instantly kicked in. I felt imminent danger, but at the same time, it didn't feel possible. So I closed my eyes tightly and reopened them. The figure immediately took a sidestep to its left, and now I could see the whole thing in its entirety. It was big and dark, possibly shiny. It was very tall, had long arms, and I swear it had horns. It was totally silent. The static shh sound was all that I could hear. I knew it wasn't possible, but I was in total panic. My body was telling me to run. I blinked. It had moved closer. I began shaking my wife and screaming her name over and over, and each time I looked up at the thing, it was closer than before. I couldn't understand why she wouldn't wake up. I shook her harder and harder, yelling at her as loud as I could, practically screaming her name, and fighting the urge to run, but knowing that if she didn't wake up immediately, something horrible and violent was going to happen. The last time I looked up, it was towering over us only a few steps away, and I couldn't catch my breath. And then she was holding me, and her bedside lamp was on, and everything was totally quiet. She told me I had been screaming in my sleep, screaming loudly like she'd never heard before. She says that she couldn't wake me, that I just screamed and tried to fight her off. I was almost crying. That was one of the worst events I'd ever had, and it absolutely terrified me. I know most of you were going to say it was a dream or sleep paralysis or perhaps a night terror, but to me it was real. It occurred at a time in my life where strange and unexplained things were happening to me frequently. Long story short, over a 6-year-ish period in my life, something was trying to make me end my own life. Something was slowly affecting every aspect of my life, playing the long game. During this time I had regular paranormal experiences. I lost my high-paying career, lost my house, both my cars, nearly all my possessions, and became estranged from my son, my parents, and all my loved ones. Eventually I got a divorce, was charged with crimes I didn't commit, and was faced with more hardship and depression than I thought that I could possibly survive. This is not a story of how I found Jesus, although I have always been a Christian, but I do believe this could have been demonic. I have read true accounts of others who have been led to near taking their life over a long period of time by something malevolent. I'm glad to say that many years later, everything ended up working out. I am from Eastern Europe. I'm going to share with you a story that my grandparents and mother used to talk about. My great-grandfather went to the forest to pick some wood. He went there during the night, since it was illegal to take wood from the forest. By chance, he met another man from the village who was doing the same thing. They agreed to stick together. A little time passed when they saw a small billy goat. Its fur was black. My great-grandfather assumed that someone had lost it. So they decided to take the billy goat with them in order to share its meal later. They put the billy goat in a sack, and then weird stuff began to happen. The sack became heavier and heavier, and they often exchanged it between them. At some point the billy goat was so agitated that my great-grandfather said, "Take it easy, billy goat." The paranormal thing is that the billy goat repeated the exact same words in a weird voice. My great-grandfather had a gun and shot the sack twice. There was nothing but thin air. They were convinced it was the devil, since they had in mind to steal wood. I'm 14. My friend Jay is a year younger, and we're both on a mission to find the faith that's right for us. I stayed away from Christianity because I was pretty much forced into going to church when I was younger, did not enjoy it, and my older sister's ex-boyfriend Dylan introduced us to Satanism. In hindsight, should have walked away. He swears it's all about loving yourself, being your own god, and putting your faith in no one but yourself. Okay, I'll bite. Things are good for a few weeks, and then things get weird. He wants to start dragging us to sacrifices and summoning into the mix. So Jay and myself agree that summoning something sounds interesting, but we're adamant about not killing anything. We do the summons, didn't seem like it worked, and later that week, 2 dumbass teenagers started hearing weird sounds and seeing weird stuff in our homes. Obviously that's us. We decided to tag out of this mess and repent. One of Jay's friends goes to a local Baptist church that was having a lock-in, where a large number of kids are locked in a church with some pastors overnight playing basketball and religious-themed games. We decide to go. We arrive early, and that's when it gets weird. The two of us are walking through the church on our way, talking with the pastor. We feel the urge to tell him about our misadventures with the ex-boyfriend of my sister. Along the way, I keep hitting cold spots, hearing footsteps and scratching in the rafters. The area we were in only had one floor, and we heard whispers too, which Jay heard also. We're getting creeped out, decide not to hunt for the pastor, and just join in on all the other teenage games. Later in the evening, we're playing hide and seek in the church, where one group are the Romans trying to catch the Christians attempting to evade them and to get to the safe room. That's the underground church. We're on the Christians team and everyone is split into smaller groups to make evading easier. Making our way through this dark as hell church, I suddenly have to use the restroom like I've been holding it in for days. Jay was watch for the Romans from just inside the restroom door while I take care of my situation. I finish, flush, wash my hands and glance up at the mirror in front of me and my eyes lock on the reflection. It starts getting darker around the mirror me. I start freaking out. My facial features begin distorting a little bit, and it looks almost demonic. I blink, regain my composure and note the hell out the restroom and sprint right past Jay, past a group of Romans and straight to the pastor's office. Jay is trailing behind me trying to figure out what happened, found the pastor and demanded to be let out of the building. I didn't say a word about it for a week and never wanted to go back. Recently I told a minister friend about this and he told me that it was a demonic force trying to coax me back. Well, he sure did a crap job, I thought. He then asked me, "Did you go to God?" The answer was no. Well then, the minister friend said, he still won. He didn't go back to God, which is exactly what he wanted. Maybe so, but I found Wicca, and have been fine with that ever since. No demons in sight for now. I'm not a religious person or a believer in the paranormal. I know I don't have a mental illness and have never abused drugs, but I'm trying to have an open mind and thought I'd ask those who are more knowledgeable than I in these matters. Normally I forget most of my dreams, or remember only fragments of them. However, I had a lucid dream a year or so ago that was truly terrifying and kind of haunts me. I wish I had forgotten it. I don't want to create a gigantic testament of what it was, so I'll keep to the bare bones of it. I'm on a bus with other people. Outside the bus is the universe, so the bus is traveling through space. There is a severe feeling of loss of time. It is a lucid dream, so being self-aware was painful because I felt dulled to time inside it. I finally managed to get out. As I'm entering a sort of citadel made of nonsensical geometric shapes from the outside. On the inside there's a sort of labyrinth. Not being able to traverse the labyrinth, I wore myself to the center of the citadel. There are lots of mirrors in the central room. None of them reflect my body. In the absolute center is a pale, sickly-looking woman with long black hair holding a child, with some serpent and fish-like features. The woman and the child is reflected by the mirrors, and as I'm walking towards them, they seem completely oblivious to me. But as I get too close, the woman is utterly apathetic to my approach. The child in her arms does see me. Its face turns into a demonic one with cruel eyes, and a mouth with many, many teeth, like a shark. So it screams an ear-shattering sound, like a hellish screech that quakes the entire citadel. The pale woman cradling the child is still unaffected, as if blind and deaf. The screech is so loud, so terrifying, and the only way I can describe it is soul-piercing and mind-shattering. So at this point, the sheer terror wakes me up. As I'm waking up in real life, I feel unable to move for a bit, as if suffering sleep paralysis. I can't tell if I spent 30 seconds or 3 minutes, but only then did I finally manage to climb out of bed and get up on my feet. I also had some hallucinations of text and colors on the walls. I hear it's normal with sleep paralysis, if that is what I had. But the reason I shared this is because I was looking for answers for a while. This lucid nightmare still haunts me. It's the only nightmare I've ever had in my life that stayed fresh in my mind for so long. The memory of it, the imagery, and the emotional trauma is still as fresh as if it happened yesterday. It's hard to get any real input due to most people not taking dreams seriously. So I wanted to see what you guys thought, if perhaps it could have been something paranormal or demonic. I met a friend roughly over a year ago. He and I became pretty close in terms of friendship. He helped me when I was down and I helped him. Over the course of a few months, he started getting a tad hostile. One day we were hanging out when I think I saw one of his eyes change a bit. Now I'm huge into UFOs and all that, and we were drinking, so I asked him if he was reptilian. He obviously said no, but I kept pushing him as a joke to admit it. We were talking about his supposed constellation, and he said something like, "I don't really want to tell you this," and I pressed him on to tell me. "You have 2 years to live." I obviously was quite confused, and then he says, "Well, not now, starting from next year." I was pretty distraught after that. Then we slowly started growing apart, and even started to diss each other subtly. We stopped talking to each other, and then he vanished from my life. Come to now, I have a cousin who I consider a brother. He is gay, as is the friend I just mentioned, and we grew up together and even had a music group and performed together. One of the new houses he moved into a few years ago was odd and had familiar sigils and the like, along with some odd markings around the house. I noticed from some research I did that they were wards to try and get rid of demons. Over the course of him living there, he tells me dark spirits revisit him often, even when teasing him, literally nearly every night. He would even have conversations with them. I tried to help him with the sigils and things to ward them off, but he mostly didn't want to. We would still always hang out, of course, every now and then. And then he disappeared about a few months ago, and then we decided to hang out again. This was yesterday. He came over, we did our usual shenanigans, and I'm also into quantum theory and started discussing quantum immortality while writing it on a board, when he laughs during one moment, and I can see his ears getting all funny while I'm talking, and he says, "You know you only have about a year left." That's when I lost it. "What did you say?" "I said you only have a year left to live," my cousin replied. "Well, I thought I had a little more than that," I said. He continued laughing, and I kicked him out the house while going off at the same time. All he said was, "You still have some time left. Stop being like that to me." Keep in mind, these two people don't know each other or hang out together or talk. How could they both be saying that? Could it be that they know demons or are possessed? I need some answers, please. I live with my dad, sister, and cousin. My cousin is male and 16 years old, and for some reason decided to summon some demons for wealth, good mental health, and one thing or another. This was about a year and a half ago, and I was completely unaware of this until he started talking about some weird dreams he'd been having. He then described all the exact details of the dream, beside being in different locations of the house that I had a few nights before, and that's when I got really worried. Here's the dream. So I start in the dream in my room, which is at the top level of my 3-story house, and I have an impending doom feeling, so I look down to my stairs and there it is, a dark shadow standing halfway down them, so I run at it, trying to run past it to get downstairs, and for some reason I stop right in front of it, feeling the worst burning inside, an impending doom feeling I've ever experienced, and it just morphs into a dark shadow cat. Then I kind of snap out of it and start running to the basement of the house, all while it's following me. I get to my dad's room and start beating on the door and screaming, trying to get him to open it, and everything just slowly starts to lose sound as the cat comes closer, and I'm screaming but no sound comes out. Then I woke myself up from a whimpering type scream, and my cousin said he had the exact same dream, but it started at his room, which is the basement as well. The shadow person morphs, He beats on my dad's door and the cat rubs against his leg and he wakes up. If that wasn't strange enough on its own, he has started to hear voices calling his name, getting closer and louder each time, telling him to wake up, even when he's at school and away from home. And today he went to walk to the buses and there was a humanish shadow figure standing near a barn, accompanied by the sound of thumping that got louder and louder. He said he tries to call out to it, but it wouldn't respond, and it set off the motion detector lights at the barn, and it just still remained a dark, shadowy figure. The thumping continued to get louder, until it just stopped, and the figure just disappeared. That has been pretty much how it's been for a while. I have other odd experiences as well, but my question is, does anyone know what it is? And if there's any way that I can protect myself from it, or make it go away? My entire life, I was followed around multiple states from my childhood to adulthood. I'm not sure who or what it was, but it always found me. It seemed to be trying hard to make me extremely uncomfortable. I was a Christian as a kid, and whenever I used religious calls, prayers and phrases, it would go away for a while. I spent most of my life pretending not to notice anything. Things moving, a weight on my bed next to me, strange sounds when it was quiet. I eventually lost my belief in Judeo-Christianism and was given advice by a pagan friend on how to get rid of it. Most of the advice was a huge lifestyle and personality change. Stay positive, know your power over them, and eliminate unnecessary worry and fear. It worked. It took practice, but it worked completely. She explained to me that religion is usually used in these situations because it is total belief. Belief strengthens intent. But if you have strong intent without belief, it is exactly the same. Either way, my problem was solved for a while. I ended up getting married and having kids. That made things start happening again, in whichever home we lived. I noticed that it was much more difficult to fight negative with positive when there are 5 other people in your home to add to the negative. I can't make them change the way I had to as a young adult. Since then, I've seen signs of activity and immediately turned up my protection a notch. The activity goes away but comes back if I let my guard down. It's been back and forth, and I've always handled it pretty well. But about a week ago I had my first nightmare in years. My youngest daughter and wife also had nightmares that night. I immediately noticed the signs and took my usual steps to make it go away again. It hasn't been working, and the next night I was in the kitchen late at night and my dog started growling, baring teeth, and had his hair standing on end. He's literally never done this. I've had him for 7 months and never heard him growl unless he's playing with a toy with our other dog. The same night when I was putting my daughter to sleep, she looked over to the window, glared and then grabbed onto me and squeezed. She kept trying to sneak peeks back over there. The blinds were drawn and the windows were closed. This was the 3rd time that day that I saw her staring at nothing, confused and scared. She's been falling over a lot more lately, sometimes bruising herself. Last night, I told my wife about these signs and asked her to try and stay positive. Stop stressing so much, the basics. This is not the first time we've had these conversations, and she agreed and understood. We went to sleep and I slept horribly. My wife told me about half hour ago that at 2 a.m.-ish, my daughter was sleeping on our bed at the foot, which she doesn't usually do because she loves to snuggle, and she started screaming horribly. She wasn't moving any part of her body, like it was being held still for her. Her eyes were wide open and she was just screaming bloody murder. I'm at work, but my first instinct is to haul ass home and confront it like I have done in the past. But I'm not in the right state to do so, and I'm just too angry, and that'll only feed it. My real problem is, I think I've passed a piece of it to my daughter, like a GD virus. The techniques I've been using for 7 years aren't working anymore, and I don't know what to do. I have 2 teenagers and a very stressed out wife. The negativity in my house is off the charts, and if anyone has any advice, I'd certainly appreciate it.
And there we have it, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed tonight's collection of scary stories. It has been probably the longest episode I've ever done, and I truly hope you got some enjoyment out of it. Anyway, that's it from me. If you'd like more stories, you can find a link on screen. Until next time.